Videos of the shootings from multiple angles, frame by frame, arguing that Rittenhouse shot and killed 2 men and wounded a third last August during unrest in Kenosha because he was a wannabe soldier looking for trouble.
When the defendant provokes the incident, he loses the right to self-defense. You cannot claim self-defense against a danger you create.
The defense zeroing in on Joseph Rosenbaum, the first man Rittenhouse shot, arguing he was belligerent and chased after Rittenhouse.
He was causing trouble. He was a rioter, and my client had to deal with him that night alone.
Rittenhouse's attorney insisting his client was not an active shooter and there was a rush to judgment.
Kyle was a 17-year-old kid out there trying to help this community.
The judge dismissed the 6th count against Rittenhouse, illegal gun possession by a minor, a misdemeanor. Rittenhouse's attorneys argued the AR-15 style rifle was not short-barreled, so the Wisconsin law did not apply. He now faces 5 felony counts, including intentional homicide. The attorney for Gage Grosskreutz, the shooting survivor, says Rittenhouse created the carnage himself.
He fashioned himself as this self-deputized police officer who also was a medic. He didn't do anything medically for anybody.
When you hear your son referred to as a vigilante, what do you make of that?
It angers me.
Wendy Rittenhouse says she did not drive her son to Kenosha that night, but she has no doubt he acted in self-defense.
Was your son looking for trouble?
No. Kyle never looks for trouble. He is a caring young man, and he likes to help people.
As a mother, do you want him to go down there with an AR-15 rifle?
I didn't want him going anywhere near Kenosha whatsoever.
Today, the court will reduce the number of jurors from 18 to 12, and deliberations again are set to begin later this morning. Francis?
Hey, Gabe, thank you. U.S. officials are condemning a Russian weapons test in space, which they say forced astronauts and Russian cosmonauts aboard the International Space Station to seek shelter. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called the missile test reckless and said that it created debris that risked the interest of all nations. The State Department confirmed a missile destroying an old Russian satellite caused the space junk to scatter. Officials say more than 1,500 pieces of trackable debris were created by that test.
6 Colorado teenagers are recovering this morning after being shot in what police say may have been a drive-by shooting. It happened on Monday at a park near a high school in Aurora, which is about 10 miles east of downtown Denver. The victims, who were all hospitalized, range in age from 14 to 18 years old, and they were students at the school.
One of the victims had to undergo emergency surgery after a school resource officer performed a life-saving tourniquet. Officials say none of the injuries are considered life-threatening. Police believe there may also have been shooters on foot. The suspect or suspects are still at large.
Breaking this morning, an American journalist freed after nearly 6 months in a foreign prison. Danny Fenster is on his way back home after being locked up in a Myanmar jail. NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer is following the story for us.
It's a surprising development, but a welcome one. Danny Fenster was freed after being sentenced to 11 years in jail in a closed military trial and faced new charges of terrorism and sedition. The news came from Bill Richardson, the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, who had a face-to-face meeting with Myanmar's commander-in-chief, what was described as a private humanitarian visit, in order to negotiate Fenster's release. In a statement, Richardson said, quote, "This is the day you hope will come when you do this work." Danny Fenster was arrested last May as he tried to board a flight out of the country. He's managing editor of Frontier Myanmar, an online magazine. This was widely seen as yet another attack on press freedom by the junta in Myanmar, which has convicted at least 7 journalists since it took power. The State Department called it an unjust conviction of an innocent man. Fenster and Richardson are now on their way home via Doha. Again, a positive development out of Myanmar, a country that has been torn apart by violence, and a huge relief for Fenster's family, which had been pushing hard for his release. Janice Mackey-Frayer, NBC News, Beijing.
Former Trump advisor Steve Bannon appeared in court after surrendering to federal authorities in Washington, D.C. That's where he's facing 2 charges of contempt in Congress. Pete Williams has the details.
Steve Bannon turned himself into the FBI, mobbed by cameras, his escorts clearing a path.
Excuse me.
One of those cameras was actually his, live streaming on his social media site.
We got the Hispanics coming on our side, African Americans coming on our side. We're taking down the Biden regime.
His more immediate challenge is a federal grand jury indictment, 2 counts charging contempt of Congress for refusing to produce documents or show up for questioning by the House committee investigating the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. During a brief hearing in federal court, he was formally advised of the charges, released, and will enter a plea Thursday. Outside the courthouse, a defiant Bannon said he'll fight the charges, which he called politically motivated.
I'm telling you right now, this is going to be the misdemeanor from hell for Merrick Garland, Nancy Pelosi, and Joe Biden.
Bannon is the only former Trump White House aide subpoenaed who has totally refused to cooperate because the former president asserted executive privilege. 15 others have been subpoenaed.
If they're willing to talk to the committee about non-privileged matters, if they're willing to negotiate with the committee rather than just make a blanket assertion of privilege, they don't really have anything to fear. They won't be charged.
Philip, it's now clear what Bannon's defense is going to be. One key element of it, he will argue that he was simply following the advice of his lawyers when he declined to even show up to answer the committee's questions. And in some past contempt cases, that's been a successful defense. Philip?
We'll see how this one plays out. Pete, thank you.
It is a deal that seems so far out of reach, it became a punchline on Capitol Hill. But against all odds, the bipartisan infrastructure bill is now law, scoring a major legislative victory for the president. NBC's Alice Barr has the details.
President Biden marking the biggest legislative victory of his presidency so far by signing the bipartisan infrastructure bill into law.
Today, we're finally getting this done. So my message to the American people is this: America's moving again, and your life is going to change for the better.
The $1.2 trillion package pours billions into roads, bridges, public transit, the power grid, clean water, and broadband internet. It earned the support of lawmakers, governors, and mayors in both parties.
Finding common ground to advance the interests of the American people should be rewarded, not attacked.
Some Republican backers received death threats, highlighting the toxic depths of this country's polarization, and divisions within the Democratic Party threaten the president's larger climate change and social spending package the House plans to vote on this week. At least one key moderate senator raising concerns the new spending could worsen the highest inflation in decades. Supporters argue it will relieve the pressure on Americans' wallets.
They have to know that it's about making life more affordable for them, whether it's lowering the cost of prescription drugs or the child tax credit or pre-K for their kids.
As consumer costs rise, President Biden's approval rating dropping. A new Washington Post ABC News poll shows just 41% approve. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
President Biden is also seeking a diplomatic victory after that legislative win. He held a virtual summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping last night, their first since Mr. Biden took office in January. NBC's Chris Pallone is in D.C. with the details on this. Chris, good morning. So what did we learn from these talks?
Philip, it lasted about 3.5 hours, but the White House says it produced no major breakthroughs. But the leaders did strike a cordial tone, aiming to thaw tensions between the two global superpowers. They addressed major issues like China's expanding military presence in Asia and global economic competition. A senior administration official says President Biden brought up the COVID pandemic and stressed the important role that transparency plays in addressing global health. With China hosting the Winter Olympics in just a few months, it was rumored President Xi would invite President Biden to the Games, but an official said the Olympics never came up. Both presidents reportedly agreed to improve cooperation. The two leaders have met several times over the years, dating back to President Biden's time as vice president. Philip?
It's in everyone's best interest that we're all on the same page here. All right, Chris, thank you.
Let's take a turn now and check on our weather with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Janessa, good morning. How are we looking?
Pretty good, you know, a pretty quiet weather day if you're across the East Coast. My friends on the West Coast, completely different story. We'll talk about that later in the show. First, let's talk about this lake enhancement. Still bouncing off Lake Erie to Lake Huron as well, but this will start to subside as we go into later in the day. But you can see from our radar, things are really clear, and that's allowing high pressure to really settle in across the Carolinas to the southeast, and it's causing very chilly temperatures. We're going to see lows just sitting at the freezing mark, and that's why freeze warning and advisories currently in place. But if you're in the central U.S., we're going to see record highs today. Look at Dallas, 84 degrees. Most of these spots in the mid 70s to lower 80s. Some of that warmer air starts to shift into the East Coast as we go into tomorrow. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. So a ton of sunshine even for the desert Southwest and to Texas today. San Antonio in the lower 80s, still very cool and chilly for the greater Cleveland area. To Detroit, only 43. We're also dealing with some record rain across the Northwest. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right, we'll talk to you then, Janessa. Thank you. It is award season in Major League Baseball. The league started with its Jackie Robinson Awards for Rookies of the Year. The Tampa Bay Rays have their 4th AL Rookie of the Year winner in Randy Arozarena. The outfielder is the 6th Cuban-born player to win the award. Arozarena helped Tampa capture its first 100-win season. And it was all smiles for Jonathan India as the Reds' second baseman took home the NL honor. He is the first Rookie of the Year award winner in Cincinnati since '99.
All right, the mayor facing 50 counts of distributing revenge porn.
Plus, how millions of Americans could be left in the dark.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Leading the news, a U.S. mayor charged for allegedly distributing revenge porn. Andrew Bradshaw, the mayor of Cambridge, Maryland, is accused of posting naked photos on Reddit. A state prosecutor alleges Bradshaw created multiple accounts and shared the illicit photos and posts with racial slurs and sexually explicit language. The victim claims she sent the photos to Bradshaw when they were in a relationship. If convicted, he could face up to 2 years in prison. Bradshaw has not commented on the allegations.
An important alert for the millions of Americans who still rely on a 3G cell phone. As wireless networks upgrade to faster 5G service, the older networks are powering down. Jake Ward has the story.
The year 2022 has a futuristic ring to it, but it's the end of the line for millions of wireless devices. Third generation or 3G phones will soon stop working as wireless companies disconnect them. Why? Well, because the companies only have a certain number of frequencies they can use to connect us, and getting rid of old phones frees up valuable airwaves to connect more expensive ones.
The people that are going to be the most impacted by this are going to be the low income, the elderly, and the people that live in those areas that do not have access to 4 or 5G, because there's no easy path to an upgrade for them. They might not be able to afford an upgrade to a 4G or a 5G phone. And that's even saying if 4 or 5G is available in their area.
Boost Mobile, which sells some of the cheapest plans out there, says more than 1 million customers could lose out and is pressing former owner T-Mobile to extend service.
Are you okay?
Some medical alert devices for seniors will also stop transmitting.
The emergency call center.
And that's it for certain roadside assistance systems in older cars from companies like Toyota and Audi. If you rely on an older home security system, medical device, or phone, check in with the manufacturer to make sure it's not going to be disconnected next year. Some companies are offering free or discounted upgrades for older devices, but you should probably reach out because while your connection may be interrupted, your billing probably won't.
All right, Jake, thank you. Technology in action.
Yep, still to come, a grand old showdown. Why Wyoming Republicans are disavowing their own representative, Liz Cheney.
And who are you going to call? The Ghostbusters reunite to scare up some big laughs on The Tonight Show.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have actually brought a clip of, this is Dan, Bill, and Harold Ramis shooting a scene for Ghostbusters before you settled on the name Ghostbusters. Look at this.
Are you troubled by strange noises in the night?
Do you experience feelings of dread in your basement or attic?
Have you or any of your family ever seen a spook, specter, or ghost? If the answer is yes, then don't wait another minute. Pick up your phone and call the professionals. Ghost Stoppers!
It's just not right, right? Well, a stroll down memory lane for the Ghostbusters last night on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray, and Ernie Hudson went on the show ahead of the new Ghostbusters Afterlife sequel. It premieres November 19th.
Great choice going with Ghostbusters. What a classic. Still ahead, controversial radio and TV personality Alex Jones's big loss in court after claiming the Sandy Hook shooting was a hoax.
And after a month of protests, Howard University students reach a deal with school officials.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, everyone. We just have a ton of moisture that's filtering into Washington State, even coastal areas of Oregon. Some of the rivers going to hit a crest that they haven't seen in over 100 years. So going to be watching that pretty closely today. And that's why flash flood watches, they're currently in place. Expect some warnings to go in place this afternoon. So these streams and rivers, creeks, they are running very high due to all that moisture that's making its way in. Now, fire season, once again, it is extended. Should be done in October. We're in November right now, and look at all this warm air is pumping in. That potential for red flag warnings and watches from the upper Midwest all the way down to Texas. And this is due to the winds that are picking up across the upper Midwest, and also our temperatures, they're just well above average, guys.
All right, thanks, Janessa. Top stories ahead, including the Wyoming Republican who just tossed Liz Cheney to the curb. That story next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In today's top stories, the Wyoming GOP has voted to no longer recognize Congresswoman Liz Cheney as a member of the Republican Party. It's their second rebuke following Cheney's decision to impeach former President Donald Trump. The 31-29 vote by the State Party Central Committee followed similar votes by local Republican officials in roughly 1/3 of the state's 23 counties. In a statement to The Hill, a spokesperson for Cheney said, in part, that it's laughable to suggest that she's anything but a committed conservative Republican.
InfoWars host Alex Jones ordered to pay the families of Sandy Hook victims after a judge found him liable for defamation. On his show, Jones claimed that the Sandy Hook mass shooting, where 20 first graders and 6 adults were murdered, never actually happened.
The whole thing was fake. I mean, even I couldn't believe it. I knew they jumped on it, used the crisis, hyped it up, but then I did deep research, and my gosh.
Jones tried to blame those comments on a, quote, form of psychosis. Juries will now decide how much Jones has to pay the 8 families. His lawyers said they would appeal.
Today marks 1 month since 17 Christian missionaries were kidnapped in Haiti. The hostages, 16 Americans and 1 Canadian, are affiliated with the Ohio-based Christian Aid Ministries. Ohio State Representative Reggie Stolzfus calling on congressional leaders to take action. He's filed House Resolution 147 asking for diplomacy to release the group. Christian Aid Ministries issued a statement saying their management and government authorities are working to bring everyone home safely.
The Blackburn takeover at Howard University has come to an end. After 34 days of protesting poor housing conditions on campus, students have finally reached an agreement with the HBCU. But the agreement is confidential. Students began occupying the Blackburn University Center on October 12th in protest against mold, rats, flooding, and other issues in residential halls. A campus official confirmed last month that mold was found in 38 of over 2,000 dorm rooms.
The NHL has postponed 3 Ottawa Senators games amid a COVID-19 outbreak on the team. It's the first time a North American major professional sports league has had to reschedule a game this season. According to the AP, 10 Senators players are currently in NHL's COVID-19 protocol. Last season, the NHL postponed 51 games for virus-related reasons.
The 49ers and Rams butted heads on Monday Night Football. A tough start for the Rams, trying to respond after giving up a first-quarter touchdown. Jimmy Ward picks off Matthew Stafford and takes it to the house. Los Angeles got on the board early in the second with Stafford finding Tyler Higbee, but it was all San Fran from there. Jimmy Garoppolo had himself a gold rush, dishing out a pair of touchdowns as the 49ers knock off their division rivals 31-10. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great day. See you tomorrow.
Tens of thousands are without power as floodwaters washed away several cars and displaced hundreds of residents in the Northwest after several days of heavy rainfall.
He's guilty. He showed no remorse for his victims, never tried to help anybody that he hurt.
Kyle was a 17-year-old kid out there trying to help this community.
Powerful closing arguments in the Kyle Rittenhouse double homicide case. And today, the jury will begin deliberations on the fate of this 18-year-old as the city of Kenosha anxiously awaits a verdict.
My message to the American people is this: America's moving again, and your life is going to change for the better.
America's new infrastructure plan promises to tackle bridges and roads, internet, lead pipes, and much more as the president battles sinking approval ratings.
Virginia teachers in court over protests involving a new policy that requires faculty and students to use the pronouns that the students request, regardless of biological sex.
And how would you like to be a owner of the Green Bay Packers? We'll tell you about a rare opportunity that's about to take shape. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with extreme weather and what experts are calling an atmospheric river, bringing widespread flooding to the Northwest. More than 70,000 customers in Washington are still without power as rivers crested to record high levels. 2 landslides near the city of Bellingham blocked part of the Interstate 5 highway. And the Abbotsford Police Department in British Columbia, Canada, showed how quickly the water levels rose there, covering the Sumas Prairie in about 4 hours. Back in Washington, the U.S. Coast Guard underwent a harrowing rescue mission, lifting 6 adults and 4 children from floodwaters.
Now to Kenosha, Wisconsin. That is where, after 2 weeks of testimony and evidence, jury deliberations begin in the homicide trial of Kyle Rittenhouse. Our Jay Gray has the latest.
I think it's no surprise.
Referring to the shootings as murder, reviewing testimony, and replaying videos from that night, prosecutors take their last turn with the jury.
There is no valid self-defense claim.
They say Kyle Rittenhouse provoked the violence by raising his weapon and pointing it at protesters the night he shot and killed 2 men and wounded a 3rd.
When the defendant provokes the incident, he loses the right to self-defense.
The defense, relying heavily on video as well, says that Rittenhouse was chased down, ambushed, and had no choice but to use his weapon.
He was there, he was causing trouble, he was a rioter, and my client had to deal with him that night alone.
So, after 2 weeks that included Rittenhouse apparently breaking down on the witness stand.
Yeah, that's absolutely untrue. There's no.
Verbal sparring between the judge and prosecutors and dozens of hours of testimony. It's now the jury's turn to talk, with this small town and the nation anxiously waiting to hear what they have to say. Jay Gray, NBC News, Kenosha.
Breaking this morning, an American journalist freed after nearly 6 months in a foreign prison. Danny Fenster was detained back in May and held in a Myanmar jail. Last week, he was sentenced to 11 years in prison for immigration violations and other alleged crimes. Helping negotiate his release was former New Mexico governor and former U.S. diplomat Bill Richardson. Fenster is one of over 100 members of the media detained after the country's military coup. He's now on his way back home. Fenster's family said they cannot wait to hold him in their arms.
It is a deal that seemed so far out of reach, it became a punchline on Capitol Hill. But against all odds, the bipartisan infrastructure bill is now law, scoring a major legislative victory for President Biden. NBC's Alice Barr has the details.
President Biden marking the biggest legislative victory of his presidency so far by signing the bipartisan infrastructure bill into law.
Today, we're finally getting this done. So my message to the American people is this: America's moving again, and your life is going to change for the better.
The $1.2 trillion package pours billions into roads, bridges, public transit, the power grid, clean water, and broadband internet. It earned the support of lawmakers, governors, and mayors in both parties.
Finding common ground to advance the interests of the American people should be rewarded, not attacked.
Some Republican backers received death threats, highlighting the toxic depths of this country's polarization. And divisions within the Democratic Party threaten the president's larger climate change and social spending package the House plans to vote on this week. At least one key moderate senator raising concerns the new spending could worsen the highest inflation in decades. Supporters argue it will relieve the pressure on Americans' wallets.
They have to know that it's about making life more affordable for them, whether it's lowering the cost of prescription drugs or the child tax credit or pre-K for their kids.
As consumer costs rise, President Biden's approval rating dropping. A new Washington Post ABC News poll shows just 41% approve. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
President Biden is also seeking a diplomatic victory after that major legislative win. He held a virtual summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping last night, their first since Mr. Biden took office in January. NBC's Chris Pallone is in D.C. with the details. Chris, good morning. So what do we learn from these talks?
Philip, good morning. The virtual meeting, lasted about 3.5 hours, but the White House says that it produced no major breakthroughs. But the leaders did strike a cordial tone with each other, aiming to thaw tensions between the two global superpowers. They addressed major issues like China's expanding military presence in Asia and global economic competition. A senior administration official says President Biden brought up the COVID pandemic and stressed the important role that transparency plays in addressing global health. With China hosting the Winter Olympics in just a few months, it was rumored President Xi would invite President Biden to the Games, but officials said the Olympics never came up in conversation. Both presidents reportedly agreed to improve cooperation. The two leaders, of course, have met several times over the years, dating back to President Biden's time as vice president. Philip?
All right, Chris Pallone on the latest on those talks. Chris, thank you.
U.S. officials are condemning a Russian weapons test in space, which they say forced astronauts and Russian cosmonauts aboard the International Space Station to seek shelter. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called the missile test reckless and that it created debris that risked the interests of all nations. The State Department confirmed a missile destroying an old Russian satellite caused the space junk to scatter. Officials say over 1,500 pieces of trackable debris were created by the test.
Colorado police are on the hunt for the suspect or suspects who shot and injured 6 students. The shooting occurred at a park near a high school in Aurora, which is about 10 miles east of downtown Denver. The victims, who were all hospitalized, range in age from 14 to 18 years old. Police say one of the victims had to undergo emergency surgery after a school resource officer applied a life-saving tourniquet. But officials say none of the injuries are considered to be life-threatening. Police believe the incident was a drive-by shooting, but say there may have also been shooters on foot.
It was a tense day in court in the Ahmaud Arbery trial. Reverend Jesse Jackson accompanied Arbery's parents despite objections from the defense. A judge called comments made by Kevin Goff about black pastors reprehensible. NBC's Ron Allen has more.
We object to his presence in the public gallery inside the courtroom.
Defense attorney Kevin Goff asking the judge to tell the Reverend Jesse Jackson, sitting with Ahmaud Arbery's parents, to leave the courtroom. Goff singling out Jackson after objecting last week to the Reverend Al Sharpton, who hosts a show on MSNBC, being in court. Both men invited there by Arbery's parents.
With all due respect, Your Honor, the seats in the public gallery of a courtroom are not like courtside seats at a Lakers game.
Mr. Goff, at this point, I'm not exactly sure what you're doing.
Last week, another defense attorney criticized Goff. They all joined his objections after Arbery's mother was heard sobbing in the gallery when prosecutors showed the jury a picture of her son.
Hey, who's that depicted in the picture?
Quez.
Okay. And you say Quez. Is that what you knew him as?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could just take a moment, if we take a 5-minute recess.
It becoming less and less about evidence and more about emotion with these kinds of outbursts and those kinds of photographs.
During a break, we asked Jackson about the defense's criticism. They're saying that you and the other pastors are trying to influence the jury.
I'm saying with the family. I don't know the jurors. I don't know any of them.
Right. That's right.
Right.
Come on. That's right.
Come on, Ray. I don't know any of them. If my person sends to reaffirm the innocence, victimhood of a young man who was killed.
As tension grew, eventually the defense attorneys asked for a mistrial, arguing that the atmosphere outside the courthouse, where a small group of Arbery supporters gather each day, and inside because of who's been in the public gallery, make it impossible for the defendants to get a fair trial.
I have said over and over and over in this trial that I am attempting to ensure that in this courtroom that the defendants receive a fair trial. And I will continue to do that.
The trial continued with several Georgia Bureau of Investigation agents testifying about how the fatal encounter unfolded, showing the jury the 12-gauge shotgun Travis McMichael used to shoot and kill Arbery, he says in self-defense, and Arbery's T-shirt bloodstained and with bullet holes. At one point, Arbery's father left the courtroom visibly upset.
Okay, Ron, thank you.
Let's get your first check of today's weather with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Good morning, Janessa.
Hi. Hi, good morning. Unfortunate circumstance happening across the northwest Washington state dealing with this historic flooding. We have some of the river gauges being broken due to all the water that's currently surging in. We could see record and historic rainfall throughout the day as some of these rivers and creeks and streams, they start to crest across that area. That's why flash flood watches and I do think warnings really start to go into place this afternoon across this area. Things will start to die down for your Wednesday, thank goodness, for coastal areas of Washington state to Oregon. What's not going to calm down is this heavy-duty system that's causing wind gusts up to 75 to 80 miles per hour throughout the afternoon. That's why high wind warnings for the upper Midwest all the way down to Wyoming, they'll be in place throughout your afternoon. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperatures across the deep south still well above average. We're in the lower 80s, upper 70s across Louisiana into the Houston area. Still a ton of sunshine. If you're in the northeast Great Lakes, upper 40s. We do have heat that's building across the central U.S. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right, Janessa, thank you. Up next, inside a legal fight over a transgender pronoun policy in Virginia schools.
And has the Bitcoin bubble burst? If you're crypto curious, CNBC's Steve Sedgwick will weigh in next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Leading the news, some Virginia teachers are coming together to sue the school board over a transgender student pronoun policy. They are now asking a judge to stop the measure that requires them to address students by their chosen pronouns, among other things. Reporter Drew Wilder from our affiliate WRC-TV has the story.
His story made national headlines, and the crux of his argument hangs in the balance. Tanner Cross is a Loudoun County Elementary School PE teacher who earlier this year told the school board he would not adhere to Policy 8040, which requires teachers call students by their preferred gender pronouns. Cross, two other teachers, and their attorneys are asking a circuit court judge for a temporary injunction to halt the policy district-wide.
We asked the court to halt this policy because it forces me to say things that are both
untrue and harmful to my students.
Cross claims the transgender and gender fluid students' rights policy infringes on his right to exercise freedom of religion because his religion does not acknowledge a biological boy or girl could have another gender identity. He and his attorneys also claim the policy coerces speech that violates his First Amendment rights.
When you're forced to acknowledge those things, your rights are being violated because the government is forcing you to say something you disagree with.
Attorneys for the school board argue that because Cross and all teachers are government employees in an educational setting, student pronouns are considered curricular speech and a fundamental piece of a teacher doing their job.
The school board's policy 8040 doesn't violate the plaintiff's constitutional rights under the Constitution of Virginia.
In court, the judge hurled a series of pointed questions at the school board's legal team, even questioning pieces of the policy that Tanner Cross's lawsuit doesn't bring up.
Do you worry that that's going to weigh in ultimately to his decision?
Yeah, I'd rather not. I'd rather not comment further.
The judge says he'll release his decision when he reaches one, but it probably won't happen until after Thanksgiving at the earliest.
And our thanks to Drew Wilder for that report.
How would you like to own a piece of the Packers? Green Bay is gearing up to sell ownership shares to its fans for the first time in decades.
And a crypto crash, why Bitcoin prices are plummeting this morning.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Throw is struggled and it's intercepted. It's Jimmy Ward again. Ward stays on his feet. End zone. Touchdown.
A rough start for the Rams in San Francisco with Matt Stafford throwing that pick six to Jimmy Ward late in the first. LA would get on the board in the second, but it was all Niners from there. Jimmy Garoppolo had himself a gold rush, dishing out a pair of touchdowns to George Kittle and that one to Deebo Samuel as the Niners knock off their division rivals 31-10.
Now to Wall Street, where investors in cryptocurrencies are bracing for some potentially volatile seas ahead. Plus, the chance of a lifetime for some Green Bay Packers fans. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick is with us now. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Yes, on that latter story, I've been doing some serious Wisconsin research, I can assure you. Now, the first story, has Bitcoin bubble burst? A lot of alliteration there that you and Philip have been asking. Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, you've got to remember, this has come a very long way. We were trading sub $30,000 per Bitcoin back in July. Then we raced up to last week, trading as high as $68,000. Now we've lost around about $7,500. I'm just looking at the current price, down 5% at $60,670 as well. The reason, well, some people are saying that the China's state planners have said they will continue to clean up the virtual currency mining in the country, and mining of these virtual currencies costs a lot of energy, which is not, of course, of the moment. Now, Wisconsin, Green Bay Packers are going to sell $90 million worth of stock in the NFL team. It's the 6th time they've offered stock to the public. The first time, incidentally, was in 1923. So the cheeseheads can get their stock here, and I've been doing some work on what a cheesehead is as well. It starts at 9 Eastern on Tuesday and goes through to February, this offering as well, and it's $300 per share. Why are they doing it? Well, Mark Murphy has said they're going to make some really good improvements on Lambeau Field. And as I say, it's only the 6th time they've offered stock to the public. So they're expecting all the cheeseheads to get very excited. Back to you both.
Yeah, win-win for all the cheeseheads out there, Steve. And now you are well-versed in the world of cheeseheads.
The whole time I was just picturing him with that cheesehead. Yeah. All right. Steve, thanks for the update. Janessa is monitoring the major floods in the Northwest. That's next.
And the incredible story of how a teddy bear lost in a national park found his way back home to his owner.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hi everyone, this record rain will continue today across the Pacific Northwest, even watching a little bit of snow for the higher elevations of the Rockies and windy conditions. Pretty quiet weather pattern across the central U.S. and still that chill is in place if you're in the Northeast, waking up to freeze alerts from the Carolinas all the way down to the Southeast. Guys.
All right, Janessa, thanks. Next and early today, a teddy bear with the right stuffing, his grand adventure to reunite with his owner.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Talk about a toy story. A teddy bear lost during a hike at Glacier National Park embarked on a grand journey to reunite with his owner. Here's NBC's Tom Yamas.
6-year-old Naomi Pascal and her teddy bear she calls Teddy share a special bond.
Teddy met Naomi before we met her.
That's Ben Pascal, Naomi's adoptive father. He sent Teddy to Ethiopia in 2016 while they were in the process of adopting her.
At one point, we decided we'd like to send her a gift from her new adoptive parents-to-be. And so we sent this teddy bear.
Since that moment back in 2016, Teddy has been in Naomi's hands. They've been through a lot together.
You know, whenever we go on family trips, she takes Teddy along.
And during one of these trips to Glacier National Park in Montana,
we went for a hike and we had a beautiful afternoon hiking, and we got back in our car and we drove down, and we were almost back when all of a sudden in the car, Naomi kind of screams, "Teddy, where's Teddy?" And my heart just sank because I was thinking, oh no, like, where is Teddy?
The treasured bear lost in the park's famous Hidden Lake Trail. Breathtaking, but also so vast. Teddy could have been anywhere.
Glacier is kind of unique because you do have very good chances of seeing bears while you're hiking.
Park Ranger Tom Mazzarisi is used to seeing bears around the park, but none quite this small. He's seen a lot out there, but one day, something strange caught his eye.
On our way up, just happened to notice this little teddy bear off the trail, kind of a little bit of snow on it, pretty wet from melting snow. It just seemed really out of place.
Ranger Tom took the bear in.
It had so much character just for a little 7-inch high little stuffed animal.
Over the next year, Teddy rode with Ranger Tom in his truck, helping the public interact safely with real bears. Teddy was perched right on that dashboard when a friend of the family spotted the bear this fall. It was Naomi's bear. During a Zoom call with that same friend, Naomi seen her beloved Stuffy and celebrating.
Teddy! 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 Teddy!
The little bear shipped back safely after a year-long adventure in the wilderness.
Teddy in a new bag and some candy.
This story ending with a bear hug like no other.
Thanks to Tom for that report. That story gets better and better with every development.
Yeah, anybody with a kid knows just how important those stuffed animals are to them, and what a way to get it back.
Right? This is Early Today.
Good
Good morning. I'm Vicki Wynn in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now. In the hands of the jury, deliberations begin today in the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, the teenager charged with killing 2 men and injuring another during a protest in Wisconsin last year. This morning, jurors left to decide between 2 very different portrayals of Rittenhouse. The prosecution saying he was looking for trouble, and the defense claiming he was a victim who was ambushed.
You cannot claim self-defense against a danger you create.
Kyle was a 17-year-old kid out there trying to help this community.
We're in Kenosha this morning with the newest developments, including one of the charges already tossed as we await a verdict. Critical test. President Biden celebrating the signing of that more than $1 trillion infrastructure bill. But the celebration may be short-lived as his approval rating drops to new lows over inflation concerns. Plus, the president looking to ease tensions with China, his meeting with President Xi Jinping, and what it could mean for the future of relations between the two countries. Courtroom questioning. Hundreds of potential jurors set to report to court today for jury selection in the high-profile sex trafficking trial of British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell. More on the charges she faces linked to the crimes of disgraced late billionaire Jeffrey Epstein. And disconnected, a warning to people with older cell phones why the major providers are shutting down 3G service and what it could mean for the millions of people who still use it.
Yeah, that's going to be a big headache for folks. They've got to upgrade.
I know, it really is going to be. I'm always getting those like software update alerts on my iPhones and always ignoring them. So that's a good warning for me, too, just to stay up to date with all that kind of stuff because you get too far behind. And we're happy to have you with us today.
Always good to be with you. All right, a lot to get to.
There is. We begin with the Kyle Rittenhouse homicide trial, now in the hands of the jury, which will begin deliberations this morning.
Rittenhouse faces 5 charges, including intentional homicide after killing 2 men and injuring a third last.
You cannot claim self-defense against a danger you create. That's critical right here. If you're the one who is threatening others, you lose the right to claim self-defense.
Kyle Rittenhouse shot Mr. Rosenbaum because he was attacking Kyle. Every person who was shot was attacking Kyle. One with a skateboard, one with his hands, one with his feet, one with a gun.
And there they were yesterday, the prosecution and defense making their closing arguments. Joining us now, NBC News legal analyst and former U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuaid, and on the ground in Kenosha, Wisconsin, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. Good morning to you both. And Ellison, we're going to start with you. The prosecution and the defense, they had their final opportunity to make their case before the jury. Tell us, what were some of the highlights from their closing arguments?
So the prosecution began their closing arguments by asking the jury to ask themselves, why was Kyle Rittenhouse really in Kenosha? They say he came from out of town, that he did not know this business that he was said to be protecting, Car Source, at all prior to the evening, and that the owners themselves didn't care enough to stay, and that they had cleared everything out for the most part and had left by that point. They focused a lot on drone video from the very first shooting involving Joseph Rosenbaum. It's video that came into the trial fairly late compared to other videos, but the prosecution has really zeroed in on that, playing it again and again, slowing it down. They say it shows Kyle Rittenhouse walking up to that Car Source area where he's about to interact in moments with Joseph Rosenbaum, putting down a fire extinguisher he had in his hand and then pointing his rifle at a couple that was nearby, and then also Rosenbaum. Then they say what happened next was that Rosenbaum gave chase. They're trying to convince the jury that that moment right there triggered everything else, and that in that moment, Kyle Rittenhouse was provoking Rosenbaum, and therefore he lost the right to self-defense. Now, the defense argued that the video didn't show that, or at times it was not clear, or other video. They focused a lot on attacking the credibility of some of the witnesses and the 3 individuals who were shot here, saying that Rosenbaum was a crazy guy, a bad guy, saying he was not chasing Kyle Rittenhouse down that night to give him a key to the city, and that Kyle Rittenhouse had no choice but to use lethal force to protect himself. Vicki, Savannah.
And Barbara, let's bring you in here. So Judge Schrader has already gotten a lot of attention during this trial, lashing out at the prosecution at times over judicial procedure. The judge's instructions to the jury, which were delivered before closing arguments yesterday, were also contentious. Let's listen to that.
I just worry that the more we deviate from these standard instructions, the more we get into these issues. I think we should stick with what you drafted, which has been sent to the parties. We've all agreed on them, and I am leery of any additional language that hasn't been cleared by the parties and could cause further confusion.
So can you walk us through the instructions that the judge gave and why this step is so important to a trial?
Yes, well, as you heard, in this case, the law is actually a little bit complicated under Wisconsin law because it sort of gives self-defense. It takes it away if you provoke, but then it kind of gives it back if you thought you had no other alternative. In that way, it's a little bit unusual. It also does not account for what's known as imperfect self-defense, which says even if what you did was unreasonable, if you genuinely believed it was necessary, that is a defense to the highest crimes, but not to these lesser included crimes. And that's not available. They only have what's called perfect self-defense in Wisconsin. So it is complicated. There are a number of charges, and each of those has a number of lesser included offenses. The thing I fault the judge for here is not working this out before he began reading it to the jury. Usually there are issues. The parties will disagree about what exactly should be read to the jury because it really is important that they get the law correct as they apply it. But that's why you want to get it all done in one reading and not have a disjointed reading because you get interrupted along the way. I think the judge was right that there was a problem, but I think they should have worked it out before they started reading it.
Barbara, thank you. Ellison, you've been following this very closely. The judge threw out one of the charges, a misdemeanor weapons charge, but said he will allow the jury to consider other lesser charges. So how does this change the equation for the prosecution and the defense, and now for the jury who has to decide this verdict?
Well, so that misdemeanor charge, which was the illegal possession of a weapon by a minor, that was something that had been discussed, and the defense had wanted to have that removed prior to heading into the trial, but it was surprising that the judge made this decision so last minute. Basically, what they argued was that there was a technicality in the Wisconsin statute, and that that law specifically applies to short-barreled shotguns or rifles, and that Kyle Rittenhouse had a long barrel. So that's ultimately what came into play there. That, though, was a charge that legal experts had consistently said was going to be kind of the easiest, most simply proven charge for the prosecution to get a conviction on here. So they lost that. That being said, the 5 charges, the 5 counts that still remain, those are all felony charges, 3 of them related to homicides. The first 3, the judge decided that he would not allow any lesser charges to be considered, even though the prosecution did ask. But on count 4 and 5, they are having lesser charges that they can consider. So count 4, they can look, and that relates, the first one that relates to the shooting of Anthony Huber. If they cannot reach a consensus and agreement on first-degree intentional homicide, they can move to 2 other lesser charges related to that. Same deal in the shooting of Gage Grosskreutz, the sole person who survived. Guys.
And Barbara, quickly before we let you go, a process question here. So 18 jurors heard this case, but only 12 will deliberate and then potentially reach that verdict. How are those 12 jurors decided?
They'll just pull the names at random. They'll be selected. You know, ordinarily that's very common to have a few extra alternates in case people get sick along the way. But they'll be selected randomly from these 18, and 6 will be told to stand by in case deliberations take such time and somebody has to drop out.
All right, Barbara McQuaid and Ellison Barber, thank you so much for helping us through this morning.
And staying in Kenosha, residents and businesses are keeping a close eye on the Rittenhouse trial as they brace for the possibility of protests and violence. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster shows us how the city is preparing for the outcome of the verdict.
City on edge. Kenosha bracing for a verdict in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Governor Tony Evers mobilizing 500 National Guard members in preparation of the potential outcome. In a statement saying, quote, "I urge folks who are otherwise not from the area to please respect the community by reconsidering any plans to travel there, and encourage those who might choose to assemble and exercise their First Amendment rights to do so safely and peacefully." Officials and businesses fearing a repeat of the violence that took place in August of last year after the police shooting of Jacob Blake, leaving 100 businesses damaged and 2 dead in the shooting that has Rittenhouse on trial. Stores and restaurants now boarded up in anticipation of potential crowds and unrest. Some have been this way since those riots. The people of Kenosha bracing for more violence as they grapple with the pain of what has already happened.
Hurt. hurt because of the whole scenario. It started with Jacob Lake, and now it's ending with Kyle Rittenhouse. I do not like him, but I think he should be found not guilty. I think the kid's a punk. I think he was here looking for trouble, and he found it.
Scott Anderson saying the city is still recovering and echoing the calls for peace.
But I don't want to see it again. I do not want to see it again. It broke my heart.
Yeah, he's not alone there. And that was Shaquille Brewster reporting for us from Kenosha.
President Biden's $1 trillion infrastructure bill has been finally signed into law, ending a hard-fought battle to push through one of the signature items on his agenda. In a signing ceremony yesterday, the president praised bipartisan efforts to get the legislation over the line and said it would transform the lives of Americans.
Here in Washington, we've heard countless speeches and promises and white papers from experts. But today, we're finally getting this done. So my message to the American people is this: America's moving again, and your life is going to change for the better.
Soon after the signing, President Biden attended a virtual meeting with China's President Xi Jinping in a longer-than-expected summit aimed at easing tensions between the world's most powerful nations. The leaders discussed topics including competition, climate change, and Taiwan. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now, along with NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer, who's in Beijing. Good morning to both of you. Mike, I'll start things off with you. So the president will be relieved to finally push through one of his big ticket policies officially here. And yesterday's ceremony was an opportunity also to tout the bipartisan nature of this bill, as I mentioned. Did he succeed in doing that? And what's next on the agenda? What about the social safety net package?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. I was out on the South Lawn for what was a lengthy program on a very brisk Washington afternoon, and it was interesting to hear the different speakers as part of the program. For instance, Vice President Harris and Speaker Pelosi really using their remarks to highlight the historic nature of this accomplishment. They were comparing what the president signed into law to, for instance, the Transcontinental Railroad under Abraham Lincoln or the Interstate Highway Project under President Eisenhower. But when we heard from the president himself, he spoke much more directly to the American people, acknowledging the pain many are feeling in their pocketbooks right now, stressing the fact that the American people, when we work together, can accomplish big things. And yes, now the focus turns to the next part of his agenda. The White House is saying that they are confident that the larger reconciliation package will be moving forward. And that was another part of what we heard from so many of the officials yesterday, saying this is only the beginning of what is a big step forward for the administration.
And Mike, the other thing we mentioned here, soon after that signing, the president sat down for a virtual meeting with his Chinese counterpart. Were there any major breakthroughs there?
Well, what was so interesting is every conversation I had with the White House before this meeting, they were downplaying expectations of what we call deliverables, of any tangible sort of announcements that might come out in terms of what these two leaders might break through on substance. But what they did say and what they stressed was that because President Xi has really consolidated power so much in China, these direct leader-to-leader conversations are so important. Here was the president laying out what his hopes were at the top of that meeting.
It seems to me we need to establish some common sense guardrails to be clear and honest where we disagree and work together where interests intersect, especially on vital global issues like climate change. We have a responsibility to the world as well as to our people. It's why we believe, and you and I have talked about this, all countries have to play by the same rules of the road.
Now, what we did hear from White House officials afterwards was that the subject of Taiwan was probably one of the major points of conflict in this conversation. The White House, the president, in his conversation with President Xi, underscoring that the United States still subscribed to the one China policy, but urging China not to do anything that would disrupt the status quo, a real source of tension right now.
And Janice, let's bring you in here and keep on this conversation. So Chinese state media had some particularly interesting insight into the conversation on Taiwan. What is President Xi reported to have said about that, and what's the reaction been like over there to this meeting in general?
Well, most of the headlines have been emphasizing President Biden's comments on Taiwan, specifically that the U.S. does not support Taiwan independence. And it's getting hashtagged all over social media and really playing up this sense of strength in the Chinese position. Remember, Beijing went into this meeting expecting that President Xi would tell President Biden that Taiwan is a red line for China. They see this as a sovereignty issue. They say there will be reunification in the foreseeable future, no matter the cost. President Xi apparently blamed the tension with Taiwan these days over on the authorities in Taiwan, the government in Taiwan, saying that they were the ones who were fishing for U.S. support for an independence agenda. He went on to say, quote, "Such moves are extremely dangerous," he reportedly said. "Just like playing with fire, whoever plays with fire will get burned." This is according to state media outlet, the Global Times. The thing is, for the U.S., nothing has changed in the U.S. position on Taiwan. And that line about independence, senior officials told us, have always been part of the U.S. policy. It's just not part of the U.S. statement today. The U.S. strongly opposing unilateral efforts to change the status quo, it says, or to undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. So as Mike mentioned as well, Taiwan really dominating the conversation in this meeting today, and neither side appearing to move an inch.
Now, Janice, also, President Xi called Biden his old friend in that video we just played there a moment ago from the meeting. We saw them waving, smiling at each other. I mean, there appeared to be some effort on both sides of this to convey warmth towards each other. What would China like to see from its relationship with the U.S. going forward?
Well, they are not strangers. They've known each other for several years. There is this personal familiarity. When President Biden was here, they ate noodles together and they traveled around. And she did refer to him today as an old friend. But that was then. And the U.S.-China relationship is far more complicated now. And in many ways, it carries higher stakes. We also have to remember that Xi Jinping is coming into this meeting with unprecedented power here. Just last week, rewriting Communist Party history to be elevated to the status of the leader who will carry China into the next era of being a superpower. So that's bound to have some friction with the United States. Both sides went into this hoping to manage this stiff competition that has pushed relations to a very rocky place in history. And as President Biden said, to assure that the lines of communication are open enough that they don't find the two nations veering into conflict.
All right, Janice Mackey-Fair, Mike Memoli, thank you both so much.
Former Trump advisor Steve Bannon will be back in court on Thursday, where he's expected to enter a plea after being charged with 2 counts of contempt of Congress. Bannon surrendered to authorities yesterday after a federal grand jury indicted him for refusing to answer questions in the House committee's January 6th investigation. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has more on what's next for Steve Bannon.
Steve Bannon turned himself into the FBI mobbed by cameras, his escorts clearing a path.
Excuse me.
One of those cameras was actually his, live streaming on his social media site.
Okay, we got the Hispanics coming on our side, African Americans coming on our side. We're taking down the Biden regime.
His more immediate challenge is a federal grand jury indictment, 2 counts charging contempt of Congress for refusing to produce documents or show up for questioning by the House committee investigating the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. During a brief hearing in federal court, he was formally advised of the charges, released, and will enter a plea Thursday. Outside the courthouse, a defiant Bannon said he'll fight the charges, which he called politically motivated.
I'm telling you right now, this is going to be the misdemeanor from hell for Merrick Garland, Nancy Pelosi, and Joe Biden.
Bannon is the only former Trump White House aide subpoenaed who has totally refused to cooperate because the former president asserted executive privilege. 15 others have been subpoenaed.
If they're willing to talk to the committee about non-privileged matters, if they're willing to negotiate with the committee rather than just make a blanket assertion of privilege, they don't really have anything to fear. They won't be charged.
We now have a clearer idea of what Steve Bannon's defense will be. One key element will be this, that he will argue that he was simply following the advice of his lawyers when he declined to even show up to answer the House committee's questions. And in some past contempt cases, that defense has been a successful one. Savannah, Vicki?
Pete Williams, thank you so much.
Turning now to the state of the coronavirus in Europe, after nearly 2 million cases were reported across the region just last week. Countries there are now introducing restrictions on activities not seen since the early days of the pandemic. Austria has re-implemented a full-scale lockdown for unvaccinated citizens, while a partial lockdown is underway in the Netherlands, with businesses and restaurants closing early to try to get ahead of a spike in cases. The restrictive policies in Europe come as cases here in the U.S. remain elevated heading into the busy holiday travel season. Let's bring in Dr. Amish Adalja for more on these new developments. Dr. Adalja is a senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Doctor, good morning. So we so appreciate how straight with us you always are. So I just want to ask you, because so many of these headlines feel back and forth. It feels like we're seeing there's good news. We are in a better place with cases. Vaccination rates are going up. Boosters will soon be available to more people. But then we hear stuff like this, cases remaining elevated. And obviously we see what's going on in Europe right now, with some countries experiencing their worst surge in months. So is the U.S. in good shape heading into the winter months? Where do you think we're at right now?
You have to realize that we're still going to see an acceleration of cases because there's not enough people vaccinated. It's getting colder. People are going to go indoors. The goal has always been to keep those cases from translating into hospitalizations and deaths. And I do think because we've got maybe 58–60% of the population fully vaccinated, we have monoclonal antibodies, we have antivirals that are on the cusp of being approved, and we've got some amount of the population that has immunity from prior infection. We hopefully won't see the cases that we're inevitably going to see translate into hospitals in trouble. That remains to be seen. There may be pockets of the country where there's high-risk people who haven't been vaccinated, where hospitals are going to struggle, just like we saw during the Delta surge. So I think there's a little bit of uncertainty of where this is going to go. But the thing is, we have the tool to stop this or to blunt this. It's just getting more people vaccinated. And we know that there's going to be transmission over holidays. The best way to make that holiday safe is to be vaccinated.
So I want to ask you a question specifically about that and use some examples from a new report out to kind of walk us through what exactly is happening here. So this is from NBC News. It's detailing a spike in cases among unvaccinated Americans in the New England area. I think we might have a graphic for you here. Here we go. So New England COVID cases rise as Delta hits the unvaccinated. Vermont and New Hampshire, as you can see there, hit particularly hard. But Vermont, doctor, is one of the most vaccinated states in the U.S. So what does that mean? Are these breakthrough cases then? How is an area with, according to that most recent article from NBC News, 72% of residents fully vaccinated seeing a spike like that?
Well, 72 is not 100% or not 90%. And some of the European countries that have been able to stave off this surge have vaccination rates that are around 90%, for example, places like Portugal. So it's not enough for the more contagious variant. And what's happening is that this virus is moving through the unvaccinated population. And unvaccinated people tend to cluster together. They tend to live in the same counties. They tend to interact with each other. And that's where that virus is finding a hold. So it's not really impacting the vaccinated community to the degree that it's impacting the unvaccinated community. And it remains true that if you're unvaccinated, the Delta variant is going to find you. You're going to get infected. This virus is too contagious. So the best thing to do is to be vaccinated. And those states that are resting on those high vaccination numbers, they're still going to have their unvaccinated population get hit because it's not high enough.
And doctor, quickly, let's talk about booster shots, something that people who are vaccinated are interested in. So now we're now hearing that New York City and 3 other states, California, Colorado, New Mexico, are moving ahead with authorizing booster shots for all adults. And that's even though federal health agencies have not yet signed off on it. Is that the safest way of getting boosters out there for those who want them? And will more cities follow along with this? What do you think about that?
There's not much harm to getting a booster, but what you want to really focus on is where the benefit is for boosters. And I think that's the high-risk individuals, people above the age of 65, people with high-risk conditions, and those who got the J&J vaccine. But I understand that local public health authorities are frustrated because booster messaging has been really convoluted and mixed from the White House versus the CDC versus the FDA. So they want a simple solution. But I think those high-risk groups where boosters are absolutely necessary. For other healthy people, it's not going to harm you, but the benefit may be marginal. But we probably will see expansion of boosters, even though the benefit is really in a restricted group of people.
All right, Dr. Amish Adalja, always great to have you. Thank you so much. Now, days of heavy rainfall and high winds led to major flooding in Washington state on Monday.
Bill Cairns joins us now with the latest updates. Hey, good morning, Bill.
Yeah, good morning. Scary situations. This is right along the border of British Columbia and northern Washington state. I mean, they had incredible amounts of rain. Even Seattle's had 7 inches of rain this month. And I know areas to the north there got worse. Interstate 5 had a mudslide that is closed. We've had numerous communities that have been cut off. The town of Sumas had the downtown flooded. On the British Columbia side, the town of Vernon, of 7,000 people got flooded out, all evacuated. You can see the pictures there, just how severe this has been. many people had to be rescued by boats from their homes, and in some cases, people are on the second floors of their homes. There is one report of one man that was washed down a creek that is missing, that they are still looking for. So the flash flood watch has expired, but those areas in red are still rivers that are in flood stage. Again, the worst of it is north of Seattle. And as I said, I-5 is closed because of a large mudslide up around Bellingham, and there's no word how long that's going to take for the major interstate to be reopened. So this storm that brought that heavy rain is now moving through the northern plains. It is going to be a huge wind maker today and tomorrow through the northern plains. We have high wind warnings that cover portions of 4 states and just about all of Montana. And we could see in some of the high elevations gusts up to 100 miles per hour. So we're talking down trees, some minor structural damage, and power outages for a few locations. And here's some of what we're predicting. Here's the wind gusts that are expected for some of the big cities. You notice Billings up to 60, Glasgow 61, and it will be still pretty windy all the way into areas of the Dakotas. So for today's forecast, we're still chilly in the east. We still have record highs in some portions of the southern plains. So we got a little bit of everything except snow. We don't have too much snow on the map today, and that's just fine with me.
Yeah, not quite time yet. All right, Bill, thank you so much. See you next hour.
Okay.
And coming up, new developments this morning in the sex trafficking trial of British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell. Plus, dramatic moments in court lead to calls for a mistrial in the trial of 3 men accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery. The ruling by a judge and what it means for the case. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Jury selection begins today in the federal sex trafficking trial of Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. She's accused of recruiting underage women for Epstein to allegedly sexually abuse from 1994 to 2004. Maxwell says she's innocent of the charges. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now from outside the courthouse in New York City. Tom, good morning. So before we get into the jury selection, I'll ask you about that in just a moment. Let's first remind our viewers what Ghislaine Maxwell is accused of. What was her involvement with Jeffrey Epstein and what is she charged with?
Right, so she faces a host of charges here, including a sex trafficking conspiracy charge for, as you said, Savannah, activity from 1994 to 2004. Now, that's important because that predates the investigation in Florida, and it all has to have a nexus here to New York City. That's why federal prosecutors, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, were able to bring these charges. The grand jury handing up an indictment saying that she tried to entice minors to travel for the purposes of sex. She was involved involved in that sex trafficking conspiracy, allegedly, as I just mentioned, and then as well that she was involved in the abuse. They say that she was personally involved in the abuse. So there's a whole host of charges centered around that, and that's what she's facing here as this trial begins in earnest.
Now, jury selection, as we mentioned, is underway. So what do we know so far about the process?
Right. So over the past couple of weeks, jurors have been coming here to the courthouse, filling out questionnaires, essentially evaluating whether or not they can even be here for this trial, or if they have any particular conflicts with some of the names and some of the individuals that might be coming up here at this trial. So for folks, this trial expected to last for 6 weeks through the holidays. For people that have to travel for the holidays, for people that have business commitments, they can't be here. But as we stand here today, 213 people have qualified. They're going to be called before the judge, one person at a time, answer a question from the judge, I should say, this morning as to whether or not they can be impartial and whether or not they move on to the final pool of 50 to be picked.
And now, Tom, when can we expect that selection process to wrap up? And then when does that mean that oral arguments will begin? Walk us through the timeline for this trial.
It really depends on how quickly they can get through this questioning period, how quickly they can get to a pool of approximately 50 or so, that then both sides can use their strikes to challenge them and get down to that final jury pool. This may go up until opening statements on November 29th. They may pick from that pool on that morning, but we do anticipate opening statements on the 29th. The jury will be seated then, and as I mentioned, the trial going 6 weeks through the holidays.
All right. Tom Winter, thank you so much. Now, a judge in Georgia has denied a request for a mistrial in the trial of the 3 men accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery. The defense team said jurors were tainted by weeping in the courtroom. The defense also asked for civil rights activist Reverend Jesse Jackson to be removed. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is following the trial from Brunswick, Georgia.
We object to his presence in the public gallery inside the courtroom.
Defense attorney Kevin Goff asking the judge to tell the Reverend Jesse Jackson sitting with Ahmaud Arbery's parents to leave the courtroom. Goff singling out Jackson after objecting last week to the Reverend Al Sharpton, who hosts a show on MSNBC, being in court. Both men invited there by Arbery's parents.
With all due respect, Your Honor, the seats in the public gallery of a courtroom are not like courtside seats at a Lakers game.
Mr. Goff, at this point, I'm not exactly sure what you're doing.
Last week, another defense attorney criticized Goff, but today they all joined his objections after Arbery's mother was heard sobbing in the gallery when prosecutors showed the jury a picture of her son.
Hey, who's that depicted in the picture?
Quiz.
Okay. And you say Quez. Is that what you knew him as?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could just take a moment, if we take a 5-minute recess.
It becoming less and less about evidence and more about emotion with these kinds of outbursts and those kinds of photographs.
During a break, we asked Jackson about the defense's criticism. They're saying that you and the other pastors are trying to influence the jury.
I'm saying with the family. I don't know the jurors. I don't know any of them.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
Come on, Jim.
That's right.
Come on, Ray. I don't know any of them. If our president stands to reaffirm the innocence, victimhood of a young man who was killed.
As tension grew, eventually the defense attorneys asked for a mistrial, arguing that the atmosphere outside the courthouse, where a small group of Arbery supporters gather each day, and inside because of who's been in the public gallery, make it impossible for the defendants to get a fair trial.
I have said over and over and over in this trial that I am attempting to ensure that in this courtroom that the defendants receive a fair trial, and I will continue to do that.
The trial continued with several Georgia Bureau of Investigation agents testifying about how the fatal encounter unfolded, showing the jury the 12-gauge shotgun Travis McMichael used to shoot and kill Arbery, he says in self-defense, and Arbery's T-shirt bloodstained and with bullet holes. At one point, Arbery's father left the courtroom visibly upset. The prosecution's case appears to be winding down, and they've said their next witness will be the medical examiner who will describe the wounds Arbery sustained and how he died. Expect another day of very graphic and emotional testimony.
All right, Ron Allen, thank you so much. Thanks, Ron. Now let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning. Ali Arouzi joins us today from Tehran. Hey there, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, the U.S. has accused Russia of dangerous and irresponsible behavior after it conducted an anti-satellite weapons test that threatened the lives of 7 astronauts on board the International Space Station. Russia fired a missile at one of its own, generating a field of debris. NASA officials have traveled to Moscow and will seek to discuss the matter with Russian counterparts. However, the Russian Defense Ministry has accused the U.S. of hypocrisy. In the United Kingdom, 4 men arrested under terrorism laws after a bomb exploded outside Liverpool Women's Hospital on Sunday have been released without charge after police named Emad al-Swilmin as the man who died after a homemade bomb blew up in the back of a taxi. The suspect is understood to have been an asylum seeker who converted to Christianity. And finally, if you're after some high-quality apples, they don't get much more expensive than this. At an auction in Japan, a box containing 28 Sun Fuji apples sold for almost $9,000. That's just over $320 per apple. Around 64,000 boxes of the apples will be shipped around the world this season. And those are your headlines.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. All right, Allie, thank you so much. And coming up, getting candid about kids and mental health. Up next here on Morning News Now, we'll talk to a professional about the signs of a child in distress and what you can do to help at home and in the classroom after the break.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Mel Gibson is returning to the Lethal Weapon franchise. The 65-year-old is set to step behind the camera to direct the 5th installment of the series. Speaking at an event reported by London newspaper The Sun, Gibson said he would take over directing duties from director Richard Donner, who died back in July. Gibson said Donner had begun to work on a screenplay for the film before he passed away. The action comedy series starred Gibson and Danny Glover as Los Angeles police detectives Martin Riggs and Roger Murtaugh. It's not confirmed that Gibson will also star in the movie or whether Glover will return, but filming is scheduled to begin next year. All right, time now to check in on some of the latest mental health headlines as part of our series here on Morning News Now. There's a new push to bring more mental health resources to the classroom and new ways we should be treating ourselves and each other as a result of the pandemic. Dr. George James joins us now. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist at the Council for Relationships. Dr. James, good morning. Thanks for joining us for this important conversation. So a group of doctors last month called Child and Adolescent Mental Health a national emergency. So now with federal COVID aid, schools are hoping to change that actually. In Kansas City, schools now have a mental health clinic, and one New Jersey district is setting up emotional learning teams. Tell us, what are the warning signs that a child is battling mental health issues, and how do you want to see schools addressing this? What do you think about programs like these?
First of all, good morning, Savannah. And yes, we've seen that the increase in mental health needs and crises and struggles for so many people, including our young adult and our children. And so one of the things that we want to really pay attention to is any real change in behavior. Is there a change in their mood, especially that will last for a long time? So that could be outbursts, that could be sadness, that could be talking about death or suicide, that could be just violent behavior that maybe they just weren't showing before. So we really want to pay attention to these things. And if it persists for a while, that might be something to show you that your child might be going through. And then that's why I think having services within our schools could be helpful, or additional services, because sometimes as parents we might not see it, but in school they might show some of these things.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, so for kids, I mean, it might have been remote learning, but then also for adults, fractured careers, maybe tough relationship times throughout the pandemic really took a toll on people. So in Massachusetts, actually, state lawmakers are looking at a bill that would mandate coverage for annual mental health checkups, similar to, an annual physical. How would this expansion of access help people battling issues like anxiety or depression?
In a situation like this, it's preaching to the choir. As a licensed therapist who I've worked with individuals, couples, and families for many years, this is something that, that we've talked about, where that to be able to see mental health as just as important as our physical health, for people to be able to pay attention, to have checkups. Thankfully, more medical doctors are doing those checkups when they see their patients. They're asking them about depression and anxiety. And I think something like this could be helpful. I think in addition to this, we would really need to find a way how to add to the full system, because as we've seen even throughout COVID, is that a lot of the therapists are overwhelmed. They're receiving more and more requests. So I think there would also need to be a system of supporting therapists and clinicians so that they can provide these services as the demand could increase.
Yeah, that's a really important point, Dr. James. And quickly, we're now in the season of giving. It's the holiday time, and there's more research that actually shows giving and helping others can benefit your own mental health. Why is that?
A lot of the work that I do with people is really trying to help them get perspective on themselves and their situation. When we give to other people, it really helps us with perspective. It allows us to get out of our own heads and our own situation and think about somebody else. That can be helpful. Also, when we help other people, we realize that sometimes our situations might not be as dire or as awful as we might think. We might realize that other people are struggling and we can give and help other people. Lastly, helping other people just feels good, and it can allow us to be in a better place and can shift our mood when we might not be in the best place.
Dr. George James, what a great one to end on. Thank you so much. We always love having you, and thanks for this important conversation. See you soon.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Now, you've probably heard of the organization Make-A-Wish, where children with a terminal illness are given the opportunity to maybe take an epic family vacation or meet their favorite celebrity. Any wish they want granted. Well, one teenage boy didn't use his wish on himself. He decided what he really wanted was to help others. NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders has his story.
13-year-old Abraham Olegregui knows he's different, but he thought it was because he was diagnosed with sometimes fatal aplastic anemia. But that's not what makes Abraham unique. Make-A-Wish said he could go to Disney, get a PlayStation, have a 21-speed bike.
Instead, you decided to what?
Feed the homeless.
Why?
Like a PlayStation would be nice, but to me, I just feel like it wouldn't do the justice, like all the pain and stuff I went through. So I just felt like it would have been right to just feed the homeless and just to give back.
Mom, what do you think here?
It overwhelms me. It just gives me so much joy.
A stranger donated life-saving bone marrow. Doctors say Abraham's now on his way to full recovery. Since he was 9, Abraham has joined his parents and 9 brothers and sisters feeding the homeless in Jackson, Mississippi. The Make-A-Wish gift will allow him to plate 700 meals for the next 8 months. It's not every day a 13-year-old teaches us a lesson.
Most of the homeless people, they had good childhoods. And you just don't know, one day you could be homeless. Before you put your nose in somebody else's business, put your heart in their place first.
Kerry Sanders, NBC News.
What an incredible story and an incredible young man. Coming up, Thanksgiving sticker shock. Turkey and all the fixings will likely be more expensive this year. What you can do to keep the cost down. Plus, the service shutdown that could make millions of people's phones useless. That's next on Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
With Thanksgiving next week, you might already be planning your grocery list. Well, you can expect the total at checkout to be the highest it's been in decades. So what's causing it and what can you do about it? NBC News business correspondent Jolene Kent explains.
Savannah, Vicki, good morning. You guys know the price of food has gone up. Inflation is very much a thing, and it's now going to be hitting your Thanksgiving grocery bill all across the board, and it starts with the turkey.
For millions gathering for the first in-person Thanksgiving in 2 years, be prepared to pay up. Thanks in part to a labor shortage in the supply chain, the retail price of turkeys is up 9 cents a pound compared to last year. The other reasons, the higher cost of corn to feed those turkeys and inflation.
What we're finding is that people in anticipation of perceived shortages is that they're rushing out to buy turkeys now. Our sales on turkeys were up 100% versus the same week year ago last week.
Grocery chain H-E-B says customers should be flexible.
What can shoppers expect to be in tight supply or delayed?
I think one of the areas that we're seeing right now is in pumpkin pie mix, is that not that we don't have it, but we may find that the shipping from a manufacturer to our stores is a day or two behind. But on the other hand, there are going to probably be 6 or 7 other brands that you can choose from.
Canned cranberry sauce is pricier because it's more expensive to produce steel cans and trucking costs are up. Packaged dinner rolls are more expensive because the price of some ingredients spiked. Bakeries like Republic of Pie ordered their flour months ago and were still forced to hike their prices by $1.75 a pie.
Naturally, we have to go up a little bit in price. We go up incrementally as much as we can without trying to shake and stir the restaurant and our customers.
Even pie boxes are in short supply.
I was told that they're not going to have it for the rest of the month.
To stay on budget and get what you need, experts say buy frozen options and generic brands. And if you're celebrating as a group, truly share the costs. Don't leave the host solely on the hook.
And there's one more tip that may seem obvious, but it's good when you shop early, is you can comparison shop. You can look online, you can shop in your neighborhood to figure out exactly what works well for you to maximize your budget. But no matter what, it's going to be a very expensive Thanksgiving, so you may as well get started early. Guys?
Yeah, really. I'm hosting my first. I better do that. Thanks, Jolene. Now let's stay on your money with our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. Silvana Henao is with us. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so the iPhone 13 went on sale 9 weeks ago, but it's still harder to get one than the iPhone 12 was last year. JP Morgan says delivery times for the iPhone 13 are up to 10 days. And if you want a 13 Pro or Pro Max, you may have to wait almost a month. And it's the global semiconductor chip shortage that's impacting Apple's ability to deliver iPhones faster. JP Morgan says supply is not expected to catch up with demand until February. IBM's CEO says he's worried about inflation and warns of possible disruptions ahead. Arvind Krishna tells CNBC he's not sure it will have an impact on the company's business in 2022. However, he says there could be an economic slowdown if a new COVID variant emerges. He adds that vaccines and safety protocols are minimizing the impact of the virus. And say goodbye to disappearing tweets. Twitter is rolling out updates it promised in September to address a long-standing complaint that tweets sometimes disappear from view just as you're reading through them because your feed refreshes. A fix is now available on the web version of Twitter. It will make it so you can decide when to refresh your feed, and to do so, you can click the tweet counter bar at the top of the page. Back to you.
All right, I guess that makes sense. Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
Now, millions of Americans still own a 3G cell phone, and if you're one of them, your phone may stop working next year. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward shows us what we need to know as wireless networks are getting ready to shut down 3G.
The year 2022 has a futuristic ring to it, but it's the end of the line for millions of wireless devices. Third generation or 3G phones will soon stop working as wireless companies disconnect them. Why? Well, because the companies only have a certain number of frequencies they can use to connect us, and getting rid of old phones frees up valuable airwaves to connect more expensive ones.
The people that are going to be the most impacted by this are going to be the low income, the elderly, and then people that live in those areas that do not have access to 4 or 5G, because there's no easy path to an upgrade for them. They might not be able to afford an upgrade to a 4G or a 5G phone. And that's even saying if 4 or 5G is available in their area.
Boost Mobile, which sells some of the cheapest plans out there, says more than 1 million customers could lose out and is pressing former owner T-Mobile to extend service.
Are you okay? Do you need
some medical alert devices for seniors will also stop transmitting.
Emergency call center.
And that's it for certain roadside assistance systems in older cars from companies like Toyota and Audi. If you rely on an older home security system, medical device, or phone, check in with the manufacturer to make sure it's not going to be disconnected next year.
All right, our thanks to Jake Ward for that report. Now, some companies are offering free or discounted upgrades for older devices, but you should reach out because while your connection might end, billing probably won't. And coming up, unrest in Cuba. Police clash with protesters as concern grows about the living conditions there. We're on the ground with what's behind the conflict. This is Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Members of Cuba's communist government are taking to the streets of the island nation to prevent residents from taking part in planned protests against the government.
Yeah, authorities are trying to prevent a repeat of protests that took place over the summer. NBC News reporter Ed Augustin is in Havana with more.
They are the chants demanding change and the crowds of solidarity. A caravan of cars taking the streets of Miami in support of the activists who called on the Cuban people to rally against their government. But on the island, authorities have so far managed to contain demonstrations, avoiding the huge protests witnessed this summer when fury over dire economic conditions gripped the island, while COVID infection rates were sky high. It was a summer of anger, fury over dire economic conditions that gripped the island during the COVID pandemic. That frustration continues to simmer. Dawn is just breaking, but already outside this supermarket, more than 100 people are standing in line. Many have been here since the day before.
Things have been like this ever since COVID. The pandemic made people's economic situation fall through the ground.
This young playwright has become the face of a new movement, trying to build on last summer's protests, demanding political and civic rights.
Cuba is not hell, but Cuba is not heaven. Cuba is very complicated. I think that we don't have democracy in Cuba, but the future for Cuba is our responsibility, without interference from anywhere in the world.
State-run television ran videos of Garcia meeting with American diplomats and attending a foreign-run workshop on how to involve the Cuban military in political change.
Al contrario, es mi derecho humano y constitucional caminar como un ciudadano libre por una de las calles llevando solamente una rosa blanca.
Garcia had planned a one-man march on Sunday, but authorities prevented him from leaving his house. Instead, the Cuban government organized its own rally in Havana's Central Park. Sitting on the ground, Cuban President Miguel Díaz-Canel. COVID rates were through the roof, and lockdown was grueling. Today, 76% of the population has been fully vaccinated, and cases are more than 10 times lower, according to the Cuban Ministry of Public Health. People are returning to work, schools reopened, and tourists will be welcomed back for the first time in more than 18 months. There are people who think like law student Elizabeth Rodriguez. She wants more economic opportunities, but also fears US interference in Cuba's domestic affairs.
We need change, but we have to change it from inside the country, not being paid about an external government. You lose all credibility.
Then you meet others, like Adele Perez, one of the thousands who poured into the streets last summer. Even though this theatre actor was arrested, Perez plans to risk it all again.
If the police don't arrest me, yes, I am going to express my thinking about all this. I'm going to express my solidarity with the Cuban people.
All right, our thanks to Ed Augustin for that report.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Vicki Wynn, in for Joe today. Right now on Morning News Now, final moments. We begin in Kenosha, Wisconsin this morning, where jury deliberations begin today in the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse. He's the teen accused of fatally shooting 2 men during unrest there last year. Closing arguments ended yesterday with the prosecution saying Rittenhouse was looking for trouble. The teen's attorneys maintaining he was acting in self-defense. We'll tell you about the charge the judge dismissed and bring you everything you need to know this morning from outside the courthouse. Shot to the system, a winter COVID surge is on the minds of many Americans as temperatures drop, and that's prompting health leaders from coast to coast to take matters into their own hands when it comes to doling out booster shots, bending the guidelines set by the FDA. Cities like New York now offering that next dose to any fully vaccinated adult. But some Americans are confused on the messaging. Who needs a booster? Who should get one? And how long should you wait before the jab? We'll clear the air. Also this morning, giving it all. More than 2 million American children are currently living with a disabled veteran parent assisting with their day-to-day care, which can be a heavy load to bear for young minds. We'll introduce you to one family, the father diagnosed with a traumatic brain injury and PTSD from his time spent in Iraq, the hidden sacrifices made by his daughters, and the organizations in place to make life a little easier. And it's been 20 years since we first boarded the Hogwarts Express en route to the castle on the hill. While we've all grown a little older, the magic of Harry Potter for millions of muggles, like this one, has not dimmed with time. We will take you back to where it all began for a special behind-the-scenes look at the studio that put Potter on the map. I'm so excited for that story.
I am too. I can't
loved
wait
all
to see
those
it.
books.
I know.
I actually read them as an adult. Yeah. Might I say. But they were still great.
Do your girls like them?
Yes, my 2 older ones have read them. The little one's 5, so she's still young.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I can't wait for that story.
Fantastic.
I know they are. Yeah.
All right, well, we have a lot to get to this morning, and we begin in Wisconsin and the homicide trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, the teenager who shot 3 people, killing 2 of them during a protest last summer.
Yeah, the prosecution and defense have delivered their closing arguments, and now the case goes to the jury for deliberations. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest from Kenosha.
Savannah and Vicki, good morning. Hundreds of National Guard members are on standby as this heated trial moves one step closer to a verdict. The jury must now decide that central question. Did this teenager provoke the violence or just defend himself against it?
This morning, Kyle Rittenhouse's case will be in the hands of the jury after closing arguments painted 2 very different pictures.
He feared for his life.
The defendant provoked everything.
Last August, during protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin, Rittenhouse shot and killed 2 men and wounded a 3rd. The prosecution portraying Rittenhouse as a wannabe soldier who provoked the bloodshed.
You cannot claim self-defense against a danger you create.
Arguing Rittenhouse crossed state lines looking for trouble.
No serious, credible medic wears an AR-15 slung around their body.
Rittenhouse's team doubling down on its self-defense argument.
Every person who was shot was attacking Kyle. Kyle shot Joseph Rosenbaum to stop a threat to his person. And I'm glad he shot him.
Saying Rittenhouse went to Kenosha to protect the city from rioters, and he was ambushed. His attorney comparing his client to the police officer who shot Jacob Blake, the incident that sparked the unrest.
Other people in this community have shot somebody 7 times, and it's been found to be okay. And my client did it 4 times in 3/4 of a second to protect his life.
Both sides also revisiting Rittenhouse's own emotional testimony.
People right there. And he was willing to get up on that witness stand, take the oath, and tell his story.
He broke down crying about himself, not about anybody that he hurt that night.
The now 18-year-old faces 5 felony counts, including intentional homicide. The judge dismissed a 6th count, a misdemeanor gun possession charge, because of an exception in the law. Jurors may also consider some lesser charges if they acquit Rittenhouse on more serious counts. The city of Kenosha now bracing for a verdict.
No justice, no peace. Self-defense is not a crime.
In a trial that is testing the limits of self-defense.
Now, I was inside the courtroom for part of those closing arguments. Security is very tight. It was also tough to see some of those graphic photos of the gunshot wounds, but also hard to gauge the reaction of individual jurors. Now, later this morning, 12 jurors will be randomly selected from the 18 who have heard the case so far, and then jury deliberations will begin. Savannah and Vicki.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Molly Palmer. She is the criminal defense attorney and a legal analyst. Good morning, Molly. What were your takeaways from the closing arguments? Gabe just laid out some of the high points for us.
You know, they were very impassioned, both sides taking totally different approaches to this case, but nothing that we didn't expect. I think one of the most intense moments was when the prosecutor, I guess, mimicked Kyle and held a gun up to the jury. I think he was trying to be evocative of the fear that maybe the victims felt in this case, but I think that it put everybody a bit not in the most comfortable situation. And then I thought the comment from the defense lawyer regarding Jacob Blake was also a bit incendiary. I think that if you have jurors who maybe have sympathy for Jacob Blake and those that were protesting in Kenosha leading up to Kyle Rittenhouse's arrest, that type of commentary did not necessarily go over well. Both closing arguments and then the prosecution's rebuttal were very long too. So we'll see if they were the type of arguments that the jury couldn't even keep up with, given the fact that they were multiple hours each.
Interesting. The judge threw out a misdemeanor gun charge, but he will allow the jury to consider some lesser charges. Talk about what those charges are, Molly, and how do you think that changes this case?
Well, with the misdemeanor charge being thrown out, you know, it really changes the landscape of this case. And as you've explained, there was an exception to the misdemeanor count that basically said that if you have a rifle or a shotgun, it has to be short barreled to be illegal, or you have to be at least over 16. And because we know Kyle was 17 at the time and the state couldn't prove that the rifle was short barreled, the judge did not allow that charge to go to the jury. But we do have these lesser included offenses, right? So less serious offenses that the jury could convict on rather than what's in the indictment. In the indictment now we have 5 felony counts. But I think when you have an incredibly divisive case like this, that's incredibly polarizing, sometimes the jury compromises and they convict on those lesser included charges rather than convicting on the most serious intentional homicide charge.
Molly, Rittenhouse is 18 now, but he was 17. He was a minor last year when these shootings took place. It's an important distinction. How do you think that factors into the charges and the deliberations that the jury will begin today?
I think the defense addressed this in closing arguments by basically saying, you know, you can't play with this person's life, with my client's life. This is serious. His life is on the line. And he was basically referencing, I think, the severity of the punishment here. And I think that we would be naive to assume that the jury is not going to consider his youth, both in assessing his credibility on the stand and also in deciding his fate. I think that whenever you have a young client who is facing such serious counts with such serious penalties, the jury does consider that a life sentence means so much more than it would for somebody who's in their 40s, 50s, or older.
Molly Palmer, thank you so much for your insight.
This morning, the nation's largest city is going all in on boosters for adults 18 and older, despite federal guidelines that recommend them only for certain populations. New York City is joining a growing list that includes the states of California, Colorado, and New Mexico. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us live from Miami with more on what this means for Americans as COVID cases continue to climb.
Savannah, Vicki, good morning. The bottom line here is this really ramps up pressure on the FDA and the CDC to update their guidelines as more cities and states are expected to follow suit. Local officials right now arguing that the federal guidelines allow for boosters for high-risk populations and that theoretically everybody in their city or state is at high risk. The federal government right now choosing to look the other way.
With COVID cases once again on the rise, health leaders coast to coast are trying to pump the brakes on an upward trend.
Hi, it's Dr. Dave Choksi with an update about COVID-19 booster shots.
New Yorkers likely recognize these ads with the city's health commissioner, who's been encouraging boosters for those 65 and older or with underlying health conditions. But now, with backing from the mayor, Dr. David Choksi offering them to all fully vaccinated adults 6 months clear of Pfizer and Moderna or 2 months after the J&J jab, some 4.5 million people.
We've seen throughout the pandemic that we have to stay a step ahead of the virus, and the decision that New York City made was very much in that vein.
That proactive posture coming as Colorado, California, New Mexico, and Arkansas all issued the same guidance, taking a looser interpretation of federal guidelines that allow boosters for high-risk populations. In Minnesota, which has seen a nearly 70% increase in cases the last 2 weeks, the virus is flooding communities, big and small.
We are all full. This is not getting better.
This as Americans try and sort through mixed messaging on boosters.
I think the confusing message around the boosters may end up being one of the biggest missed opportunities in this pandemic.
States and cities are trying to take the lead. The CDC says adults with increased risk of exposure should get the booster, and some local officials say that can cover all adults.
How does New York City have the autonomy to make this decision?
The commissioner's advisory that I issued today is consistent with the FDA authorization and the CDC guidance. An important part of that guidance is about risk of exposure.
Choksi says we're learning from Europe, which tends to foreshadow what happens in the U.S. Cases there rising so precipitously. Austria has imposed a lockdown for unvaccinated people, and Germany is considering the same.
We feel much safer when I know that the people that walking around are vaccinated.
Even with all the talk about boosters, health officials emphasizing the most important shot is the first one.
Medical experts here say the supply is not the issue, that cities and states and pharmacies have enough boosters. The question is really about liability. If someone who is not federally authorized to get a booster shot has complications, who's responsible? Is it the state? Is it the healthcare provider? A lot of unanswered questions this morning. Vicki and Savannah, back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar now for the very latest on these booster shots. So we just heard from Sam's report. We got New York City now added to the list. California, Colorado, New Mexico, all saying boosters for everybody. It doesn't matter what your pre-existing conditions are, your age, etc. I will say I'm seriously considering scheduling a booster. It's been about 7 months since I got my last shot. But I'm young, otherwise healthy. I don't have any of these issues. So realistically, what should be the calculation for people who are fully vaccinated? Do we need to run out and get this booster? And will it make a difference in all these spiking cases that we're seeing in 20 states?
Right. So a lot of different prongs to this answer, you guys. I'm going to start with saying that it always boils down to the fundamental question of, are we trying to prevent every infection, or are we just trying to prevent serious illness and hospitalization? Because we know that the vaccines are still holding up very well against that particular metric. But I think we've seen a shift among public health experts who are now saying, you know what, maybe it's not a bad thing to strive for getting infections down as low as we can. But as you guys and I were talking about before the segment, if we keep on boosting the same pool of people, you know, we're treading water a little bit. We're not really moving the needle as far as we would like to towards that end of the rainbow, right, when the pandemic is over, when we still have to deal with the 60 million people over the age of 12 who are eligible for vaccination who have not been vaccinated. New York City Health Commissioner Dr. Choksi put it this way, in defense of New York City's policy now to allow everyone to get a booster. He basically says, you know, this is in line with FDA and CDC guidance, because right now it says if you're 18 and above and you're in a high-risk situation, whether it's occupational or this or that you may get a booster. And so he essentially is saying, we're leaving it up to the person anyway. So if you feel that because of your occupation, traveling a lot, maybe taking care of an elderly, you know, parent, that's not that's not really defined specifically by CDC, but you actually are at risk for transmitting to someone, go ahead and get a booster. That it's just making it easier for everyone without all the red tape.
And quickly, did you say boosting also can help reduce the risk of transmission? It might make me less infectious to someone else?
Yes. Okay. And that is kind of the, we've been all
vaccinated.
Exactly.
Okay, so I think, though, the question there that comes up for a lot of people who are listening to this is, okay, I got the vaccine. I did it when you told me to, and I might have even been nervous about it then. And now it's not officially authorized by the FDA or the CDC for me to go get a booster. You're telling me to go get it in one of these states when I did what I was supposed to do. What's your message to those people, and what does that mean about where we're at with people who haven't gotten the first shot?
My message to people is this. If we had the luxury of being 20 years ahead and looking back and saying, you know what, we could have messaged this differently, because 20 years later, we know that the vaccine actually needs to be a 3-shot series. We don't know that right now.
Right.
Dr. Fauci had a really, really, really informative daily last week, if you want to listen to it, on the New York Times Daily. And he said, listen, if we knew that 6 months boosting was better than 8 months boosting, was better than a year boosting, or vice versa, then we would communicate that. Right now, we know. We don't know. We're doing it in real time. The hepatitis B vaccine, for example, it's a 3-shot series, and the third one is given 6 months after the second one. We're doing this. It's an emergency. It's a public health emergency. We are giving the guidance to boost now because we know that 2 weeks after your booster, you are significantly less likely to be infected, which means you are very much likely less likely to transmit to other folks. And you yourself, you're protecting yourself, and you are protecting those people around you. But again, the 60 million people who haven't been vaccinated.
And so then what's your message? And just to kind of keep having this back and forth, as people might hear these things at home and just simply be confused. And you mentioned the fact that there's 60 million people above the age of 12. So let's say that your children, let's say, I know you have kids in this age group, that's you. And what you're hearing is, we just don't know. And then your response to that is, well, that makes me nervous to give this shot to my child. If we have so much to learn, if that's kind of the message that you're hearing from the answer that you just gave.
Right. And I think, and the unknowns are really about what strategy is best immunologically. I think for the people who are waiting to vaccinate, their concern of the unknown has to do with this ambiguous side effects kind of thing. To be honest, Savannah, it's less about the reason that we're concerned or have some debate about the timing of the vaccine. I think the folks who are still concerned are concerned for a very different reason.
We know it's effective. We just don't know 6 months, 8 months, the specifics.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Dr. Azar, always great to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
President Biden held a virtual meeting with China's President Xi Jinping last night amid mounting tensions between the world's most powerful countries. The leaders discussed a range of subjects, including competition and Taiwan. The summit came just hours after the president finally signed into law his showpiece infrastructure bill. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now with more on this. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. President Biden is actually hitting the road today, traveling to New Hampshire to sell his infrastructure package. He's going to talk about how it's going to help that community. And it does come on the heels of that high-stakes call with China's president.
Overnight, a high-stakes face-to-face. President Biden meeting virtually with China's President Xi Jinping for the first time since taking office, and with economic and military tensions intensifying. The meeting showed those divisions between the two countries aren't that easy to dismiss, but the two emphasized their personal relationships. President Xi calling President Biden my old friend.
We never walk away wondering what the other man is thinking.
According to a senior administration official, the president confronted the Chinese leader on climate, Beijing's unfair economic practices, its poor human rights record, and threats toward Taiwan. But afterwards, Xi called America's relationship with Taiwan, quote, playing with fire. Earlier, the president took a victory lap on his domestic agenda, signing the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill into law, the nation's largest investment in infrastructure in a generation.
Despite the cynics, Democrats and Republicans can come together and deliver results.
The legislation passed with support from 13 Republicans in the House and 19 in the Senate. Many of those lawmakers have faced a backlash from former President Trump and his allies in Congress. Republican Senator Rob Portman, who attended the ceremony, speaking out.
Finding common ground to advance the interests of the American people should be rewarded, not attacked.
It comes as the second part of the president's agenda. The $1.75 trillion Build Back Better domestic spending plan is facing an uphill battle in the Senate, where centrist Democrats Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin have raised questions about its price tag. It would pump trillions of dollars into the economy at a time when inflation is at a record high. The president notably thanked Sinema for supporting the infrastructure bill as she hailed the bipartisan achievement.
This is what it looks like when elected leaders set aside differences, shut out the noise, and focus on delivering results.
Now, while there are some infrastructure projects that may be ready to go right now, the White House acknowledges many of the proposals could take months, if not years, to get underway. So today, the president will actually visit a bridge in New Hampshire that is in need of major repair. They're hoping that work begins soon. Tomorrow, the president travels to Michigan, and it's worth noting both stops this week are swing states with critical voters ahead of next year's midterms. Savannah.
All right, Kristen Walker at the White House for us. Thank you so much.
Let's turn now to get a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is back this hour. Hello, Bill.
Hey, good morning. So we added up all the numbers for October. If you remember, when we talk about global temperature and climate change, it obviously is. It's a planet-wide thing. So we added up all the numbers from October. This is information derived from our satellites, and it turned out that October was the 4th hottest on record. So that continues our streak of very warm months. I don't even remember the last time we had like a below-average month. And as far as North America went, it was our 2nd warmest October on record. Maryland and Ohio had their warmest Octobers on record. And if you've been paying attention to the beginning of November, I think we're going to have another very warm November for, especially North America. I mean, these temperatures, look at this today. This is on like a summertime map. 86 in Lubbock today. Dallas up to 84. Dodge City, Tulsa, and Omaha into the 70s. It'll be windy, but it's also going to be very warm. Then that warmth tomorrow surges into the Ohio Valley. Temperatures in the 60s and 70s. And we were just talking snowflakes a couple days ago, and now we're almost talking shorts and T-shirts once again. Then as we head into Thursday, that'll be the warm day for the East Coast. New York City up to 66. Even Maine could hit 60 degrees on Thursday, but then that cooler air will come in as we head towards the upcoming weekend, back to normal. So we have to start talking about the weather pattern heading towards next week. Of course, next week already is Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving travel is a huge ordeal. Right now, it looks like the West is going to be warmer than average, looks cooler than average in the East. Temperatures don't bother travel too much, though, so we're mostly worried about where the wet weather will be and maybe even the snow and ice. It looks dry in areas of the West heading into the travel week next week, but there could be a pretty good-sized storm that affects areas from Texas to the Northeast. We'll have more on that in the days ahead. It seems like we always, guys, have a big storm Thanksgiving travel week. It never fails. So we'll see if this one develops.
I think that mixed with all the airline issues, it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
No sarcasm there whatsoever.
All right, Bill, thank you so much.
Okay.
And coming up, former Trump White House advisor Steve Bannon surrendering to federal authorities over contempt of Congress charges, but now he's vowing to put up a fight.
We'll bring you the state of play for the one-time right-hand man of former President Trump. That's next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. A critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Former Trump White House advisor Steve Bannon is expected to enter a plea later this week to 2 counts of contempt of Congress.
That's right. Bannon made his initial court appearance yesterday morning after a federal grand jury indicted him for refusing to answer questions in the House committee's January 6th investigation. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now with more. Hi, Garrett. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And Mr. Bannon surrendered to federal authorities yesterday after that indictment for refusing to cooperate with the January 6th committee investigating the Capitol riot. He would later be released on his own recognizance. And the former top Trump advisor says he's now going on offense, suggesting he thinks these charges are all politically motivated. This morning, a defiant Steve Bannon vowing to fight contempt of Congress charges.
Well, I'm never going to back down, and they took on the wrong guy this time.
The 67-year-old Trump loyalist appeared in federal court on Monday, facing 2 charges for refusing to deliver testimony and documents related to the Capitol riot. His legal team citing former President Trump's claim of executive privilege.
This is unheard of, to force a person to violate the invocation of executive privilege.
The indictment is unprecedented. Bannon, who left the White House in 2017, is the first person ever prosecuted for contempt of Congress when executive privilege was asserted.
I'm telling you right now, this is going to be the misdemeanor from hell for Merrick Garland, Nancy Pelosi, and Joe Biden.
Earlier in the day, the former top Trump advisor live streaming his arrival to surrender to federal authorities.
We're taking down the Biden regime.
The House committee investigating January 6th is zeroing in on an alleged conversation between Bannon and the former president on December 30th, 2020, in which they say Bannon urged Mr. Trump to plan for and focus his efforts on January 6th. Along with comments Bannon made on his radio show the day before rioters descended on the Capitol.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow.
Even if Bannon is convicted, that doesn't necessarily mean Congress will get him to talk.
This is criminal contempt. They are not seeking to compel his testimony. They are seeking to punish him for his act of contempt in front of Congress.
Meanwhile, the committee is also threatening to seek criminal contempt charges against Mark Meadows after he failed to show up for his deposition last week. Meadows' lawyer has said the former White House chief of staff, quote, remains under the instructions of former President Trump to respect long-standing principles of executive privilege. How optimistic are you that he might still ultimately testify?
Well, I'm hopeful. I'd much rather just hear from him, get the answers, and move on. But, you know, look, I also understand that people that have a lot to hide have a lot to fear.
And for his part, Mr. Bannon is due back in court on Thursday when he's expected to be arraigned and enter a plea. If he's convicted, Bannon could face up to a year behind bars and a fine of $100,000. Vicki?
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. We're going to take a look now at what is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is back with us this hour from Tehran.
Good morning. Well, 2 explosions have rocked Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, injuring at least 24 people, sparking chaos and confusion in what's believed to have been coordinated attacks. Ugandan police have been urging vigilance in the wake of a string of bomb explosions in recent weeks linked to a group affiliated with ISIS. Extreme weather in British Columbia has triggered a mudslide, trapping almost 300 people, including 50 children, in their vehicles overnight on a highway. Rescue services were dispatched and motorists were flown to safety by helicopters. Authorities there are still trying to determine if anybody was swept up in the flow of debris that was set off by torrential rain. And India is joining the increasing number of countries unlocking its borders to tourists who've been fully vaccinated. For the first time in nearly 2 years, tourists can enter the country if they're fully vaccinated and have a negative COVID-19 test. Travelers from countries who have a mutual agreement with India, like the United States, don't need a COVID test on arrival. And those are your headlines, guys.
All right, Allie, thank you so much.
That is good news to see the world reopening a bit.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we have a lot more to come right here on Morning News Now. A new documentary on the big business of birth control as reproductive rights re-enter the national spotlight.
Plus, growing concerns surrounding the process of in vitro fertilization after a string of high-profile mix-ups and the new technology being used in some clinics to make sure it doesn't happen. Those stories and more up next.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Perhaps. Hey, it is going to look a lot more familiar in Times Square come New Year's Eve. New York City is due to announce plans later today for this year's celebration. It's expected to include welcoming back real crowds to the area.
Woohoo!
You may remember the public was not allowed in Times Square last year because of COVID restrictions at the time. The only people allowed were invited guests, and that included first responders, which was wonderful, but it wasn't the same, right? So now everyone is going to be welcome to watch the ball drop. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio teased the announcement yesterday, promising a large, wonderful celebration. That's a direct quote. He also said there would be, quote, clear, smart rules on keeping people safe. So this year's celebrations may not be a complete return to normal, but we'll be seeing it a lot closer. Savannah, yes or no, would you ever go there in person? As a normal person, not to cover it, not with all the fancy VIP treatment, but as a normal person like these people.
You know, I don't actually know the answer to that because I'm so festive that the idea of being there and being at something that I've watched for years on TV sounds exciting, but the no bathroom situation and the cold, it's a lot. Would you do it?
It's an easy one for me. Hard no. Hard no. God bless you all. I love watching you on TV, but The diapers, the being boxed in, the many people.
Exactly.
It's too much on too many levels. Happy New Year.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I go right to bed.
Vicky. Now, with the restrictive abortion law in Texas and cases making their way back to the Supreme Court, reproductive rights remain in the spotlight. A new documentary is now focusing on just that. It's called The Business of Birth Control, and it's taking a closer look at modern birth control like the pill. The film takes a deep dive into why women are given the pill and the lack of transparency over its risks. Here's a quick clip from the film.
These women, they're suffering the consequences of these side effects. Here you have women who are essentially, once again, being used as guinea pigs.
Abby Epstein, the director of The Business of Birth Control, joins us now. Hi, Abby. Good morning. So I know you also worked on this documentary with actress and executive producer Ricki Lake. I think you've worked together in the past on some of these. So first, just tell us about the film and what inspired you to focus on modern birth control. Obviously, we know what's in the news right now, but what questions were you asking? What did you want to get answers to?
Well, so 15 years ago, Ricki Lake and I made a documentary called The Business of Being Born. And that really explored the maternity care system in the U.S. and outcomes for mothers and babies. And so this for us was really a natural follow-up. I think that if you've ever spoken to anyone who uses birth control, you can hear a lot of frustrating stories. A lot of the birth control that we're using is pretty much the same birth control from the 60s. There's been very little innovation in the field. And I think in terms of the scope of reproductive justice, this is a vertical that people don't talk about very much. It's very taboo to criticize the pill because of this push for access, which is, of course, so important. And we want access and we want more access, but we want better birth control.
So now, besides the risks, beside these side effects, which we can also talk about, and then also this, just the battle that's going on right now over reproductive rights, you also discuss the history specifically of racism with birth control, with how it was tested. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people aren't really familiar with that. And there's a legacy where, you know, birth control was really tied into eugenics from its very beginning. Margaret Sanger, who was the founder of Planned Parenthood, was a proponent of eugenics. And the pill itself was tested in Puerto Rico on 132 women who were never informed that they were part of the trial. And there were a couple deaths on the trial. So I think, you know, there is this legacy of women of color always being used, in a sense, as guinea pigs. And in addition to that sort of racist legacy of birth control, it really continues even up through today, where women of color are forced to be on more long-acting contraceptives. And, you know, it raises a lot of ethical questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Abby, I want to talk about some of these side effects, and there might be some that people kind of know about, or maybe some extreme health events that they've heard about other people getting, like blood clots, things like that, or would immediately come to mind. But I want to ask you about some of the other stuff people might not know is going on. So there's something that you uncover in the film called the T-shirt test. First, let's listen to how a psychiatrist described it in the documentary. We'll talk on the other side.
The sort of body of knowledge that was growing, I think, through anecdotal reports, was that women would go off the pill and realize that they...
I'm not sure if you can hear me. It sounds like we didn't have that sound. Sorry, that was the wrong thing that just played there. So first, why don't you tell us a little bit about the T-shirt test? I can help explain it too, essentially how you lose this ability to potentially be picking a good mate. But tell us a little bit about this, and then what experts say how birth control impacts that.
That's right. So that's what Dr. Holland was saying, who you heard for a second in the clip. Essentially, there's a way that our pheromones are geared to seek out a partner who has, you know, basically an immunological complex that would be complementary to ours. So you're kind of seeking out the mate that's going to produce like the strongest offspring. And your pheromones and your sense of smell play a big part in that. And attraction actually has a lot to do with smell, more than you realize. And one of the things that the pill or hormonal birth control does is it sort of takes that whole system offline. So that's why you can hear a lot of anecdotal stories, let's say, of people that are dating, and then let's say the woman goes on the pill and suddenly the attraction is gone. Or the reverse, right? People are dating and the woman is on hormonal contraceptives for many years and then goes off to have a baby and suddenly realizes like, oh my God, I'm not attracted to my partner anymore. You hear these stories anecdotally, and there's actually science behind it.
Wow, that's so interesting. Abby, what was kind of the thing that shocked you the most in making this? What did you learn in this process that really kind of impacted the way that you feel about this entire system? I mean, the title, The Business of Birth Control, and also is that kind of the same thing that you hope people will take away from watching this documentary?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we had our premiere in New York on Sunday, and I think the reaction from the audience was just like 90 minutes of being constantly blown away by what they did not know. I think I didn't know that there were hearings in the early 1970s, the Nelson Pill hearings, where they actually held safety congressional hearings on the Hill, Senator Nelson, and that feminists disrupted these hearings because they couldn't believe that all they were hearing from were men and pharmaceutical executives, and no women were testifying about the effects of these pills. So to me, it was fascinating that, we've been here 50 years ago and pretty much, we got some labeling, but, you've seen the labels for these products. I mean, it's like a fold out that is, impossible to read. And I think, that really shocked me that nothing had changed. And it, leads one to wonder, if there was a drug that men were taking, young, healthy men were taking, and there were blood clots and deaths and pulmonary embolism and depression and loss of libido. I mean, I don't know, would men tolerate that? Would these drugs still be on the market? So I think a huge burden has been placed on women to tolerate these side effects.
Absolutely. Abby, so fascinating. Congratulations on this documentary. I have heard also just the buzz around it that people, like you said, it's 90 minutes of just being blown away. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Now, for women who are trying to have children, there are growing concerns over in vitro fertilization procedures following several recent mix-ups.
Yeah, I took a closer look at those stories and what you need to know before selecting a fertility clinic.
A Utah couple left stunned after a DNA test recently revealed their 12-year-old son, conceived through IVF, had a different biological father. The case, just the latest in a string of troubling headlines. Just last week, a California couple sharing their nightmare story.
I was robbed of the ability to carry my own child.
Months after giving birth, Daphne Cardinale says she and her husband Alexander discovered the baby girl they conceived through IVF was genetically unrelated to them. The couple now suing the California Center for Reproductive Health, claiming the fertility clinic switched Daphne's embryo with another woman's, leading the two strangers to give birth to each other's daughters. The Cardinales say a DNA test confirmed the mix-up.
It's a truly impossible nightmare that inflicted trauma that will affect my family for the rest of our lives.
The families have since legally swapped the babies. The clinic and the doctor involved have not responded to requests for comment. In 2019, Ani and Asot Manukian said a mix-up at a different California fertility clinic resulted in their embryo being implanted in a New York woman. They couldn't meet their baby boy until he was 6 weeks old.
Nobody should meet their baby in the lobby of a hotel.
With 1 in 8 couples struggling with infertility issues, IVF has become a booming business. According to preliminary CDC data, 2019 saw more than 80,000 babies born through IVF or other assisted reproductive technologies. And since the industry is loosely regulated, it's unclear just how often these kinds of mix-ups occur. But experts say the margin of error keeps widening, a direct correlation with the growing demand for IVF.
It's not altogether surprising when you look at the growth the IVF sector has experienced over recent years and the scale of the quantity of specimens that these IVF clinics are now having to safely care for and manage.
Tara Comont is the CEO of Tomorrow Life Sciences, the developer of an automated platform for the storage and management of frozen eggs and embryos. So far, a handful of clinics across the country have adopted the technology, which assigns a unique digital ID to every patient and features a 24/7 monitoring system. It's a stark contrast to the way many clinics currently handle cells, a method involving a collection of large storage containers and tiny, handwritten labels.
We can fit about 25 to 30 of these into our robot.
If I were a patient going through IVF today, I would be asking my clinic if they're using the latest technology.
But even with all the advances, it boils down to basics. Make sure your clinic uses a clear labeling system that's easy to read, and ask how they keep track of the eggs and embryos. A growing number of clinics now require an electronic coding system and at least one witness to help double-check unique identifiers attached to each specimen.
Now, there is some oversight for the fertility industry, but it really is a patchwork of federal and state agencies, plus private professional organizations, accredited associations. So legal experts have told us the only real recourse that people have when something goes wrong is to sue. And that is very unfortunate for couples. So the homework and the onus is really on people to do their research before selecting a fertility clinic.
Absolutely. I mean, or it can just end in total heartbreak. What a fascinating report and such an important story. Thank you. Coming up, more pain at the pump from coast to coast just in time for the holiday travel season.
We will tell you what is driving this latest surge and what Congress wants to do about it. That's next.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
As the Thanksgiving holiday nears, rising inflation means you'll probably have to spend more at the mall and the grocery store like we were just talking about. Now, people are also feeling pain at the pump. The national average is up to around $3.40 a gallon, according to AAA, with California seeing among the highest prices in the country. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now from Los Angeles with more on this. Hey, Jolene, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good to see you again. You know, the price of gas here is absurd. Right behind me, $5.99 for a gallon of regular unleaded. I just paid $5.05 the other day to fill up my SUV, and you better believe that hurts. And across the country, $600 million per day. That's how much more we're paying as a country compared to last year. And that has everybody, myself included, asking, when are we going to get some relief?
Californians are accustomed to high gas prices, but this fall it's reached another level.
The first time I seen it, my heart dropped. But it was like, I got to get gas, so I didn't question it.
Here in Los Angeles, filling up a large truck or SUV can easily cost you $100.
I get on average $105, $120. It's really expensive here in LA.
Similar scenes unfolding across the nation, where prices have gone up more than 60% since last year. AAA says the national average is $3.41, but prices in the West and in the Northeast are even higher, $4.68 on average in California and $3.56 in New York. Illinois now above $3.50 a gallon. Yet another symptom of the supply and demand issues currently affecting customers.
Filling up a whole tank would almost cost like $100, so I kind of have to like hold back on like certain purchases because this thing takes like so much money just by gas alone.
High gas prices can be especially difficult for low-income workers who tend to have older vehicles and fewer options.
Because I kind of do like gig economy jobs, like I'll do Instacart and stuff, it definitely does like put a damper on how much I can earn.
Analysts say oil demand has returned to pre-COVID levels, but oil production has lagged behind.
It's hard to catch back up, and it's going to take time. And unfortunately, we may not see sizable relief in the price of oil until 2022.
That's when OPEC production increases should be easing pressure on the global market. But U.S. lawmakers, including Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, are calling on the Biden administration to act now to add supply by tapping into the nation's strategic petroleum reserve.
Our plan isn't a cure-all. It's a temporary solution, but it can ease prices for holiday travel.
High prices hitting drivers hard as they gear up for the holiday driving season.
Now, lawmakers are asking for that tapping of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but oil analysts are saying, look, that may be a good idea, but historically, that's reserved for major natural disasters. And we also know that even if that reserve was tapped, it would be very temperate and pretty moderate relief for people like myself filling up their tanks here at pumps like this. So we'll see what happens, but certainly politics becoming part of the game right now.
Yeah.
Guys.
Wow. $5.99 a gallon. Joe, that's crazy. Thank you so much.
I know.
$6.59 for premium above her shoulder there.
Louise.
Coming up on Morning News Now, it has been, get this, 20 years since the first Harry Potter movie was released. Yeah, 2 decades. But the magic is still alive at the studio where it all began, and we're going to take you there.
Also coming up after the break, millions of children across the country giving their all to care for their disabled veteran parent. We'll introduce you to one of those families up next.
A critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This week across NBC News, we're taking a look at the unique challenges caregivers face in America in our Cost of Care series.
As part of the series, Savannah Guthrie was able to sit down with 2 special girls who are being featured in a new campaign, Hidden Helpers, aimed at uplifting the voices of military caregiver children.
She can be very sneaky when she wants to. She's not
stole candy from my bedroom without me knowing and then got caught.
I have a big sugar tooth.
She's got a giant sweet tooth.
Something about Gabby is when I need her, she's always there for me. Thank you.
10-year-old Gabby Rodriguez and her 7-year-old sister Ava are thick as thieves, doing what most sisters like to do, giggling, playing, helping each other with chores, and of course, dreaming of owning a pony. You guys like horses?
I love horses. Mommy said if we move, I can get a horse. Oh!
That would be me. What about your horse? A pony and a horse. What do we think?
Her name would be Peppermint.
A seemingly carefree childhood, but they are also the daughters of one of our nation's wounded warriors.
Girls, if Daddy flops like a fish, what do you do?
Call 911 and then call you.
Right. Call 911 and call me, right?
Their dad, Jorge, a Navy corpsman attached to a Marine unit in Iraq in 2007. He was wounded from 2 IED explosions, which left him with a traumatic brain injury, seizures, and post-traumatic stress disorder. His wife, Jessica, quit her job as a hospice nurse to care for him full-time.
You try so hard to protect your kids from everything. You don't want them to see their dad any way other than a hero, or, you know, being able to walk and talk and play and dance with them.
Girls, how do you know if it's a good day or a bad day?
Daddy asked what's the weather like today. And if he said it's sunny, we know he's happy. But if he said it's stormy and rainy, we know he's not feeling really good.
So on a stormy day, you know to give him a little rest and space.
Yeah. And hugs.
And lots of love and hugs. It can be a heavy load for such young children to understand why their dad is sick, even when he doesn't look sick.
Gab, why don't you tell them what you say to your friends when you talk about Dad's boo-boo on his brain?
It's like a bruise. As soon as you get it, it's really hurts. Sometimes it leaves a scratch or a mark, but others, it just disappears. It's like it's not there. But you know you've had it. You know it's been there.
That explains it perfectly. You can have something hurt inside and it might not show on the outside. Gabby and Ava are 2 of over 2 million children living with a disabled veteran parent, helping with their caregiving.
They have to do the stuff Mom does, like, hey, Dad, did you take your meds? If we go out to eat, I'm like, did you bring your wallet? Did you bring your keys? Did you lock the door?
When we talk about military caregivers, a lot of times we're talking about the wife for good reason, but it's a family affair.
These kids need support. They need the ability to connect with other kids like them. They need to know that they're not alone.
The Rodriguezes have found help through Hidden Heroes, which provides information on resources to help the whole family.
It's very calming.
Like Gallup NYC in Queens, New York, which provides therapeutic horseback riding for veterans and their families. And doesn't it lighten your burden, Mom, a little bit when you know the kids are also being cared for, having that burden carried a little bit for you as well?
When your kids can tell you they're happy, when they can tell you that horse therapy is working for them, or they meet other military families and they can say, yeah, me too, and let me show you what can help. That's where the moment says to me that we have made it as a community.
You've come a long way, haven't you?
Yes. It wasn't just me, it was the family, you know. You have to let yourself know, you know what, we need help. I need help.
Reaching for help requires its own strength, a strength and pride his young daughters already possess.
And what makes me proud of my dad is he doesn't take no for an answer, and if someone says no to us, he's like, excuse me, our girls can do anything.
I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of what happened. And that's what makes our family so different from the rest of the world. That's what makes us, us.
Wow. And we thank Savannah Guthrie for that report.
Oh my goodness, and those little girls are incredible.
They were so sweet.
All right, this even makes me feel old. It's been 20 years since the first Harry Potter movie. 20 years! Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone hit theaters.
Well, the film was, of course, the first of a major 8-movie franchise. But 20 years later, the magic is still very much alive.
NBC News correspondent and fellow Muggle Matt Bradley joins us now from London, where people are celebrating the occasion. Matt, where are you? Good morning. Tell us more.
Are we sure he's not magical in some way?
Good morning, guys.
I am magic. I'm still a muggle, but yeah, I'm here in Leadenhall Market. So the real Potterheads, that's what we call them, the real fanboys and fangirls, I'm including you guys in this, they recognize this immediately. This is the spot where Harry and Hagrid went shopping for wands 20 years ago, right here in Leadenhall Market when that first film came out.
Even if you believe in magic,
very curious.
You might not believe it's been 20 years since the first Harry Potter film brought it to life.
Happy birthday!
And convinced millions of muggles that they can be wizards too. On TikTok, hashtag Harry Potter has over 80 billion views. The franchise inspiring theme parks, plays, stores, and shows in the US. But here in Britain, the magic is rising again, like a phoenix. There's a wand installation in Leicester Square, a new behind-the-scenes photo exhibit,
and a bar just for butterbeer. Cheers.
So I went on my own quest, searching for the Chamber of Secrets and an exclusive look on set.
You know, it's been 20 years, but Diagon Alley looks just the same.
At the Warner Brothers studio tour, the magic looks real because it kind of is, including a real working train and 300 paintings made by hand.
So this is like legitimately scary, I think,
yes,
this part right here.
Is the Forbidden Forest, where no student is really allowed to go.
Right, except Harry Potter when he's breaking the rules, obviously.
Rianne loves the series so much, she made wizarding her full-time work.
It's still a job for you, right? But the magic is still kind of there.
Yeah, and I still love the films. I go back and rewatch them. So let's head over to the dormitory.
Okay.
It's one of my personal favourites.
All right.
They had to create this whole magical world. For these child actors, and the best way to get an authentic reaction and acting on screen is to make it as real as you possibly can.
That's why it seems like it lasts 20 years, because everything was so detail-oriented, made to last, essentially, it seems.
Yeah.
Details like the tiniest flick of the wrist.
And action! Okay, it was okay.
I decided to test my own magic with the film's official wand choreographer, Paul Harris.
Okay, ready? And position 1, action! Position 3, position 5, behind the back. Oh, that was pretty good, actually.
I feel like I nailed it.
Now, after 20 years of wizarding wonder, the film's casting their spell on a new generation.
There you go.
Expelliarmus.
Guys, so, you know, I'm sure you were super impressed with all of my wand work that you just saw. You know, there's a reason I'm practicing and studying all this, and that's because there's rumors, just rumors, that there could be a 20th anniversary reunion. Not all the actors are necessarily going to be available, but I'm available. So I feel like I could probably submit that as like an audition. I don't know what you guys think.
Probably, yeah. Matt, seems like you were impressed with your wand skills.
Yeah, Matt, you were like, I think I nailed it.
I was pretty impressed, yeah.
All right, Matt, fun one. Thank you so much.
That was great, Matt. Thank you.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Vicki Wynn in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now. In the hands of the jury, deliberations begin today in the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, the teenager charged with killing 2 men and injuring another during a protest in Wisconsin last year. This morning, jurors left to decide between 2 very different portrayals of Rittenhouse. The prosecution saying he was looking for trouble, and the defense claiming he was a victim who was ambushed.
You cannot claim self-defense against a danger you create.
Kyle was a 17-year-old kid out there trying to help this community.
We're in Kenosha this morning with the newest developments, including one of the charges already tossed as we await a verdict. Critical test. President Biden celebrating the signing of that more than $1 trillion infrastructure bill. But the celebration may be short-lived as his approval rating drops to new lows over inflation concerns. Plus, the president looking to ease tensions with China, his meeting with President Xi Jinping, and what it could mean for the future of relations between the two countries. Courtroom questioning. Hundreds of potential jurors set to report to court today for jury selection in the high-profile sex trafficking trial of British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell. More on the charges she faces linked to the crimes of disgraced late billionaire Jeffrey Epstein. And disconnected, a warning to people with older cell phones why the major providers are shutting down 3G service and what it could mean for the millions of people who still use it.
Yeah, that's going to be a big headache for folks. They've got to upgrade.
I know, it really is going to be. I'm always getting those like software update alerts on my iPhones and always ignoring them. So that's a good warning for me too, just to stay up to date with all that kind of stuff because you get too far behind. And we're happy to have you with us today.
Always good to be with you. All right, a lot to get to.
There is. We begin with the Kyle Rittenhouse homicide trial now in the hands of the jury, which will begin deliberations this morning.
Rittenhouse faces 5 charges, including intentional homicide after killing 2 men and injuring a third last.
You cannot claim self-defense against a danger you create. That's critical right here. If you're the one who is threatening others, you lose the right to claim self-defense.
Kyle Rittenhouse shot Mr. Rosenbaum because he was attacking Kyle. Every person who was shot was attacking Kyle. One with a skateboard, one with his hands, one with his feet, one with a gun.
And there they were yesterday, the prosecution and defense making their closing arguments. Joining us now, NBC News legal analyst and former U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuaid, and on the ground in Kenosha, Wisconsin, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. Good morning to you both. And Ellison, we're going to start with you. The prosecution and the defense, they had their final opportunity to make their case before the jury. Tell us, what were some of the highlights from their closing arguments?
So the prosecution began their closing arguments by asking the jury to ask themselves, why was Kyle Rittenhouse really in Kenosha? They say he came from out of town, that he did not know this business that he was said to be protecting, Car Source, at all prior to the evening, and that the owners themselves didn't care enough to stay, and that they had cleared everything out for the most part and had left by that point. They focused a lot on drone video from the very first shooting involving Joseph Rosenbaum. It's video that came into the trial fairly late compared to other videos, but the prosecution has really zeroed in on that, playing it again and again, slowing it down. They say it shows Kyle Rittenhouse walking up to that Car Source area where he's about to interact in moments with Joseph Rosenbaum, putting down a fire extinguisher he had in his hand and then pointing his rifle at a couple that was nearby, and then also Rosenbaum. Then they say what happened next was that Rosenbaum gave chase. They're trying to convince the jury that that moment right there triggered everything else, and that in that moment, Kyle Rittenhouse was provoking Rosenbaum, and therefore he lost the right to self-defense. Now, the defense argued that the video didn't show that, or at times it was not clear, or other video. They focused a lot on attacking the credibility of some of the witnesses and the 3 individuals who were shot here, saying that Rosenbaum was a crazy guy, a bad guy, saying he was not chasing Kyle Rittenhouse down that night to give him a key to the city, and that Kyle Rittenhouse had no choice but to use lethal force to protect himself. Vicki, Savannah.
And Barbara, let's bring you in here. So Judge Schrader has already gotten a lot of attention during this trial, lashing out at the prosecution at times over judicial procedure. The judge's instructions to the jury, which were delivered before closing arguments yesterday, were also contentious. Let's listen to that.
I just worry that the more we deviate from these standard instructions, the more we get into these issues. I think we should stick with what you drafted, which has been sent to the parties. We've all agreed on them, and I am leery of any additional language that hasn't been cleared by the parties and could cause further confusion.
So can you walk us through the instructions that the judge gave and why this step is so important to a trial?
Yes, well, as you heard, in this case, the law is actually a little bit complicated under Wisconsin law because it sort of gives self-defense. It takes it away if you provoke, but then it kind of gives it back if you thought you had no other alternative. In that way, it's a little bit unusual. It also does not account for what's known as imperfect self-defense, which says even if what you did was unreasonable, if you genuinely believed it was necessary, that is a defense to the highest crimes, but not to these lesser included crimes. And that's not available. They only have what's called perfect self-defense in Wisconsin. So it is complicated. There are a number of charges, and each of those has a number of lesser included offenses. The thing I fault the judge for here is not working this out before he began reading it to the jury. Usually there are issues. The parties will disagree about what exactly should be read to the jury, because it really is important that they get the law correct as they apply it. But that's why you want to get it all done in one reading and not have a disjointed reading, because you get interrupted along the way. I think the judge was right that there was a problem, but I think they should have worked it out before they started reading it.
Barbara, thank you. Ellison, you've been following this very closely. The judge threw out one of the charges, a misdemeanor weapons charge, but said he will allow the jury to consider other lesser charges. So how does this change the equation for the prosecution and the defense, and now for the jury who has to decide this verdict?
Well, so that misdemeanor charge, which was the illegal possession of a weapon by a minor, that was something that had been discussed, and the defense had wanted to have that removed prior to heading into the trial, but it was surprising that the judge made this decision so last minute. Basically, what they argued was that there was a technicality in the Wisconsin statute, and that that law specifically applies to short-barreled shotguns or rifles, and that Kyle Rittenhouse had a long barrel. So that's ultimately what came into play there. That, though, was a charge that legal experts had consistently said was going to be kind of the easiest, most simply proven charge for the prosecution to get a conviction on here. So they lost that. That being said, the 5 charges, the 5 counts that still remain, those are all felony charges, 3 of them related to homicides. The first 3, the judge decided that he would not allow any lesser charges to be considered, even though the prosecution did ask. But on count 4 and 5, they are having lesser charges that they can consider. So count 4, they can look, and that relates, the first one that relates to the shooting of Anthony Huber. If they cannot reach a consensus and agreement on first-degree intentional homicide, they can move to 2 other lesser charges related to that. Same deal in the shooting of Gage Grosskreutz, the sole person who survived. Guys.
And Barbara, quickly before we let you go, a process question here. So 18 jurors heard this case, but only 12 will deliberate and then potentially reach that verdict. How are those 12 jurors decided?
They'll just pull the names at random. They'll be selected. You know, ordinarily that's very common to have a few extra alternates in case people get sick along the way. But they'll be selected randomly from these 18, and 6 will be told to stand by in case deliberations take such time and somebody has to drop out.
All right, Barbara McQuaid and Ellison Barber, thank you so much for helping us through this morning.
And staying in Kenosha, residents and businesses are keeping a close eye on the Rittenhouse trial as they brace for the possibility of protests and violence. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster shows us how the city is preparing for the outcome of the verdict.
City on edge. Kenosha bracing for a verdict in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Governor Tony Evers mobilizing 500 National Guard members in preparation of the potential outcome. In a statement saying, quote, "I urge folks who are otherwise not from the area to please respect the community by reconsidering any plans to travel there, and encourage those who might choose to assemble and exercise their First Amendment rights to do so safely and peacefully." Officials and businesses fearing a repeat of the violence that took place in August of last year after the police shooting of Jacob Blake, leaving 100 businesses damaged and 2 dead in the shooting that has Rittenhouse on trial. Stores and restaurants now boarded up in anticipation of potential crowds and unrest. Some have been this way since those riots. The people of Kenosha bracing for more violence as they grapple with the pain of what has already happened.
Hurt because of the whole scenario. It started with Jacob Blake, and now it's ending with Kyle Rittenhouse. I do not like him, but I think he should be found not guilty. I think the kid's a punk. I think he was here looking for trouble, and he found it.
Scott Anderson saying the city is still recovering and echoing the calls for peace.
But I don't want to see it again. I do not want to see it again. It broke my heart.
Yeah, he's not alone there. And that was Shaquille Brewster reporting for us from Kenosha.
President Biden's $1 trillion infrastructure bill has been finally signed into law, ending a hard-fought battle to push through one of the signature items on his agenda. In a signing ceremony yesterday, the president praised bipartisan efforts to get the legislation over the line and said it would transform the lives of Americans.
Here in Washington, we've heard countless speeches and promises,
and white papers from experts. But today, we're finally getting this done. So my message to the American people is this: America's moving again, and your life is going to change for the better.
Soon after the signing, President Biden attended a virtual meeting with China's President Xi Jinping in a longer-than-expected summit aimed at easing tensions between the world's most powerful nations. The leaders discussed topics including competition, climate change, and Taiwan. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now, along with NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer, who's in Beijing. Good morning to both of you. Mike, I'll start things off with you. So the president will be relieved to finally push through one of his big-ticket policies officially here. And yesterday's ceremony was an opportunity also to tout the bipartisan nature of this bill, as I mentioned. Did he succeed in doing that? And what's next on the agenda? What about the social safety net package?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. I was out on the South Lawn for what was a lengthy program on a very brisk Washington afternoon, and it was interesting to hear the different speakers as part of the program. For instance, Vice President Harris and Speaker Pelosi really using their remarks to highlight the historic nature of this accomplishment. They were comparing what the president signed into law to, for instance, the Transcontinental Railroad under Abraham Lincoln or the Interstate Highway Project under President Eisenhower. But when we heard from the president himself, he spoke much more directly to the American people, acknowledging the pain many are feeling in their pocketbooks right now, stressing the fact that the American people, when we work together, can accomplish big things. And yes, now the focus turns to the next part of his agenda. The White House is saying that they are confident that the larger reconciliation package will be moving forward. And that was another part of what we heard from so many of the officials yesterday, saying this is only the beginning of what is a big step forward for the administration.
And Mike, the other thing we mentioned here, soon after that signing, the president sat down for a virtual meeting with his Chinese counterpart. Were there any major breakthroughs there?
Well, what was so interesting is every conversation I had with the White House before this meeting, they were downplaying expectations of what we call deliverables, of any tangible sort of announcements that might come out in terms of what these two leaders might break through on substance. But what they did say and what they stressed was that because President Xi has really consolidated power so much in China, these direct leader-to-leader conversations are so important. Here was the president laying out what his hopes were at the top of that meeting.
It seems to me we need to establish some common sense guardrails to be clear and honest where we disagree and work together where interests intersect, especially on vital global issues like climate change. We have a responsibility to the world as well as to our people. It's why we believe, and you and I have talked about this, all countries have to play by the same rules of the road.
Now, what we did hear from White House officials afterwards was that the subject of Taiwan was probably one of the major points of conflict in this conversation. The White House, the president, in his conversation with President Xi, underscoring that the United States still subscribed to the one China policy, but urging China not to do anything that would disrupt the status quo, a real source of tension right now.
And Janice, let's bring you in here and keep on this conversation. So Chinese state media had some particularly interesting insight into the conversation on Taiwan. What is President Xi reported to have said about that, and what's the reaction been like over there to this meeting in general?
Well, most of the headlines have been emphasizing President Biden's comments on Taiwan, specifically that the U.S. does not support Taiwan independence. And it's getting hashtagged all over social media and really playing up this sense of strength in the Chinese position. Remember, Beijing went into this meeting expecting that President Xi would tell President Biden that Taiwan is a red line for China. They see this as a sovereignty issue. They say there will be reunification in the foreseeable future, no matter the cost. President Xi apparently blamed the tension with Taiwan these days over on the authorities in Taiwan, the government in Taiwan, saying that they were the ones who were fishing for U.S. support for an independence agenda. He went on to say, quote, "Such moves are extremely dangerous," he reportedly said. "Just like playing with fire, whoever plays with fire will get burned." This is according to state media outlet, the Global Times. The thing is, for the U.S., nothing has changed in the U.S. position on Taiwan. And that line about independence, senior officials told us, have always been part of the U.S. policy. It's just not part of the U.S. statement today. The U.S. strongly opposing unilateral efforts to change the status quo, it says, or to undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. So as Mike mentioned as well, Taiwan really dominating the conversation in this meeting today, and neither side appearing to move an inch.
Now, Janice, also, President Xi called Biden his old friend in that video we just played there a moment ago from the meeting. We saw them waving, smiling at each other. I mean, there appeared to be some effort on both sides of this to convey warmth towards each other. What would China like to see from its relationship with the U.S. going forward?
Well, they are not strangers. They've known each other for several years. There is this personal familiarity. When President Biden was here, they ate noodles together and they traveled around. And she did refer to him today as an old friend. But that was then. And the U.S.-China relationship is far more complicated now. And in many ways, it carries higher stakes. We also have to remember that Xi Jinping is coming into this meeting with unprecedented power here. Just last week, rewriting Communist Party history to be elevated to the status of the leader who will carry China into the next era of being a superpower. So that's bound to have some friction with the United States. Both sides went into this hoping to manage this stiff competition that has pushed relations to a very rocky place in history. And as President Biden said, to assure that the lines of communication are open enough that they don't find the two nations veering into conflict.
All right, Janice Mackey-Fair, Mike Memoli, thank you both so much.
Former Trump advisor Steve Bannon will be back in court on Thursday, where he's expected to enter a plea after being charged with 2 counts of contempt of Congress. Bannon surrendered to authorities yesterday after a federal grand jury indicted him for refusing to answer questions in the House committee's January 6th investigation. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams has more on what's next for Steve Bannon.
Steve Bannon turned himself into the FBI mob by cameras, his escorts clearing a path.
Excuse me.
One of those cameras was actually his, live streaming on his social media site.
Okay, we got the Hispanics coming on our side, African Americans coming on our side. We're taking down the Biden regime.
His more immediate challenge is a federal grand jury indictment, 2 counts charging contempt of Congress for refusing to produce documents or show up for questioning by the House committee investigating the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. During a brief hearing in federal court, he was formally advised of the charges, released, and will enter a plea Thursday. Outside the courthouse, a defiant Bannon said he'll fight the charges, which he called politically motivated.
I'm telling you right now, this is going to be the misdemeanor from hell for Merrick Garland, Nancy Pelosi, and Joe Biden.
Bannon is the only former Trump White House aide subpoenaed who has totally refused to cooperate because the former president asserted executive privilege. 15 others have been subpoenaed.
If they're willing to talk to the committee about non-privileged matters, if they're willing to negotiate with the committee rather than just make a blanket assertion of privilege, they don't really have anything to fear. They won't be charged.
We now have a clearer idea of what Steve Bannon's defense will be. One key element will be this, that he will argue that he was simply following the advice of his lawyers when he declined to even show up to answer the House committee's questions. And in some past contempt cases, that defense has been a successful one. Savannah, Vicki?
Pete Williams, thank you so much.
Turning now to the state of the coronavirus in Europe, after nearly 2 million cases were reported across the region just last week. Countries there are now introducing restrictions on activities not seen since the early days of the pandemic. Austria has re-implemented a full-scale lockdown for unvaccinated citizens, while a partial lockdown is underway in the Netherlands, with businesses and restaurants closing early to try to get ahead of a spike in cases. The restrictive policies in Europe come as cases here in the U.S. remain elevated heading into the busy holiday travel season. Let's bring in Dr. Amish Adalja for more on these new developments. Dr. Adalja is a senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Doctor, good morning. So we so appreciate how straight with us you always are. So I just want to ask you, because so many of these headlines feel back and forth. It feels like we're seeing there's good news. We are in a better place with cases. Vaccination rates are going up. Boosters will soon be available to more people. But then we hear stuff like this, cases remaining elevated. And obviously we see what's going on in Europe right now, with some countries experiencing their worst surge in months. So is the U.S. in good shape heading into the winter months? Where do you think we're at right now?
You have to realize that we're still going to see an acceleration of cases because there's not enough people vaccinated. It's getting colder. People are going to go indoors. The goal has always been to keep those cases from translating into hospitalizations and deaths. And I do think because we've got maybe 58, 60% of the population fully vaccinated, we have monoclonal antibodies, we have antivirals that are on the cusp of being approved, and we've got some amount of the population that has immunity from prior infection, we hopefully won't see the cases that we're inevitably going to see translate into hospitals in trouble. That remains to be seen. There may be pockets of the country where there's high-risk people who haven't been vaccinated, where hospitals are going to struggle, just like we saw during the Delta surge. So I think there's a little bit of uncertainty of where this is going to go. But the thing is, we have the tool to stop this or to blunt this. It's just getting more people vaccinated. And we know that there's going to be transmission over holidays. The best way to make that holiday safe is to be vaccinated.
So I want to ask you a question specifically about that and use some examples from a new report out to kind of walk us through what exactly is happening here. So this is from NBC News. It's detailing a spike in cases among unvaccinated Americans in the New England area. I think we might have a graphic for you here. Here we go. So New England COVID cases rise as Delta hits the unvaccinated. Vermont and New Hampshire, as you can see there, hit particularly hard. But Vermont, doctor, is one of the most vaccinated states in the U.S. So what does that mean? Are these breakthrough cases then? How is an area with, according to that most recent article from NBC News, 72% of residents fully vaccinated seeing a spike like that?
Well, 72 is not 100% or not 90%. And some of the European countries that have been able to stave off this surge have vaccination rates that are around 90%, for example, places like Portugal. So it's not enough for the more contagious variant. And what's happening is that this virus is moving through the unvaccinated population. And unvaccinated people tend to cluster together. They tend to live in the same counties. They tend to interact with each other. And that's where that virus is finding a hold. So it's not really impacting the vaccinated community to the degree that it's impacting the unvaccinated community. And it remains true that if you're unvaccinated, the Delta variant is going to find you. You're going to get infected. This virus is too contagious. So the best thing to do is to be vaccinated. And those states that are resting on those high vaccination numbers, they're still going to have their unvaccinated population get hit because it's not high enough.
And doctor, quickly, let's talk about booster shots, something that people who are vaccinated are interested in. So now we're now hearing that New York City and 3 other states, California, Colorado, New Mexico, are moving ahead with authorizing booster shots for all adults. And that's even though federal health agencies have not yet signed off on it. Is that the safest way of getting boosters out there for those who want them? And will more cities follow along with this? What do you think about that?
There's not much harm to getting a booster, but what you want to really focus on is where the benefit is for boosters. And I think that's the high-risk individuals, people above the age of 65, people with high-risk conditions, and those who got the J&J vaccine. But I understand that local public health authorities are frustrated because booster messaging has been really convoluted and mixed from the White House versus the CDC versus the FDA. So they want a simple solution. But I think those high-risk groups where boosters are absolutely necessary. For other healthy people, it's not going to harm you, but the benefit may be marginal. But we probably will see expansion of boosters, even though the benefit is really in a restricted group of people.
All right, Dr. Amos Shadalja, always great to have you. Thank you so much. Now, days of heavy rainfall and high winds led to major flooding in Washington state on Monday.
Bill Cairns joins us now with the latest updates. Hey, good morning, Bill.
Yeah, good morning. Scary situations. This is right along the border of British Columbia and northern Washington state. I mean, they had incredible amounts of rain. Even Seattle's had 7 inches of rain this month. And I know areas to the north there got worse. Interstate 5 had a mudslide that is closed. We've had numerous communities that have been cut off. The town of Sumas had the downtown flooded. On the British Columbia side, the town of Vernon, of 7,000 people got flooded out, all evacuated. You can see the pictures there, just how severe this has been. Many people had to be rescued by boats from their homes, and in some cases, people were on the second floors of their homes. There is one report of one man that was washed down a creek that is missing, that they are still looking for. So the flash flood watch has expired, but those areas in red are still rivers that are in flood stage. Again, the worst of it is north of Seattle, and as I said, I-5 is closed because of a large mudslide up around Bellingham, and there's no word how long that's going to take for the major interstate to be reopened. So this storm that brought that heavy rain is now moving through the northern plains. It is going to be a huge wind maker today and tomorrow through the northern plains. We have high wind warnings that cover portions of 4 states and just about all of Montana. And we could see in some of the high elevations gusts up to 100 miles per hour. So we're talking down trees, some minor structural damage, and power outages for a few locations. And here's some of what we're predicting. Here's the wind gusts that are expected for some of the big cities. You notice Billings up to 60, Glasgow 61, and it will be still pretty windy all the way into areas of the Dakotas. So for today's forecast, we're still chilly in the east. We still have record highs in some portions of the southern plains. So we got a little bit of everything except snow. We don't have too much snow on the map today, and that's just fine with me.
Yeah, not quite time yet. All right, Bill, thank you so much. See you next hour.
Okay.
And coming up, new developments this morning in the sex trafficking trial of British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell. Plus, dramatic moments in court lead to calls for a mistrial in the trial of 3 men accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery. The ruling by a judge and what it means for the case. You're watching Morning News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Jury selection begins today in the federal sex trafficking trial of Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. She's accused of recruiting underage women for Epstein to allegedly sexually abuse from 1994 to 2004. Maxwell says she's innocent of the charges. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now from outside the courthouse in New York City. Tom, good morning. So before we get into the jury selection, I'll ask you about that in just a moment. Let's first remind our viewers what Ghislaine Maxwell is accused of. What was her involvement with Jeffrey Epstein and what is she charged with?
Right, so she faces a host of charges here, including a sex trafficking conspiracy charge for, as you said, Savannah, activity from 1994 to 2004. Now, that's important because that predates the investigation in Florida, and it all has to have a nexus here to New York City. That's why federal prosecutors, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, were able to bring these charges. The grand jury handing up an indictment saying that she tried to entice minors to travel for the purposes of sex. She was involved involved in that sex trafficking conspiracy, allegedly, as I just mentioned, and then as well that she was involved in the abuse. They say that she was personally involved in the abuse. So there's a whole host of charges centered around that, and that's what she's facing here as this trial begins in earnest.
Now, jury selection, as we mentioned, is underway. So what do we know so far about the process?
Right. So over the past couple of weeks, jurors have been coming here to the courthouse, filling out questionnaires, essentially evaluating whether or not they can even be here for this trial, or if they have any particular conflicts with some of the names and some of the individuals that might be coming up here at this trial. So for folks, this trial expected to last for 6 weeks through the holidays. For people that have to travel for the holidays, for people that have business commitments, they can't be here. But as we stand here today, 213 people have qualified. They're going to be called before the judge, one person at a time, answer a question from the judge, I should say, this morning as to whether or not they can be impartial and whether or not they move on to the final pool of 50 to be picked.
And now, Tom, when can we expect that selection process to wrap up? And then when does that mean that oral arguments will begin? Walk us through the timeline for this trial.
It really depends on how quickly they can get through this questioning period, how quickly they can get to a pool of approximately 50 or so, that then both sides can use their strikes to challenge them and get down to that final jury pool. This may go up until opening statements on November 29th. They may pick from that pool on that morning, but we do anticipate opening statements on the 29th. The jury will be seated then, and as I mentioned, the trial going 6 weeks through the holidays.
All right. Tom Winter, thank you so much. Now, a judge in Georgia has denied a request for a mistrial in the trial of the 3 men accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery. The defense team said jurors were tainted by weeping in the courtroom. The defense also asked for civil rights activist Reverend Jesse Jackson to be removed. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is following the trial from Brunswick, Georgia.
We object to his presence in the public gallery inside the courtroom.
Defense attorney Kevin Goff asking the judge to tell the Reverend Jesse Jackson, sitting with Ahmaud Arbery's parents, to leave the courtroom. Goff singling out Jackson after objecting last week to the Reverend Al Sharpton, who hosts a show on MSNBC, being in court. Both men invited there by Arbery's parents.
With all due respect, Your Honor, the seats in the public gallery of a courtroom are not like courtside seats at a Lakers game.
Mr. Goff, at this point, I'm not exactly sure what you're doing.
Last week, another defense attorney criticized Goff, but today they all joined his objections after Arbery's mother was heard sobbing in the gallery when prosecutors showed the jury a picture of her son.
Hey, who's that depicted in the picture?
Quez.
Okay. And you say Quez. Is that what you knew him as?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could just take a moment, if we take a 5-minute recess.
It becoming less and less about evidence and more about emotion with these kinds of outbursts and those kinds of photographs.
During a break, we asked Jackson about the defense's criticism.
They're saying that you and the other pastors are trying to influence the jury.
I'm saying with the family. I don't know the jurors. I don't know any of them.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
Come on, Jim. That's right. Come on,
I don't know any of them. If our president stands to reaffirm the innocence, victimhood of a young man who was killed.
As tension grew, eventually the defense attorneys asked for a mistrial, arguing that the atmosphere outside the courthouse, where a small group of Arbery supporters gather each day, and inside because of who's been in the public gallery, make it impossible for the defendants to get a fair trial.
I have said over and over and over in this trial that I am attempting to ensure that in this courtroom that the defendants receive a fair trial, and I will continue to do that.
The trial continued with several Georgia Bureau of Investigation agents testifying about how the fatal encounter unfolded, showing the jury the 12-gauge shotgun Travis McMichael used to shoot and kill Arbery, he says in self-defense, and Arbery's T-shirt bloodstained and with bullet holes. At one point, Arbery's father left the courtroom visibly upset.
The prosecution's case appears to be winding down, and they've said their next witness will be the medical examiner who will describe the wounds Arbery sustained and how he died. Expect another day of very graphic and emotional testimony.
All right, Ron Allen,
Vicky,
thank you
Savannah.
so much. Thanks, Ron. Now let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning. Ali Arouzi joins us today from Tehran. Hey there, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, the U.S. has accused Russia of dangerous and irresponsible behavior after it conducted an anti-satellite weapons test that threatened the lives of 7 astronauts on board the International Space Station. Russia fired a missile at one of its own, generating a field of debris. NASA officials have traveled to Moscow and will seek to discuss the matter with Russian counterparts. However, the Russian Defense Ministry has accused the U.S. of hypocrisy. In the United Kingdom, 4 men arrested under terrorism laws after a bomb exploded outside Liverpool Women's Hospital on Sunday have been released without charge after police named Emad al-Swilmin as the man who died after a homemade bomb blew up in the back of a taxi. The suspect is understood to have been an asylum seeker who converted to Christianity. And finally, if you're after some high-quality apples, they don't get much more expensive than this. At an auction in Japan, a box containing 28 Sun Fuji apples sold for almost $9,000. That's just over $320 per apple. Around 64,000 boxes of the apples will be shipped around the world this season. And those are your headlines.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. All right, Allie, thank you so much. And coming up, getting candid about kids and mental health. Up next here on Morning News Now, we'll talk to a professional about the signs of a child in distress and what you can do to help at home and in the classroom after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Mel Gibson is returning to the Lethal Weapon franchise. The 65-year-old is set to step behind the camera to direct the 5th installment of the series. Speaking at an event reported by London newspaper The Sun, Gibson said he would take over directing duties from director Richard Donner, who died back in July. Gibson said Donner had begun to work on a screenplay for the film before he passed away. The action comedy series starred Gibson and Danny Glover as Los Angeles police detectives Martin Riggs and Roger Murtaugh. It's not confirmed that Gibson will also star in the movie or whether Glover will return, but filming is scheduled to begin next year. All right, time now to check in on some of the latest mental health headlines as part of our series here on Morning News Now. There's a new push to bring more mental health resources to the classroom and new ways we should be treating ourselves and each other as a result of the pandemic. Dr. George James joins us now. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist at the Council for Relationships. Dr. James, good morning. Thanks for joining us for this important conversation. So a group of doctors last month called child and adolescent mental health a national emergency. So now with federal COVID aid, schools are hoping to change that actually. In Kansas City, schools now have a mental health clinic, and one New Jersey district is setting up emotional learning teams. Tell us, what are the warning signs that a child is battling mental health issues, and how do you want to see schools addressing this? What do you think about programs like these?
First of all, good morning, Savannah. And yes, we've seen that the increase in mental health needs and crises and struggles for so many people, including our young adult and our children. And so one of the things that we want to really pay attention to is any real change in behavior. Is there a change in their mood, especially that will last for a long time? So that could be outbursts, that could be sadness, that could be talking about death or suicide, that could be just violent behavior that maybe they just weren't showing before. So we really want to pay attention to these things. And if it persists for a while, that might be something to show you that your child might be going through. And then that's why I think having services within our schools could be helpful, or additional services, because sometimes as parents we might not see it, but in school they might show some of these things.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, so for kids, I mean, it might have been remote learning, but then also for adults, fractured careers, maybe tough relationship times throughout the pandemic really took a toll on people. So in Massachusetts, actually, state lawmakers are looking at a bill that would mandate coverage for annual mental health checkups, similar to, an annual physical. How would this expansion of access help people battling issues like anxiety or depression?
In a situation like this, it's preaching to the choir. As a licensed therapist who I've worked with individuals, couples, and families for many years, this is something that, that we've talked about, where that to be able to see mental health as just as important as our physical health, for people to be able to pay attention, to have checkups. Thankfully, more medical doctors are doing those checkups when they see their patients. They're asking them about depression and anxiety. And I think something like this could be helpful. I think in addition to this, we would really need to find a way how to add to the full system, because as we've seen even throughout COVID, is that a lot of the therapists are overwhelmed. They're receiving more and more requests. So I think there would also need to be a system of supporting therapists and clinicians so that they can provide these services as the demand could increase.
Yeah, that's a really important point, Dr. James. And quickly, we're now in the season of giving. It's the holiday time, and there's more research that actually shows giving and helping others can benefit your own mental health. Why is that?
A lot of the work that I do with people is really trying to help them get perspective on themselves and their situation. When we give to other people, it really helps us with perspective. It allows us to get out of our own heads and our own situation and think about somebody else. That can be helpful. Also, when we help other people, we realize that sometimes our situations might not be as dire or as awful as we might think. We might realize that other people are struggling and we can give and help other people. Lastly, helping other people just feels good, and it can allow us to be in a better place and can shift our mood when we might not be in the best place.
Dr. George James, what a great one to end on. Thank you so much. We always love having you, and thanks for this important conversation. See you soon.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Now, you've probably heard of the organization Make-A-Wish, where children with a terminal illness are given the opportunity to maybe take an epic family vacation or meet their favorite celebrity. Any wish they want granted. Well, one teenage boy didn't use his wish on himself. He decided what he really wanted was to help others. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders has his story.
13-year-old Abraham Olegregui knows he's different, but he thought it was because he was diagnosed with sometimes fatal aplastic anemia. But that's not what makes Abraham unique. Make-A-Wish said he could go to Disney, get a PlayStation, have a 21-speed bike.
Instead, you decided to what?
Feed the homeless.
Why?
Like a PlayStation would be nice, but to me, I just feel like it wouldn't do the justice, like all the pain and stuff I went through. So I just felt like it would have been right to just feed the homeless and just to give back.
Mom, what do you think here?
It overwhelms me. It just gives me so much joy.
A stranger donated life-saving bone marrow. Doctors say Abraham's now on his way to full recovery. Since he was 9, Abraham has joined his parents and 9 brothers and sisters feeding the homeless in Jackson, Mississippi. The Make-A-Wish gift will allow him to plate 700 meals for the next 8 months. It's not every day a 13-year-old teaches us a lesson.
Most of the homeless people, they had good childhoods. And you just don't know, one day you could be homeless. Before you put your nose in somebody else's business, put your heart in their place first.
Carrie Sanders, NBC News.
What an incredible story and an incredible young man. Coming up, Thanksgiving sticker shock. Turkey and all the fixings will likely be more expensive this year. What you can do to keep the cost down. Plus, the service shutdown that could make millions of people's phones useless. That's next on Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
With Thanksgiving next week, you might already be planning your grocery list. Well, you can expect the total at checkout to be the highest it's been in decades. So what's causing it and what can you do about it? NBC News business correspondent Jolene Kent explains.
Savannah, Vicki, good morning. You guys know the price of food has gone up. Inflation is very much a thing, and it's now going to be hitting your Thanksgiving grocery bill all across the board, and it starts with the turkey.
For millions gathering for the first in-person Thanksgiving in 2 years, be prepared to pay up. Thanks in part to a labor shortage in the supply chain, the retail price of turkeys is up 9 cents a pound compared to last year. The other reasons, the higher cost of corn to feed those turkeys and inflation.
What we're finding is that people in anticipation of perceived shortages is that they're rushing out to buy turkeys now. Our sales on turkeys were up 100% versus the same week year ago last week.
Grocery chain H-E-B says customers should be flexible.
What can shoppers expect to be in tight supply or delayed?
I think one of the areas that we're seeing right now is in pumpkin pie mix, is that not that we don't have it, but we may find that the shipping from a manufacturer to our stores is a day or two behind. But on the other hand, there are going to probably be 6 or 7 other brands that you can choose from.
Canned cranberry sauce is pricier because it's more expensive to produce steel cans and trucking costs are up. Packaged dinner rolls are more expensive because the price of some ingredients spiked. Bakeries like Republic of Pie ordered their flour months ago and were still forced to hike their prices by $1.75 a pie.
Naturally, we have to go up a little bit in price. We go up incrementally as much as we can without trying to shake and stir the restaurant and our customers.
Even pie boxes are in short supply.
I was told that they're not going to have for the rest of the month.
To stay on budget and get what you need, experts say buy frozen options and generic brands. And if you're celebrating as a group, truly share the costs. Don't leave the host solely on the hook.
And there's one more tip that may seem obvious, but it's good when you shop early, is you can comparison shop. You can look online, you can shop in your neighborhood to figure out exactly what works well for you to maximize your budget. But no matter what, it's going to be a very expensive Thanksgiving, so you may as well get started early. Guys?
Yeah, really. I'm hosting my first. I better do that. Thanks, Jolene. Now let's stay on your money with our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. Silvana Henao is with us. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so the iPhone 13 went on sale 9 weeks ago, but it's still harder to get one than the iPhone 12 was last year. JP Morgan says delivery times for the iPhone 13 are up to 10 days. And if you want a 13 Pro or Pro Max, you may have to wait almost a month. And it's the global semiconductor chip shortage that's impacting Apple's ability to deliver iPhones faster. JP Morgan says supply is not expected to catch up with demand until February. IBM's CEO says he's worried about inflation and warns of possible disruptions ahead. Arvind Krishna tells CNBC he's not sure it will have an impact on the company's business in 2022. However, he says there could be an economic slowdown if a new COVID variant emerges. He adds that vaccines and safety protocols are minimizing the impact of the virus. And say goodbye to disappearing tweets. Twitter is rolling out updates it promised in September to address a long-standing complaint that tweets sometimes disappear from view just as you're reading through them because your feed refreshes. A fix is now available on the web version of Twitter. It will make it so you can decide when to refresh your feed, and to do so, you can click the tweet counter bar at the top of the page. Back to you.
All right, I guess that makes sense. Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
Now, millions of Americans still own a 3G cell phone, and if you're one of them, your phone may stop working next year. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward shows us what we need to know as wireless networks are getting ready to shut down 3G.
The year 2022 has a futuristic ring to it, but it's the end of the line for millions of wireless devices. Third generation or 3G phones will soon stop working as wireless companies disconnect them. Why? Well, because the companies only have a certain number of frequencies they can use to connect us, and getting rid of old phones frees up valuable airwaves to connect more expensive ones.
The people that are going to be the most impacted by this are going to be the low income, the elderly, and then people that live in those areas that do not have access to 4 or 5G, because there's no easy path to an upgrade for them. They might not be able to afford an upgrade to a 4G or a 5G phone. And that's even saying if 4 or 5G is available in their area.
Boost Mobile, which sells some of the cheapest plans out there, says more than 1 million customers could lose out and is pressing former owner T-Mobile to extend service.
Are you okay? Do you need
some medical alert devices for seniors will also stop transmitting.
Emergency call center.
And that's it for certain roadside assistance systems in older cars from companies like Toyota and Audi. If you rely on an older home security system, medical device, or phone, check in with the manufacturer to make sure it's not going to be disconnected next year.
All right, our thanks to Jake Ward for that report. Now, some companies are offering free or discounted upgrades for older devices, but you should reach out because while your connection might end, billing probably won't. And coming up, unrest in Cuba. Police clash with protesters as concern grows about the living conditions there. We're on the ground with what's behind the conflict. This is Morning News Now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Members of Cuba's communist government are taking to the streets of the island nation to prevent residents from taking part in planned protests against the government.
Yeah, authorities are trying to prevent a repeat of protests that took place over the summer. NBC News reporter Ed Augustin is in Havana with more.
They are the chants demanding change and the crowds of solidarity. A caravan of cars taking the streets of Miami in support of the activists who called on the Cuban people to rally against their government. But on the island, authorities have so far managed to contain demonstrations, avoiding the huge protests witnessed this summer when fury over dire economic conditions gripped the island, while COVID infection rates were sky high. It was a summer of anger, fury over dire economic conditions that gripped the island during the COVID pandemic. That frustration continues to simmer. Dawn is just breaking, but already outside this supermarket, more than 100 people are standing in line. Many have been here since the day before.
Things have been like this ever since COVID. The pandemic made people's economic situation fall through the ground.
This young playwright has become the face of a new movement, trying to build on last summer's protests, demanding political and civic rights.
Cuba is not hell, but Cuba is not heaven. Cuba is very complicated. I think that we don't have democracy in Cuba, but the future for Cuba is our responsibility, without interference from anywhere in the world.
State-run television ran videos of Garcia meeting with American diplomats and attending a foreign-run workshop on how to involve the Cuban military in political change.
Al contrario, es mi derecho humano y constitucional caminar como un ciudadano libre por una de las calles llevando solamente una rosa blanca.
Garcia had planned a one-man march on Sunday, but authorities prevented him from leaving his house. Instead, the Cuban government organized its own rally in Havana's Central Park. Sitting on the ground, Cuban President Miguel Díaz-Canel. COVID rates were through the roof, and lockdown was grueling. Today, 76% of the population has been fully vaccinated, and cases are more than 10 times lower, according to the Cuban Ministry of Public Health. People are returning to work, schools reopened, and tourists will be welcomed back for the first time in more than 18 months. There are people who think like law student Elizabeth Rodriguez. She wants more economic opportunities, but also fears US interference in Cuba's domestic affairs.
We need change, but we have to change it from inside the country, not being paid about an external government. You lose all credibility.
Then you meet others, like Adele Perez, one of the thousands who poured into the streets last summer. Even though this theatre actor was arrested, Perez plans to risk it all again.
If the police don't arrest me, yes, I am going to express my thinking about all this. I'm going to express my solidarity with the Cuban people.
All right, our thanks to Ed Augustin for that report.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Vicki Wynn, in for Joe today. Right now on Morning News Now, final moments. We begin in Kenosha, Wisconsin this morning, where jury deliberations begin today in the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse. He's the teen accused of fatally shooting two men during unrest there last year. Closing arguments ended yesterday with the prosecution saying Rittenhouse was looking for trouble. The teen's attorneys maintaining he was acting in self-defense. We'll tell you about the charge the judge dismissed and bring you everything you need to know this morning from outside the courthouse. Shot to the system, a winter COVID surge is on the minds of many Americans as temperatures drop, and that's prompting health leaders from coast to coast to take matters into their own hands when it comes to doling out booster shots, bending the guidelines set by the FDA. Cities like New York now offering that next dose to any fully vaccinated adult. But some Americans are confused on the messaging. Who needs a booster? Who should get one? And how long should you wait before the jab? We'll clear the air. Also this morning, giving it all. More than 2 million American children are currently living with a disabled veteran parent assisting with their day-to-day care, which can be a heavy load to bear for young minds. We'll introduce you to one family, the father diagnosed with a traumatic brain injury and PTSD from his time spent in Iraq, the hidden sacrifices made by his daughters, and the organizations in place to make life a little easier. And it's been 20 years since we first boarded the Hogwarts Express en route to the castle on the hill. While we've all grown a little older, the magic of Harry Potter for millions of muggles, like this one, has not dimmed with time. We will take you back to where it all began for a special behind-the-scenes look at the studio that put Potter on the map. I'm so excited for that story.
I am too. I can't
loved
wait to
all
see
those
it.
books.
I know.
I actually read them as an adult. Yeah. Might I say. But they were still great.
Do your girls like them?
Yes, my 2 older ones have read them. The little one's 5, so she's still a little young.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I
wouldn't?
can't wait
They're
for that
so
story.
fantastic.
I know they are. Yeah.
All right, well, we have a lot to get to this morning, and we begin in Wisconsin and the homicide trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, the teenager who shot 3 people, killing 2 of them during a protest last summer.
Yeah, the prosecution and defense have delivered their closing arguments, and now the case goes to the jury for deliberations. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest from Kenosha.
Savannah and Vicky, good morning. Hundreds of National Guard members are on standby as this heated trial moves one step closer to a verdict. The jury must now decide that central question. Did this teenager provoke the violence or just defend himself against it?
This morning, Kyle Rittenhouse's case will be in the hands of the jury after closing arguments painted 2 very different pictures.
He feared for his life. The defendant provoked everything.
Last August, during protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin, Rittenhouse shot and killed 2 men and wounded a 3rd. The prosecution portraying Rittenhouse as a wannabe soldier who provoked the bloodshed.
You cannot claim self-defense against a danger you create.
Arguing Rittenhouse crossed state lines looking for trouble.
No serious, credible medic wears an AR-15 slung around their body.
Rittenhouse's team doubling down on its self-defense argument.
Every person who was shot was attacking Kyle. Kyle shot Joseph Rosenbaum to stop a threat to his person. And I'm glad he shot him.
Saying Rittenhouse went to Kenosha to protect the city from rioters, and he was ambushed. His attorney comparing his client to the police officer who shot Jacob Blake, the incident that sparked the unrest.
Other people in this community have shot somebody 7 times, and it's been found to be okay. And my client did it 4 times in 3/4 of a second to protect his life.
Both sides also revisiting Rittenhouse's own emotional testimony.
People right there. And he was willing to get up on that witness stand, take the oath, and tell his story. He broke down crying about himself, not about anybody that he hurt that night.
The now 18-year-old faces 5 felony counts, including intentional homicide. The judge dismissed a 6th count, a misdemeanor gun possession charge, because of an exception in the law. Jurors may also consider some lesser charges if they acquit Rittenhouse on more serious counts. The city of Kenosha now bracing for a verdict.
No justice, no peace. Self-defense is not a crime.
In a trial that is testing the limits of self-defense.
Now I was inside the courtroom for part of those closing arguments. Security is very tight. And it was also tough to see some of those graphic photos of the gunshot wounds, but also hard to gauge the reaction of individual jurors. Now, later this morning, 12 jurors will be randomly selected from the 18 who have heard the case so far. And then jury deliberations will begin. Savannah and Vicky.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Molly Palmer. She is the criminal defense attorney and a legal analyst. Good morning, Molly. What were your takeaways from the closing arguments? Gabe just laid out some of the high points for us.
You know, they were very impassioned, both sides taking totally different approaches to this case, but nothing that we didn't expect. I think one of the most intense moments was when the prosecutor, I guess, mimicked Kyle and held a gun up to the jury. I think he was trying to be evocative of the fear that maybe the victims felt in this case, but I think that it put everybody a bit not in the most comfortable situation. And then I thought the comment from the defense lawyer regarding Jacob Blake was also a bit incendiary. I think that if you have jurors who maybe have sympathy for Jacob Blake and those that were protesting in Kenosha leading up to Kyle Rittenhouse's arrest, that type of commentary did not necessarily go over well. Both closing arguments and then the prosecution's rebuttal were very long too. So we'll see if they were the type of arguments that the jury couldn't even keep up with, given the fact that they were multiple hours each.
Interesting. The judge threw out a misdemeanor gun charge, but he will allow the jury to consider some lesser charges. Talk about what those charges are, Molly, and how do you think that changes this case?
Well, with the misdemeanor charge being thrown out, you know, it really changes the landscape of this case. And as you've explained, there was an exception to the misdemeanor count that basically said that if you have a rifle or a shotgun, it has to be short barreled to be illegal, or you have to be at least over 16. And because we know Kyle was 17 at the time, and the state couldn't prove that the rifle was short barreled, the judge did not allow that charge to go to the jury. But we do have these lesser included offenses, right? So less serious offenses that the jury could convict on rather than what's in the indictment. In the indictment now we have 5 felony counts. But I think when you have an incredibly divisive case like this, that's incredibly polarizing, sometimes the jury compromises and they convict on those lesser included charges rather than convicting on the most serious intentional homicide charge.
Molly, Rittenhouse is 18 now, but he was 17. He was a minor last year when these shootings took place. It's an important distinction. How do you think that factors into the charges and the deliberations that the jury will begin today?
I think the defense addressed this in closing arguments by basically saying, you know, you can't play with this person's life, with my client's life. This is serious. His life is on the line. And he was basically referencing, I think, the severity of the punishment here. And I think that we would be naive to assume that the jury is not going to consider his youth, both in assessing his credibility on the stand and also in deciding his fate. I think that whenever you have a young client who is facing such serious counts with such serious penalties, the jury does consider that a life sentence means so much more than it would for somebody who's in their 40s, 50s, or older.
Molly Palmer, thank you so much for your insight.
This morning, the nation's largest city is going all in on boosters for adults 18 and older, despite federal guidelines that recommend them only for certain populations. New York City joining a growing list that includes the states of California, Colorado, and New Mexico. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Miami with more on what this means for Americans as COVID cases continue to climb.
Savannah, Vicky, good morning. The bottom line here is this really ramps up pressure on the FDA and the CDC to update their guidelines as more cities and states are expected to follow suit. Local officials right now arguing that the federal guidelines allow for boosters for high-risk populations and that theoretically everybody in their city or state is at high risk. The federal government right now choosing to look the other way.
With COVID cases once again on the rise, health leaders coast to coast are trying to pump the brakes on an upward trend.
Hi, it's Dr. Dave Choksi with an update about COVID-19 booster shots.
New Yorkers likely recognize these ads with the city's health commissioner, who's been encouraging boosters for those 65 and older or with underlying health conditions. But now, with backing from the mayor, Dr. David Choksi offering them to all fully vaccinated adults 6 months clear of Pfizer and Moderna or 2 months after the J&J jab, some 4.5 million people.
We've seen throughout the pandemic that we have to stay a step ahead of the virus, and the decision that New York City made was very much in that vein.
That proactive posture coming as Colorado, California, New Mexico, and Arkansas all issued the same guidance, taking a looser interpretation of federal guidelines that allow boosters for high-risk populations. In Minnesota, which has seen a nearly 70% increase in cases the last 2 weeks, the virus is flooding communities, big and small.
We are all full. This is not getting better.
This as Americans try and sort through mixed messaging on boosters.
I think the confusing message around the boosters may end up being one of the biggest missed opportunities in this pandemic.
States and cities are trying to take the lead. The CDC says adults with increased risk of exposure should get the booster, and some local officials say that can cover all adults.
How does New York City have the autonomy to make this decision?
The commissioner's advisory that I issued today is consistent with the FDA authorization and the CDC guidance. An important part of that guidance is about risk of exposure.
Choksi says we're learning from Europe, which tends to foreshadow what happens in the U.S. Cases there rising so precipitously. Austria has imposed a lockdown for unvaccinated people, and Germany is considering the same.
We feel much safer when I know that the people that walking around are vaccinated.
Even with all the talk about boosters, health officials emphasizing the most important shot is the first one.
Medical experts here say the supply is not the issue, that cities and states and pharmacies have enough boosters. The question is really about liability. If someone who is not federally authorized to get a booster shot has complications, who's responsible? Is it the state? Is it the healthcare provider? A lot of unanswered questions this morning. Vicki and Savannah, back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar now for the very latest on these booster shots. So we just heard from Sam's report. We got New York City now added to the list. California, Colorado, New Mexico, all saying boosters for everybody. It doesn't matter what your pre-existing conditions are, your age, etc. I will say I'm seriously considering scheduling a booster. It's been about 7 months since I got my last shot. But I'm young, otherwise healthy. I don't have any of these issues. So realistically, what should be the calculation for people who are fully vaccinated? Do we need to run out and get this booster? And will it make a difference in all these spiking cases that we're seeing in 20 states?
Right. So a lot of different prongs to this answer, you guys. I'm going to start with saying that it always boils down to the fundamental question of, are we trying to prevent every infection, or are we just trying to prevent serious illness and hospitalization? Because we know that the vaccines are still holding up very well against that particular metric. But I think we've seen a shift among public health experts who are now saying, you know what, maybe it's not a bad thing to strive for getting infections down as low as we can. But as you guys and I were talking about before the segment, if we keep on boosting the same pool of people, you know, we're treading water a little bit. We're not really moving the needle as far as we would like to towards that end of the rainbow, right, when the pandemic is over, when we still have to deal with the 60 million people over the age of 12 who are eligible for vaccination who have not been vaccinated. New York City Health Commissioner Dr. Choksi put it this way, in defense of New York City's policy now to allow everyone to get a booster. He basically says, you know, this is in line with FDA and CDC guidance, because right now it says if you're 18 and above and you're in a high-risk situation, whether it's occupational or this or that, that you may get a booster. And so he essentially is saying, we're leaving it up to the person anyway. So if you feel that because of your occupation, traveling a lot, maybe taking care of an elderly, you know, parent, that's not that's not really defined specifically by CDC, but you actually are at risk for transmitting to someone, go ahead and get a booster. That it's just making it easier for everyone without all the red tape.
And quickly, did you say boosting also can help reduce the risk of transmission? It might make me less infectious to someone else?
Yes. Okay. And that is kind of the, you know, we've been all
vaccinated.
Exactly.
Okay, so I think, though, the question there that comes up for a lot of people who are listening to this is, okay, I got the vaccine. I did it when you told me to, and I might have even been nervous about it then. And now it's not officially authorized by the FDA or the CDC for me to go get a booster. You're telling me to go get it in one of these states when I did what I was supposed to do. What's your message to those people, and what does that mean about where we're at with people who haven't gotten the first shot?
My message to people is this. If we had the luxury of being 20 years ahead and looking back and saying, you know what, we could have messaged this differently, because 20 years later, we know that the vaccine actually needs to be a 3-shot series. We don't know that right now. You know, Dr. Fauci had a really, really, really informative daily last week, if you want to listen to it, on the New York Times Daily. And he said, listen, if we knew that 6 months boosting was better than 8 months boosting was better than a year boosting, or vice versa, then we would communicate that. Right now, we know. We don't know. We're doing it in real time. You know, the hepatitis B vaccine, for example, it's a 3-shot series, and the third one is given 6 months after the second one. We're doing this. It's an emergency. It's a public health emergency. We are giving the guidance to boost now because we know that 2 weeks after your booster, you are significantly less likely to be infected, which means you are very much likely less likely to transmit to other folks. And you yourself, you're protecting yourself, and you are protecting those people around you. But again, the 60 million people who haven't been vaccinated.
And so then what's your message? And just to kind of keep having this back and forth as people might hear these things at home and just simply be confused. And you mentioned the fact that there's 60 million people above the age of 12. So let's say that your children, let's say, I know you have kids in this age group, that's you. And what you're hearing is, we just don't know. And then your response to that is, well, that makes me nervous to give this shot to my child. If we have so much to learn, if that's kind of the message that you're hearing from the answer that you just gave.
Right. And I think, and the unknowns are really about what strategy is best immunologically. I think for the people who are waiting to vaccinate, their concern of the unknown has to do with this ambiguous side effects kind of thing. To be honest, Savannah, it's less about the reason that we're concerned or have some debate about the timing of the vaccine. I think the folks who are still concerned are concerned for a very different reason.
We know it's effective. We just don't know 6 months, 8 months, the specifics.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Dr. Azar, always great to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
President Biden held a virtual meeting with China's President Xi Jinping last night amid mounting tensions between the world's most powerful countries. The leaders discussed a range of subjects, including competition and Taiwan. The summit came just hours after the president finally signed into law his showpiece infrastructure bill. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Walker joins us now with more on this. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. President Biden is actually hitting the road today, traveling to New Hampshire to sell his infrastructure package. He's going to talk about how it's going to help that community. And it does come on the heels of that high-stakes call with China's president.
Overnight, a high-stakes face-to-face. President Biden meeting virtually with China's President Xi Jinping for the first time since taking office, and with economic and military tensions intensifying. The meeting showed those divisions between the two countries aren't that easy to dismiss, but the two emphasized their personal relationships. President Xi calling President Biden my old friend.
We never walk away wondering what the other man is thinking.
According to a senior administration official, the president confronted the Chinese leader on climate, Beijing's unfair economic practices, its poor human rights record, and threats toward Taiwan. But afterwards, Xi called America's relationship with Taiwan, quote, playing with fire. Earlier, the president took a victory lap on his domestic agenda, signing the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill into law, the nation's largest investment in infrastructure in a generation.
Despite the cynics, Democrats and Republicans can come together and deliver results.
The legislation passed with support from 13 Republicans in the House and 19 in the Senate. Many of those lawmakers have faced a backlash from former President Trump and his allies in Congress. Republican Senator Rob Portman, who attended the ceremony, speaking out.
Finding common ground to advance the interests of the American people should be rewarded, not attacked.
It comes as the second part of the president's agenda. The $1.75 trillion Build Back Better domestic spending plan is facing an uphill battle in the Senate, where centrist Democrats Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin have raised questions about its price tag. It would pump trillions of dollars into the economy at a time when inflation is at a record high. The president notably thanked Sinema for supporting the infrastructure bill as she hailed the bipartisan achievement.
This is what it looks like when elected leaders set aside differences, shut out the noise, and focus on delivering results.
Now, while there are some infrastructure projects that may be ready to go right now, the White House acknowledges many of the proposals could take months, if not years, to get underway. So today, the president will actually visit a bridge in New Hampshire that is in need of major repair. They're hoping that work begins soon. Tomorrow, the president travels to Michigan, and it's worth noting both stops this week are swing states with critical voters ahead of next year's midterms. Savannah.
All right, Kristen Walker at the White House for us. Thank you so much.
Let's turn now to get a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is back this hour. Hello, Bill.
Hey, good morning. So we added up all the numbers for October. You know, if you remember when we talk about global temperature and climate change, it obviously is. It's a planet-wide thing. So we added up all the numbers from October. This is information derived from our satellites, and it turned out that October was the 4th hottest on record. So that continues our streak of very warm months. I don't even remember the last time we had like a below-average month. And as far as North America went, it was our 2nd warmest October on record. Maryland and Ohio had their warmest Octobers on record. And if you've been paying attention to the beginning of November, I think we're going to have a very, another very warm November for, especially North America. I mean, these temperatures, look at this today. This is on like a summertime map. 86 in Lubbock today. Dallas up to 84. Dodge City, Tulsa, and Omaha into the 70s. It'll be windy, but it's also going to be very warm. Then that warmth tomorrow surges into the Ohio Valley. Temperatures in the 60s and 70s. And we were just talking snowflakes a couple days ago, and now we're almost talking shorts and T-shirts once again. Then as we head into Thursday, that'll be the warm day for the East Coast. New York City up to 66. Even Maine could hit 60 degrees on Thursday, but then that cooler air will come in as we head towards the upcoming weekend, back to normal. So we have to start talking about the weather pattern heading towards next week. Of course, next week already is Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving travel is a huge ordeal. Right now, it looks like the West is going to be warmer than average, looks cooler than average in the East. Temperatures don't bother travel too much, though, so we're mostly worried about where the wet weather will be and maybe even the snow and ice. It looks dry in areas of the West heading into the travel week next week, but there could be a pretty good sized storm that affects areas from Texas to the Northeast. We'll have more on that in the days ahead. It seems like we always, guys, have a big storm Thanksgiving travel week. It like never fails. So we'll see if this one develops.
I think that mixed with all the airline issues, it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
No sarcasm there whatsoever.
All right, Bill, thank you so much.
Okay.
And coming up, former Trump White House advisor Steve Bannon surrendering to federal authorities over contempt of Congress charges, but now he's vowing to put up a fight.
We'll bring you the state of play for the one-time right-hand man of former President Trump. That's next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your news feed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Former Trump White House advisor Steve Bannon is expected to enter a plea later this week to 2 counts of contempt of Congress.
That's right. Bannon made his initial court appearance yesterday morning after a federal grand jury indicted him for refusing to answer questions in the House committee's January 6th investigation. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now with more. Hi, Garrett. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Mr. Bannon surrendered to federal authorities yesterday after that indictment for refusing to cooperate with the January 6th committee investigating the Capitol riot. He would later be released on his own recognizance, and the former top Trump advisor says he's now going on offense, suggesting he thinks these charges are all politically motivated. This morning, a defiant Steve Bannon vowing to fight contempt of Congress charges.
Well, I'm never going to back down, and they took on the wrong guy this time.
The 67-year-old Trump loyalist appeared in federal court on Monday, facing 2 charges for refusing to deliver testimony and documents related to the Capitol riot. His legal team citing former President Trump's claim of executive privilege.
This is unheard of, to force a person to violate the invocation of executive privilege.
The indictment is unprecedented. Bannon, who left the White House in 2017, is the first person ever prosecuted for contempt of Congress when executive privilege was asserted.
I'm telling you right now, this is going to be the misdemeanor from hell for Merrick Garland, Nancy Pelosi, and Joe Biden.
Earlier in the day, the former top Trump advisor live streaming his arrival to surrender to federal authorities.
We're taking down the Biden regime.
The House committee investigating January 6th is zeroing in on an alleged conversation between Bannon and the former president on December 30th, 2020, in which they say Bannon urged Mr. Trump to plan for and focus his efforts on January 6th, along with comments Bannon made on his radio show the day before rioters descended on the Capitol.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow.
Even if Bannon is convicted, that doesn't necessarily mean Congress will get him to talk.
This is criminal contempt. They are not seeking to compel his testimony. They are seeking to punish him for his act of contempt in front of Congress.
Meanwhile, the committee is also threatening to seek criminal contempt charges against Mark Meadows after he failed to show up for his deposition last week. Meadows' lawyer has said the former White House chief of staff, quote, remains under the instructions of former President Trump to respect long-standing principles of executive privilege. How optimistic are you that he might still ultimately testify?
Well, I'm hopeful. I'd much rather just hear from him, get the answers, and move on. But, you know, look, I also understand that people that have a lot to hide have a lot to fear.
And for his part, Mr. Bannon is due back in court on Thursday when he's expected to be arraigned and enter a plea. If he's convicted, Bannon could face up to a year behind bars and a fine of $100,000. Vicki?
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. We're going to take a look now at what is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is back with us this hour from Tehran.
Good morning. Well, 2 explosions have rocked Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, injuring at least 24 people, sparking chaos and confusion in what's believed to have been coordinated attacks. Ugandan police have been urging vigilance in the wake of a string of bomb explosions in recent weeks linked to a group affiliated with ISIS. Extreme weather in British Columbia has triggered a mudslide, trapping almost 300 people, including 50 children, in their vehicles overnight on a highway. Rescue services were dispatched and motorists were flown to safety by helicopters. Authorities there are still trying to determine if anybody was swept up in the flow of debris that was set off by torrential rain. And India is joining the increasing number of countries unlocking its borders to tourists who've been fully vaccinated. For the first time in nearly 2 years, tourists can enter the country if they're fully vaccinated and have a negative COVID-19 test. Travelers from countries who have a mutual agreement with India, like the United States, don't need a COVID test on arrival. And those are your headlines, guys.
All right, Ali, thank you so much.
That is good news to see the world reopening a bit.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we have a lot more to come right here on Morning News Now. A new documentary on the big business of birth control as reproductive rights re-enter the national spotlight.
Plus, growing concerns surrounding the process of in vitro fertilization after a string of high-profile mix-ups and the new technology being used in some clinics to make sure it doesn't happen. Those stories and more up next.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now,
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it is going to look a lot more familiar in Times Square come New Year's Eve. New York City is due to announce plans later today for this year's celebration. It's expected to include welcoming back real crowds to the area. Woohoo! You may remember the public was not allowed in Times Square last year because of COVID restrictions at the time. The only people allowed were invited guests, and that included first responders, which was wonderful, but it wasn't the same, right? So now everyone is going to be welcome to watch the ball drop. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio teased the announcement yesterday, promising a large, wonderful celebration. That's a direct quote. He also said there would be, quote, clear, smart rules on keeping people safe. So this year's celebrations may not be a complete return to normal, but we'll be seeing it a lot closer. Savannah, yes or no, would you ever go there in person? As a normal person, not to cover it, not with all the fancy VIP treatment, but as a normal person like these people.
You know, I don't actually know the answer to that because I'm so festive that the idea of being there and being at something that I've watched for years on TV sounds exciting, but the no bathroom situation and the cold, it's a lot. Would you do it?
It's an easy one for me. Hard no. Hard no. God bless you all. I love watching you on TV, but The diapers, the being boxed in, the many people. Exactly. It's too much on too many levels. Happy New Year.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I go right to bed.
Vicky. Now, with the restrictive abortion law in Texas and cases making their way back to the Supreme Court, reproductive rights remain in the spotlight. A new documentary is now focusing on just that. It's called The Business of Birth Control, and it's taking a closer look at modern birth control like the pill. The film takes a deep dive into why women are given the pill and the lack of transparency over its risks. Here's a quick clip from the film.
These women, they're suffering the consequences of these side effects. Here you have women who are essentially, once again, being used as guinea pigs.
Abby Epstein, the director of The Business of Birth Control, joins us now. Hi, Abby. Good morning. So I know you also worked on this documentary with actress and executive producer Ricki Lake. I think you've worked together in the past on some of these. So first, just tell us about the film and what inspired you to focus on modern birth control. Obviously, we know what's in the news right now, but what questions were you asking? What did you want to get answers to?
Well, so 15 years ago, Ricki Lake and I made a documentary called The Business of Being Born. And that really explored the maternity care system in the U.S. and outcomes for mothers and babies. And so this for us was really a natural follow-up. I think that if you've ever spoken to anyone who uses birth control, you can hear a lot of frustrating stories. A lot of the birth control that we're using is pretty much the same birth control from the 60s. There's been very little innovation in the field. And I think in terms of the scope of reproductive justice, this is a vertical that people don't talk about very much. It's very taboo to criticize the pill because of this push for access, which is, of course, so important. And we want access and we want more access, but we want better birth control.
So now, besides the risks, beside these side effects, which we can also talk about, and then also this, just the battle that's going on right now over reproductive rights, you also discuss the history specifically of racism with birth control, with how it was tested. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people aren't really familiar with that. And there's a legacy where, you know, birth control was really tied into eugenics from its very beginning. Margaret Sanger, who was the founder of Planned Parenthood, was a proponent of eugenics. And the pill itself was tested in Puerto Rico on 132 women who were never informed that they were part of the trial. And there were a couple deaths on the trial. So I think, you know, there is this legacy of women of color always being used, in a sense, as guinea pigs. And in addition to that sort of racist legacy of birth control, it really continues even up through today, where women of color are forced to be on more long-acting contraceptives. And, you know, it raises a lot of ethical questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Abby, I want to talk about some of these side effects, and there might be some that people kind of know about, or maybe some extreme health events that they've heard about other people getting, like blood clots, things like that, or what immediately come to mind. But I want to ask you about some of the other stuff people might not know is going on. So there's something that you uncover in the film called the T-shirt test. First, let's listen to how a psychiatrist described it in the documentary. We'll talk on the other side.
The sort of body of knowledge that was growing, I think, through anecdotal reports, was that women would go off the pill and realize that they weren't happy with the person that they had chosen as a mate. There's the sweaty T-shirt study that you can choose a good mate based on smell. But if you're on the pill, that sort of mechanism seems to be offline.
So first, why don't you tell us a little bit about the T-shirt test? I can help explain it too, essentially how you lose this ability to potentially be picking a good mate. But tell us a little bit about this, and then what experts say how birth control impacts that.
That's right. So that's what Dr. Holland was saying, who you heard for a second in the clip. Essentially, there's a way that our pheromones are geared to seek out a partner who has, you know, basically an immunological complex that would be complementary to ours. So you're kind of seeking out the mate that's going to produce like the strongest offspring. And your pheromones and your sense of smell play a big part in that. And attraction actually has a lot to do with smell, more than you realize. And one of the things that the pill or hormonal birth control does is it sort of takes that whole system offline. So that's why you can hear a lot of anecdotal stories, let's say, of people that are dating, and then let's say the woman goes on the pill and suddenly the attraction is gone. Or the reverse, right? People are dating and the woman is on hormonal contraceptives for many years and then goes off to have a baby and suddenly realizes like, oh my God, I'm not attracted to my partner anymore. You hear these stories anecdotally, and there's actually science behind it.
Wow, that's so interesting. Abby, what was kind of the thing that shocked you the most in making this? What did you learn in this process that really kind of impacted the way that you feel about this entire system? I mean, the title, The Business of Birth Control, and also is that kind of the same thing that you hope people will take away from watching this documentary?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we had our premiere in New York on Sunday, and I think the reaction from the audience was just like 90 minutes of being constantly blown away by what they did not know. You know, I think I didn't know that there were hearings in the early 1970s, the Nelson Pill hearings, where they actually held safety congressional hearings on the Hill, Senator Nelson, and that feminists disrupted these hearings because they couldn't believe that all they were hearing from were men and pharmaceutical executives, and no women were testifying about the effects of these pills. So to me, it was fascinating that, you know, we've been here 50 years ago and pretty much, you know, we got some labeling, but, you know, you've seen the labels for these products. I mean, it's like a fold out that is, you know, impossible to read. And I think, you know, that really shocked me that nothing had changed. And it, leads one to wonder, if there was a drug that men were taking, young, healthy men were taking, and there were blood clots and deaths and pulmonary embolism and depression and loss of libido. I mean, I don't know. Would men tolerate that? Would these drugs still be on the market? So I think a huge burden has been placed on women to tolerate these side effects.
Absolutely. Abby, so fascinating. Congratulations on this documentary. I have heard also just the buzz around it that people, like you said, it's 90 minutes of just being blown away. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Now, for women who are trying to have children, there are growing concerns over in vitro fertilization procedures following several recent mix-ups.
Yeah, I took a closer look at those stories and what you need to know before selecting a fertility clinic.
A Utah couple left stunned after a DNA test recently revealed their 12-year-old son, conceived through IVF, had a different biological father. The case, just the latest in a string of troubling headlines. Just last week, a California couple sharing their nightmare story.
I was robbed of the ability to carry my own child.
Months after giving birth, Daphna Cardinale says she and her husband Alexander discovered the baby girl they conceived through IVF was genetically unrelated to them. The couple now suing the California Center for Reproductive Health, claiming the fertility clinic switched Daphna's embryo with another woman's, leading the two strangers to give birth to each other's daughters. The Cardinales say a DNA test confirmed the mix-up.
It's a truly impossible nightmare that inflicted trauma that will affect my family for the rest of our lives.
The families have since legally swapped the babies. The clinic and the doctor involved have not responded to requests for comment. In 2019, Ani and Asot Manukian said a mix-up at a different California fertility clinic resulted in their embryo being implanted in a New York woman. They couldn't meet their baby boy until he was 6 weeks old.
Nobody should meet their baby in the lobby of a hotel.
With 1 in 8 couples struggling with infertility issues, IVF has become a booming business. According to preliminary CDC data, 2019 saw more than 80,000 babies born through IVF or other assisted reproductive technologies. And since the industry is loosely regulated, it's unclear just how often these kinds of mix-ups occur. But experts say the margin of error keeps widening, a direct correlation with the growing demand for IVF.
It's not altogether surprising when you look at the growth the IVF sector has experienced over recent years and the scale of the quantity of specimens that these IVF clinics are now having to safely care for and manage.
Tara Comont is the CEO of Tomorrow Life Sciences, the developer of an automated platform for the storage and management of frozen eggs and embryos. So far, a handful of clinics across the country have adopted the technology, which assigns a unique digital ID to every patient and features a 24/7 monitoring system. It's a stark contrast to the way many clinics currently handle cells, a method involving a collection of large storage containers and tiny, handwritten labels.
We can fit about 25 to 30 of these into our robot.
If I were a patient going through IVF today, I would be asking my clinic if they're using the latest technology.
But even with all the advances, it boils down to basics. Make sure your clinic uses a clear labeling system that's easy to read, and ask how they keep track of the eggs and embryos. A growing number of clinics now require an electronic coding system and at least one witness to help double-check unique identifiers attached to each specimen.
Now, there is some oversight for the fertility industry, but it really is a patchwork of federal and state agencies, plus private professional organizations, accredited associations. So legal experts have told us the only real recourse that people have when something goes wrong is to sue. And that is very unfortunate for couples. So the homework and the onus is really on people to do their research before selecting a fertility clinic.
Absolutely. I mean, or it can just end in total heartbreak. What a fascinating report and such an important story. Thank you. Coming up, more pain at the pump from coast to coast, just in time for the holiday travel season.
We will tell you what is driving this latest surge and what Congress wants to do about it. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
As the Thanksgiving holiday nears, rising inflation means you'll probably have to spend more at the mall and the grocery store like we were just talking about. Now, people are also feeling pain at the pump. The national average is up to around $3.40 a gallon, according to AAA, with California seeing among the highest prices in the country. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now from Los Angeles with more on this. Hey, Jolene, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good to see you again. You know, the price of gas here is absurd. Right behind me, $5.99 for a gallon of regular unleaded. I just paid $5.05 the other day to fill up my SUV, and you better believe that hurts. And across the country, $600 million per day. That's how much more we're paying as a country compared to last year. And that has everybody, myself included, asking, when are we going to get some relief?
As Americans get ready to hit the road for the holidays, gas prices are hitting their wallets especially hard. This morning, reaching record levels in California.
The first time I seen it, my heart dropped. But it was like, I got to get gas, so I didn't question it.
Here in Los Angeles, filling up a large truck or SUV can easily cost you $100.
I get on average $105, $120. It's really expensive here in LA.
Similar scenes unfolding across the nation, where prices have gone up more than 60% since last year. AAA says the national average is $3.41, but prices in the West and in the Northeast are even higher, $4.68 on average in California and $3.56 in New York. Illinois now above $3.50 a gallon. Yet another symptom of the supply and demand issues currently affecting customers. And the pain at the pump comes on top of historically high prices facing consumers across the country, from groceries to clothes to toys, as inflation hits levels not seen in decades.
Filling up a whole tank would almost cost like $100, so I kind of have to hold back on certain purchases because this thing takes so much money just by gas alone.
High gas prices can be especially difficult for workers who tend to have older, less fuel-efficient vehicles and tight budgets.
Because I kind of do gig economy jobs, I'll do Instacart and stuff, it definitely does put a damper on how much I can earn.
Analysts say oil demand has returned to pre-COVID levels, but oil production has lagged behind.
It's hard to catch back up, and it's going to take time. And unfortunately, we may not see sizable relief in the price of oil until 2022.
That's when enough oil can be produced globally to ease the pressure. High prices hitting drivers hard as they gear up for the holiday driving season.
Now, lawmakers are asking for that tapping of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but oil analysts are saying, look, that may be a good idea, but historically, that's reserved for major natural disasters. And we also know that even if that reserve was tapped, it would be very temperate and pretty moderate relief for people like myself filling up their tanks here at pumps like this. So we'll see what happens, but certainly politics becoming part of the game right now.
Yeah.
Guys.
Wow. $5.99 a gallon. Joe, that's crazy. Thank you so much.
I know.
$6.59 for premium above her shoulder there.
Louise.
Coming up on Morning News Now, it has been, get this, 20 years since the first Harry Potter movie was released. Yeah, 2 decades. But the magic is still alive at the studio where it all began, and we're going to take you there.
Also coming up after the break, millions of children across the country giving their all to care for their disabled veteran parent. We'll introduce you to one of those families up next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This week across NBC News, we're taking a look at the unique challenges caregivers face in America in our Cost of Care series.
As part of the series, Savannah Guthrie was able to sit down with 2 special girls who are being featured in a new campaign, Hidden Helpers, aimed at uplifting the voices of military caregiver children.
She can be very sneaky when she wants to. She got stole candy from my bedroom without me knowing and then got caught. I have a big sugar tooth. She's got a giant sweet tooth. Something about Gabby is when I need her, she's always there for me. Thank you.
10-year-old Gabby Rodriguez and her 7-year-old sister Ava are thick as thieves, doing what most sisters like to do, giggling, playing, helping each other with chores, and of course, dreaming of owning a pony. You guys like horses?
I love horses. Mommy said if we move, I can get a horse. Oh!
That would be me. What about your horse? A pony and a horse. What do we think?
Her name would be Peppermint.
A seemingly carefree childhood, but they are also the daughters of one of our nation's wounded warriors.
Girls, if Daddy flops like a fish, what do you do? Call 911 and then call you. Right. Call 911 and call me, right?
Their dad, Jorge, a Navy corpsman attached to a Marine unit in Iraq in 2007. He was wounded from 2 IED explosions, which left him with a traumatic brain injury, seizures, and post-traumatic stress disorder. His wife, Jessica, quit her job as a hospice nurse to care for him full-time.
You try so hard to protect your kids from everything. You don't want them to see their dad any way other than a hero, or, you know, being able to walk and talk and play and dance with them.
Girls, how do you know if it's a good day or a bad day?
Daddy asks what's the weather like today. And if he said it's sunny, we know he's happy. But if he said it's stormy and rainy, we know he's not feeling really good.
So on a stormy day, you know to give him a little rest and space.
Yeah. And hugs.
And lots of love and hugs. It can be a heavy load for such young children to understand why their dad is sick, even when he doesn't look sick.
Gab, why don't you tell them what you say to your friends when you talk about dad's boo-boo on his brain?
It's like a bruise. As soon as you get it, it's really hurts. Sometimes it leaves a scratch or a mark, but others, it just disappears. It's like it's not there. But you know you've had it. You know it's been there.
That explains it perfectly. You can have something hurt inside and it might not show on the outside. Gabby and Ava are two of over 2 million children living with a disabled veteran parent, helping with their caregiving.
They have to do the stuff mom does, like, hey, Dad, did you take your meds? If we go out to eat, I'm like, did you bring your wallet? Did you bring your keys? Did you lock the door?
When we talk about military caregivers, a lot of times we're talking about the wife for good reason, but it's a family affair.
These kids need support. They need the ability to connect with other kids like them. They need to know that they're not alone.
The Rodriguezes have found help through Hidden Heroes, which provides information on resources to help the whole family.
It's very calming.
Like Gallup NYC in Queens, New York, which provides therapeutic horseback riding for veterans and their families. And doesn't it lighten your burden, Mom, a little bit when you know the kids are also being cared for, having that burden carried a little bit for you as well?
When your kids can tell you they're happy, when they can tell you that horse therapy is working for them, or they meet other military families and they can say, yeah, me too, and let me show you what can help. That's where the moment says to me that we have made it as a community.
You've come a long way, haven't you?
Yes. It wasn't just me, it was the family, you know. You have to let yourself know, you know what, we need help. I need help.
Reaching for help requires its own strength, a strength and pride his young daughters already possess.
What makes me proud of my dad is he doesn't take no for an answer, and if someone says no to us, he's like, excuse me, our girls can do anything.
I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of what happened. And that's what makes our family so different from the rest of the world. That's what makes us, us.
Wow.
And we thank Savannah Guthrie for that report.
Oh my goodness, and those little girls are incredible.
They were so sweet.
All right, this even makes me feel old. It's been 20 years since the first Harry Potter movie. 20 years! Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone hit theaters.
Well, the film was, of course, the first of a major 8-movie franchise. But 20 years later, the magic is still very much alive.
NBC News correspondent and fellow Muggle Matt Bradley joins us now from London, where people are celebrating the occasion. Matt, where are you? Good morning. Tell us more.
Are we sure he's not magical in some way?
Good morning, guys. I am magic. I'm still a Muggle, but yeah, I'm here in Leadenhall Market. So the real Potterheads, that's what we call them, the real fanboys and fangirls, I'm including you guys in this, they recognize this immediately. This is the spot where Harry and Hagrid went shopping for wands 20 years ago, right here in Leadenhall Market, when that first film came out.
Even if you believe in magic,
very curious,
you might not believe it's been 20 years since the first Harry Potter film brought it to life.
Happy birthday!
And convinced millions of Muggles that they can be wizards too. On TikTok, hashtag Harry Potter has over 80 billion views. The franchise inspiring theme parks, plays, stores, and shows in the US. But here in Britain, the magic is rising again, like a phoenix. There's a wand installation in Leicester Square, a new behind-the-scenes photo exhibit,
and a bar just for butterbeer. Cheers.
So I went on my own quest, searching for the Chamber of Secrets in an exclusive look on set.
You know, it's been 20 years, but Diagon Alley looks just the same.
At the Warner Brothers studio tour, the magic looks real because it kind of is, including a real working train and 300 paintings made by hand.
So this is like legitimately scary, I think, this part right here.
Is the Forbidden Forest, where no student is really allowed to go.
Right, except Harry Potter when he's breaking the rules, obviously.
Rianne loves the series so much, she made wizarding her full-time work.
It's still a job for you, right? But the magic is still kind of there.
Yeah. I still love the films. I go back and rewatch them. So let's head over to the dormitory.
Okay.
It's one of my personal favourites.
All right.
They had to create this whole magical world for these child actors, and the best way to get an authentic reaction and acting on screen is to make it as real as you possibly can.
That's why it seems like it lasts 20 years, because everything was so detail-oriented, made to last, essentially, it seems.
Yeah.
Details like the tiniest flick of the wrist.
And action! Okay, it was okay.
I decided to test my own magic with the film's official wand choreographer, Paul Harris.
Okay, ready? And position 1, action! Position 3, position 5, behind the back. Oh, that was pretty good, actually.
I feel like I nailed it. Now, after 20 years of wizarding wonder, the film's casting their spell on a new generation. There you go.
Expelliarmus.
Guys, so, I'm sure you were super impressed with all of my wand work that you just saw. There's a reason I'm practicing and studying all this, and that's because there's rumors, just rumors, that there could be a 20th anniversary reunion. Not all the actors are necessarily going to be available, but I'm available. So I feel like I could probably submit that as like an audition. I don't know what you guys think.
Probably, yeah. Matt, seems like you were impressed with your wand skills.
Yeah, Matt, you were like, I think I nailed it.
I was pretty impressed, yeah.
All right, Matt, fun one. Thank you so much.
That was great, Matt. Thank you.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Vicki Wynn, in for Joe today. Right now on Morning News Now, final moments. We begin in Kenosha, Wisconsin this morning, where jury deliberations begin today in the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse. He's the teen accused of fatally shooting 2 men during unrest there last year. Closing arguments ended yesterday with the prosecution saying Rittenhouse was looking for trouble. The teen's attorneys maintaining he was acting in self-defense. We'll tell you about the charge the judge dismissed and bring you everything you need to know this morning from outside the courthouse. Shot to the system, a winter COVID surge is on the minds of many Americans as temperatures drop, and that's prompting health leaders from coast to coast to take matters into their own hands when it comes to doling out booster shots, bending the guidelines set by the FDA. Cities like New York now offering that next dose to any fully vaccinated adult. But some Americans are confused on the messaging. Who needs a booster? Who should get one? And how long should you wait before the jab? We'll clear the air. Also this morning, giving it all. More than 2 million American children are currently living with a disabled veteran parent assisting with their day-to-day care, which can be a heavy load to bear for young minds. We'll introduce you to one family, the father diagnosed with a traumatic brain injury and PTSD from his time spent in Iraq, the hidden sacrifices made by his daughters, and the organizations in place to make life a little easier. And it's been 20 years since we first boarded the Hogwarts Express en route to the castle on the hill. While we've all grown a little older, the magic of Harry Potter for millions of muggles, like this one, has not dimmed with time. We will take you back to where it all began for a special behind-the-scenes look at the studio that put Potter on the map. I'm so excited for that story.
I am too. I can't wait to see
all those
it.
books.
I know.
I actually read them as an adult. Yeah. Might I say. But they were still great.
Do your girls like them?
Yes. My 2 older ones have read them. The little one's 5, so she's still young.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I can't wait for that story.
Fantastic.
I know they are. Yeah.
All right, well, we have a lot to get to this morning, and we begin in Wisconsin and the homicide trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, the teenager who shot 3 people, killing 2 of them during a protest last summer.
Yeah, the prosecution and defense have delivered their closing arguments, and now the case goes to the jury for deliberations. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest from Kenosha.
Savannah and Vicki, good morning. Hundreds of National Guard members are on standby as this heated trial moves one step closer to a verdict. The jury must now decide that central question. Did this teenager provoke the violence or just defend himself against it?
This morning, Kyle Rittenhouse's case will be in the hands of the jury after closing arguments painted 2 very different pictures.
He feared for his life. The defendant provoked everything.
Last August, during protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin, Rittenhouse shot and killed 2 men and wounded a 3rd. The prosecution portraying Rittenhouse as a wannabe soldier who provoked the bloodshed.
You cannot claim self-defense against a danger you create.
Arguing Rittenhouse crossed state lines looking for trouble.
No serious, credible medic wears an AR-15 slung around their body.
Rittenhouse's team doubling down on its self-defense argument.
Every person
who was shot was attacking Kyle. Kyle shot Joseph Rosenbaum to stop a threat to his person. And I'm glad he shot him.
Saying Rittenhouse went to Kenosha to protect the city from rioters, and he was ambushed. His attorney comparing his client to the police officer who shot Jacob Blake, the incident that sparked the unrest.
Other people in this community have shot somebody 7 times, and it's been found to be okay. And my client did it 4 times in 3/4 of a second to protect his life.
Both sides also revisiting Rittenhouse's own emotional testimony.
People right there. And he was willing to get up on that witness stand, take the oath, and tell his story.
He broke down crying about himself, not about anybody that he hurt that night.
The now 18-year-old faces 5 felony counts, including intentional homicide. The judge dismissed a 6th count, a misdemeanor gun possession charge, because of an exception in the law. Jurors may also consider some lesser charges if they acquit Rittenhouse on more serious counts. The city of Kenosha now bracing for a verdict.
No justice, no peace. Self-defense is not a crime.
In a trial that is testing the limits of self-defense.
Now I was inside the courtroom for part of those closing arguments. Security is very tight. It was also tough to see some of those graphic photos of the gunshot wounds, but also hard to gauge the reaction of individual jurors. Now later this morning, 12 jurors will be randomly selected from the 18 who have heard the case so far, and then jury deliberations will begin. Savannah and Vicki.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Molly Palmer. She is the criminal defense attorney and a legal analyst. Good morning, Molly. What were your takeaways from the closing arguments? Gabe just laid out some of the high points for us.
You know, they were very impassioned, both sides taking totally different approaches to this case, but nothing that we didn't expect. I think one of the most intense moments was when the prosecutor, I guess, mimicked Kyle and held a gun up to the jury. I think he was trying to be evocative of the fear that maybe the victims felt in this case, but I think that it put everybody a bit not in the most comfortable situation. And then I thought the comment from the defense lawyer regarding Jacob Blake was also a bit incendiary. I think that if you have jurors who maybe have sympathy for Jacob Blake and those that were protesting in Kenosha leading up to Kyle Rittenhouse's arrest, that type of commentary did not necessarily go over well. Both closing arguments and then the prosecution's rebuttal were very long too. So we'll see if they were the type of arguments that the jury couldn't even keep up with, given the fact that they were multiple hours each.
Interesting. The judge threw out a misdemeanor gun charge, but he will allow the jury to consider some lesser charges. Talk about what those charges are, Molly, and how do you think that changes this case?
Well, with the misdemeanor charge being thrown out, you know, it really changes the landscape of this case. And as you've explained, there was an exception to the misdemeanor count that basically said that if you have a rifle or a shotgun, it has to be short barreled to be illegal, or you have to be at least over 16. And because we know Kyle was 17 at the time and the state couldn't prove that the rifle was short barreled, the judge did not allow that charge to go to the jury. But we do have these lesser included offenses, right? So less serious offenses that the jury could convict on rather than what's in the indictment. In the indictment now we have 5 felony counts. But I think when you have an incredibly divisive case like this, that's incredibly polarizing, sometimes the jury compromises and they convict on those lesser included charges rather than convicting on the most serious intentional homicide charge.
Molly, Rittenhouse is 18 now, but he was 17. He was a minor last year when these shootings took place. It's an important distinction. How do you think that factors into the charges and the deliberations that the jury will begin today?
I think the defense addressed this in closing arguments by basically saying, you know, you can't play with this person's life, with my client's life. This is serious. His life is on the line. And he was basically referencing, I think, the severity of the punishment here. And I think that we would be naive to assume that the jury is not going to consider his youth, both in assessing his credibility on the stand and also in deciding his fate. I think that whenever you have a young client who is facing such serious counts with such serious penalties, the jury does consider that a life sentence means so much more than it would for somebody who's in their 40s, 50s, or older.
Molly Palmer, thank you so much for your insight.
This morning, the nation's largest city is going all in on boosters for adults 18 and older, despite federal guidelines that recommend them only for certain populations. New York City joining a growing list that includes the states of California, Colorado, and New Mexico. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Miami with more on what this means for Americans as COVID cases continue to climb.
Savannah, Vicki, good morning. The bottom line here is this really ramps up pressure on the FDA and the CDC to update their guidelines as more cities and states are expected to follow suit. Local officials right now arguing that the federal guidelines allow for boosters for high-risk populations and that theoretically everybody in their city or state is at high risk. The federal government right now choosing to look the other way.
With COVID cases once again on the rise, health leaders coast to coast are trying to pump the brakes on an upward trend.
Hi, it's Dr. Dave Choksi with an update about COVID-19 booster shots.
New Yorkers likely recognize these ads with the city's health commissioner, who's been encouraging boosters for those 65 and older or with underlying health conditions. But now, with backing from the mayor, Dr. David Choksi offering them to all fully vaccinated adults 6 months clear of Pfizer and Moderna or 2 months after the J&J jab, some 4.5 million people.
We've seen throughout the pandemic that we have to stay a step ahead of the virus, and the decision that New York City made was very much in that vein.
That proactive posture coming as Colorado, California, New Mexico, and Arkansas all issued the same guidance, taking a looser interpretation of federal guidelines that allow boosters for high-risk populations. In Minnesota, which has seen a nearly 70% increase in cases the last 2 weeks, the virus is flooding communities, big and small.
We are all full. This is not getting better.
This as Americans try and sort through mixed messaging on boosters.
I think the confusing message around the boosters may end up being one of the biggest missed opportunities in this pandemic.
States and cities are trying to take the lead. The CDC says adults with increased risk of exposure should get the booster, and some local officials say that can cover all adults.
How does New York City have the autonomy to make this decision?
The commissioner's advisory that I issued today is consistent with the FDA authorization and the CDC guidance. An important part of that guidance is about risk of exposure.
Choksi says we're learning from Europe, which tends to foreshadow what happens in the U.S. Cases there rising so precipitously. Austria has imposed a lockdown for unvaccinated people, and Germany is considering the same.
We feel much safer when I know that the people that walking around are vaccinated.
Even with all the talk about boosters, health officials emphasizing the most important shot is the first one.
Medical experts here say the supply is not the issue, that cities and states and pharmacies have enough boosters. The question is really about liability. If someone who is not federally authorized to get a booster shot has complications, who's responsible? Is it the state? Is it the healthcare provider? A lot of unanswered questions this morning. Vicki and Savannah, back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar now for the very latest on these booster shots. So we just heard from Sam's report. We got New York City now added to the list. California, Colorado, New Mexico, all saying boosters for everybody. It doesn't matter what your pre-existing conditions are, your age, etc. I will say I'm seriously considering scheduling a booster. It's been about 7 months since I got my last shot. But I'm young, otherwise healthy. I don't have any of these issues. So realistically, what should be the calculation for people who are fully vaccinated? Do we need to run out and get this booster? And will it make a difference in all these spiking cases that we're seeing in 20 states?
Right. So a lot of different prongs to this answer, you guys. I'm going to start with saying that it always boils down to the fundamental question of, are we trying to prevent every infection, or are we just trying to prevent serious illness and hospitalization? Because we know that the vaccines are still holding up very well against that particular metric. But I think we've seen a shift among public health experts who are now saying, you know what, maybe it's not a bad thing to strive for getting infections down as low as we can. But as you guys and I were talking about before the segment, if we keep on boosting the same pool of people, you know, we're treading water a little bit. We're not really moving the needle as far as we would like to towards that end of the rainbow, right, when the pandemic is over, when we still have to deal with the 60 million people over the age of 12 who are eligible for vaccination who have not been vaccinated. New York City Health Commissioner Dr. Choksi put it this way, in defense of New York City's policy now to allow everyone to get a booster. he basically says, you know, this is in line with FDA and CDC guidance, because right now it says if you're 18 and above and you're in a high-risk situation, whether it's occupational or this or that you may get a booster. Yeah. And so he essentially is saying, we're leaving it up to the person anyway. Right. So if you feel that because of your occupation, traveling a lot, maybe taking care of an elderly, parent, that's not that's not really defined specifically by CDC, but you actually are at risk for transmitting to someone. Go ahead and get a booster. That it's just making it easier for everyone without all the red tape.
And quickly, did you say boosting also can help reduce the risk of transmission? It might make me less infectious to someone else?
Yes.
Okay.
And that is kind of the, we've been
can't get vaccinated.
Exactly.
Okay, so I think though the question there that comes up for a lot of people who are listening to this is, okay, I got the vaccine. I did it when you told me to, and I might have even been nervous about it then. And now it's not officially authorized by the FDA or the CDC for me to go get a booster. You're telling me to go get it in one of these states when I did what I was supposed to do. What's your message to those people, and what does that mean about where we're at with people who haven't gotten the first shot?
My message to people is this. If we had the luxury of being 20 years ahead and looking back and saying, you know what, we could have messaged this differently, because 20 years later, we know that the vaccine actually needs to be a 3-shot series. We don't know that right now. You know, Dr. Fauci had a really, really, really informative daily last week, if you want to listen to it, on the New York Times Daily. And he said, listen, if we knew that 6 months boosting was better than 8 months boosting, was better than a year boosting, or vice versa, then we would communicate that. Right now, we know. We don't know. We're doing it in real time. You know, the hepatitis B vaccine, for example, it's a 3-shot series, and the third one is given 6 months after the second one. We're doing this. It's an emergency. It's a public health emergency. We are giving the guidance to boost now because we know that 2 weeks after your booster, you are significantly less likely to be infected, which means you are very much likely less likely to transmit to other folks. And you yourself, you're protecting yourself, and you are protecting those people around you. But again, the 60 million people who haven't been vaccinated.
And so then what's your message? And just to kind of keep having this back and forth, as people might hear these things at home and just simply be confused. And you mentioned the fact that there's 60 million people above the age of 12. So let's say that your children, let's say, I know you have kids in this age group, that's you. And what you're hearing is, we just don't know. And then your response to that is, well, that makes me nervous to give this shot to my child. If we have so much to learn, if that's kind of the message that you're hearing from the answer that you just gave.
Right. And I think, and the unknowns are really about what strategy is best immunologically. I think for the people who are waiting to vaccinate, their concern of the unknown has to do with this ambiguous side effects kind of thing. To be honest, Savannah, it's less about the reason that we're concerned or have some debate about the timing of the vaccine. I think the folks who are still concerned are concerned for a very different reason.
We know it's effective. We just don't know 6 months, 8 months, the specifics.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Dr. Azar, always great to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
President Biden held a virtual meeting with China's President Xi Jinping last night amid mounting tensions between the world's most powerful countries. The leaders discussed a range of subjects, including competition and Taiwan. The summit came just hours after the president finally signed into law his showpiece infrastructure bill. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now with more on this. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. President Biden is actually hitting the road today, traveling to New Hampshire to sell his infrastructure package. He's going to talk about how it's going to help that community. And it does come on the heels of that high-stakes call with China's president.
Overnight, a high-stakes face-to-face. President Biden meeting virtually with China's President Xi Jinping for the first time since taking office, and with economic and military tensions intensifying. The meeting showed those divisions between the two countries aren't that easy to dismiss. But the two emphasized their personal relationships, President Xi calling President Biden my old friend.
We never walk away wondering what the other man is thinking.
According to a senior administration official, the president confronted the Chinese leader on climate, Beijing's unfair economic practices, its poor human rights record, and threats toward Taiwan. But afterwards, Xi called America's relationship with Taiwan, quote, playing with fire. Earlier, the president took a victory lap on his domestic agenda, signing the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill into law, the nation's largest investment in infrastructure in a generation.
Despite the cynics, Democrats and Republicans can
come together and deliver results.
The legislation passed with support from 13 Republicans in the House and 19 in the Senate. Many of those lawmakers have faced a backlash from former President Trump and his allies in Congress. Republican Senator Rob Portman, who attended the ceremony, speaking out.
Finding common ground to advance the interests of the American people should be rewarded, not attacked.
It comes as the second part of the president's agenda. The $1.75 trillion Build Back Better domestic spending plan is facing an uphill battle in the Senate, where centrist Democrats Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin have raised questions about its price tag. It would pump trillions of dollars into the economy at a time when inflation is at a record high. The president notably thanked Sinema for supporting the infrastructure bill as she hailed the bipartisan achievement.
This is what it looks like when elected leaders set aside differences, shut out the noise, and focus on delivering results.
Now, while there are some infrastructure projects that may be ready to go right now, the White House acknowledges many of the proposals could take months, if not years, to get underway. So today, the president will actually visit a bridge in New Hampshire that is in need of major repair. They're hoping that work begins soon. Tomorrow, the president travels to Michigan, and it's worth noting both stops this week are swing states with critical voters ahead of next year's midterms. Savannah.
All right, Kristen Walker at the White House for us. Thank you so much.
Let's turn now to get a check of your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is back this hour. Hello, Bill.
Hey, good morning. So we added up all the numbers for October. If we remember, when we talk about global temperature and climate change, it obviously is. It's a planet-wide thing. So we added up all the numbers from October. This is information derived from our satellites, and it turned out that October was the 4th hottest on record. So that continues our streak of very warm months. I don't even remember the last time we had like a below-average month. And as far as North America went, it was our 2nd warmest October on record. Maryland and Ohio had their warmest Octobers on record. And if you've been paying attention to the beginning of November, I think we're going to have another very warm November for, especially North America. I mean, these temperatures, look at this today. This is on like a summertime map. 86 in Lubbock today. Dallas up to 84. Dodge City, Tulsa, and Omaha into the 70s. It'll be windy, but it's also going to be very warm. Then that warmth tomorrow surges into the Ohio Valley. Temperatures in the 60s and 70s. And we were just talking snowflakes a couple days ago, and now we're almost talking shorts and T-shirts once again. Then as we head into Thursday, that'll be the warm day for the East Coast. New York City up to 66. Even Maine could hit 60 degrees on Thursday, but then that cooler air will come in as we head towards the upcoming weekend, back to normal. So we have to start talking about the weather pattern heading towards next week. Of course, next week already is Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving travel is a huge ordeal. Right now, it looks like the West is going to be warmer than average, looks cooler than average in the East. Temperatures don't bother travel too much, though, so we're mostly worried about where the wet weather will be and maybe even the snow and ice. It looks dry in areas of the West heading into the travel week next week, but there could be a pretty good-sized storm that affects areas from Texas to the Northeast. We'll have more on that in the days ahead. It seems like we always, guys, have a big storm Thanksgiving travel week. It like never fails. So we'll see if this one develops.
I think that mixed with all the airline issues, it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
No sarcasm there whatsoever.
All right, Bill, thank you so much.
Okay.
And coming up, former Trump White House advisor Steve Bannon surrendering to federal authorities over contempt of Congress charges, but now he's vowing to put up a fight.
We'll bring you the state of play for the one-time right-hand man of former President Trump. That's next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Former Trump White House advisor Steve Bannon is expected to enter a plea later this week to 2 counts of contempt of Congress.
That's right. Bannon made his initial court appearance yesterday morning after a federal grand jury indicted him for refusing to answer questions in the House committee's January 6th investigation. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now with more. Hi, Garrett. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Mr. Bannon surrendered to federal authorities yesterday after that indictment for refusing to cooperate with the January 6th committee investigating the Capitol riot. He would later be released on his own recognizance, and the former top Trump advisor says he's now going on offense, suggesting he thinks these charges are all politically motivated. This morning, a defiant Steve Bannon vowing to fight contempt of Congress charges.
Well, I'm never going to back down, and they took on the wrong guy this time.
The 67-year-old Trump loyalist appeared in federal court on Monday, facing 2 charges for refusing to deliver testimony and documents related to the Capitol riot. His legal team citing former President Trump's claim of executive privilege.
This is unheard of, to force a person to violate the invocation of executive privilege.
The indictment is unprecedented. Bannon, who left the White House in 2017, is the first person ever prosecuted for contempt of Congress when executive privilege was asserted.
I'm telling you right now, this is going to be the misdemeanor from hell for Merrick Garland, Nancy Pelosi, and Joe Biden.
Earlier in the day, the former top Trump advisor live streaming his arrival to surrender to federal authorities.
We're taking down the Biden regime.
The House committee investigating January 6th is zeroing in on an alleged conversation between Bannon and the former president on December 30th, 2020, in which they say Bannon urged Mr. Trump to plan for and focus his efforts on January 6th, along with comments Bannon made on his radio show the day before rioters descended on the Capitol.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow.
Even if Bannon is convicted, that doesn't necessarily mean Congress will get him to talk.
This is criminal contempt. They are not seeking to compel his testimony. They are seeking to punish him for his act of contempt in front of Congress.
Meanwhile, the committee is also threatening to seek criminal contempt charges against Mark Meadows after he failed to show up for his deposition last week. Meadows' lawyer has said the former White House chief of staff, quote, remains under the instructions of former President Trump to respect long-standing principles of executive privilege. How optimistic are you that he might still ultimately testify?
Well, I'm hopeful. I'd much rather just hear from him, get the answers, and move on. But, you know, look, I also understand that people that have a lot to hide have a lot to fear.
And for his part, Mr. Bannon is due back in court on Thursday when he's expected to be arraigned and enter a plea. If he's convicted, Bannon could face up to a year behind bars and a fine of $100,000. Vicki?
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. We're going to take a look now at what is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is back with us this hour from Tehran.
Good morning. Well, 2 explosions have rocked Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, injuring at least 24 people, sparking chaos and confusion in what's believed to have been coordinated attacks. Ugandan police have been urging vigilance in the wake of a string of bomb explosions in recent weeks linked to a group affiliated with ISIS. Extreme weather in British Columbia has triggered a mudslide, trapping almost 300 people, including 50 children, in their vehicles overnight on a highway. Rescue services were dispatched and motorists were flown to safety by helicopters. Authorities there are still trying to determine if anybody was swept up in the flow of debris that was set off by torrential rain. And India is joining the increasing number of countries unlocking its borders to tourists who've been fully vaccinated. For the first time in nearly 2 years, tourists can enter the country if they're fully vaccinated and have a negative COVID-19 test. Travelers from countries who have a mutual agreement with India, like the United States, don't need a COVID test on arrival. And those are your headlines, guys.
All right, Allie, thank you so much.
That is good news to see the world reopening a bit.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we have a lot more to come right here on Morning News Now. A new documentary on the big business of birth control as reproductive rights re-enter the national spotlight.
Plus, growing concerns surrounding the process of in vitro fertilization after a string of high-profile mix-ups and the new technology being used in some clinics to make sure it doesn't happen. Those stories and more up next.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey, it is going to look a lot more familiar in Times Square come New Year's Eve. New York City is due to announce plans later today for this year's celebration. It's expected to include welcoming back real crowds to the area. Woohoo! You may remember the public was not allowed in Times Square last year because of COVID restrictions at the time. The only people allowed were invited guests, and that included first responders, which was wonderful, but it wasn't the same, right? So now everyone is going to be welcome to watch the ball drop. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio teased the announcement yesterday, promising a large, wonderful celebration. That's a direct quote. He also said there would be, quote, clear, smart rules on keeping people safe. So this year's celebrations may not be a complete return to normal, but we'll be seeing it a lot closer. Savannah, yes or no, would you ever go there in person? As a normal person, not to cover it, not with all the fancy VIP treatment, but as a normal person like these people.
You know, I don't actually know the answer to that because I'm so festive that the idea of being there and being at something that I've watched for years on TV sounds exciting, but the no bathroom situation and the cold, it's a lot. Would you do it?
It's an easy one for me. Hard no. Hard no. God bless you all. I love watching you on TV, but The diapers, the being boxed in, the many people. Exactly. It's too much on too many levels. Happy New Year.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I go right to bed.
Thanks, Vicky. Now, with the restrictive abortion law in Texas and cases making their way back to the Supreme Court, reproductive rights remain in the spotlight. A new documentary is now focusing on just that. It's called The Business of Birth Control, and it's taking a closer look at modern birth control like the pill. The film takes a deep dive into why women are given the pill and the lack of transparency over its risks. Here's a quick clip from the film.
These women, they're suffering the consequences of these side effects. Here you have women who are essentially, once again, being used as guinea pigs.
Abby Epstein, the director of The Business of Birth Control, joins us now. Hi, Abby. Good morning. So I know you also worked on this documentary with actress and executive producer Ricki Lake. I think you've worked together in the past on some of these. So first, just tell us about the film and what inspired you to focus on modern birth control. Obviously, we know what's in the news right now, but what questions were you asking? What did you want to get answers to?
Well, so 15 years ago, Ricki Lake and I made a documentary called The Business of Being Born. And that really explored the maternity care system in the U.S. and outcomes for mothers and babies. And so this for us was really a natural follow-up. I think that if you've ever spoken to anyone who uses birth control, you can hear a lot of frustrating stories. A lot of the birth control that we're using is pretty much the same birth control from the 60s. There's been very little innovation in the field. And I think in terms of the scope of reproductive justice, this is a vertical that people don't talk about very much. It's very taboo to criticize the pill because of this push for access, which is, of course, so important. And we want access and we want more access, but we want better birth control.
So now, besides the risks, beside these side effects, which we can also talk about, and then also just the battle that's going on right now over reproductive rights, you also discuss the history specifically of racism with birth control, with how it was tested. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people aren't really familiar with that. And there's a legacy where, you know, birth control was really tied into eugenics from its very beginning. Margaret Sanger, who was the founder of Planned Parenthood, was a proponent of eugenics. And the pill itself was tested in Puerto Rico on 132 women who were never informed that they were part of the trial. And there were a couple deaths on the trial. So I think, you know, there is this legacy of women of color always being used, in a sense, as guinea pigs. And in addition to that sort of racist legacy of birth control, it really continues even up through today, where women of color are forced to be on more long-acting contraceptives. And, you know, it raises a lot of ethical questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Abby, I want to talk about some of these side effects, and there might be some that people kind of know about, or maybe some extreme health events that they've heard about other people getting, like blood clots, things like that, or would immediately come to mind. But I want to ask you about some of the other stuff people might not know is going on. So there's something that you uncover in the film called the T-shirt test. First, let's listen to how a psychiatrist described it in the documentary. We'll talk on the other side.
The sort of body of knowledge that was growing, I think, through anecdotal reports, was that women would go off the pill and realize that they weren't happy with the person that they had chosen as a mate. There's the sweaty T-shirt study that you can choose a good mate based on smell. But if you're on the pill, that sort of mechanism seems to be offline.
So first, why don't you tell us a little bit about the T-shirt test? I can help explain it too, essentially how you lose this ability to potentially be picking a good mate. But tell us a little bit about this, and then what experts say how birth control impacts that.
That's right. So that's what Dr. Holland was saying, who you heard for a second in the clip. Essentially, there's a way that our pheromones are geared to seek out a partner who has, you know, basically an immunological complex that would be complementary to ours. So you're kind of seeking out the mate that's going to produce like the strongest offspring. And your pheromones and your sense of smell play a big part in that. And attraction actually has a lot to do with smell, more than you realize. And one of the things that the pill or hormonal birth control does is it sort of takes that whole system offline. So that's why you can hear a lot of anecdotal stories, let's say, of people that are dating, and then let's say the woman goes on the pill and suddenly the attraction is gone. Or the reverse, right? People are dating and the woman is on hormonal contraceptives for many years and then goes off to have a baby and suddenly realizes like, oh my God, I'm not attracted to my partner anymore. You hear these stories anecdotally, and there's actually science behind it.
Wow, that's so interesting. Abby, what was kind of the thing that shocked you the most in making this? What did you learn in this process that really kind of impacted the way that you feel about this entire system? I mean, the title, The Business of Birth Control, and also is that kind of the same thing that you hope people will take away from watching this documentary?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we had our premiere in New York on Sunday, and I think the reaction from the audience was just like 90 minutes of being constantly blown away by what they did not know. You know, I think I didn't know that there were hearings in the early 1970s, the Nelson Pill hearings, where they actually held safety congressional hearings on the Hill, Senator Nelson, and that feminists disrupted these hearings because they couldn't believe that all they were hearing from were men and pharmaceutical executives, and no women were testifying about the effects of these pills. So to me, it was fascinating that, you know, we've been here 50 years ago and pretty much, you know, we got some labeling, but, you know, you've seen the labels for these products. I mean, it's like a fold out that is, you know, impossible to read. And I think, you know, that really shocked me that nothing had changed. And it, you know, leads one to wonder, you know, if there was a drug that men were taking, young, healthy men were taking, and there were blood clots and deaths and pulmonary embolism and depression and loss of libido. I mean, I don't know, would men tolerate that? Would these drugs still be on the market? You know, so I think a huge burden has been placed on women to tolerate these side effects.
Absolutely. Abby, so fascinating. Congratulations on this documentary. I have heard also just the buzz around it that people, like you said, it's 90 minutes of just being blown away. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Now, for women who are trying to have children, there are growing concerns over in vitro fertilization procedures following several recent mix-ups.
Yeah, I took a closer look at those stories and what you need to know before selecting a fertility clinic.
A Utah couple left stunned after a DNA test recently revealed their 12-year-old son, conceived through IVF, had a different biological father. The case, just the latest in a string of troubling headlines. Just last week, a California couple sharing their nightmare story.
I was robbed of the ability to carry my own child.
Months after giving birth, Daphne Cardinale says she and her husband Alexander discovered the baby girl they'd conceived through IVF was genetically unrelated to them. The couple now suing the California Center for Reproductive Health, claiming the fertility clinic switched Daphne's embryo with another woman's, leading the two strangers to give birth to each other's daughters. The Cardinales say a DNA test confirmed the mix-up.
It's a truly impossible nightmare that inflicted trauma that will affect my family for the rest of our lives.
The families have since legally swapped the babies. The clinic and the doctor involved have not responded to requests for comment. In 2019, Ani and Asot Manukian said a mix-up at a different California fertility clinic resulted in their embryo being implanted in a New York woman. They couldn't meet their baby boy until he was 6 weeks old.
Nobody should meet their baby in the lobby of a hotel.
With 1 in 8 couples struggling with infertility issues, IVF has become a booming business. According to preliminary CDC data, 2019 saw more than 80,000 babies born through IVF or other assisted reproductive technologies. And since the industry is loosely regulated, it's unclear just how often these kinds of mix-ups occur. But experts say the margin of error keeps widening, a direct correlation with the growing demand for IVF.
It's not altogether surprising when you look at the growth the IVF sector has experienced over recent years and the scale of the quantity of specimens that these IVF clinics are now having to safely care for and manage.
Tara Comont is the CEO of Tomorrow Life Sciences, the developer of an automated platform for the storage and management of frozen eggs and embryos. So far, a handful of clinics across the country have adopted the technology, which assigns a unique digital ID to every patient and features a 24/7 monitoring system. It's a stark contrast to the way many clinics currently handle cells, a method involving a collection of large storage containers and tiny, handwritten labels.
We can fit about 25 to 30 of these into our robot.
If I were a patient going through IVF today, I would be asking my clinic if they're using the latest technology.
But even with all the advances, it boils down to basics. Make sure your clinic uses a clear labeling system that's easy to read, and ask how they keep track of the eggs and embryos. A growing number of clinics now require an electronic coding system and at least one witness to help double-check unique identifiers attached to each specimen.
Now, there is some oversight for the fertility industry, but it really is a patchwork of federal and state agencies, plus private professional organizations, accredited associations. So legal experts have told us the only real recourse that people have when something goes wrong is to sue. And that is very unfortunate for couples. So the homework and the onus is really on people to do their research before selecting a fertility clinic.
Absolutely. I mean, or it can just end in total heartbreak. What a fascinating report and such an important story. Thank you. Coming up, more pain at the pump from coast to coast just in time for the holiday travel season.
We will tell you what is driving this latest surge and what Congress wants to do about it. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
As the Thanksgiving holiday nears, rising inflation means you'll probably have to spend more at the mall and the grocery store like we were just talking about. Now, people are also feeling pain at the pump. The national average is up to around $3.40 a gallon, according to AAA, with California seeing among the highest prices in the country. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now from Los Angeles with more on this. Hey, Jolene, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good to see you again. You know, the price of gas here is absurd. Right behind me, $5.99 for a gallon of regular unleaded. I just paid $5.05 the other day to fill up my SUV, and you better believe that hurts. And across the country, $600 million per day. That's how much more we're paying as a country compared to last year. And that has everybody, myself included, asking, when are we going to get some relief?
As Americans get ready to hit the road for the holidays, gas prices are hitting their wallets especially hard. This morning, reaching record levels in California.
The first time I seen it, my heart dropped. But it was like, I got to get gas, so I didn't question it.
Here in Los Angeles, filling up a large truck or SUV can easily cost you $100.
I get on average $105, $120. It's really expensive here in LA.
Similar scenes unfolding across the nation, where prices have gone up more than 60% since last year. AAA says the national average is $3.41, but prices in the West and in the Northeast are even higher, $4.68 on average in California and $3.56 in New York. Illinois now above $3.50 a gallon. Yet another symptom of the supply and demand issues currently affecting customers. And the pain at the pump comes on top of historically high prices facing consumers across the country, from groceries to clothes to toys, as inflation hits levels not seen in decades.
Filling up a whole tank would almost cost like $100, so I kind of have to hold back on certain purchases because this thing takes so much money just by gas alone.
High gas prices can be especially difficult for workers who tend to have older, less fuel-efficient vehicles and tight budgets.
Because I kind of do gig economy jobs, I'll do Instacart and stuff, it definitely does put a damper on how much I can earn.
Analysts say oil demand has returned to pre-COVID levels, but oil production has lagged behind.
It's hard to catch back up, and it's going to take time. And unfortunately, we may not see sizable relief in the price of oil until 2022.
That's when enough oil can be produced globally to ease the pressure. High prices hitting drivers hard as they gear up for the holiday driving season.
Now, lawmakers are asking for that tapping of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but oil analysts are saying, look, that may be a good idea, but historically, that's reserved for major natural disasters. And we also know that even if that reserve was tapped, it would be very temperate and pretty moderate relief for people like myself filling up their tanks here at pumps like this. So we'll see what happens, but certainly politics becoming part of the game right now.
Yeah.
Guys.
Wow. $5.99 a gallon. Joe, that's crazy. Thank you so much.
I know.
$6.59 for premium above her shoulder there.
Louise.
Coming up on Morning News Now, it has been, get this, 20 years since the first Harry Potter movie was released. Yeah, 2 decades. But the magic is still alive at the studio where it all began, and we're going to take you there.
Also coming up after the break, millions of children across the country giving their all to care for their disabled veteran parent. We'll introduce you to one of those families up next.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This week across NBC News, we're taking a look at the unique challenges caregivers face in America in our Cost of Care series.
As part of the series, Savannah Guthrie was able to sit down with 2 special girls who are being featured in a new campaign, Hidden Helpers, aimed at uplifting the voices of military caregiver children.
She can be very sneaky when she wants to. She got stole candy from my bedroom without me knowing and then got caught.
I have a big sugar tooth.
She's got a giant sweet tooth.
Something about Gabby is When I need her, she's always there for me. Thank you.
10-year-old Gabby Rodriguez and her 7-year-old sister Ava are thick as thieves, doing what most sisters like to do, giggling, playing, helping each other with chores, and of course, dreaming of owning a pony. You guys like horses?
I love horses. Mommy said if we move, I can get a horse. Oh!
That would be me. What about your horse? A pony and a horse. What do we think?
Her name would be Peppermint.
A seemingly carefree childhood, but they are also the daughters of one of our nation's wounded warriors.
Girls, if daddy flops like a fish, what do you do?
Call 911 and then call you.
Right. Call 911 and call me, right?
Their dad, Jorge, a Navy corpsman attached to a Marine unit in Iraq in 2007. He was wounded from 2 IED explosions, which left him with a traumatic brain injury, seizures, and post-traumatic stress disorder. His wife, Jessica, quit her job as a hospice nurse to care for him full-time.
You try so hard to protect your kids from everything. You don't want them to see their dad any way other than a hero, or, you know, being able to walk and talk and play and dance with them.
Girls, how do you know if it's a good day or a bad day?
Daddy asks what's the weather like today. And if he says it's sunny, we know he's happy. But if he says it's stormy and rainy, we know he's not feeling really good.
So on a stormy day, you know to give him a little rest and space.
Yeah. And hugs.
And lots of love and hugs. It can be a heavy load for such young children to understand why their dad is sick, even when he doesn't look sick.
Gab, why don't you tell them what you say to your friends when you talk about dad's boo-boo on his brain?
It's like a bruise. As soon as you get it, it's really hurts. Sometimes it leaves a scratch or a mark, but others, it just disappears. It's like it's not there. But you know you've had it. You know it's been there.
That explains it perfectly. You can have something hurt inside and it might not show on the outside. Gabby and Ava are 2 of over 2 million children living with a disabled veteran parent, helping with their caregiving.
They have to do the stuff mom does, like, hey, Dad, did you take your meds? If we go out to eat, I'm like, did you bring your wallet? Did you bring your keys? Did you lock the door?
When we talk about military caregivers, a lot of times we're talking about the wife for good reason, but it's a family affair.
These kids need support. They need the ability to connect with other kids like them. They need to know that they're not alone.
The Rodriguezes have found help through Hidden Heroes, which provides information on resources to help the whole family.
It's very calming.
Like Gallup NYC in Queens, New York, which provides therapeutic horseback riding for veterans and their families. And doesn't it lighten your burden, Mom, a little bit when you know the kids are also being cared for, having that burden carried a little bit for you as well?
When your kids can tell you they're happy, when they can tell you that horse therapy is working for them, or they meet other military families and they can say, yeah, me too, and let me show you what can help. That's where the moment says to me that we have made it as a community.
You've come a long way, haven't you?
Yes. It wasn't just me, it was the family, you know. You have to let yourself know, you know what, we need help. I need help.
Reaching for help requires its own strength, a strength and pride his young daughters already possess.
And what makes me proud of my dad is he doesn't take no for an answer, and if someone says no to us, he's like, excuse me, our girls can do anything.
I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of what happened. And that's what makes our family so different from the rest of the world. That's what makes us, us.
Wow. And we thank Savannah Guthrie for that report.
Oh my goodness, and those little girls are incredible.
They were so sweet.
All right, this even makes me feel old. It's been 20 years since the first Harry Potter movie. 20 years! Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone hit theaters.
Well, the film was, of course, the first of a major 8-movie franchise. But 20 years later, the magic is still very much alive.
NBC News correspondent and fellow Muggle Matt Bradley joins us now from London, where people are celebrating the occasion. Matt, where are you? Good morning. Tell us more.
Are we sure he's not magical in some way?
Good morning, guys. I am magic. I'm still a Muggle, but yeah, I'm here in Leadenhall Market. So the real Potterheads, that's what we call them, the real fanboys and fangirls, I'm including you guys in this, They recognized this immediately. This is the spot where Harry and Hagrid went shopping for wands 20 years ago, right here in Leadenhall Market when that first film came out.
Even if you believe in magic, very curious, you might not believe it's been 20 years since the first Harry Potter film brought it to life.
Happy birthday!
And convinced millions of muggles that they can be wizards too. On TikTok, hashtag Harry Potter has over 80 billion views. The franchise inspiring theme parks, plays, stores, and shows in the US. But here in Britain, the magic is rising again, like a phoenix. There's a wand installation in Leicester Square, a new behind-the-scenes photo exhibit,
and a bar just for butterbeer. Cheers.
So I went on my own quest, searching for the Chamber of Secrets and an exclusive look on set.
You know, it's been 20 years, but Diagon Alley looks just the same.
At the Warner Brothers studio tour, the magic looks real because it kind of is, including a real working train and 300 paintings made by hand.
So this is like legitimately scary, I think,
Yes,
this part right here.
Is the Forbidden Forest,
Okay.
where no student is really allowed to go.
Right, except Harry Potter when he's breaking the rules, obviously.
Rianne loves the series so much, she made wizarding her full-time work.
It's still a job for you, right? But the magic is still kind of there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I still love the films. I go back and rewatch them. So let's head over to the dormitory.
Okay.
It's one of my personal favourites.
All right.
They had to create this whole magical world. For these child actors, and the best way to get an authentic reaction and acting on screen is to make it as real as you possibly can.
That's why it seems like it lasts 20 years, because everything was so detail-oriented, made to last, essentially, it seems.
Yeah.
Details like the tiniest flick of the wrist.
And action! Okay, it was okay.
I decided to test my own magic with the film's official wand choreographer, Paul Harris.
Okay, ready? And position 1, action! Position 3, position 5, behind the back. Oh, that was pretty good, actually.
I feel like I nailed it.
Now, after 20 years of wizarding wonder, the film's casting their spell on a new generation.
There you go.
Expelliarmus.
Guys, so, you know, I'm sure you were super impressed with all of my wand work that you just saw. You know, there's a reason I'm practicing and studying all this, and that's because there's rumors, just rumors, that there could be a 20th anniversary reunion. Not all the actors are necessarily going to be available, but I'm available. So I feel like I could probably submit that as like an audition. I don't know what you guys think.
Probably, yeah. Matt, seems like you were impressed with your wand skills.
Yeah, Matt, you were like,
I nailed that.
I think I nailed it.
I was pretty impressed, yeah.
All right, Matt, fun one. Thank you so much.
That was great, Matt. Thank you.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Breaking right now, in the jury's hands, deliberations now underway in the Kyle Rittenhouse homicide trial. The key questions the judge says need to be answered when considering a verdict. Also breaking right now, underwater, millions in the Pacific Northwest plagued with historic flooding. The area's hardest hit and where this power storm system is headed next. All in, New York City making all adults eligible for Pfizer's COVID vaccine. The growing list of cities and states going beyond federal guidelines. And that's what she read. Big news for fans of The Office. It's not just a TV show anymore. The new book going behind the scenes of the legendary NBC sitcom. Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Thanks for joining us. Aaron Gilchrist is off and Morgan Radford is on assignment and will be joining us later in this hour. We're going to begin with breaking news today, the final stage of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. The case is now in the hands of a jury. Rittenhouse picked numbers at random out of a drum to designate the 6 alternate jurors. The remaining 12 will decide his fate. And he faces 5 felony charges after killing 2 men and injuring a third during a racial justice protest in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas here on set. Shaq, we'll start with you there on the ground. You know, the jury got the case earlier today. Walk us through what happened in court before those deliberations got underway.
Lindsay, I'll go right to what happened this morning, but I do want to make a note that we did get a question from a juror. It wasn't a big question. It was more of a procedural thing. They were asking for more copies of those jury instructions, the 36 pages that were read to them that tell them and teach them how to read this case and how to decide for a verdict. So we got a sense that they are in their deliberations right now, and they have asked for more jury instructions. What we saw this morning, well, we saw the court come in, we saw defense and prosecution come in, and we saw Kyle Rittenhouse. He went to a lottery tumbler, that tumbler that helped him decide members of the jury, and he plucked out 6 names, and those were the alternates. So the 12 remaining people, those were the folks who ended up going into the deliberations, Lindsay.
All right, Shaq, and thank you for that late breaking news there as well. So, Danny, let's talk about those instructions. We're talking 36 pages here. What do you think are some of the biggest sticking points for the jury that they'll be talking about in this room?
Number one, understanding them. They're complicated, and including the lesser included offenses, there are so many more things for the jury to consider. Not only that, they have to be wondering, well, wait, if we find this, do we still have to consider that? A good example is provocation. If they find provocation, now self-defense is off the table unless and until Kyle Rittenhouse withdrew from the conflict and communicated that withdrawal. It's complicated. If they do find self-defense as to all of these crimes, they don't need to consider lesser included offenses. It's over. It negates recklessness. It negates intentional conduct. So that is what they are likely struggling with.
What do you think presented the stronger case right now, defense or prosecution? And also, do you think this is open and shut, or do you think that the jury will be in that room for a while?
There is no such thing as open and shut in cases like these, especially high-profile ones. The jury is going to weigh these factors out very, very carefully, and there's got to be some dissension within their ranks. Yes, you could say overall that the defense won most of the trial, but the prosecution getting that provocation instruction could be a Hail Mary that totally changed the contours. If they believe there was provocation, then he may not have self-defense.
Fascinating. Shaq, let's go back out to you. We know that this story, this trial, really has rocked the community, and we can't ignore the issue of race here. What's the feeling in the community right now as we wait for this verdict?
There's folks paying attention to this. You might hear some of the protesters behind me. It's a handful of protesters in front of the courthouse. And by the way, those are people both in opposition to Kyle Rittenhouse and people who are supporting him and saying that he was exercising his Second Amendment right. We also know that the governor has about 500 members of the National Guard on standby, stationed outside of the city of Kenosha. So that is something that they're watching. If those calls come in from local law enforcement, there will be that security presence there ready to come in. There's no signs that that is needed at this point, Lindsay.
All right, good to hear. Shaquille Brewster and Danny Savalas, thank you both so much for starting us off. More breaking news right now. Cleanup and rescue efforts are underway after record-setting torrential rains in the Pacific Northwest. Homes have been destroyed. Many roads are underwater. Check out this video. In Washington State, entire streets turned into rivers in Bellingham. That's right near the Canadian border. Some people living in the area also had to use boats to escape floodwaters. Coast Guard rescue teams ended up saving 10 people, including a baby, from a flooded home in the city of Forks. That's about 150 miles west of Seattle. Canada was also hit by torrential rain. Hundreds of people had to be rescued after mudslides trapped drivers on a highway in British Columbia. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by, timing this all out and also tracking where the storm is headed next. But let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin.
Hey, Lindsay, this fall has seen dramatic weather across the country. Now the Pacific Northwest is getting pounded by a, quote, pineapple express. The rain and flooding pushing some areas to the brink and residents stepping in to help the rescue effort. Overnight, relentless rain and high winds, battering parts of the Pacific Northwest, flooding roads, triggering mudslides, forcing residents to flee. An atmospheric river event affecting parts of Washington State, Oregon, and British Columbia, Canada. It's part of a weather phenomenon often called the Pineapple Express by meteorologists, because its moisture system extends as far away as the Hawaiian Islands. A storm with winds so strong blowing over this 18-wheeler trailer. The tractor trailer left leaning over a guardrail. In Bellingham, Washington, heavy rains wreaking havoc, submerging cars and gas stations underwater. 6 inches of rain falling in just a few days. In Whatcom County, north of Seattle, city and county rescue crews were inundated with calls for help. So neighbors used fishing boats to bring people to safety. In Forks, Washington, frightening moments as a U.S. Coast Guard air crew rescued 6 adults and 4 children, including 1 baby, dangling in the air above floodwaters.
It's a very small child.
While residents in western Washington tweeting photos of their rescue from a stranded Greyhound bus. In northwest Washington, at least 4 rivers have reached record levels of flooding, according to the National Weather Service. It's gotten so bad that the governor has issued an emergency proclamation to try to reach those hard-hit areas. Lindsay.
Aaron, thank you. And let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. So, Bill, Aaron's piece mentioned a Pineapple Express weather system. What is that? And who's next to get the storm system?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those buzzwords, right? You've heard stuff in the past, new weather terms, and this is definitely one of them. So the setup here is these are called atmospheric river events. And all that means is that the atmosphere is sending moisture from the tropics, high moisture content, and sending it to areas that don't typically get it. And that's what's happened in the last 24 hours. That's why we've had these incredible rainfall totals. Some areas there along the Washington-British Columbia border picked up about 1 foot of rain. So the atmospheric rivers, the clouds show you where it's located, and it's about 250 miles wide. And these events, we count on these events in the West. It's not like this is a bad thing. We need the water in the West. We just don't need it all at one time, of course. And so the reason this atmospheric river is being called the Pineapple Express, well, we know where pineapples come from, right? Hawaii. And if you look all the way at the bottom of your screen and you track the white clouds, this atmospheric river set up all the way from Hawaii and sent that moisture northwards all the way into the Pacific Northwest, a Pineapple Express. So what's next for this storm system? The flood watches have been dropped for areas in Washington state. We still do have areas in red that are under flash flood warnings. Those are the rivers that are, most of them in major. They were in historic in a few cases. Highway Interstate 5 is still closed near Bellingham because of a mudslide. And these rivers will slowly recede in the next day or two. Most of the damage has been done. Now, this storm isn't done, though. It's still bringing a huge snowmaker to Canada. To the south of it, the winds are incredible. We've had numerous 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts already in Montana. And even by Montana standards, this has been a pretty extreme wind event. And that high wind warning continues today into tonight, all the way into areas of the Dakotas. As far as the cities go, these are the predicted highest winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour from Glasgow to Billings, Bismarck in the 40s. Rapid City could gust up to 53 miles per hour. And with winds like that, we will expect power outages and some damage. And on top of everything, Lindsay, we've even got record highs taking place today in the middle of the country. So a little bit of everything on the weather maps, and a little hint to next week. Looking at Thanksgiving, we may have a pretty big storm to deal with come Monday and Tuesday in the Northeast and New England. We'll have more on that in the days ahead.
Wow. Okay. Meteorologist Bill Cairns, thanks so much. Turning now to the coronavirus pandemic, New York City is taking a major step in the race to vaccinate. The nation's largest city is expanding booster eligibility to all adults. That's despite federal health agencies not yet authorizing the move. Right now, the CDC says only people who are over 65 or those with underlying health conditions or those who work in high-risk settings should get a booster. New York City joins 4 other states in expanding booster eligibility. They're on your map right there. California, Colorado, Arkansas, and New Mexico. They've all done the same, using the CDC's high-risk population criteria to support the new rule. Meanwhile, 98 children were given an incorrect dosage of Pfizer's COVID vaccine at a school clinic. The students from Southlake Elementary School were given doses that were more diluted than recommended. All affected students are advised to get another dose of the vaccine as soon as possible. We have a lot of coronavirus news to dig into this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Sam Brock and New York City's new booster rule.
Good to be with you. The bottom line here is that the FDA and the CDC are facing a lot more pressure right now to update their guidelines as more cities and states are expected to follow suit. The local officials right now are arguing that federal guidelines over boosters allow them to be given to people in high-risk populations and that their entire cities and states are all theoretically at high risk. The federal government right now choosing to look the other way. COVID cases once again on the rise. Health leaders coast to coast are trying to pump the brakes on an upward trend.
Hi, it's Dr. Dave Choksi with an update about COVID-19 booster shots.
New Yorkers likely recognize these ads with the city's health commissioner, who's been encouraging boosters for those 65 and older or with underlying health conditions. But now, with backing from the mayor, Dr. David Choksi offering them to all fully vaccinated adults 6 months clear of Pfizer and Moderna or 2 months after the J&J jab, some 4.5 million people.
We've seen throughout the pandemic that we have to stay a step ahead of the virus, and the decision that New York City made was very much in that vein.
That proactive posture coming as Colorado, California, New Mexico, and Arkansas all issued the same guidance, taking a looser interpretation of federal guidelines that allow boosters for high-risk populations. In Minnesota, which has seen a nearly 70% increase in cases the last 2 weeks, the virus is flooding communities, big and small.
We are all for this. This is not getting better.
This as Americans try and sort through mixed messaging on boosters.
I think the confusing message around the boosters may end up being one of the biggest missed opportunities in this pandemic.
States and cities are trying to take the lead. The CDC says adults with increased risk of exposure should get the booster, and some local officials say that can cover all adults. How does New York City have the autonomy to make this decision?
The commissioner's advisory that I issued today is consistent with the FDA authorization and the CDC guidance. An important part of that guidance is about risk of exposure.
Choksi says we're learning from Europe, which tends to foreshadow what happens in the U.S. Cases there rising so precipitously. Austria has imposed a lockdown for unvaccinated people, and Germany is considering the same.
We feel much safer when I know that the people that walking around are vaccinated.
Even with all the talk about boosters, health officials emphasizing the most important shot is the first one. Medical experts tell us the supply is not the issue, that cities and states and pharmacies have enough boosters. The question right now is about liability and what happens if someone who is not federally authorized to get a booster has complications. Who's responsible? Is it the city or state? Is it the healthcare provider? One of many unanswered questions right now. That's the very latest here from Miami. Back to you.
All right, let's bring in Dr. Nina Shapiro now. She's a professor at UCLA and the author of The Ultimate Kid's Guide to Being Super Healthy. So, Dr. Shapiro, let's go ahead and tackle that issue on booster eligibility head on. I mean, some cities are doing different things. Some states are doing different things than what the federal government is saying. What are Americans supposed to believe? Are they supposed to call their individual doctor and say, what should I do?
Certainly, if there's a question, definitely you should call your individual doctor. LA County, where I am, we were one of the first to recommend boosters for everyone 18 plus, ahead of the CDC, ahead of New York City, actually. So the problem that we're seeing is that if you sign up online through either the government site or a lot of the pharmacy sites, it's still saying you're not eligible, even if our the group is saying that we are. So there's a little bit of confusion with that.
But doctor, the confusion is also, for example, your community is saying everybody over 18 should get a booster, but another community is saying only those considered high risk. So why are we now seeing a patchwork of different rules in different areas?
I think that's sort of, emblematic of this pandemic. We're sort of always trying to catch up with each other. I think if you talk to most infectious disease specialists, they will tell you that the boosters are not a surprise. It was a matter of when, not if. We all knew that everyone was going to need a booster at some point because we've seen that the immunity drops off at any age. So I think we want to get the high-risk people vaccinated with a booster first. But now that we're seeing surges come up all over the country and, of course, in Europe, that, we need to not wait on this and move quickly. I think it is very safe to get a booster, and I think we will see some suppression of a surge the more people who do get boosted.
Doctor, I want to share a tweet that you wrote, and you said you see long COVID in kids every day, despite not even being a primary care doctor. Talk to us about exactly what you're seeing and what message you have for parents.
Right. So I'm a pediatric ENT doctor, a really, really small subspecialty, but I see kids every day, all ages, as young as toddlers who have long COVID. So they can have loss of sense of smell, they can have ringing in their ears, fatigues, headaches, all these things that we're seeing in adults, we're seeing in kids as well, trouble breathing. So, people tend to minimize the significance of COVID in children, but it is real. Thankfully, the NIH is beginning a study to follow these kids over the the next 3 years. And they just announced that yesterday, that they will be following kids who've had COVID to see how long these symptoms last and see what we can do. Obviously, vaccine is the best way to prevent it.
Well, it is alarming. All right, Dr. Nina Shapiro, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
President Biden is hitting the road today to promote his $1 trillion infrastructure package, one day after signing the bipartisan bill into law. He'll be in New Hampshire today, where he plans to tout how the infrastructure plan will repair roads and bridges in the Granite State. And then tomorrow, he'll make his way to a General Motors factory in Detroit, where he'll highlight how the deal delivers on the expansion of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now. So, Mike, what do we expect to hear from the president today? And also, why is it so important that he and his surrogates communicate what's in the bill to the public?
Well, Lindsay, it's because for so long we've been talking so much about the process and not what's actually in this legislation. That's what this travel is really designed to highlight. The president's going to be visiting a structurally deficient bridge in New Hampshire. I spoke with the Department of Transportation in New Hampshire today. They're actually saying that because of the new money they're going to be getting in the infrastructure plan, they'll be able to move up the timeline for repairing this bridge. And so the president also, I should note, returning to New Hampshire for the first time since the low point of his candidacy. I remember very well when he left New Hampshire, even before the polls closed on primary day in 2020. Now he's going back to celebrate one of the biggest accomplishments of his administration so far, Lindsay.
And Mike, the president is also trying to build momentum for the next phase of his agenda. So how is he trying to get that Build Back Better reconciliation bill onto his desk?
When you looked at that signing ceremony yesterday on the South Lawn, what did you hear from each of the speakers who preceded the president? They all said, at least the Democrats who spoke, said that this is just the beginning. You heard it from Speaker Pelosi, you heard it from Leader Schumer, and you heard it from Vice President Harris, that as proud as they were of what they called the landmark accomplishment in the passage of the infrastructure plan, this was just the beginning of the work ahead. And so we noted very carefully, Joe Manchin was in the audience yesterday at this signing ceremony, and he was applauding a lot of what was said, but he wasn't necessarily on board with the other Democrats who were there about the need to move ahead with this reconciliation measure. So the president still has some work to do to convince moderates. We're waiting for that cost estimate of just how much this is going to cost, whether it's fully paid for. And that's really the challenge for the White House moving forward, is to make sure they still have those moderates on board with this part of the plan.
All right, we'll be keeping an eye out. Mike Memoli at the White House. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Lindsay.
It's a major roadblock for millions of drivers headed out for Thanksgiving. Coming up, where some drivers are paying nearly $6 a gallon for gas, and whether the pinch at the pump will ease up anytime soon.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Americans are feeling the impact of inflation at a pace not seen since the 90s. But despite that, consumer spending for the month of October actually beat Wall Street's expectations. Key retail data released today shows October retail sales doubled the spending seen in September. And this is a critical marker for investors looking to see how shoppers are buying as we get into the holiday season. Here's NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle.
Hey there, Lindsay. We've got new data out there giving us more insight into what our economy looks like. And retail sales numbers are telling us that prices are high, consumers are mad, but they're out there spending, paying those high prices. And really, it's a tale of two economies. Retail sales in the month of October were up 1.7% above the month prior, up over 16% from where we were a year ago. And when you look at who is spending and where, it's somewhat of a complicated picture. We know that household savings hit a record high from the start of the pandemic, but that's not the case for all Americans. It's the case for wealthier Americans, for people who were able to work from home, who saved under their disposable income because they couldn't go out during COVID, for people who own their homes, who are invested in the stock market. They've got this pent-up COVID demand, and now they're out there spending. What we don't have, though, is this kind of disposable income for more economically vulnerable Americans. People who are living paycheck to paycheck now are seeing a much bigger portion of their paycheck going to buy essentials. So it's been a very positive to say, hey, we've seen low-wage jobs start to pay higher wages, $15 and $16 an hour. But those wage increases are getting wiped out when you factor in the higher prices at the pump and the grocery store and everywhere else. So while you look at these retail sales number or earnings numbers out of stores like Walmart, where you're not seeing this massive labor shortage, they've hired 200,000 people in the last few months. And while there are supply chain issues out there, especially for smaller businesses, massive retail behemoths like Walmart that control the supply chain, well, guess what? Their inventory is up 11%. So good news, yes, we're in an economic recovery. We're moving in the right direction. But the inflation that we're facing as a country is very complicated. While some people can absorb these increased costs, it's devastating for others. A complicated picture.
Thanks, Stephanie. The demand for gas and oil is hitting a high not seen since before the pandemic. And that's driving gas prices even higher, with millions of Americans expected to hit the road this holiday season. Here's NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent.
As Americans get ready to hit the road for the holidays, gas prices are hitting their wallets especially hard. This morning, reaching record levels in California.
The first time I seen it, my heart dropped. But it was like, I got to get gas, so I didn't question it.
Here in Los Angeles, filling up a large truck or SUV can easily cost you $100.
I get on average $105, $120. It's really expensive here in LA.
Similar scenes unfolding across the nation, where prices have gone up more than 60% since last year. AAA says the national average is $3.41, but prices in the West and in the Northeast are even higher, $4.68 on average in California and $3.56 in New York. Illinois now above $3.50 a gallon. Yet another symptom of the supply and demand issues currently affecting customers. And the pain at the pump comes on top of historically high prices facing consumers across the country, from groceries to clothes to toys, as inflation hits levels not seen in decades.
Filling up a whole tank would almost cost like $100, so I kind of have to hold back on certain purchases because this thing takes so much money just by gas alone.
High gas prices can be especially difficult for workers who tend to have older, less fuel-efficient vehicles and tight budgets.
Because I kind of do gig economy jobs, I'll do Instacart and stuff, it definitely does put a damper on how much I can earn.
Analysts say oil demand has returned to pre-COVID levels, but oil production has lagged behind.
It's hard to catch back up, and it's going to take time. And unfortunately, we may not see sizable relief in the price of oil until 2022.
That's when enough oil can be produced globally to ease the pressure. High prices hitting drivers hard as they gear up for the holiday driving season.
Now, that was Jolene Kent reporting. We're following new information in the trial of the men accused in the death of Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia. Up next, the bold move by one of the lawyers in court and the stern warning from the judge that followed.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Some of the stories making news right now. 6 teenagers were shot near a Colorado high school yesterday. It happened before 1 p.m. at Nome Park in Aurora. Police say it was a drive-by shooting, but some shooters may have been on foot. The victims range in age from 14 to 18. A former student claims this park is known for gangs, but this hasn't been confirmed by police. No one has been arrested. Howard University students have reached an agreement with the college's administration to end a 34-day protest against hazardous housing conditions. Students began occupying Blackburn University Center on October 12th to protest things like mold, rats, flooding, and other issues they reported in residential halls. Last month, the campus official confirmed that mold was found in 38 of the 2,700 dorm rooms at the historically black college. The confidential agreement caps off 20 days of negotiations. And they catch bad guys, and apparently they clean windows when they got the time. Young patients at a Pennsylvania Children's Hospital had a few unexpected visitors yesterday. We got Spider-Man, Thor, Green Lantern, Batman, Captain America, all scaled the 90-foot building to wash the windows there. Spider-Man doing some tricks, always showing off. Because of COVID protocols, these superheroes weren't allowed inside, so they made do, and they showed up outside. The medical examiner is taking the stand today in the murder trial for the 3 men accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia. And his testimony is expected to be a key part of the prosecution's case. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Brunswick, Georgia. So, Ron, has the medical examiner taken the stand yet?
Yes, and we're in a lunch break now, and the medical examiner's testimony is extremely graphic, extremely difficult to listen to. There are graphic autopsy photos that we can't show you because they're just too graphic. The medical examiner is, with the questioning by the prosecutor, is walking through what happened, saying, for example, that Arbery, there were 3 gunshots fired, and describing how they entered his body, what wounds were caused, so on and so forth. It's also the way the prosecutor is setting out how he was murdered, because the charge is malicious murder, that there was intent, that was deliberate, and we've all seen the video how that plays out. But this is more about the what happened to Arbery, his body, how he died. Take a listen to some of the testimony from the medical examiner describing the shots. Take a listen.
It was my opinion that the shot to the center of the chest and the grazing gunshot wound to the wrist occurred at the same time, meaning that the hand was in front of the chest and was struck first, and then it entered the body. It was my opinion that the second shot was a complete miss and did not enter any part of the body, and that the third shot involved the left chest.
It's important, especially about the first shot, because you'll remember from the videotape, there was a bit of a struggle between Travis McMichael and Ahmaud Arbery over the gun. And the defense, of course, is claiming that he had to fire in self-defense. The prosecution is claiming that that's not true, that Arbery was an innocent man who was attacked by the defendants. So the question of where the gun was, when it was fired, what the wound was, is very important in this case. Bottom line, it's a very graphic testimony, very emotional testimony for the family to listen to. Arbery's mother was in the courtroom and put her head down, we believe, and it's just been but this is, again, is the heart of the prosecution's case to some extent, just how he died and what happened to him.
And we know last week when they played video of the actual moment where he was shot, that was the first time that she had watched it there in the courtroom. Ron, another thing making headlines right now coming out of this, the defense wanted a high-profile courtroom attendee blocked from watching the proceedings there in the courtroom, and this is the second time this has happened. What can you tell us?
Well, he wanted specifically black pastors, and that's what has set off a firestorm of outrage here. If you look over here to the right, my right a little bit, there is a small gathering of supporters of the family who are here all the time. And if you look over here to the right, there's Reverend Jesse Jackson over there, who has been in the courtroom and who has been here now. He was singled out, of course, by the defense as being here allegedly to influence the jury and to obstruct things. He has said that he is not here for that. He's here to support the family. This morning, again, the defense attorney, Kevin Goff, said that he was filing a motion and he is asking the judge to keep track of who's coming in and out of the courtroom, and the judge refused to do this. The judge has been saying that this is a public courtroom and whoever comes in has a right to come in. So the issue has not been completely laid to rest by the defense, at least. The judge says it is. And of course, this is all very upsetting to Arbery's family, who see this as insensitive or worse, that the attorneys for the defense would attempt to limit who they can invite into the courtroom, especially black pastors who are here to comfort them during this time. Lindsay?
All right, Ron Allen, thank you for your reporting. Jury selection is underway in the highly anticipated trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. Federal prosecutors allege that for about 10 years, Maxwell assisted, facilitated, and contributed to Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of young girls. She's accused of recruiting them, grooming them, and ultimately sexually abusing them. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now. So, Tom, what can you tell us so far about the jury selection process?
Sure, Lindsay. So this pool of 231 jurors that were accepted after they filled out written questionnaires over the last couple of weeks, they're being interviewed by the judge today. So the judge asked a number of questions to determine whether or not they can be impartial, whether or not they can set aside any sort of thoughts or opinions that they have about Ghislaine Maxwell, who's, of course, pleaded not guilty to the charges against her and is denied any sort of criminal wrongdoing. They're focusing on viewing habits when it comes to the news, what they say or may do on social media, and already a number of those who've been interviewed have been moved on to the next phase. The judge has already signaled that she wants to get a pool of about 50 jurors or so from which they will actually end up picking the final jury. That may actually happen on the morning of November 29th when we hear opening statements.
So, Tom, what else can you tell us about the uniqueness of this case, particularly when it comes to prosecuting sex crimes? We know Ghislaine Maxwell has been complaining about some of the conditions that she's been receiving while she's been in detention. What can you tell us about the uniqueness also of prosecuting these crimes?
Right. So there is the uniqueness of how she's being held and whether or not that has something to do with what happened to the person who she's allegedly worked with in this, and Jeffrey Epstein, who died by suicide at the MCC detention complex, which is kind of just over our shoulders here and has now been shuttered. But there is the complexity of trying a case involving sex crimes and involving the type of emotional testimony that we expect here. That'll take a toll on courtroom observers, certainly on the jury. It's obviously taken a toll on the alleged accusers here. So there's that complication. The other complication is, what were the age of these victims? And also, what was the known age to Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein? So in other words, what did they know about the age of the victims? What did the alleged victims tell them their age was? And how does that work within New York state law, which is a key component of this as it fits into federal law? So there's some complications here. There's some hurdles for prosecutors, but it'll be interesting to see how that all kind of unfolds. And it's something that, as I said, starting November 29th, we're going to hear in the courtroom behind me, and we expect to hear from all four of the alleged then minor victims themselves.
Wow. All right. Tom Winter, thanks so much. The people who live in a particular parish in Louisiana face the highest risk of cancer in the country. St. John Parish is located in an area known as Cancer Alley. It's home to more than 150 chemical plants and oil refineries. The area stretches from Baton Rouge to New Orleans, all along the Mississippi River. The pollutants from heavy industry predominantly impacts poor Black communities. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford has been following the EPA Administrator Michael Regan on his listening tour in New Orleans. She joins us now from St. John Parish. So, Morgan, good to see you. What did you hear from the administrator, as well as people who live right there who you've been speaking with?
Yeah, Lindsay, it's a great question. And you talk about that pollutant. We're talking about pollutants like chloroprene. It's a type of chemical that the EPA acknowledged back in 2010 is actually a likely carcinogen. And so that's why people here are saying they don't even know anyone in the houses here beside them on the street I'm standing on who has not been affected by cancer. We spoke to a gentleman, Mr. Robert Taylor, who's been born and bred in this community, lives on this street. And he said that his wife has cancer, his mother died of cancer, his daughter has a rare illness, and so people here are asking when things will change and how. Take a listen to what he told me, as well as what the EPA Administrator Michael Regan had to say.
I don't know if we trust anyone. What we have been through, I don't know about the thing about trusting and the thing about fate. I think we have to base everything on facts, on action. And we're welcoming the new administrator. We're elated that he's coming.
What do you say to regain and reinstill the trust in those communities?
I'll say what I've said for a number of years. As I travel the state in North Carolina, speaking with environmental justice communities, I understand their frustration. These communities have a right to be frustrated. They have a right to be angry, and they have a right not to trust us. But I'm here presenting myself as a willing partner to help solve some of these ills, and together we can do it. But they should keep close watch on us. They should hold us accountable. I expect them to.
And Lindsay, it's important to note that this EPA administrator is the first black man to ever hold this role. He's from my home state, as you just heard him mention, of North Carolina. And he says that this is something that is a professional priority to him, but also a personal one. He said the communities he's talking to here today, they look like members of his own family. And so that's why he started this tour in Mississippi. He's here today in this stretch known as Cancer Alley, as you mentioned, here in Louisiana. And then he heads on to Texas to talk to communities there, Lindsay.
Well, Morgan, that gentleman that you interviewed said, I don't know about trust, I look at action, and we know that that $1 trillion infrastructure package was just signed into law. Is this parish going to see any of that money?
They say that they will. So if you look at the infrastructure bill, there's already a ton of money that's been allocated to these Superfund sites, so these areas that are big environmental disasters. But the White House does point out that 26% and 29% of blacks and Latinos, respectively, in this country live within 3 miles of such a site. But they're also looking ahead, looking at the Build Back Better plan, and they're saying, you know, that has $555 billion, and 40% of that money would actually be designated to building up and rebuilding these communities of color who have been disproportionately impacted. Lindsay?
All right, Morgan, such important reporting that you're doing out there. Thanks so much. 5G networks are rolling out all over the country, and that means technology that uses 3G could soon be obsolete. But many Americans rely on tech services and products that run on 3G. So now there are growing calls for telecom companies to extend the service. Here's NBC News tech correspondent Jake Ward.
The year 2022 has a futuristic ring to it, but it's the end of the line for millions of wireless devices. Third generation or 3G phones will soon stop working as wireless companies disconnect them. Why? Well, because the companies only have a certain number of frequencies they can use to connect us, and getting rid of old phones frees up valuable airwaves to connect more expensive ones.
The people that are going to be the most impacted by this are going to be the low income, the elderly, and then people that live in those areas that do not have access to 4 or 5G, because there's no easy path to an upgrade for them. They might not be able to afford an upgrade to a 4G or a 5G phone. And that's even saying if 4 or 5G is available in their area.
Boost Mobile, which sells some of the cheapest plans out there, says more than 1 million customers could lose out and is pressing former owner T-Mobile to extend service.
Are you okay? Do you need
some medical alert devices for seniors will also stop transmitting. And that's it for certain roadside assistance systems in older cars from companies like Toyota and Audi. If you rely on an older home security system, medical device, or phone, check in with the manufacturer to make sure it's not going to be disconnected next year.
Some companies are offering free or discounted upgrades for older devices, but you should probably reach out because while your connection may be interrupted, your billing probably won't.
Jake Ward, thank you. She was hired to be their caregiver, but she stole hundreds of thousands of dollars. Still ahead, one family's warning to others to avoid falling victim to financial elder abuse.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All this week, the platforms of NBC News are focusing on caregivers, zeroing in specifically on the cost of care. NBC's Maria Shriver shares the heartbreaking story of one couple caring for their aging parents and the betrayal that followed.
My father had been in and out of the hospital several times during 2016.
Andrew Burke's parents, Leslie and Cheryl Burks, were 70 years old in 2016 when their adult children realized they were in cognitive decline.
Dad was on 12 different medications, I believe, at the time. And so some of them need to be taken with food, some without, some different times of the day.
They hired a part-time caregiver and felt confident their parents were in good hands until April 18th of 2019, when Andrew decided it was time to check in on his mom and dad's finances to plan for their future. Tell me about that day.
The moment where I laid eyes on his account is something I'll never forget. It's just something.
Tell me what you saw when you got on your dad's account.
So his debit card had been used for eyelash extension appointments, tanning appointments, nail salons. I saw charge after charge after charge, and honestly, I had to stop.
The caregiver systematically used every single one of their credit cards and then began transferring money out of their retirement accounts.
Elizabeth, when your husband there was talking, you got very emotional.
The caregiver was really a good friend of ours and really somebody that our parents depended on. Our parents are good people. Andrew's dad is a Vietnam veteran. His mom was a teacher. And the fact that somebody would take advantage of them like this is just heartbreaking.
The criminal complaint against Heidi Miller, the Burke's caregiver, lists purchases she made using their money for liposuction, breast augmentation, and Botox, at least 4 used cars, Princess Cruises, and Disneyland tickets, and much more. The total that was taken, over $360,000. Miller pled guilty and was sentenced to 33 months in federal prison. While extreme, experts say the Burke story is not unique. How bad is this problem?
Maria, this is an epidemic.
According to the Department of Justice, financial fraud and exploitation is the most prevalent form of elder abuse. Billions of dollars are stolen each year. How do people protect themselves from this kind of financial abuse?
Plan in advance. They need to get their team together. We name a monitor, someone that's watching everything. And I also advise that bank statements, brokerage statements, be sent to family members. The caregiver doesn't have an opportunity, or one child doesn't have an opportunity to steal money from mom or dad.
Andrew and Elizabeth agree, but say it can be difficult when loved ones are fiercely private about their finances and don't want to relinquish control.
If there would have been a way, Maria, for us to convince my parents that however much privacy my parents wanted in their finances, they cannot keep it private from adult children that are invested and care about their life.
Leslie has severe dementia, and Cheryl has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. They were moved to an assisted living facility after the fraud was discovered in 2019. An immediate move police recommended to keep them safe.
We're really grateful, very grateful for the work that the FBI did, that the U.S. Attorney did on our behalf. They can't give our parents back their health. They can't give them back this house. I would say that the best thing that people can do is prevent this from happening.
And that was Maria Shriver reporting. A woman in Argentina has become the second only person known in the world whose own immune system may have cured her of HIV. She's been dubbed the Esperanza patient after the town in Argentina where she's from. By the way, in Spanish, Esperanza means hope. She's chosen to remain anonymous, but here are a few things we do know. She's 30 years old. She was initially diagnosed in 2013, and she gave birth to a baby who's HIV negative in March of 2020. Joining us right now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. So, Dr. Patel, this woman cured of an autoimmune disease by her own immune system. How does that happen?
Yeah, Lindsay, it's incredibly rare, but there are a group of people that are known as elite controllers, especially with HIV infection in particular, who have a natural ability to basically suppress the level of viral activity, in this case, HIV. Again, incredibly rare, but something that offers hope for potential future treatments.
So how does this help advance the fight against HIV? What should perhaps other patients take away from this? Could it affect future treatments or even cures?
Yeah, it can. So a real large caveat to this. This is one of those situations where you have to determine that someone is able to essentially, quote, cure HIV by showing an absence of detectable virus. So unlike other things where we can say, oh, your body is free of cancer, you're likely cured, this means you have to continue, like this lady, Esperanza, had to show undetectable virus for years. But what we think could happen are several mechanisms. Number one, there's something about the way that certain people hold the virus. It never totally goes away, Lindsay, but it kind of hides in the cells, but then doesn't come out in these elite controllers. It could also be that there's parts of the immune system naturally that attack the virus in a way that also result in no detectable viral load. And then third, possibly, is that there's cellular mechanisms that do not allow for replication of the virus. But each one of those aspects, Lindsay, can be translated, not just for HIV, but for other infectious diseases. And with the advent of the COVID mRNA vaccines, using that technology plus what we can learn about elite controllers, you could imagine attacking malaria, tuberculosis, so many of the things that are actually crippling our world in other cases. So it's incredibly hopeful, but something that the average patient won't be able to tap into just yet.
All right. Well, rare, but still offering us some hope. Dr. Kavita Patel, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, the new records The Office is still racking up 8 years after its last episode, plus an exclusive behind-the-scenes tour of that infamous office.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
is hard to believe it's been more than 8 years since the hit TV show The Office came to an end. But since then, and of course with the help of streaming platforms, the series has clocked in major overtime with fans young and old. And that boost in popularity inspired a new book just released today. Here's NBC's Erin McLaughlin.
With over 200 episodes, The Office has cemented its place in TV history. Now a new book gives insight into behind-the-scenes stories that make an ordinary office still resonate today. For 9 seasons, The Office kept millions laughing.
I feel very blessed.
By breaking all the rules.
Stanley! Stanley! Barack is president!
That initial run on TV was just the beginning of the show's success. In 2020, 15 years since its premiere, the series became the most streamed show. With more than 57 billion minutes watched, comfort for a country in COVID lockdown.
You always left me satisfied and smiling, so.
That's what she said.
There is some level of irony that people went home, locked in their homes, and wanted to return to the office.
I think that whether it's the changing world, the uncertainty that's happening in the world, there is a comfort that the show brings.
Today, the making of The Office is the subject of a new book, written by the show's executive producer, Ben Silverman, and Brian Baumgartner, who played office accountant Kevin Malone.
I have very little patience for stupidity.
It's a compilation of hundreds of hours of interviews with the show's creators and cast, looking back at how the mockumentary became a serious hit.
If you think she's cute now, you should have seen her a couple of years ago.
What? Some of those first episodes were so politically incorrect. Do you think they could have been made today?
You know, it's a debate. Comedy is really a powerful means to kind of break down barriers and connect people through laughter. And I just think of Diversity Day, and would you get away with that today?
And I want you to treat other people like the race that is on their forehead, okay?
If I have to do this, based on stereotypes that are totally untrue, that I do not agree with, you would maybe not be a very good driver.
Oh man, am I a woman?
There are things that are said that are not politically correct. But what you have are 15, 16 other voices and faces telling you that that was a wrong thing to say, right? The overall message is essentially to say, you can't say that.
So you think that that episode could be made and sold today?
I think so. Wow. I haven't been back in forever.
When we were looking for nondescript, I kind of want to go back in.
Can we go inside? This is where I brought up the chili, right here.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili. I'm serious about this stuff.
And then our actual offices, the writers' rooms, editing bays, no one was allowed to leave. No one looked at it like a normal job. They all looked at it like we're part of something a little bigger than us.
What do you think the legacy of the show is or will be?
The help that somehow inexplicably the show has given people when they're in a really dark and difficult time. So I don't know about legacy, but for me, that's the thing that I'm most thankful for.
Speed round. Here we go. Favorite episode?
Stress relief.
Diversity Day.
Favorite character?
Kevin.
Michael.
Favorite line?
Favorite line?
That's what she said. By far.
Breaking right now, verdict watch, jury deliberations underway in the Kyle Rittenhouse homicide trial. The critical questions jurors have to answer and what legal experts are saying about the case. Secrets exposed, a judge may finally decide if Congress can get former President Trump's tax returns. The arguments being made on both sides and what could happen next. Talking Turkey, the supply chain crisis hitting Americans where it hurts, the Thanksgiving table. Why this year's dinner, with all the trimmings, might cost you more than ever before. And Spellbound. It has been 20 years since the first Harry Potter movie was released in theaters. We're taking a look back at the film that cast a spell on fans around the world. Thanks for being with us this hour. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Aaron's off and Morgan's on assignment. We are staying top of breaking news this hour. The jury deciding Kyle Rittenhouse's fate is at work inside the Kenosha, Wisconsin courthouse. You see here, the 18-year-old actually picked the group of alternates himself by lottery earlier today. Here's what we know about the jury makeup. It's comprised of 7 women and 5 men, one of whom is a person of color. Rittenhouse is accused of killing 2 men and injuring a third during a racial justice protest last year. Covering these breaking developments for us, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber, there on the ground in Kenosha, and former prosecutor David Henderson joining me as well. So, Ellison, let's break down what we've learned so far, this jury selection process. How is it playing out?
Yeah, so originally we started with 20 jurors. 2 of them had been previously dismissed, but 18 have been there listening throughout the entire trial. And we knew that that number always needed to get down to 12. In this courthouse, they have this longstanding tradition of using that drum, tumbler, whatever you want to call it. It's actually something they've had here since the 1920s. And Judge Schrader, this judge, has a tradition in his courtroom of letting the defendants pick out the numbers out of that for who will then ultimately be their jury. And obviously you saw Kyle Rittenhouse there take 6 different slips of paper with jurors' numbers written on them out of that tumbler, that drum. Those 6 are the alternate jurors. Typically, they would be sent home, but in this case, they are still holding them in the event of an emergency. And then the final 12, the numbers that were left remaining in that drum, they are the ones who are now deciding Kyle Rittenhouse's fate. Lindsay?
David, what is your take on the jury makeup and how it could potentially impact the outcome in this case?
You know, Lindsay, typically what I look at in terms of the jury makeup is different than what I see here, because sometimes demographics play a role, and not necessarily for the reasons that people think. Jurors tend to be motivated when they identify with the case and they think that the verdict will impact their own lives. So say, for example, you have a person of color, specifically a Black person, on a jury trial where a Black person was wrongfully murdered by a white person, specifically a police officer. They think that, man, my life is at risk if I don't get this right. I don't think that necessarily plays here in Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I think what matters more are things that you can't tell just from looking at people, and that is whether or not they identified with the protest, whether or not the protest made them angry, because we heard so much about them during closing argument, and what may be even more important is how they feel about our gun laws, because they are at the center of this trial.
David, any sense of how long deliberation could take?
I think it's going to take a very long time, because I have seen hundreds of jury charges. If this is not the most confusing jury charge I've ever seen, it is up there. And it's not intuitive when you think through this. You would think, oh, we just have to explain the law to the jury. It's already written down in a book, right? Just read it to them. Not at all. They spent the weekend coming up with the jury charge, because there's always a debate. What law should the jury be instructed on? What law should the jury not be instructed on? And as we saw yesterday, the judge and the lawyers were confused about the law. No one explained it to them during closing arguments, and the packet the jury was given is 36 pages long. So just getting through that, it's going to take a substantial amount of time.
We do know that they did ask for a printout of that. Ellison Barber, David Henderson, thank you both so much. The fight over former President Trump's tax returns heads back to court today. This is the latest chapter in the 2-year battle between the ex-president and the House Ways and Means Committee. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now from Washington. So, Pete, what are the arguments here from the former president's legal team to keep these records private?
They basically argue that the committee has no right to have them. The committee says, well, there's a federal law that says we can ask for the tax returns of any American. But what Trump's lawyers say is they just want this for political reasons. They want to try to embarrass him. They're not really interested in looking at how the IRS audits the taxes of presidents, which is the letter that the House Ways and Means Committee sent to the IRS. That's what they said in their letter, demanding the taxes. The Trump lawyers say that's just a pretext. The committee's response is that Congress gets what it wants and that the courts really can't second guess it. As long as there is, on the surface at least, a legitimate need for the information, then Congress should, the courts should ignore whatever political statements may have been made by House Ways and Means Committee members or other Democrats in Congress and not second guess what the committee wants. So that's the main issue that the judge is going to have to try to sort out here.
And do we know what the committee will do with the tax returns if indeed they get them?
Well, the rules say that it's supposed to be kept confidential. What happened to them, I'm sure, is one of the concerns that the Trump lawyers have, that they could eventually be made public. They're not supposed to be, but I think that's a concern that the Trump lawyers have as well.
So if the judge rules against the release of these records, is this the end of the legal fight?
Well, they can appeal the ruling, of course. This is before a district court judge, and if the Trump folks lose, they can take it to the Court of Appeals and ultimately to the Supreme Court. So this fight is probably, this is not the end of the road. Whatever this judge rules, whoever loses could appeal.
Okay, NBC's Pete Williams, thanks so much.
You bet.
When it comes to coronavirus booster shots, mixing and matching is turning out to be a popular option for some people. The CDC says of the nearly 1 million people who originally got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, 76% chose either Pfizer or Moderna for a booster. But those who originally got Pfizer or Moderna, they're most likely going to stick with the same brand for their booster. As of yesterday, the CDC says more than 30 million people have gotten a booster dose. We have a lot more COVID news to get to this hour, so let's start with CNBC's senior health and science reporter, Meg Terrell. Meg, good to see you. You know, we're once again seeing pockets of COVID rising across the country. Are we seeing this in more unvaccinated clusters here? I mean, for example, some cases are rising in New England. Is it mostly in communities with low rates?
You know, we're seeing it regionally just kind of move across the country the way it has throughout this entire pandemic. Of course, we had that huge surge across the South where cases went up. Now they've really come down and transmission is low. But we're seeing places like New England, as you said, get hit really hard. And even some states with higher vaccination rates like Vermont, with more than 72% of its population fully vaccinated, it's seeing a massive increase in cases. Of course, Vermont, that's off a small base. But we are seeing this in the Midwest as well. So there's real concern that the Delta variant is finding its way around, even in more vaccinated areas. Of course, it's going to be the unvaccinated who are hit the hardest.
And right now, what are you hearing from health experts about the advice right now to people who are vaccinated, to people who are unvaccinated, especially as we go into the holidays and we all plan to spend time with our loved ones?
Yeah, next week is going to be big, and I think some health experts are expecting that there will be some spread out of the holiday season, as we saw last year as well. The message really is the same, though. Layers of prevention. The first layer that will be recommended, of course, is vaccination. For anybody who's unvaccinated, try to get your first shot. For anybody who's eligible for a booster, go out and get that. But then also beyond that, masking when appropriate, distancing when appropriate, ventilation, and testing. All of those things can help make Thanksgiving safer for everybody.
And when we do see waves of COVID keep coming and going, when do experts think that people can essentially stop planning their lives around this thing?
Yeah, we keep hoping it's around the corner. And some experts like Dr. Scott Gottlieb have said they do think we're close to the end of this Delta wave and close to getting into the endemic portion of COVID, where it is not that chief health concern. But really, that happens when we're not at risk of overwhelming our hospitals. And that's just not the case right now in states like Colorado and other places. That's still a concern. So until we get cases lower, hospitalization risk lower, we still have to worry a lot about it.
Yeah, so endemic, meaning it's not the chief concern, but it still is out there, and we just have to learn to live with it. CNBC's Meg Terrell, thanks so much. In the UK, cases are finally dropping after a dramatic surge at the end of October. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now. And Matt, I find this really interesting because on one hand, we're talking about rates going down in the UK, but then rates in other parts of Europe are skyrocketing again.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of confusing, as you said, interesting, but, you know, we're not the only ones who are not able to figure out exactly what's going on. And this isn't the first time that this has happened either. A lot of scientists in the UK were really worried over the summer that once there was a Freedom Day back in July, that the cases would spike, even though there was a really, really successful vaccination campaign here in the UK. Turned out that didn't happen. The cases didn't spike, but then they spiked later on. And now, mysteriously, even though the government shrugged off a lot of recommendations that they reimpose lockdown measures or do any sort of thing to try to stop people from spreading the disease, the rates went down again, seemingly without any provocation, without any policy measure that seemed to cause it. So why does this keep happening? Well, One reason, it seemed, was that the cases were spiking back a couple of months ago because it looks as though children and teenagers who were not vaccinated were the ones who were spreading the disease. That vaccination effort has picked up. And now what we're seeing in Europe is a similar sort of pattern where we're seeing an increase in cases, but the number of deaths and hospitalizations have not increased dramatically, at least not increased on the same track as the number of cases. So you could say, and some European governments and the UK government had said that they had decoupled the connection between the cases and hospitalizations and deaths. Now, what is that decoupling? It's basically vaccination. That means that people were getting the disease, but they weren't being hospitalized and they weren't dying, especially not at the rates that seem to have moved in parallel back last year. Now those two numbers are decoupled, but certain places in Europe, that's not really the case. We are seeing an increase in the number of cases, while deaths and hospitalizations are also increasing. And that's why, unlike here in Britain, where policymakers resisted the urge to reimpose lockdown measures, we're seeing restrictions propping up in the Netherlands and in Amsterdam now, and several other parts of the Netherlands. We're starting to see what looks like a lockdown light. That is the first European return to something like a lockdown in Western Europe ever since the pandemic, or ever since this past summer. So these are worrying signs, but we have to remember all of this could turn around abruptly and go in the opposite direction without any obvious provocation.
So, Matt, you started being very honest and saying it is confusing. It's confusing for experts, for you guys as well over there. I mean, Europe is usually a harbinger for us here in the U.S. What, if anything, should we take away?
It can be, it might not be. It doesn't always act as a harbinger. One thing that we can take away is that, as always, vaccination rates seem to be the thing that are driving this. And one of the problems was that Europe did have a very slow vaccination rollout. And in certain places in Eastern Europe, the vaccination rate is still really far behind. And so that's why we're starting to see this increase in cases, increase in hospitalizations and deaths. So that is the main lesson. Now, the UK might provide a lesson that with the successful vaccination program, you don't need to reimpose lockdowns even as the number of cases increases. So I'd love to be able to tell you that there's one strong conclusion that the US can learn from all of this. I'm not sure I'm in a place, or I'm not sure that a lot of the scientists know either exactly if there's some discrete, some very obvious lesson that we can read into the numbers. I just don't know if it exists.
All right, very honest. NBC's Matt Bradley, we know you'll stay on top of it. Thanks so much. Fresh off of signing his $1 trillion infrastructure plan into law, President Biden is taking a victory lap in the Granite State. The president is speaking in Woodstock, New Hampshire today, and he'll deliver remarks in front of an 82-year-old bridge that's been on the state's red list for troubled infrastructure since 2013. Tomorrow, he heads to Detroit, Michigan to highlight the new law's investment in the next generation of electric cars. Both stops also happen to be swing states with critical voters. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is in Woodstock ahead of the president's arrival. Also with us, NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill. Josh, we're going to start with you on the ground there. One of the biggest questions is when Americans will start to see the results of this legislation, and I'm sure the president and Democrats want that to be very soon.
That's exactly right. People want to know what's actually in this for me. And in the last several months, as this has been going back and forth in the House and the Senate and the progressives and the moderates and Joe Manchin and this and that, it's been hard for the White House to break through that and really drive home for people how their lives could tangibly change as a result of this infrastructure deal, as well as the broader Build Back Better spending plan that they are still working on. And so starting today, you're going to see the president and other high-level officials, cabinet officials, fanning out and really trying to peel off what this means in individual places. So in New Hampshire, for example, $1.1 billion the state is going to get as their piece of the pie when it comes to highway spending. They're also going to see $225 million for bridges, another $125 million for public transport, and $100 million for rural broadband, which is actually something that the state's vulnerable incumbent Senator Maggie Hassan plans to highlight during her remarks today. She's bringing as her guest the town administrator from nearby Bristol. It's about a half an hour south from here, where they are going to get broadband internet as a result of this. So you see the White House trying to connect the dots here for how this deal is going to actually better people's lives, hoping there will be some political payout for that come November of next year.
And Sahil, we know the infrastructure package is just part of the president's agenda. So walk us through where that larger social spending bill stands in Congress right now. I mean, this week was supposed to be the crucial week before everybody goes on Thanksgiving recess.
And it may well still happen this week in the House. So Democratic leaders say the bill is going to be debated on the floor of the House starting Wednesday. That means that could set up a vote in the House of Representatives on the full package as early as Thursday or Friday. Now, this is all pending that score from the Congressional Budget Office. 5 centrist Democrats in the House of Representatives have demanded additional fiscal information from the Budget Office before they vote on this. They want to make sure it matches up with the White House's estimates. But keep in mind, that's just the beginning of the journey of this piece of legislation. Let's put up on the screen what happens next. If it passes the House, it goes over to the Senate where a number of procedural hurdles have to be cleared. There's the issue of the jurisdictional scrub. That's parliamentary speak for making sure the committees are not exceeding their numerical targets. There's the so-called Byrd rule that the legislation has to comply with certain parameters in order to be eligible for this budget reconciliation process. Then there's this vote-a-rama, which is unlimited amendments. Anybody can offer as many amendments as they want, and usually the Senate votes through the night. The bill is likely to be changed in that process. After the Senate passes the bill, then it goes back to the House of Representatives, which is going to have to approve that likely amended version. One of the key senators to watch out for here is Senator Joe Manchin, who has objected to certain provisions of the House bill. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Do you think that it makes sense for your party to move forward with $1.75 trillion right now?
Well, I think in that scenario there, we need to look and see what the real score is, and it's coming back, I understand, the end of the week. The House bill, we've seen the language from the House bill, what they would like to do, but then the score is going to justify whether that's doable.
And it's not until Senator Manchin gives an official yes that the supporters of this bill, including the White House, are going to be breathing easy.
Well, Josh, I want to go back to the president, the position the Democrats are in right now, because obviously we know that there is some political calculus here to what's going on at Capitol Hill with Sahil. But a new Washington Post ABC News poll shows the president's plans are popular. I mean, 63% of Americans support infrastructure. The president's approval rating is at its lowest point ever. So, yes, we're going to hear from the president today in New Hampshire. We're going to hear from him in Detroit this week. Is this all a part of the messaging here to let people know what's in these bills and what Democrats are doing?
Well, you just hit the nail on the head in terms of the problem here, which is the bill is more popular right now than President Biden and Democrats. And they have not gotten the bounce from passing this infrastructure deal that they have wanted and that the legislation itself has gotten. And so that's what the White House is doing on this tour. They are trying to connect those dots so that hopefully people give credit to Democrats for having passed this infrastructure bill.
All right, Josh Letterman in New Hampshire, Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill. Thank you both. Labor shortages and supply issues are threatening people's Thanksgiving holiday, and it's not just turkey that's more expensive this year. How much your holiday spread could cost when we come back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand. Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, Wherever you are, it's here now.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
On the money at this hour, consumer spending numbers prompting quite a bit of market movement. CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi joins us now. So Seema, talk to us about these spending numbers. We know that things are more expensive. Are these numbers a good sign, though, that people are paying them?
Yeah, it actually is, Lindsay. I mean, inflation has been rising at the fastest pace in 30 years, but consumers don't appear to be curtailing their purchases. That retail sales number increasing 1.7% for October compared with 0.8% the previous month. Online shopping continued to fuel sales, and economists say this reflects that the pent-up demand as we emerge from the pandemic. Also, those supply chain concerns, they're pushing more folks to buy goods and those holiday gifts earlier before the prime holiday shopping season because of the concern that their gifts won't arrive in time.
And Seema, we know gas prices are on the rise. Curious about ride shares and whether these companies are doing anything to help these drivers in this time.
Yeah, this was an interesting development in the last 24 hours. As you point out, with gas prices soaring, Uber is launching a new feature for its drivers that show nearby public restrooms and real-time gas prices to help them save money and make more cost-effective decisions. So, of course, questions there about how it affects the end user like you and I, but this could be a good sign for drivers as they approach the holiday season.
And Seema, we are approaching one of the busiest travel weekends of the year. There's a major change coming for people who are flying United. What do we know about that?
Yeah, big change. Booze is coming back. Drinking in flight is back at United Airlines. They're now starting to sell single-serve mini bottles of liquor on flights that are longer than 301 miles, and that does include domestic, Canadian, and Latin American routes, just as consumers or travelers across the nation get ready to get back out there. So if you're nervous about meeting the in-laws, you've got that flight with friends to Mexico, now you perhaps can enjoy a drink on the way.
Yeah, we know a lot of these airlines were banning booze. Some of them still are, considering there's still a lot of tension in the high skies. All right, Seema, thanks so much. Trying to track down a perfect turkey is a bit harder and more expensive this Thanksgiving, thanks to the supply chain strain. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now with more on this. So, Joe, it's not just the turkey that's getting more expensive. Welcome back, by the way.
Hey, Lindsay, thank you so much. Yeah, it's not just the turkey, it's the sides, it's the desserts, it's a lot of stuff that's going up in price. Even the pie that you buy at your local bakery may be going up in price. Here's why.
For millions gathering for the first in-person Thanksgiving in 2 years, be prepared to pay up. Thanks in part to a labor shortage in the supply chain, the retail price of turkeys is up 9 cents a pound compared to last year. The other reasons, the higher cost of corn to feed those turkeys and inflation.
What we're finding is that people in anticipation of perceived shortages is that they're rushing out to buy turkeys now. Our sales on turkeys were up 100% versus the same week year ago last week.
Grocery chain H-E-B says customers should be flexible.
What can shoppers expect to be in tight supply or delayed?
I think one of the areas that we're seeing right now is in pumpkin pie mix, is that not that we don't have it, but we may find that the shipping from a manufacturer to our stores is a day or two behind. But on the other hand, there are going to probably be 6 or 7 other brands that you can choose from.
Canned cranberry sauce is pricier because it's more expensive to produce steel cans and trucking costs are up. Packaged dinner rolls are more expensive because the price of some ingredients spiked. Bakeries like Republic of Pie ordered their flour months ago and were still forced to hike their prices by $1.75 a pie.
Naturally, we have to go up a little bit in price. We go up incrementally as much as we can without trying to shake and stir the restaurant and our customers.
Even pie boxes are in short supply.
I was told that they're not going to have for the rest of the month.
To stay on budget and get what you need, experts say buy frozen options and generic brands. And if you're celebrating as a group, truly share the costs. Don't leave the host solely on the hook.
So, Joe, one thing we all want to know, is this likely going to stretch? Because we know a lot of the same things on our plates in just about a week or so are going to be potentially on our plates Christmas as well.
Yeah, that's right. So you can expect the supply chain delays to continue. We do think that there is going to be, according to the CEOs and the people who are running the stock at grocery stores, there will be delays going into the Christmas and Hanukkah holidays as well. So you want to be patient. But overall, the supply chain issue is not just about the steel cans we talked about and those pie boxes. It's also about the price of gas here. It's way up in California and all across the country. That is also feeding into those higher prices, and so until that's resolved as well, it's just another piece of this snarled supply chain that's walloping our wallets pretty hard this season.
Yeah, and after I asked that question, I had to double check the calendar. It is next week already. I can't believe we're here. All right, NBC's Jolene Kent, thanks. New York City is getting ready for another holiday, New Year's Eve, like we remember before the pandemic. But there's a catch. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio announced plans for this year's celebration in Times Square. So people will be allowed back into the crossroads of the world to ring in the new year. But they're going to need to be fully vaccinated, and they're going to have to wear a mask. Organizers say they're working with doctors to develop health protocols so that everybody can stay safe. Growing concerns over the IVF business after a series of mix-ups. Coming up, what you need to know before picking a fertility clinic.
Choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making news right now, an armored truck security guard is dead and a second is injured. They were shot while loading an ATM with cash. It happened outside a Bank of America in Chicago. Police say 2 to 4 masked men, all wearing black, approached the guards and demanded cash. One security guard was shot 6 times before she died. The other was shot twice and is currently in the hospital. Police have yet to make any arrests. A Texas doctor has been suspended from her hospital for promoting ivermectin as a treatment for COVID. Houston Methodist Hospital says it suspended Dr. Mary Bowden's privileges for spreading misinformation not based in science. Bowden is an ear, nose, and throat doctor at the hospital, and she promoted ivermectin several times on Twitter despite public health officials warning against it. And the drug is generally used to deworm animals. And an American journalist jailed for months in Myanmar is back home on U.S. soil. Cameras were there at JFK Airport in New York City as Danny Fenster was reunited with his family. Fenster had been sentenced to 11 years hard labor by Myanmar's government, now under military rule. A former U.S. diplomat helped negotiate Fenster's release. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas in the hot seat on Capitol Hill. Mayorkas testified today in the first Senate Oversight Committee hearing of the department in more than 3 years. Topping the agenda, cybersecurity, the fight against terrorism, and the situation at the U.S.-Mexico border. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. So, Ali, fill us in on the top lines here of this hearing. What stood out?
Lindsay, some tense moments here during this hearing on the Senate side of this building, everything ranging from immigrants at the southern border of our country to Afghanistan and the resettlement of refugees. Take a look at one of those tense moments, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Do you believe that the Biden immigration policies are successful?
Senator, I think rebuilding a broken immigration system and rebuilding a dismantled one takes time, and we're on the road to success.
So you think we're on the right track as a nation?
I do.
Okay. How would you grade yourself?
Senator, I'm a tough grader on myself, and I give myself an A for effort, investment in mission, and support of our workforce.
Lindsay, you also have to consider the breadth of things that Mayorkas has come into and had to deal with immediately. Of course, we heard all of those stories about surges in unaccompanied minors at the southern border. That spurred an immigration crisis for this new Biden administration early on in their term. And then, of course, after the Afghanistan debacle that the administration was mired in, pulling our troops out, ending that longest war, the dealing with of Afghan refugees, several senators asking about whether or not those people were vetted prior to getting on planes. Mayorkas assuring that those who came in from third-party countries, in other words, flown out of Afghanistan to third-party allied countries and then flown to the United States, he says they were vetted. Also conversations around COVID vaccinations of undocumented immigrants, as well as the way that those undocumented immigrants are being dealt with in detention centers along the southern border. This was the key issue of the Trump administration years. Throughout the months and years that I spent on the campaign trail, Democrats continuously returning to this immigration touchstone as something that they needed to see changed in a Democratic administration. Change has been slow for the Biden administration, but certainly this hearing, the first step in accountability towards those changes that Democrats were hoping to see on this issue, even as in other parts of this building, they're trying to legislate around things like a path to citizenship as part of their infrastructure deal that's still ongoing.
A wide breadth indeed. All right, Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Also on Capitol Hill, the House Oversight Committee just wrapped up its hearing on ransomware attacks. Hackers have targeted U.S. businesses, state and federal government agencies, as well as hospitals and critical infrastructure. Pick up your screen. Last year, all those attacks caused nearly $20 billion in damages. And today, lawmakers grilled top cybersecurity officials on how the Biden administration is responding to these attacks. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now from Washington. So, Ken, we've seen the headlines. It's been a little while, though. But what stuck out to you from today's hearing?
Well, one thing that jumped out to me, Lindsay, is that some members of Congress are growing impatient with the Biden administration's approach to Russia, where most of the ransomware is coming from. 4 months ago, President Biden warned Vladimir Putin that Russia has to stop giving sanctuary to ransomware criminals. But a top FBI official told lawmakers that the Bureau has seen no reduction in ransomware attacks originating in Russia and no effort by Russia to crack down on criminal hackers within its border. Take a listen to this exchange between Representative Ralph Norman, a South Carolina Republican, and Chris English, the Biden administration's national cyber director.
What specifics do you think, as head of the National Cybersecurity Team, would be implemented to use leverage to stop their actions?
The first opportunity we give them is to simply, of their own accord, to cooperatively respond to the request that we've made.
Okay, just more words.
We have provided information to them. We were now assessing whether they provide that. We would withhold certain diplomatic status, certain economic benefits, certain participatory rights.
Give me specifics. What would you do specifically that would at least slow them down as to the cyber attacks. And you give them, I know words, but words with this administration mean nothing.
Yeah, I think attribution is important in this case.
Now, Inglis did say that the Biden administration has logged some successes recently against ransomware criminals, filing criminal charges against some of them and seizing some of their ill-gotten gains. He added that the administration is working to improve cyber defenses. But when it comes to pressuring Russia, as you saw there, he didn't offer a lot of specifics, Lindsay.
Yeah, so that said, I mean, that was a pretty tense moment. Do you know anything from your reporting on whether there are any signs that the Biden administration could clamp down harder on Russia?
Well, I mean, Inglis was repeatedly asked about the question of offensive cyber attacks, and he didn't really answer. That's something that the administration doesn't like to talk about, whether they would, for example, use offensive cyber capabilities to attack the ransomware criminals, or whether they would even pressure the Russian state, which is harboring those criminals. They didn't really answer that question. Inglis talked instead about additional economic sanctions, which does seem possible from the Biden administration, additional diplomatic steps. But the real question among experts that I talked to is whether just how far the Biden administration is willing to go to impose a cost on Russia, because right now the assessment is that Russia feels like this is a relatively cost-free way to poke at the West, to allow these criminals to continue to attack Western businesses and hospitals and schools, Lindsay.
And it is crippling. Ken Delanian, thanks so much for your reporting.
You bet.
Parents protesting critical race theory in schools are taking on a new foe. Parent groups are now fighting against suicide prevention programs, mental health coordinators, and social emotional learning. They say they're being used to indoctrinate their kids and ask them invasive questions about their feelings, sexuality, and race. NBC News reporter Tyler Kincaid joins us now. So, Tyler, we saw really how important education in critical race theory was in this month's Virginia gubernatorial race. What's going on now?
Well, a lot of these activist groups are increasingly taking aim at programs designed to address student mental health. In one district in Indiana, for example, activists are demanding that the schools fire their mental health coordinator, calling it a, quote, dangerous job. In Virginia, which you mentioned, parent activists have latched on to surveys that schools use. And these surveys ask kids questions like, do you feel welcome at school? Do you have a trusted adult you can talk to? And some of these surveys also ask students whether they identify as LGBTQ. And that's because schools want to know whether those students in particular are being bullied. But then activists have looked at these surveys and said, this is data mining, and they say the questions are inappropriate for a child to answer.
So, Tyler, some of the parents accuse some of these programs of putting the idea of suicide in their children's heads. How's the community reacting?
Well, we've seen this in a couple different states, and in one state more recently, it's been, there hasn't been any movement in South Lake, Texas, for example, where a mom showed up to a school board meeting and said that a suicide prevention program by its very nature introduces the idea of suicide to kids. But then there was a group out of Utah that earlier this year actually lobbied against a bill to expand suicide prevention to elementary schools. What they said was this is not appropriate for elementary school aged children because suicides are, quote, not happening there, which just isn't true. We got data here at NBC News earlier this year that showed that the rate of children, or the number of children showing up at children's hospitals nationwide, has more than doubled in the last few years. And that was something that started before the pandemic. And of course, throughout the pandemic, that's been an ongoing conversation that we've all had, is what is the school closures, the children staying at home, the lack of social interaction, what has that had on their mental health? So it's incredibly important, and it's just, I think, showing where parents are right now with sort of a distrust of anything schools are doing.
I'm sure we will continue hearing much more about this. NBC's Tyler Kincaid, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Imagine learning the child you've raised for years, decades maybe, is not actually your child at all. That's what happened to several families who underwent in vitro fertilization procedures. Now they're learning about a mix-up at their fertility clinic. NBC's Vicki Nguyen investigates.
Hey, Lindsay, in vitro fertilization, or IVF, is a series of procedures where eggs are fertilized in a lab before they're implanted in a woman's uterus. That process can turn the dream of having a baby into a reality. But as we've recently seen, it can also lead to heartbreak. This morning, how to reduce your chances of a mix-up.
A Utah couple left stunned after a DNA test recently revealed their 12-year-old son, conceived through IVF, had a different biological father. The case, just the latest in a string of troubling headlines. Just last week, a California couple sharing their nightmare story.
I was robbed of the ability to carry my own child.
Months after giving birth, Daphna Cardinale says she and her husband Alexander discovered the baby girl they conceived through IVF was genetically unrelated to them. The couple now suing the California Center for Reproductive Health, claiming the fertility clinic switched Daphna's embryo with another woman's, leading the two strangers to give birth to each other's daughters. The Cardinales say a DNA test confirmed the mix-up.
It's a truly impossible nightmare that inflicted trauma that will affect my family for the rest of our lives.
The families have since legally swapped the babies. The clinic and the doctor involved have not responded to requests for comment. In 2019, Ani and Asot Manukian said a mix-up at a different California fertility clinic resulted in their embryo being implanted in a New York woman. They couldn't meet their baby boy until he was 6 weeks old.
Nobody should meet their baby in a lobby of a hotel.
With 1 in 8 couples struggling with infertility issues, IVF has become a booming business. According to preliminary CDC data, 2019 saw more than 80,000 babies born through IVF or other assisted reproductive technologies. And since the industry is loosely regulated, it's unclear just how often these kinds of mix-ups occur. But experts say the margin of error keeps widening, a direct correlation with the growing demand for IVF.
It's not altogether surprising when you look at the growth the IVF sector has experienced over recent years and the scale of the quantity of specimens that these IVF clinics are now having to safely care for and manage.
Tara Comont is the CEO of Tomorrow Life Sciences, the developer of an automated platform for the storage and management of frozen eggs and embryos. So far, a handful of clinics across the country have adopted the technology, which assigns a unique digital ID to every patient and features a 24/7 monitoring system. It's a stark contrast to the way many clinics currently handle cells, a method involving a collection of large storage containers and tiny, handwritten labels.
We can fit about 25 to 30 of these into our robot.
If I were a patient going through IVF today, I would be asking my clinic if they're using the latest technology.
But even with all the advances, it boils down to basics. Make sure your clinic uses a clear labeling system that's easy to read, and ask how they keep track of the eggs and embryos. A growing number of clinics now require an electronic coding system and at least one witness to help double-check unique identifiers attached to each specimen.
There is some oversight for the fertility industry, but it is a patchwork of federal and state agencies, private professional associations, and accredited organizations. Legal experts have told us the only recourse when something goes wrong is to sue. Lindsay?
Vicki, thank you. The U.S. says Russia is putting astronauts at risk. Why an explosive test forced people on the International Space Station to take shelter.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
News News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As Queen Elizabeth takes a few steps back, Prince Charles is now stepping up. He and his wife Camilla are in Jordan today for the first royal trip since the pandemic hit. With the Queen scaling back public appearances for health reasons, attention is now turning to the throne's heir. Late last month, the Queen canceled a trip to Northern Ireland and spent a night in the hospital, where she was then advised to rest for a couple of weeks. On November 1st, the Queen missed the COP26 climate summit, and then Sunday, she pulled out of their Remembrance Day ceremony due to a back sprain. Joining us right now is NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, who's in Amman, Jordan, following the prince. So, Raf, any word on how the Queen is doing?
Yeah, Lindsay, so the Queen has that sprained back, according to Buckingham Palace, and you know it's serious because she missed this ceremony on Sunday. It's a Remembrance Day ceremony in the UK, remembering veterans who gave their lives during wartime, and she takes that ceremony extremely seriously. She is the commander-in-chief of the British military, and so you know she would not miss that unless this was serious. It comes on the back of 2 weeks ordered rest by her doctors. That's what caused her to miss the COP26 summit. So as far as we know, there's no connection between the sprained back and that earlier rest. But the Queen has not been seen out in public for a couple of weeks now, Lindsay.
What are Brits and royal experts saying about Prince Charles and his growing responsibilities during this time?
Yeah, so he has big shoes to fill following his mother, the Queen. She is Britain's longest-serving monarch. She's been on the throne 70 years. Charles is 73. He's at retirement age, but he's still waiting to start the job that he was born to do. Now, a poll that came out this week found the British public evenly divided on that question of whether or not Charles will be a good king. 1/3 said yes, he will. 1/3 said no, he won't, and 1/3 hadn't made up their minds. They are not sure yet. Now, if you talk to royal experts, some of them will tell you Charles is likely to be kind of a bridging king. He's obviously not going to be on the throne as long as his mother was. And he may end up being something of a bridge between her historic reign and this new generation of royals led by Prince William and his wife, Kate. Take a listen to that perspective.
I think the monarchy survives, but I think it largely survives because of what comes next after the Prince of Wales and Camilla. And that's of no disrespect to either of them, but King Charles now is an older man and he's of his generation. And frankly, there's no way on earth he can really fill the shoes that his mother has left.
And Lindsay, that's what's so interesting about the monarchy, right? It's a 1,000-year-old institution. It's part of Britain's constitutional framework, but it is also a family business. It passes from mother to son, and Prince Charles is likely to lean very heavily on Prince William when he becomes king to try to keep the monarchy feeling fresh and feeling vital. Lindsay?
All right, Raf Sanchez, thanks so much. A big scare in outer space. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station are being told to seek shelter. Russia blew up one of its own satellites, sending a cloud of debris into orbit around the Earth. NASA says hundreds of thousands of tiny shards of metal now pose a significant threat to spacecraft, satellites, and the space station. Here's NBC's Carrie Sanders.
I'm in the Rocket Garden at the Kennedy Space Center visitor complex, and there is high anxiety from NASA because that satellite that was blown up by the Russians created a debris field, and it's possible that a piece of debris about this size, maybe even the size of a dime, could strike the International Space Station, and if it did, it would hit at almost 10 times the speed of a speeding bullet. Space may be infinite, but this morning, a debris field threatens the space station.
We were recently informed of a satellite breakup and need to have you guys start reviewing the safe haven procedure.
That call from ground control to the space station coming after Russia fired a missile at one of its own satellites, destroying it, launching hundreds of thousands of pieces of dangerous debris into orbit, and triggering a full-throated condemnation from the U.S. government.
It was dangerous, it was reckless, it was irresponsible.
The space station circles the Earth every 90 minutes, moving at more than 17,000 miles per hour. If it collides with even the smallest piece of debris, it would have the impact of almost 10 times the force of a bullet. NASA says the 7 astronauts on board retreated to their docked capsules Monday in case an emergency escape was needed. But later, all on board resumed normal operations. Those 7 astronauts, including 4 Americans, 1 German, and 2 Russian cosmonauts. NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei calmly signing off to mission control in Houston.
Thanks for a crazy but well-coordinated day. It was certainly a great way to bond as a crew, starting off our very first workday in space.
The 3 other Americans, Raja Kari, Kayla Barron, and Tom Marshburn, and German astronaut Matthias Maurer arrived just last week on SpaceX's Crew 3 flight. The U.S. State Department warning the U.S. will work with allies to respond to Russia's action. U.S. Space Command is now tracking the debris and says it could remain in orbit for years, possibly decades.
What the Russians did today with these 1,500 pieces of trackable orbital debris poses a risk not only to those astronauts, not only to those cosmonauts, but to satellites, to the interests of all nations.
Russia is now confirming that it did send a missile up to blow up that satellite, but is pushing back, saying it has put nobody in danger, including their own cosmonauts. Kerry Sanders, NBC News at the Kennedy Space Center.
A triple suicide bombing in Uganda and scorpions running rampant in Egypt. Let's go around the world now in 60 seconds. The United Kingdom, where authorities have identified the suspect behind the explosion outside of Liverpool's Women's Hospital. British police say 32-year-old Imad al-Swalmeen boarded a taxi to the hospital before killing himself and injuring the driver as the car approached its drop-off point.
It is a stark reminder of the need for us all to remain utterly vigilant.
Uganda, where a triple suicide bombing killed at least 3 people in the capital of Kampala today. 6 people in all were killed, including the 3 bombers, with another 33 injured in the hospital. Ugandan police say that the Allied Democratic Forces were responsible for the attack, a group aligned with the Islamic State. And Egypt, where flooding has rocked the southern province of Aswan, leaving 3 dead. The downpour also forced scorpions out of their hiding places and into homes where they wreaked havoc, leaving more than 500 people hospitalized with scorpion stings. And that's the world now. It has been 20 years since the first Harry Potter movie hit theaters. When we come back, we'll take it inside the studio that made all that magic come to life.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Blimey, Harry, didn't you ever wonder where your mum and dad learned it all?
Learned what?
You're a wizard, Harry.
I'm a what?
A wizard. And a thumping good one, I'd wager, once you trade up a little.
Who could forget the moment Harry Potter began his epic adventure through the wizarding world? Today, it marks 20 years since the release of the very first film, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. That movie launched one of the biggest and most beloved franchises of all time. NBC's Matt Bradley shows us how fans are celebrating.
Yeah, Lindsay, so here in London, it feels like Harry Potter happened just yesterday. The magic is everywhere. And I'm actually here in Leadenhall Market in London. And, you know, the Potterheads, the true fanboys and fangirls, they're going to recognize this immediately as the place where Harry and Hagrid went shopping for wands in that first film 20 years ago.
Even if you believe in magic,
very curious.
You might not believe it's been 20 years since the first Harry Potter film brought it to life.
Happy birthday!
And convinced millions of muggles that they can be wizards too. On TikTok, hashtag Harry Potter has over 80 billion views. The franchise inspiring theme parks, plays, stores, and shows in the US. But here in Britain, the magic is rising again, like a phoenix. There's a wand installation in Leicester Square, a new behind-the-scenes photo exhibit, and a bar just for butterbeer. Cheers. So I went on my own quest, searching for the Chamber of Secrets and an exclusive look on set.
You know, it's been 20 years, but Diagon Alley looks just the same.
At the Warner Brothers studio tour, the magic looks real because it kind of is, including a real working train and 300 paintings made by hand.
So this is like legitimately scary, I think, this part right here.
Is the Forbidden Forest,
okay,
where no student is really allowed to go.
Right, except Harry Potter when he's breaking the rules, obviously.
Rianne loves the series so much, she made wizarding her full-time work.
It's still a job for you, right? But the magic is still kind of there.
Yeah. I still love the films. I go back and rewatch them. So let's head over to the dormitory.
Okay.
It's one of my personal favourites.
Right.
They had to create this whole magical world. For these child actors, and the best way to get an authentic reaction and acting on screen is to make it as real as you possibly can.
That's why it seems like it lasts 20 years, because everything was so detail-oriented, made to last, essentially, it seems.
Yeah.
Details like the tiniest flick of the wrist.
And action! Okay, it was okay.
I decided to test my own magic with the film's official wand choreographer, Paul Harris.
Okay, ready? And position 1, action! Position 3, position 5, behind the back. Oh, that was pretty good, actually.
I feel like I nailed it.
Now, after 20 years of wizarding wonder, the film's casting their spell on a new generation.
There you go. Expelliarmus.
So, Lindsay, I know you're super impressed with my wand skills, but there's a reason that I'm studying up on my wanding so much lately, and that's because, you know, there's actually rumors, they're just rumors, that there could be a 20th anniversary reunion with all the young actors. Not all of them are necessarily available, but I'm available. So I think I could probably set up an audition. What do you think?
I think that's a rough assignment. Matt Bradley, thanks. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Lindsay Reiser. The news continues right now. Breaking right now, in the jury's hands, deliberations now underway in the Kyle Rittenhouse homicide trial. The key questions the judge says need to be answered when considering a verdict. Also breaking right now, underwater, millions in the Pacific Northwest plagued with historic flooding. The area's hardest hit and where this power storm system is headed next. All in, New York City making all adults eligible for Pfizer's COVID vaccine. The growing list of cities and states going beyond federal guidelines. And that's what she read. Big news for fans of The Office. It's not just a TV show anymore. The new book going behind the scenes of the legendary NBC sitcom. Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Thanks for joining us. Aaron Gilchrist is off and Morgan Radford is on assignment and will be joining us later in this hour. We're going to begin with breaking news today, the final stage of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. The case is now in the hands of a jury. Rittenhouse picked numbers at random out of a drum to designate the 6 alternate jurors. The remaining 12 will decide his fate, and he faces 5 felony charges after killing 2 men and injuring a third during a racial justice protest in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas here on set. Shaq, we'll start with you there on the ground. You know, the jury got the case earlier today. Walk us through what happened in court before those deliberations got underway.
Lindsay, I'll go right to what happened this morning, but I do want to make a note that we did get a question from a juror. It wasn't a big question. It was more of a procedural thing. They were asking for more copies of those jury instructions, the 36 pages that were read to them that tell them and teach them how to read this case and how to decide for a verdict. So we got a sense that they are going through, they are in their deliberations right now, and they have asked for more jury instructions. What we saw this morning, well, we saw the court come in, we saw defense and prosecution come in, and we saw Kyle Rittenhouse. He went to a lottery tumbler, that tumbler that helped him decide members of the jury, and he plucked out 6 names, and those were the alternates. So the 12 remaining people, those were the folks who ended up going into the deliberations, Lindsay.
All right, Shaq, and thank you for that late-breaking news there as well. So, Danny, let's talk about those instructions. We're talking 36 pages here. What do you think are some of the biggest sticking points for the jury that they'll be talking about in this room?
Number one, understanding them. They're complicated, and including the lesser included offenses, there are so many more things for the jury to consider. Not only that, they have to be wondering, well, wait, if we find this, do we still have to consider that? A good example is provocation. If they find provocation, now self-defense is off the table unless and until Kyle Rittenhouse withdrew from the conflict and communicated that withdrawal. It's complicated. If they do find self-defense as to all of these crimes, they don't need to consider lesser included offenses. It's over. It negates recklessness. It negates intentional conduct. So that is what they are likely struggling with.
What do you think presented the stronger case right now, defense or prosecution? And also, do you think this is open and shut, or do you think that the jury will be in that room for a while?
There is no such thing as open and shut in cases like these, especially high-profile ones. The jury is going to weigh these factors out very, very carefully, and there's got to be some dissension within their ranks. Yes, you could say overall that the defense won most of the trial, but the prosecution getting that provocation instruction could be a Hail Mary that totally changed the contours. If they believe there was provocation, then he may not have self-defense.
Fascinating. Shaq, let's go back out to you. We know that this story, this trial, really has rocked the community, and we can't ignore the issue of race here. What's the feeling in the community right now as we wait for this verdict?
There's folks paying attention to this. You might hear some of the protesters behind me. It's a handful of protesters in front of the courthouse. And by the way, those are people both in opposition to Kyle Rittenhouse and people who are supporting him and saying that he was exercising his Second Amendment right. We also know that the governor has about 500 members of the National Guard on standby, stationed outside of the city of Kenosha. So that is something that they're watching. If those calls come in from local law enforcement, there will be that security presence there ready to come in. There's no signs that that is needed at this point, Lindsay.
All right, good to hear. Shaquille Brewster and Danny Savalas, thank you both so much for starting us off. More breaking news right now. Cleanup and rescue efforts are underway after record-setting torrential rains in the Pacific Northwest. Homes have been destroyed. Many roads are underwater. Check out this video. In Washington State, entire streets turned into rivers in Bellingham. That's right near the Canadian border. Some people living in the area also had to use boats to escape floodwaters. Coast Guard rescue teams ended up saving 10 people, including a baby, from a flooded home in the city of Forks. That's about 150 miles west of Seattle. Canada was also hit by torrential rain. Hundreds of people had to be rescued after mudslides trapped drivers on a highway in British Columbia. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by, timing this all out and also tracking where the storm is headed next. But let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin.
Hey, Lindsay, this fall has seen dramatic weather across the country. Now the Pacific Northwest is getting pounded by a, quote, pineapple express. The rain and flooding pushing some areas to the brink and residents stepping in to help the rescue effort. Overnight, relentless rain and high winds, battering parts of the Pacific Northwest, flooding roads, triggering mudslides, forcing residents to flee. An atmospheric river event affecting parts of Washington State, Oregon, and British Columbia, Canada. It's part of a weather phenomenon often called the Pineapple Express by meteorologists, because its moisture system extends as far away as the Hawaiian Islands. A storm with winds so strong, blowing over this 18-wheeler. The tractor-trailer left leaning over a guardrail. In Bellingham, Washington, heavy rains wreaking havoc, submerging cars and gas stations underwater. 6 inches of rain falling in just a few days. In Whatcom County, north of Seattle, city and county rescue crews were inundated with calls for help. So neighbors used fishing boats to bring people to safety. In Forks, Washington, frightening moments as a U.S. Coast Guard air crew rescued 6 adults and 4 children, including 1 baby, dangling in the air above floodwaters.
It's a very small child.
While residents in western Washington tweeting photos of their rescue from a stranded Greyhound bus. In northwest Washington, at least 4 rivers have reached record levels of flooding, according to the National Weather Service. It's gotten so bad that the governor has issued an emergency proclamation to try to reach those hard-hit areas. Lindsay.
Aaron, thank you. And let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. So, Bill, Aaron's piece mentioned a Pineapple Express weather system. What is that? And who's next to get this storm system?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those buzzwords, right? You know, you've heard stuff in the past, new weather terms, and this is definitely one of them. So the setup here is these are called atmospheric river events. And all that means is that the atmosphere is sending moisture from the tropics, high moisture content, and sending it to areas that don't typically get it. And that's what's happened in the last 24 hours. That's why we've had these incredible rainfall totals. Some areas there along the Washington-British Columbia border picked up about a foot of rain. So the atmospheric rivers, the clouds show you where it's located, and it's about 250 miles wide. And these events, we count on these events in the West. It's not like this is a bad thing. We need the water in the West. We just don't need it all at one time, of course. And so the reason this atmospheric river is being called the Pineapple Express, well, we know where pineapples come from, right? Hawaii. And if you look all the way at the bottom of your screen and you track the white clouds, this atmospheric river set up all the way from Hawaii and sent that moisture northwards all the way into the Pacific Northwest, a Pineapple Express. So what's next for this storm system? The flood watches have been dropped for areas in Washington state. We still do have areas in red that are under flash flood warnings. Those are the rivers that are, most of them, in major. They were in historic in a few cases. Highway Interstate 5 is still closed near Bellingham because of a mudslide, and these rivers will slowly recede in the next day or two. Most of the damage has been done. Now, this storm isn't done, though. It's still bringing a huge snowmaker to Canada, To the south of it, the winds are incredible. We've had numerous 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts already in Montana. And even by Montana standards, this has been a pretty extreme wind event. And that high wind warning continues today into tonight, all the way into areas of the Dakotas. As far as the cities go, these are the predicted highest winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour from Glasgow to Billings, Bismarck in the 40s. Rapid City could gust up to 53 miles per hour. And with winds like that, we will expect power outages and some damage. And on top of everything, Lindsay, we've even got record highs taking place today in the middle of the country. So a little bit of everything on the weather maps, and a little hint to next week. Looking at Thanksgiving, we may have a pretty big storm to deal with come Monday and Tuesday in the Northeast and New England. We'll have more on that in the days ahead.
Wow. Okay. Meteorologist Bill Cairns, thanks so much. Turning now to the coronavirus pandemic, New York City is taking a major step in the race to vaccinate. The nation's largest city is expanding booster eligibility to all adults. That's despite federal health agencies not yet authorizing the move. Right now, the CDC says only people who are over 65 or those with underlying health conditions or those who work in high-risk settings should get a booster. New York City joins 4 other states in expanding booster eligibility. They're on your map right there. California, Colorado, Arkansas, and New Mexico. They've all done the same, using the CDC's high-risk population criteria to support the new rule. Meanwhile, 98 children were given an incorrect dosage of Pfizer's COVID vaccine at a school clinic. The students from South Lake Elementary School in Maryland were given doses that were more diluted than recommended. All affected students are advised to get another dose of the vaccine as soon as possible. We have a lot of coronavirus news to dig into this hour. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Sam Brock and New York City's new booster rule.
Good to be with you. The bottom line here is that the FDA and the CDC are facing a lot more pressure right now to update their guidelines as more cities and states are expected to follow suit. The local officials right now are arguing that federal guidelines over boosters allow them to be given to people in high-risk populations and that their entire cities and states are all theoretically at high risk. The federal government right now choosing to look the other way.
COVID cases once again on the rise. Health leaders coast to coast are trying to pump the brakes on an upward trend.
Hi, it's Dr. Dave Choksi with an update about COVID-19 booster shots.
New Yorkers likely recognize these ads with the city's health commissioner, who's been encouraging boosters for those 65 and older or with underlying health conditions. But now, with backing from the mayor, Dr. David Choksi offering them to all fully vaccinated adults 6 months clear of Pfizer and Moderna or 2 months after the J&J jab, some 4.5 million people.
We've seen throughout the pandemic that we have to stay a step ahead of the virus, and the decision that New York City made was very much in that vein.
That proactive posture coming as Colorado, California, New Mexico, and Arkansas all issued the same guidance, taking a looser interpretation of federal guidelines that allow boosters for high-risk populations. In Minnesota, which has seen a nearly 70% increase in cases the last 2 weeks, the virus is flooding communities, big and small.
We are all full. This is not getting better.
This as Americans try and sort through mixed messaging on boosters.
I think the confusing message around the boosters may end up being one of the biggest missed opportunities in this pandemic.
States and cities are trying to take the lead. The CDC says adults with increased risk of exposure should get the booster, and some local officials say that can cover all adults.
How does New York City have the autonomy to make this decision?
The commissioner's advisory that I issued today is consistent with the FDA authorization and the CDC guidance. An important part of that guidance is about risk of exposure.
Choksi says we're learning from Europe, which tends to foreshadow what happens in the U.S. Cases there rising so precipitously. Austria has imposed a lockdown for unvaccinated people, and Germany is considering the same.
We feel much safer when I know that the people that walking around are vaccinated.
Even with all the talk about boosters, health officials emphasizing the most important shot is the first one.
Medical experts tell us the supply is not the issue, that cities and states and pharmacies have enough boosters. The question right now is about liability and what happens if someone who is not federally authorized to get a booster has complications. Who's responsible? Is it the city or state? Is it the healthcare provider? One of many unanswered questions right now. That's the very latest here from Miami. Back to you.
All right, let's bring in Dr. Nina Shapiro now. She's a professor at UCLA and the author of The Ultimate Kid's Guide to Being Super Healthy. So, Dr. Shapiro, let's go ahead and tackle that issue on booster eligibility head on. I mean, some cities are doing different things. Some states are doing different things than what the federal government is saying. What are Americans supposed to believe? Are they supposed to call their individual doctor and say, what should I do?
Certainly, if there's a question, definitely you should call your individual doctor. LA County, where I am, we were one of the first to recommend boosters for everyone 18 plus, ahead of the CDC, ahead of New York City, actually. So the problem that we're seeing is that if you sign up online through either the government site or a lot of the pharmacy sites, it's still saying you're not eligible, even if our the group is saying that we are. So there's a little bit of confusion with that.
But doctor, the confusion is also, for example, your community is saying everybody over 18 should get a booster, but another community is saying only those considered high risk. So why are we now seeing a patchwork of different rules in different areas?
I think that's sort of, emblematic of this pandemic. We're sort of always trying to catch up with each other. I think if you talk to most infectious disease specialists, they will tell you that the boosters are not a surprise. It was a matter of when, not if. We all knew that everyone was going to need a booster at some point because we've seen that the immunity drops off at any age. So I think we want to get the high-risk people vaccinated with a booster first. But now that we're seeing surges come up all over the country and, of course, in Europe, that, we need to not wait on this and move quickly. I think it is very safe to get a booster, and I think we will see some suppression of a surge the more people who do get boosted.
Doctor, I want to share a tweet that you wrote, and you said you see long COVID in kids every day, despite not even being a primary care doctor. Talk to us about exactly what you're seeing and what message you have for parents.
Right. So I'm a pediatric ENT doctor, a really, really small subspecialty, but I see kids every day, all ages, as young as toddlers who have long COVID. So they can have loss of sense of smell, they can have ringing in their ears, fatigues, headaches, all these things that we're seeing in adults, we're seeing in kids as well, trouble breathing. So, people tend to minimize the significance of COVID in children, but it is real. Thankfully, the NIH is beginning a study to follow these kids over the next 3 years. And they just announced that yesterday, that they will be following kids who've had COVID to see how long these symptoms last and see what we can do. Obviously, vaccine is the best way to prevent it.
Well, it is alarming. All right, Dr. Nina Shapiro, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
President Biden is hitting the road today to promote his $1 trillion infrastructure package, one day after signing the bipartisan bill into law. He'll be in New Hampshire today, where he plans to tout how the infrastructure plan will repair roads and bridges in the Granite State. And then tomorrow, he'll make his way to a General Motors factory in Detroit, where he'll highlight how the deal delivers on the expansion of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now. So, Mike, what do we expect to hear from the president today? And also, why is it so important that he and his surrogates communicate what's in the bill to the public?
Well, Lindsay, it's because for so long we've been talking so much about the process and not what's actually in this legislation. That's what this travel is really designed to highlight. The president's going to be visiting a structurally deficient bridge in New Hampshire. I spoke with the Department of Transportation in New Hampshire today. They're actually saying that because of the new money they're going to be getting in the infrastructure plan, they'll be able to move up the timeline for repairing this bridge. And so the president also, I should note, returning to New Hampshire for the first time since the low point of his candidacy. I remember very well when he left New Hampshire, even before the polls closed on primary day in 2020. Now he's going back to celebrate one of the biggest accomplishments of his administration so far, Lindsay.
And Mike, the president is also trying to build momentum for the next phase of his agenda. So how is he trying to get that Build Back Better reconciliation bill onto his desk?
When you looked at that signing ceremony yesterday on the South Lawn, what did you hear from each of the speakers who preceded the president? They all said, at least the Democrats who spoke, said that this is just the beginning. You heard it from Speaker Pelosi, you heard it from Leader Schumer, and you heard it from Vice President Harris, that as proud as they were of what they called the landmark accomplishment in the passage of the infrastructure plan, this was just the beginning of the work ahead. And so we noted very carefully, Joe Manchin was in the audience yesterday at this signing ceremony, and he was applauding a lot of what was said, but he wasn't necessarily on board with the other Democrats who were there about the need to move ahead with this reconciliation measure. So the president still has some work to do to convince moderates. We're waiting for that cost estimate of just how much this is going to cost, whether it's fully paid for. And that's really the challenge for the White House moving forward, is to make sure they still have those moderates on board with this part of the plan.
All right, we'll be keeping an eye out. Mike Memoli at the White House. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Lindsay.
It's a major roadblock for millions of drivers headed out for Thanksgiving. Coming up, where some drivers are paying nearly $6 a gallon for gas, and whether the pinch at the pump will ease up anytime soon.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Americans are feeling the impact of inflation at a pace not seen since the 90s. But despite that, consumer spending for the month of October actually beat Wall Street's expectations. Key retail data released today shows October retail sales doubled the spending seen in September. And this is a critical marker for investors looking to see how shoppers are buying as we get into the holiday season. Here's NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Rule.
Hey there, Lindsay. We've got new data out there giving us more insight into what our economy looks like. And retail sales numbers are telling us that prices are high, consumers are mad, but they're out there spending, paying those high prices. And really, it's a tale of two economies. Retail sales in the month of October were up 1.7% above the month prior, up over 16% from where we were a year ago. And when you look at who is spending and where, it's somewhat of a complicated picture. We know that household savings hit a record high from the start of the pandemic, but that's not the case for all Americans. It's the case for wealthier Americans, for people who were able to work from home, who saved under their disposable income because they couldn't go out during COVID, for people who own their homes, who are invested in the stock market. They've got this pent-up COVID demand, and now they're out there spending. What we don't have, though, is this kind of disposable income for more economically vulnerable Americans. People who are living paycheck to paycheck now are seeing a much bigger portion of their paycheck going to buy essentials. So it's been a very positive to say, hey, we've seen low-wage jobs start to pay higher wages, $15 and $16 an hour. But those wage increases are getting wiped out when you factor in inflation, the higher prices at the pump and the grocery store and everywhere else. So while you look at these retail sales number or earnings numbers out of stores like Walmart, where you're not seeing this massive labor shortage, they've hired 200,000 people in the last few months. And while there are supply chain issues out there, especially for smaller businesses, massive retail behemoths like Walmart that control the supply chain, well, guess what? Their inventory is up 11%. So good news, yes, we're in an economic recovery. We're moving in the right direction. But the inflation that we're facing as a country is very complicated. While some people can absorb these increased costs, it's devastating for others. A complicated picture.
Thanks, Stephanie. The demand for gas and oil is hitting a high not seen since before the pandemic. And that's driving gas prices even higher, with millions of Americans expected to hit the road this holiday season. Here's NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent.
As Americans get ready to hit the road for the holidays, gas prices are hitting their wallets especially hard. This morning, reaching record levels in California.
The first time I seen it, my heart dropped. But it was like, I got to get gas, so I didn't question it.
Here in Los Angeles, filling up a large truck or SUV can easily cost you $100.
I get on average $105, $120. It's really expensive here in LA.
Similar scenes unfolding across the nation, where prices have gone up more than 60% since last year. AAA says the national average is $3.41, but prices in the West and in the Northeast are even higher, $4.68 on average in California and $3.56 in New York. Illinois now above $3.50 a gallon. Yet another symptom of the supply and demand issues currently affecting customers. And the pain at the pump comes on top of historically high prices facing consumers across the country, from groceries to clothes to toys, as inflation hits levels not seen in decades.
Filling up a whole tank would almost cost like $100, so I kind of have to hold back on certain purchases because this thing takes so much money just by gas alone.
High gas prices can be especially difficult for workers who tend to have older, less fuel-efficient vehicles and tight budgets.
Because I kind of do gig economy jobs, I'll do Instacart and stuff, it definitely does put a damper on how much I can earn.
Analysts say oil demand has returned to pre-COVID levels, but oil production has lagged behind.
It's hard to catch back up, and it's going to take time. And unfortunately, we may not see sizable relief in the price of oil until 2022.
That's when enough oil can be produced globally to ease the pressure. High prices hitting drivers hard as they gear up for the holiday driving season.
Now, that was Jolene Kent reporting. We're following new information in the trial of the men accused in the death of Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia. Up next, the bold move by one of the lawyers in court and the stern warning from the judge that followed.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Some of the stories making news right now. 6 teenagers were shot near a Colorado high school yesterday. It happened before 1 p.m. at Nome Park in Aurora. Police say it was a drive-by shooting, but some shooters may have been on foot. The victims range in age from 14 to 18. A former student claims this park is known for gangs, but this hasn't been confirmed by police. No one has been arrested. Howard University students have reached an agreement with the college's administration to end a 34-day protest against hazardous housing conditions. Students began occupying Blackburn University Center on October 12th to protest things like mold, rats, flooding, and other issues they reported in residential halls. Last month, the campus official confirmed that mold was found in 38 of the 2,700 dorm rooms at the historically black college. The confidential agreement caps off 20 days of negotiations. And they catch bad guys, and apparently they clean windows when they got the time. Young patients at a Pennsylvania Children's Hospital had a few unexpected visitors yesterday. We got Spider-Man, Thor, Green Lantern, Batman, Captain America, all scaled the 90-foot building to wash the windows there. Spider-Man doing some tricks, always showing off. Because of COVID protocols, these superheroes weren't allowed inside, so they made do, and they showed up outside. The medical examiner is taking the stand today in the murder trial for the 3 men accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia. And his testimony is expected to be a key part of the prosecution's case. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Brunswick, Georgia. So, Ron, has the medical examiner taken the stand yet?
Yes, and we're in a lunch break now, and the medical examiner's testimony is extremely graphic, extremely difficult to listen to. There are graphic autopsy photos that we can't show you because they're just too graphic. The medical examiner is, with the questioning by the prosecutor, is walking through what happened, saying, for example, that Arbery, there were 3 gunshots fired, and describing how they entered his body, what wounds were caused, so on and so forth. It's also the way the prosecutor is setting out how he was murdered, because the charge is malicious murder, that there was intent, that it was deliberate, and we've all seen the video how that plays out. But this is more about the what happened to Arbery, his body, how he died. Take a listen to some of the testimony from the medical examiner describing the shots. Take a listen.
It was my opinion that the shot to the center of the chest and the grazing gunshot wound to the wrist occurred at the same time, meaning that the hand was in front of the chest and was struck first, and then it entered the body. It was my opinion that the second shot was a complete miss and did not enter any part of the body, and that the third shot involved the left chest.
It's important, especially about the first shot, because you'll remember from the videotape, there was a bit of a struggle between Travis McMichael and Ahmaud Arbery over the gun. And the defense, of course, is claiming that he had to fire in self-defense. The prosecution is claiming that that's not true, that Arbery was an innocent man who was attacked by the defendants. So the question of where the gun was, when it was fired, what the wound was, is very important in this case. Bottom line, it's a very graphic testimony, very emotional testimony for the family to listen to. Arbery's mother was in the courtroom and put her head down, we believe, and it's just been but this is, again, is the heart of the prosecution's case to some extent, just how he died and what happened to him.
We know last week when they played video of the actual moment where he was shot, that was the first time that she had watched it there in the courtroom. Ron, another thing making headlines right now coming out of this, the defense wanted a high-profile courtroom attendee blocked from watching the proceedings there in the courtroom, and this is the second time this has happened. What can you tell us?
Well, he wanted specifically black pastors, and that's what has set off a firestorm of outrage here. If you look over here to the right, my right a little bit, there is a small gathering of supporters of the family who are here all the time. And if you look over here to the right, there's Reverend Jesse Jackson over there, who has been in the courtroom and who has been here now. He was singled out, of course, by the defense as being here allegedly to influence the jury and to obstruct things. He has said that he is not here for that. He's here to support the family. This morning, again, the defense attorney, Kevin Goff, said that he was filing a motion and he is asking the judge to keep track of who's coming in and out of the courtroom, and the judge refused to do this. The judge has been saying that this is a public courtroom and whoever comes in has a right to come in. So the issue has not been completely laid to rest by the defense, at least. The judge says it is. And of course, this is all very upsetting to Arbery's family, who see this as insensitive or worse, that the attorneys for the defense would attempt to limit who they can invite into the courtroom, especially black pastors who are here to comfort them during this time. Lindsay?
All right, Ron Allen, thank you for your reporting. Jury selection is underway in the highly anticipated trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. Federal prosecutors allege that for about 10 years, Maxwell assisted, facilitated, and contributed to Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of young girls. She's accused of recruiting them, grooming them, and ultimately sexually abusing them. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins us now. So, Tom, what can you tell us so far about the jury selection process?
Sure, Lindsay. So this pool of 231 jurors that were accepted after they filled out written questionnaires over the last couple of weeks, they're being interviewed by the judge today. So the judge asked a number of questions to determine whether or not they can be impartial, whether or not they can set aside any sort of thoughts or opinions that they have about Ghislaine Maxwell, who's, of course, pleaded not guilty to the charges against her and is denied any sort of criminal wrongdoing. They're focusing on viewing habits when it comes to the news, what they say or may do on social media. And already a number of those who've been interviewed have been moved on to the next phase. The judge has already signaled that she wants to get a pool of about 50 jurors or so from which they will actually end up picking the final jury. That may actually happen on the morning of November 29th when we hear opening statements.
So, Tom, what else can you tell us about the uniqueness of this case, particularly when it comes to prosecuting sex crimes? We know Ghislaine Maxwell has been complaining about some of the conditions that she's been receiving while she's been in detention. What can you tell us about the uniqueness also of prosecuting these crimes?
Right. So there is the uniqueness of how she's being held and whether or not that has something to do with what happened to the person who she's allegedly worked with in this, and Jeffrey Epstein, who died by suicide at the MCC detention complex, which is kind of just over our shoulders here and has now been shuttered. But there is the complexity of trying a case involving sex crimes and involving the type of emotional testimony that we expect here. That'll take a toll on courtroom observers, certainly on the jury. It's obviously taken a toll on the alleged accusers here. So there's that complication. The other complication is, what were the age of these victims? And also, what was the known age to Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein? So in other words, what did they know about the age of the victims? What did the alleged victims tell them their age was? And how does that work within New York state law, which is a key component of this as it fits into federal law? So there's some complications here. There's some hurdles for prosecutors, but it'll be interesting to see how that all kind of unfolds. And it's something that, as I said, starting November 29th, we're going to hear in the courtroom behind me, and we expect to hear from all four of the alleged then minor victims themselves.
Wow. All right. Tom Winter, thanks so much. The people who live in a particular parish in Louisiana face the highest risk of cancer in the country. St. John Parish is located in an area known as Cancer Alley. It's home to more than 150 chemical plants and oil refineries. The area stretches from Baton Rouge to New Orleans, all along the Mississippi River. The pollutants from heavy industry predominantly impacts poor black communities. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford has been following the EPA Administrator Michael Regan on his listening tour in New Orleans. She joins us now from St. John Parish. So, Morgan, good to see you. What did you hear from the administrator, as well as people who live right there who you've been speaking with?
Yeah, Lindsay, it's a great question. And you talk about that pollutant. We're talking about pollutants like chloroprene. It's a type of chemical that the EPA acknowledged back in 2010 is actually a likely carcinogen. And so that's why people here are saying they don't even know anyone in the houses here beside them on the street I'm standing on who has not been affected by cancer. We spoke to a gentleman, Mr. Robert Taylor, who's been born and bred in this community, lives on this street, and he said that his wife has cancer, his mother died of cancer, his daughter has a rare illness, and so people here are asking when things will change and how. Take a listen to what he told me, as well as what the EPA Administrator Michael Regan had to say.
I don't know if we trust anyone. What we have been through, I don't know about the thing about trusting and the thing about faith. I think we have to base everything on facts, on action. And we're welcoming the new administrator. We're elated that he's coming.
What do you say to regain and reinstill the trust in those communities?
I'll say what I've said for a number of years. As I travel the state in North Carolina, speaking with environmental justice communities, I understand their frustration. These communities have a right to be frustrated. They have a right to be angry, and they have a right not to trust us. But I'm here presenting myself as a willing partner to help solve some of these ills, and together we can do it. But they should keep a close watch on us. They should hold us accountable. I expect them to.
And Lindsay, it's important to note that this EPA administrator is the first black man to ever hold this role. He's from my home state, as you just heard him mention, of North Carolina. And he says that this is something that is a professional priority to him, but also a personal one. He said the communities he's talking to here today, they look like members of his own family. And so that's why he started this tour in Mississippi. He's here today in this stretch known as Cancer Alley, as you mentioned, here in Louisiana. And then he heads on to Texas to talk to communities there, Lindsay.
Well, Morgan, that gentleman that you interviewed said, I don't know about trust, I look at action, and we know that that $1 trillion infrastructure package was just signed into law. Is this parish going to see any of that money?
They say that they will. So if you look at the infrastructure bill, there's already a ton of money that's been allocated to these Superfund sites, so these areas that are big environmental disasters. But the White House does point out that 26% and 29% of blacks and Latinos, respectively, in this country live within 3 miles of such a site. But they're also looking ahead, looking at the Build Back Better plan, and they're saying, you know, that has $555 billion, and 40% of that money would actually be designated to building up and rebuilding these communities of color who have been disproportionately impacted. Lindsay?
All right, Morgan, such important reporting that you're doing out there. Thanks so much. 5G networks are rolling out all over the country, and that means technology that uses 3G could soon be obsolete. But many Americans rely on tech services and products that run on 3G. So now there are growing calls for telecom companies to extend the service. Here's NBC News tech correspondent Jake Ward.
The year 2022 has a futuristic ring to it, but it's the end of the line for millions of wireless devices. Third generation or 3G phones will soon stop working as wireless companies disconnect them. Why? Well, because the companies only have a certain number of frequencies they can use to connect us, and getting rid of old phones frees up valuable airwaves to connect more expensive ones.
The people that are going to be the most impacted by this are going to be the low income, the elderly, and then people that live in those areas that do not have access to 4 or 5G, because there's no easy path to an upgrade for them. They might not be able to afford an upgrade to a 4G or a 5G phone. And that's even saying if 4 or 5G is available in their area.
Boost Mobile, which sells some of the cheapest plans out there, says more than 1 million customers could lose out and is pressing former owner T-Mobile to extend service.
Are you okay? Do you need
some medical alert devices for seniors will also stop transmitting. And that's it for certain roadside assistance systems in older cars from companies like Toyota and Audi. If you rely on an older home security system, medical device, or phone, check in with the manufacturer to make sure it's not going to be disconnected next year.
Some companies are offering free or discounted upgrades for older devices, but you should probably reach out because while your connection may be interrupted, your billing probably won't.
Jake Ward, thank you. She was hired to be their caregiver, but she stole hundreds of thousands of dollars. Still ahead, one family's warning to others to avoid falling victim to financial elder abuse.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now. It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now. It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
All this week, the platforms of NBC News are focusing on caregivers, zeroing in specifically on the cost of care. NBC's Maria Shriver shares the heartbreaking story of one couple caring for their aging parents and the betrayal that followed.
My father had been in and out of the hospital several times during 2016.
Andrew Burke's parents, Leslie and Cheryl Burks, were 70 years old in 2016 when their adult children realized they were in cognitive decline.
Dad was on 12 different medications, I believe, at the time. And so some of them need to be taken with food, some without, some different times of the day.
They hired a part-time caregiver and felt confident their parents were in good hands until April 18th of 2019, when Andrew decided it was time to check in on his mom and dad's finances to plan for their future. Tell me about that day.
The moment where I laid eyes on his account is something I'll never forget. It's just something.
Tell me what you saw when you got on your dad's account.
So his debit card had been used for eyelash extension appointments, tanning appointments, nail salons. I saw charge after charge after charge, and honestly, I had to stop.
The caregiver systematically used every single one of their credit cards and then began transferring money out of their retirement accounts.
Elizabeth, when your husband there was talking, you got very emotional.
The caregiver was really a good friend of ours and really somebody that our parents depended on. Our parents are good people. Andrew's dad is a Vietnam veteran. His mom was a teacher. And the fact that somebody would take advantage of them like this is just heartbreaking.
The criminal complaint against Heidi Miller, the Burke's caregiver, lists purchases she made using their money for liposuction, breast augmentation, and Botox, at least 4 used cars, Princess Cruises, and Disneyland tickets, and much more. The total that was taken, over $360,000. Miller pled guilty and was sentenced to 33 months in federal prison. While extreme, experts say the Burke story is not unique.
How bad is this problem?
Maria, this is an epidemic.
According to the Department of Justice, financial fraud and exploitation is the most prevalent form of elder abuse. Billions of dollars are stolen each year.
How do people protect themselves from this kind of financial abuse?
Plan in advance. They need to get their team together. We name a monitor, someone that's watching everything. And I also advise that bank statements, brokerage statements be sent to family members. The caregiver doesn't have an opportunity, or one child doesn't have an opportunity to steal money from mom or dad.
Andrew and Elizabeth agree, but say it can be difficult when loved ones are fiercely private about their finances and don't want to relinquish control.
If there would have been a way, Maria, for us to convince my parents that however much privacy my parents wanted in their finances, they cannot keep it private from adult children that are invested and care about their life.
Leslie has severe dementia, and Cheryl has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. They were moved to an assisted living facility after the fraud was discovered in 2019. An immediate move police recommended to keep them safe.
We're really grateful, very grateful for the work that the FBI did, that the U.S. Attorney did on our behalf. They can't give our parents back their health. They can't give them back this house. I would say that the best thing that people can do is prevent this from happening.
And that was Maria Shriver reporting. A woman in Argentina has become the second only person known in the world whose own immune system may have cured her of HIV. She's been dubbed the Esperanza patient after the town in Argentina where she's from. By the way, in Spanish, Esperanza means hope. She's chosen to remain anonymous, but here are a few things we do know. She's 30 years old. She was initially diagnosed in 2013, and she gave birth to a baby who's an HIV negative in March of 2020. Joining us right now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. So, Dr. Patel, this woman cured of an autoimmune disease by her own immune system. How does that happen?
Yeah, Lindsay, it's incredibly rare, but there are a group of people that are known as elite controllers, especially with HIV infection in particular, who have a natural ability to basically suppress the level of viral activity, in this case, HIV. Again, incredibly rare, but something that offers hope for potential future treatments.
So how does this help advance the fight against HIV? What should perhaps other patients take away from this? Could it affect future treatments or even cures?
Yeah, it can. So a real large caveat to this. This is one of those situations where you have to determine that someone is able to essentially, quote, cure HIV by showing an absence of detectable virus. So unlike other things where we can say, oh, your body is free of cancer, you're likely cured, this means you have to continue, like this lady, Esperanza, had to show undetectable virus for years. But what we think could happen are several mechanisms. Number one, there's something about the way that certain people hold the virus. It never totally goes away, Lindsay, but it kind of hides in the cells, but then doesn't come out in these elite controllers. It could also be that there's parts of the immune system naturally that attack the virus in a way that also result in no detectable viral load. And then third, possibly, is that there's cellular mechanisms that do not allow for replication of the virus. But each one of those aspects, Lindsay, can be translated not just for HIV, but for other infectious diseases. And with the advent of the COVID mRNA vaccines, using that technology, plus what we can learn about elite controllers, you could imagine attacking malaria, tuberculosis, so many of the things that are actually crippling our world in other cases. So it's incredibly hopeful, but something that the average patient won't be able to tap into just yet.
All right, well, rare, but still offering us some hope. Dr. Kavita Patel, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, the new records The Office is still racking up 8 years after its last episode, plus an exclusive behind-the-scenes tour of that infamous office.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment. Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is hard to believe it's been more than 8 years since the hit TV show The Office came to an end. But since then, and of course with the help of streaming platforms, the series has clocked in major overtime with fans young and old. And that boost in popularity inspired a new book just released today. Here's NBC's Erin McLaughlin.
With over 200 episodes, The Office has cemented its place in TV history. Now a new book gives insight into behind-the-scenes stories that make an ordinary office still resonate today. For 9 seasons, The Office kept millions laughing.
I feel very blessed.
By breaking all the rules.
Stanley! Barack is president!
That initial run on TV was just the beginning of the show's success. In 2020, 15 years since its premiere, the series became the most streamed show. With more than 57 billion minutes watched, comfort for a country in COVID lockdown.
You always left me satisfied and smiling, so.
That's what she said.
There is some level of irony that people went home, locked in their homes, and wanted to return to the office.
I think that whether it's the changing world, the uncertainty that's happening in the world, there is a comfort that the show brings.
Today, the making of The Office is the subject of a new book, written by the show's executive producer, Ben Silverman, and Brian Baumgartner, who played office accountant Kevin Malone.
I have very little patience for stupidity.
It's a compilation of hundreds of hours of interviews with the show's creators and cast, looking back at how the mockumentary became a serious hit.
If you think she's cute now, you should have seen her a couple of years ago.
What? Some of those first episodes were so politically incorrect. Do you think they could have been made today?
You know, it's a debate. Comedy is really a powerful means to kind of break down barriers and connect people through laughter. And I just think of Diversity Day, and would you get away with that today?
And I want you to treat other people like the race that is on their forehead, okay?
If I have to do this, based on stereotypes that are totally untrue, that I do not agree with, you would maybe not be a very good driver.
Oh man, am I a woman?
There are things that are said that are not politically correct. But what you have are 15, 16 other voices and faces telling you that that was a wrong thing to say, right? The overall message is essentially to say, you can't say that.
So you think that that episode could be made and sold today?
I think so. Wow. I haven't been back in forever.
When we were looking for nondescript, I kind of want to go back in.
Can we go inside? This is where I brought up the chili, right here.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili. I'm serious about this stuff.
And then our actual offices, the writers' rooms, editing bays. No one was allowed to leave. No one looked at it like a normal job. They all looked at it like we're part of something a little bigger than us.
What do you think the legacy of this show is or will be?
The help that somehow inexplicably the show has given people when they're in a really dark and difficult time. So I don't know about legacy, but for me, that's the thing that I'm most thankful for.
Speed round. Here we go. Favorite episode?
Stress relief.
Diversity Day.
Favorite character?
Kevin.
Michael.
Favorite line?
Favorite line?
That's what she said. By far.
Breaking right now, verdict watch, jury deliberations underway in the Kyle Rittenhouse homicide trial. The critical questions jurors have to answer and what legal experts are saying about the case. Secrets exposed, a judge may finally decide if Congress can get former President Trump's tax returns. The arguments being made on both sides and what could happen next. Talking Turkey, the supply chain crisis hitting Americans where it hurts. The Thanksgiving table. Why this year's dinner, with all the trimmings, might cost you more than ever before. And Spellbound. It has been 20 years since the first Harry Potter movie was released in theaters. We're taking a look back at the film that cast a spell on fans around the world. Thanks for being with us this hour. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Aaron's off and Morgan's on assignment. We are staying top of breaking news this hour. The jury deciding Kyle Rittenhouse's fate is at work inside the Kenosha, Wisconsin courthouse. You see here, the 18-year-old actually picked the group of alternates himself by lottery earlier today. Here's what we know about the jury makeup. It's comprised of 7 women and 5 men, one of whom is a person of color. Rittenhouse is accused of killing 2 men and injuring a third during a racial justice protest last year. Covering these breaking developments for us, NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber, there on the ground in Kenosha, and former prosecutor David Henderson joining me as well. So, Ellison, let's break down what we've learned so far, this jury selection process. How is it playing out?
Yeah, so originally we started with 20 jurors. 2 of them had been previously dismissed, but 18 have been there listening throughout the entire trial. And we knew that that number always needed to get down to 12. In this courthouse, they have this longstanding tradition of using that drum, tumbler, whatever you want to call it. It's actually something they've had here since the 1920s. And Judge Schrader, this judge, has a tradition in his courtroom of letting the defendants pick out the numbers out of that for who will then ultimately be their jury. And obviously you saw Kyle Rittenhouse there take 6 different slips of paper with jurors' numbers written on them out of that tumbler, that drum. Those 6 are the alternate jurors. Typically, they would be sent home, but in this case, they are still holding them in the event of an emergency. And then the final 12, the numbers that were left remaining in that drum, they are the ones who are now deciding Kyle Rittenhouse's fate. Lindsay?
David, what is your take on the jury makeup and how it could potentially impact the outcome in this case?
You know, Lindsay, typically what I look at in terms of the jury makeup is different than what I see here, because sometimes demographics play a role, and not necessarily for the reasons that people think. Jurors tend to be motivated when they identify with the case and they think that the verdict will impact their own lives. So say, for example, you have a person of color, specifically a Black person, on a jury trial where a Black person was wrongfully murdered by a white person, specifically a police officer. They think that, man, my life is at risk if I don't get this right. I don't think that necessarily plays here in Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I think what matters more are things that you can't tell just from looking at people, and that is whether or not they identified with the protest, whether or not the protest made them angry, because we heard so much about them during closing argument. And what may be even more important is how they feel about our gun laws, because they are at the center of this trial.
David, any sense of how long deliberation could take?
I think it's going to take a very long time because I have seen hundreds of jury charges. If this is not the most confusing jury charge I've ever seen, it is up there. And it's not intuitive when you think through this. You would think, oh, we just have to explain the law to the jury. It's already written down in a book, right? Just read it to them. Not at all. They spent the weekend coming up with the jury charge because there's always a debate. What law should the jury be instructed on? What law should the jury not be instructed on? And as we saw yesterday, the judge and the lawyers were confused about the law. No one explained it to them during closing arguments, and the packet the jury was given is 36 pages long. So just getting through that, it's going to take a substantial amount of time.
We do know that they did ask for a printout of that. Ellison Barber, David Henderson, thank you both so much. The fight over former President Trump's tax returns heads back to court today. This is the latest chapter in the 2-year battle between the ex-president and the House Ways and Means Committee. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now from Washington. So, Pete, what are the arguments here from the former president's legal team to keep these records private?
They basically argue that the committee has no right to have them. The committee says, well, there's a federal law that says we can ask for the tax returns of any American. But what Trump's lawyers say is they just want this for political reasons. They want to try to embarrass him. They're not really interested in looking at how the IRS audits the taxes of presidents, which is the letter that the House Ways and Means Committee sent to the IRS. That's what they said in their letter, demanding the taxes. The Trump lawyers say that's just a pretext. The committee's response is that Congress gets what it wants and that the courts really can't second guess it. As long as there is, on the surface at least, a legitimate need for the information, then Congress should, the court should ignore whatever political statements may have been made by House Ways and Means Committee members or other Democrats in Congress and not second guess what the committee wants. So that's the main issue that the judge is going to have to try to sort out here.
And do we know what the committee will do with the tax returns if indeed they get them?
Well, the rules say that it's supposed to be kept confidential. What happened to them, I'm sure, is one of the concerns that the Trump lawyers have, that they could eventually be made public. They're not supposed to be, but I think that's a concern that the Trump lawyers have as well.
So if the judge rules against the release of these records, is this the end of the legal fight?
Well, they can appeal the ruling, of course. This is before a district court judge, and if the Trump folks lose, they can take it to the Court of Appeals and ultimately to the Supreme Court. So this fight is probably, this is not the end of the road. Whatever this judge rules, whoever loses could appeal.
Okay, NBC's Pete Williams, thanks so much.
You bet.
When it comes to coronavirus booster shots, mixing and matching is turning out to be a popular option for some people. The CDC says of the nearly 1 million people who originally got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, 76% chose either Pfizer or Moderna for a booster. But those who originally got Pfizer or Moderna, they're most likely going to stick with the same brand for their booster. As of yesterday, the CDC says more than 30 million people have gotten a booster dose. We have a lot more COVID news to get to this hour, so let's start with CNBC's senior health and science reporter, Meg Terrell. Meg, good to see you. You know, we're once again seeing pockets of COVID rising across the country. Are we seeing this in more unvaccinated clusters here? I mean, for example, some cases are rising in New England. Is it mostly in communities with low rates?
You know, we're seeing it regionally just kind of move across the country the way it has throughout this entire pandemic. Of course, we had that huge surge across the South where cases went up. Now they've really come down and transmission is low. But we're seeing places like New England, as you said, get hit really hard. And even some states with higher vaccination rates like Vermont, with more than 72% of its population fully vaccinated, it's seeing a massive increase in cases. Of course, Vermont, that's off a small base. But we are seeing this in the Midwest as well. So there's real concern that the Delta variant is finding its way around even in more vaccinated areas. Of course, it's going to be the unvaccinated who are hit the hardest.
And right now, what are you hearing from health experts about the advice right now to people who are vaccinated, to people who are unvaccinated, especially as we go into the holidays and we all plan to spend time with our loved ones?
Yeah, next week is going to be big, and I think some health experts are expecting that there will be some spread out of the holiday season, as we saw last year as well. The message really is the same, though. Layers of prevention. The first layer that will be recommended, of course, is vaccination. For anybody who's unvaccinated, try to get your first shot. For anybody who's eligible for a booster, go out and get that. But then also beyond that, masking when appropriate, distancing when appropriate, ventilation, and testing. All of those things can help make Thanksgiving safer for everybody.
And when we do see waves of COVID keep coming and going, when do experts think that people can essentially stop planning their lives around this thing?
Yeah, we keep hoping it's around the corner. And some experts like Dr. Scott Gottlieb have said they do think we're close to the end of this Delta wave and close to getting into the endemic portion of COVID, where it is not that chief health concern. But really, that happens when we're not at risk of overwhelming our hospitals. And that's just not the case right now in states like Colorado and other places. That's still a concern. So until we get cases lower, hospitalization risk lower, we still have to worry a lot about it.
Yeah, so endemic, meaning it's not the chief concern, but it still is out there, and we just have to learn to live with it. CNBC's Meg Terrell, thanks so much. In the UK, cases are finally dropping after a dramatic surge at the end of October. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now. And Matt, I find this really interesting because on one hand, we're talking about rates going down in the UK, but then rates in other parts of Europe are skyrocketing again.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of confusing, as you said, interesting, but, you know, we're not the only ones who are not able to figure out exactly what's going on. And this isn't the first time that this has happened either. A lot of scientists in the UK were really worried over the summer that once there was a Freedom Day back in July, that the cases would spike, even though there was a really, really successful vaccination campaign here in the UK. Turned out that didn't happen. The cases didn't spike, but then they spiked later on. And now, mysteriously, even though the government shrugged off a lot of recommendations that they reimpose lockdown measures or do any sort of thing to try to stop people from spreading the disease, the rates went down again, seemingly without any provocation, without any policy measure that seemed to cause it. So why does this keep happening? Well, one reason it seemed was that the cases were spiking back a couple of months ago because it looks as though children and teenagers who were not vaccinated were the ones who were spreading the disease. That vaccination effort has picked up. And now what we're seeing in Europe is a similar sort of pattern where we're seeing an increase in cases, but the number of deaths and hospitalizations have not increased dramatically, at least not increased on the same track as the number of cases. So you could say, and some European governments and the UK government had said that they had decoupled the connection between the cases and hospitalizations and deaths. Now, what is that decoupling? It's basically vaccination. That means that people were getting the disease, but they weren't being hospitalized and they weren't dying, especially not at the rates that seem to have moved in parallel back last year. Now, those two numbers are decoupled. But certain places in Europe, that's not really the case. We are seeing an increase in the number of cases, while deaths and hospitalizations are also increasing. And that's why, unlike here in Britain, where policymakers resisted the urge to reimpose lockdown measures, we're seeing restrictions propping up in the Netherlands and in Amsterdam now and several other parts of the Netherlands. We're starting to see what looks like a lockdown light. That is the first European return to something like a lockdown in Western Europe ever since the pandemic, or ever since this past summer. So these are worrying signs, but we have to remember all of this could turn around abruptly and go in the opposite direction without any obvious provocation.
So, Matt, you started being very honest and saying it is confusing. It's confusing for experts, for you guys as well over there. I mean, Europe is usually a harbinger for us here in the U.S. What, if anything, should we take away?
It can be. It might not be. It doesn't always act as a harbinger. One thing that we can take away is that, as always, vaccination rates seem to be the thing that are driving this. And one of the problems was that Europe did have a very slow vaccination rollout. And in certain places in Eastern Europe, the vaccination rate is still really far behind. And so that's why we're starting to see this increase in cases, increase in hospitalizations and deaths. So that is the main lesson. Now, the UK might provide a lesson that with a successful vaccination program, you don't need to reimpose lockdowns even as the number of cases increases. So I'd love to be able to tell you that there's one strong conclusion that the US can learn from all of this. I'm not sure I'm in a place, or I'm not sure that a lot of the scientists know either exactly if there's some discrete, some very obvious lesson that we can read into the numbers. I just don't know if it exists.
All right, very honest. NBC's Matt Bradley, we know you'll stay on top of it. Thanks so much. Fresh off of signing his $1 trillion infrastructure plan into law, President Biden is taking a victory lap in the Granite State. The president is speaking in Woodstock, New Hampshire today, and he'll deliver remarks in front of an 82-year-old bridge that's been on the state's red list for troubled infrastructure since 2013. Tomorrow, he heads to Detroit, Michigan to highlight the new law's investment in the next generation of electric cars. Both stops also happen to be swing states with critical voters. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is in Woodstock ahead of the president's arrival. Also with us, NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill. Josh, we're going to start with you on the ground there. One of the biggest questions is when Americans will start to see the results of this legislation, and I'm sure the president and Democrats want that to be very soon.
That's exactly right. People want to know what's actually in this for me. And in the last several months, as this has been going back and forth in the House and the Senate and the progressives and the moderates and Joe Manchin and this and that, it's been hard for the White House to break through that and really drive home for people how their lives could tangibly change as a result of this infrastructure deal, as well as the broader Build Back Better spending plan that they are still working on. And so starting today, you're going to see the president and other high-level officials, cabinet officials, fanning out and really trying to peel off what this means in individual places. So in New Hampshire, for example, $1.1 billion the state is going to get as their piece of the pie when it comes to highway spending. They're also going to see $225 million for bridges, another $125 million for public transport, and $100 million for rural broadband, which is actually something that the state's vulnerable incumbent Senator Maggie Hassan plans to highlight during her remarks today. She's bringing as her guest the town administrator from nearby Bristol. It's about a half an hour south from here, where they are going to get broadband internet as a result of this. So you see the White House trying to connect the dots here for how this deal is going to actually better people's lives, hoping there will be some political payout for that come November of next year.
And Sahil, we know the infrastructure package is just part of the president's agenda. So walk us through where that larger social spending bill stands in Congress right now. I mean, this week was supposed to be the crucial week before everybody goes on Thanksgiving recess.
And it may well still happen this week in the House. So Democratic leaders say the bill is going to be debated on the floor of the House starting Wednesday. That means that could set up a vote in the House of Representatives on the full package as early as Thursday or Friday. Now, this is all pending that score from the Congressional Budget Office. 5 centrist Democrats in the House of Representatives have demanded additional fiscal information from the Budget Office before they vote on this. They want to make sure it matches up with the White House's estimates. But keep in mind, that's just the beginning of the journey of this piece of legislation. Let's put up on the screen what happens next. If it passes the House, it goes over to the Senate, where a number of procedural hurdles have to be cleared. There's the issue of the jurisdictional scrub. That's parliamentary speak for making sure the committees are not exceeding their numerical targets. There's the so-called Byrd rule that the legislation has to comply with certain parameters in order to be eligible for this budget reconciliation process. Then there's this vote-a-rama, which is unlimited amendments. Anybody can offer as many amendments as they want, and usually the Senate votes through the night. The bill is likely to be changed in that process. After the Senate passes the bill, then it goes back to the House of Representatives, which is going to have to approve that likely amended version. One of the key senators to watch out for here is Senator Joe Manchin, who has objected to certain provisions of the House bill. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Do you think that it makes sense for your party to move forward with $1.75 trillion right now?
Well, I think in that scenario there, we need to look and see what the real score is, and that's coming back, I understand, at the end of the week. The House bill, we've seen the language from the House bill, what they would like to do, but then the score is going to justify whether that's doable.
And it's not until Senator Manchin gives an official yes that the supporters of this bill, including the White House, are going to be breathing easy.
Well, Josh, I want to go back to the president, the position the Democrats are in right now, because obviously we know that there is some political calculus here to what's going on at Capitol Hill with Sahil. But a new Washington Post ABC News poll shows the president's plans are popular. I mean, 63% of Americans support infrastructure. The president's approval rating is at its lowest point ever. So, yes, we're going to hear from the president today in New Hampshire. We're going to hear from him in Detroit this week. Is this all a part of the messaging here to let people know what's in these bills and what Democrats are doing.
Well, you just hit the nail on the head in terms of the problem here, which is the bill is more popular right now than President Biden and Democrats, and they have not gotten the bounce from passing this infrastructure deal that they have wanted and that the legislation itself has gotten. And so that's what the White House is doing on this tour. They are trying to connect those dots so that hopefully people give credit to Democrats for having passed this infrastructure bill.
All right, Josh Letterman in New Hampshire, Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill. Thank you both. Labor shortages and supply issues are threatening people's Thanksgiving holiday, and it's not just turkey that's more expensive this year. How much your holiday spread could cost when we come back.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
On the money at this hour, consumer spending numbers prompting quite a bit of market movement. CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi joins us now. So Seema, talk to us about these spending numbers. We know that things are more expensive. Are these numbers a good sign, though, that people are paying them?
Yeah, it actually is, Lindsay. I mean, inflation has been rising at the fastest pace in 30 years, but consumers don't appear to be curtailing their purchases. That retail sales number increasing 1.7% for October compared with 0.8% the previous month. Online shopping continued to fuel sales, and economists say this reflects the pent-up demand as we emerge from the pandemic. Also, those supply chain concerns, they're pushing more folks to buy goods and those holiday gifts earlier before the prime holiday shopping season because of the concern that their gifts won't arrive in time.
And Seema, we know gas prices are on the rise. Curious about ride shares and whether these companies are doing anything to help these drivers in this time.
Yeah, this was an interesting development in the last 24 hours. As you point out, with gas prices soaring, Uber is launching a new feature for its drivers that show nearby public restrooms and real-time gas prices to help them save money and make more cost-effective decisions. So, of course, questions there about how it affects the end user like you and I, but this could be a good sign for drivers as they approach the holiday season.
And Seema, we are approaching one of the busiest travel weekends of the year. There's a major change coming for people who are flying United. What do we know about that?
Yeah, big change. Booze is coming back. Drinking in flight is back at United Airlines. They're now starting to sell single-serve mini bottles of liquor on flights that are longer than 301 miles, and that does include domestic, Canadian, and Latin American routes, just as consumers or travelers across the nation get ready to get back out there. So if you're nervous about meeting the in-laws, you've got that flight with friends to Mexico, now you perhaps can enjoy a drink on the way.
Yeah, we know a lot of these airlines were banning booze. Some of them still are, considering there's still a lot of tension in the high skies. All right, Seema, thanks so much. Trying to track down a perfect turkey is a bit harder and more expensive this Thanksgiving, thanks to the supply chain strain. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joined us now with more on this. So, Joe, it's not just the turkey that's getting more expensive. Welcome back, by the way.
Hey, Lindsay, thank you so much. Yeah, it's not just the turkey, it's the sides, it's the desserts, it's a lot of stuff that's going up in price. Even the pie that you buy at your local bakery may be going up in price. Here's why.
For millions gathering for the first in-person Thanksgiving in 2 years, be prepared to pay up. Thanks in part to a labor shortage in the supply chain, the retail price of turkeys is up 9 cents a pound compared to last year. The other reasons, the higher cost of corn to feed those turkeys and inflation.
What we're finding is that people in anticipation of perceived shortages is that they're rushing out to buy turkeys now. Our sales on turkeys were up 100% versus the same week year ago last week.
Grocery chain H-E-B says customers should be flexible.
What can shoppers expect to be in tight supply or delayed?
I think one of the areas that we're seeing right now is in pumpkin pie mix, is that not that we don't have it, but we may find that the shipping from a manufacturer to our stores is a day or two behind. But on the other hand, there are going to probably be 6 or 7 other brands that you can choose from.
Canned cranberry sauce is pricier because it's more expensive to produce steel cans and trucking costs are up. Packaged dinner rolls are more expensive because the price of some ingredients spiked. Bakeries like Republic of Pie ordered their flour months ago and were still forced to hike their prices by $1.75 a pie.
Naturally, we have to go up a little bit in price. We go up incrementally as much as we can without trying to shake and stir the restaurant and our customers.
Even pie boxes are in short supply.
I was told that they're not going to have for the rest of the month.
To stay on budget and get what you need, experts say buy frozen options and generic brands. And if you're celebrating as a group, truly share the costs. Don't leave the host solely on the hook.
So, Joe, one thing we all want to know, is this likely going to stretch? Because we know a lot of the same things on our plates in just about a week or so are going to be potentially on our plates Christmas as well.
Yeah, that's right. So you can expect the supply chain delays to continue. We do think that there is going to be, according to the CEOs and the people who are running the stock at grocery stores, there will be delays going into the Christmas and Hanukkah holidays as well. So you want to be patient. But overall, the supply chain issue is not just about the steel cans we talked about and those pie boxes. It's also about the price of gas here. It's way up in California and all across the country. That is also feeding into those higher prices, and so until that's resolved as well, it's just another piece of this snarled supply chain that's walloping our wallets pretty hard this season.
Yeah, and after I asked that question, I had to double check the calendar. It is next week already. I can't believe we're here. All right, NBC's Jolene Kent, thanks. New York City is getting ready for another holiday, New Year's Eve, like we remember before the pandemic. But there's a catch. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio announced plans for this year's celebration in Times Square. So people will be allowed back into the crossroads of the world to ring in the new year. But they're going to need to be fully vaccinated, and they're going to have to wear a mask. Organizers say they're working with doctors to develop health protocols so that everybody can stay safe. Growing concerns over the IVF business after a series of mix-ups. Coming up, what you need to know before picking a fertility clinic.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in prime time And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making news right now, an armored truck security guard is dead and a second is injured. They were shot while loading an ATM with cash. It happened outside a Bank of America in Chicago. Police say 2 to 4 masked men, all wearing black, approached the guards and demanded cash. One security guard was shot 6 times before she died. The other was shot twice and is currently in the hospital. Police have yet to make any arrests. A Texas doctor has been suspended from her hospital for promoting ivermectin as a treatment for COVID. Houston Methodist Hospital says it suspended Dr. Mary Bowden's privileges for spreading misinformation not based in science. Bowden is an ear, nose, and throat doctor at the hospital, and she promoted ivermectin several times on Twitter despite public health officials warning against it. And the drug is generally used to deworm animals. And an American journalist jailed for months in Myanmar is back home on U.S. soil. Cameras were there at JFK Airport in New York City as Danny Fenster was reunited with his family. Fenster had been sentenced to 11 years hard labor by Myanmar's government, now under military rule. A former U.S. diplomat helped negotiate Fenster's release. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas in the hot seat on Capitol Hill. Mayorkas testified today in the first Senate Oversight Committee hearing of the department in more than 3 years. Topping the agenda, cybersecurity, the fight against terrorism, and the situation at the U.S.-Mexico border. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now. So, Ali, fill us in on the top lines here of this hearing. What stood out?
Lindsay, some tense moments here during this hearing on the Senate side of this building, everything ranging from immigrants at the southern border of our country to Afghanistan and the resettlement of refugees. Take a look at one of those tense moments, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Do you believe the Biden immigration policies are successful?
Senator, I think rebuilding a broken immigration system and rebuilding a dismantled one takes time, and we're on the road to success.
So you think we're on the right track as a nation?
I do.
Okay. How would you grade yourself?
Senator, I'm a tough grader on myself, and I give myself an A for effort, investment in mission, and support of our workforce.
Lindsay, you also have to consider the breadth of things that Mayorkas has come into and had to deal with immediately. Of course, we heard all of those stories about surges in unaccompanied minors at the southern border. That spurred an immigration crisis for this new Biden administration early on in their term. And then, of course, after the Afghanistan debacle that the administration was mired in, pulling our troops out, ending that longest war, the dealing with of Afghan refugees. Several senators asking about whether or not those people were vetted prior to getting on planes. Mayorkas assuring that those who came in from third-party countries, in other words, flown out of Afghanistan to third-party allied countries and then flown to the United States, he says they were vetted. Also conversations around COVID vaccinations of undocumented immigrants, as well as the way that those undocumented immigrants are being dealt with in detention centers along the southern border. This was the key issue of the Trump administration years. Throughout the months and years that I spent on the campaign trail, Democrats continuously returning to this immigration touchstone as something that they needed to see changed in a Democratic administration. Change has been slow for the Biden administration, but certainly this hearing, the first step in accountability towards those changes that Democrats were hoping to see on this issue, even as in other parts of this building, they're trying to legislate around things like a path to citizenship as part of their infrastructure deal that's still ongoing.
A wide breadth indeed. All right, Ala Vitale on Capitol Hill, thanks so much. Thanks. Also on Capitol Hill, the House Oversight Committee just wrapped up its hearing on ransomware attacks. Hackers have targeted U.S. businesses, state and federal government agencies, as well as hospitals and critical infrastructure. Pick up your screen. Last year, all those attacks caused nearly $20 billion in damages. And today, lawmakers grilled top cybersecurity officials on how the Biden administration is responding to these attacks. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now from Washington. So, Ken, we've seen the headlines. It's been a little while, though. But what stuck out to you from today's hearing?
Well, one thing that jumped out to me, Lindsay, is that some members of Congress are growing impatient with the Biden administration's approach to Russia, where most of the ransomware is coming from. 4 months ago, President Biden warned Vladimir Putin that Russia has to stop giving sanctuary to ransomware criminals. But a top FBI official told lawmakers that the Bureau has seen no reduction in ransomware attacks originating in Russia and no effort by Russia to crack down on criminal hackers within its border. Take a listen to this exchange between Representative Ralph Norman, a South Carolina Republican, and Chris English, the Biden administration's national cyber director.
What specifics do you think, as head of the National Cybersecurity Team, would be implemented to use leverage to stop their actions?
The first opportunity we give them is to simply, of their own accord, to cooperatively respond to the request that we've made.
Okay, just more words.
We have provided information to them. We were now assessing whether they provide that. We would withhold certain diplomatic status, certain economic benefits, certain participatory rights.
Give me specifics. What would you do specifically that would at least slow them down as to the cyber attacks? And you give them, I know words, but words with this administration mean nothing.
Yeah, I think attribution is important in this case.
Now, Inglis did say that the Biden administration has logged some successes recently against ransomware criminals, filing criminal charges against some of them and seizing some of their ill-gotten gains. He added that the administration is working to improve cyber defenses. But when it comes to pressuring Russia, as you saw there, he didn't offer a lot of specifics, Lindsay.
Yeah, so that's it. I mean, that was a pretty tense moment. Do you know anything from your reporting on whether there are any signs that the Biden administration could clamp down harder on Russia?
Well, I mean, Inglis was repeatedly asked about the question of offensive cyber attacks, and he didn't really answer. That's something that the administration doesn't like to talk about, whether they would, for example, use offensive cyber capabilities to attack the ransomware criminals, or whether they would even pressure the Russian state, which is harboring those criminals. They didn't really answer that question. Inglis talked instead about additional economic sanctions, which does seem possible from the Biden administration, additional diplomatic steps. But the real question among experts that I talked to is whether just how far the Biden administration is willing to go to impose a cost on Russia, because right now the assessment is that Russia feels like this is a relatively cost-free way to poke at the West, to allow these criminals to continue to attack Western businesses and hospitals and schools, Lindsay.
And it is crippling. Ken Delanian, thanks so much for your reporting.
You bet.
Parents protesting critical race theory in schools are taking on a new foe. Parent groups are now fighting against suicide prevention programs, mental health coordinators, and social emotional learning. They say they're being used to indoctrinate their kids and ask them invasive questions about their feelings, sexuality, and race. NBC News reporter Tyler Kincaid joins us now. So, Tyler, we saw really how important education and critical race theory was in this month's Virginia gubernatorial race. What's going on now?
Well, a lot of these activist groups are increasingly taking aim at programs designed to address student mental health. In one district in Indiana, for example, activists are demanding that the schools fire their mental health coordinator, calling it a, quote, dangerous job. In Virginia, which you mentioned, parent activists have latched on to surveys that schools use. And these surveys ask kids questions like, do you feel welcome at school? Do you have a trusted adult you can talk to? And some of these surveys also ask students whether they identify as LGBTQ. And that's because schools want to know whether those students in particular are being bullied. But then activists have looked at these surveys and said, this is data mining, and they say the questions are inappropriate for a child to answer.
So, Tyler, some of the parents accuse some of these programs of putting the idea of suicide in their children's heads. How's the community reacting?
Well, we've seen this in a couple different states, and in one state more recently, it's been, there hasn't been any movement in South Lake, Texas, for example, where a mom showed up to a school board meeting and said that a suicide prevention program by its very nature introduces the idea of suicide to kids. But then there was a group out of Utah that earlier this year actually lobbied against a bill to expand suicide prevention to elementary schools. What they said was this is not appropriate for elementary school age children because suicides are, quote, not happening there, which just isn't true. We got data here at NBC News earlier this year that showed that the rate of children, or the number of children showing up at children's hospitals nationwide, has more than doubled in the last few years. And that was something that started before the pandemic. And of course, throughout the pandemic, that's been an ongoing conversation that we've all had, is what is the school closures, the children staying at home, the lack of social interaction, what has that had on their mental health? So it's incredibly important, and it's just, I think, showing where parents are right now with sort of a distrust of anything schools are doing.
I'm sure we will continue hearing much more about this. NBC's Tyler Kincaid, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Imagine learning the child you've raised for years, decades maybe, is not actually your child at all. That's what happened to several families who underwent in vitro fertilization procedures. Now they're learning about a mix-up at their fertility clinic. NBC's Vicki Nguyen investigates.
Hey, Lindsay, in vitro fertilization, or IVF, is a series of procedures where eggs are fertilized in a lab before they're implanted in a woman's uterus. That process can turn the dream of having a baby into a reality. But as we've recently seen, it can also lead to heartbreak. This morning, how to reduce your chances of a mix-up.
A Utah couple left stunned after a DNA test recently revealed their 12-year-old son, conceived through IVF, had a different biological father. The case, just the latest in a string of troubling headlines. Just last week, a California couple sharing their nightmare story.
I was robbed of the ability to carry my own child.
Months after giving birth, Daphna Cardinale says she and her husband Alexander discovered the baby girl they conceived through IVF was genetically unrelated to them. The couple now suing the California Center for Reproductive Health, claiming the fertility clinic switched Daphna's embryo with another woman's, leading the two strangers to give birth to each other's daughters. The Cardinali say a DNA test confirmed the mix-up.
It's a truly impossible nightmare that inflicted trauma that will affect my family for the rest of our lives.
The families have since legally swapped the babies. The clinic and the doctor involved have not responded to requests for comment. In 2019, Ani and Asot Manukian said a mix-up at a different California fertility clinic resulted in their embryo being implanted in a New York woman. They couldn't meet their baby boy until he was 6 weeks old.
Nobody should meet their baby in the lobby of a hotel.
With 1 in 8 couples struggling with infertility issues, IVF has become a booming business. According to preliminary CDC data, 2019 saw more than 80,000 babies born through IVF or other assisted reproductive technologies. And since the industry is loosely regulated, it's unclear just how often these kinds of mix-ups occur. But experts say the margin of error keeps widening, a direct correlation with the growing demand for IVF.
It's not altogether surprising when you look at the growth the IVF sector has experienced over recent years and the scale of the quantity of specimens that these IVF clinics are now having to safely care for and manage.
Tara Comont is the CEO of Tomorrow Life Sciences, the developer of an automated platform for the storage and management of frozen eggs and embryos. So far, a handful of clinics across the country have adopted the technology, which assigns a unique digital ID to every patient and features a 24/7 monitoring system. It's a stark contrast to the way many clinics currently handle cells, a method involving a collection of large storage containers and tiny, handwritten labels.
We can fit about 25 to 30 of these into our robot.
If I were a patient going through IVF today, I would be asking my clinic if they're using the latest technology.
But even with all the advances, it boils down to basics. Make sure your clinic uses a clear labeling system that's easy to read, and ask how they keep track of the eggs and embryos. A growing number of clinics now require an electronic coding system and at least one witness to help double-check unique identifiers attached to each specimen.
There is some oversight for the fertility industry, but it is a patchwork of federal and state agencies, private professional associations, and accredited organizations. Legal experts have told us the only recourse when something goes wrong is to sue. Lindsay?
Vicki, thank you. The U.S. says Russia is putting astronauts at risk. Why an explosive test forced people on the International Space Station to take shelter.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As Queen Elizabeth takes a few steps back, Prince Charles is now stepping up. He and his wife Camilla are in Jordan today for the first royal trip since the pandemic hit. With the Queen scaling back public appearances for health reasons, attention is now turning to the throne's heir. Late last month, the Queen canceled a trip to Northern Ireland and spent a night in the hospital, where she was then advised to rest for a couple of weeks. On November 1st, the Queen missed the COP26 climate summit, and then Sunday, she pulled out of their Remembrance Day ceremony due to a back sprain. Joining us right now is NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, who's in Amman, Jordan, following the prince. So, Raf, any word on how the Queen is doing?
Yeah, Lindsay, so the Queen has that sprained back, according to Buckingham Palace, and you know it's serious because she missed this ceremony on Sunday. It's a Remembrance Day ceremony in the UK, remembering veterans who gave their lives during wartime, and she takes that ceremony extremely seriously. She is the commander-in-chief of the British military, and so you know she would not miss that unless this was serious. It comes on the back of 2 weeks ordered rest by her doctors. That's what caused her to miss the COP26 summit. So as far as we know, there's no connection between the sprained back and that earlier rest. But the Queen has not been seen out in public for a couple of weeks now, Lindsay.
What are Brits and royal experts saying about Prince Charles and his growing responsibilities during this time?
Yeah, so he has big shoes to fill following his mother, the Queen. She is Britain's longest-serving monarch. She's been on the throne 70 years. Charles is 73. He's at retirement age, but he's still waiting to start the job that he was born to do. Now, a poll that came out this week found the British public evenly divided on that question of whether or not Charles will be a good king. 1/3 said yes, he will. 1/3 said no, he won't, and 1/3 hadn't made up their minds. They are not sure yet. Now, if you talk to royal experts, some of them will tell you Charles is likely to be kind of a bridging king. He's obviously not going to be on the throne as long as his mother was. And he may end up being something of a bridge between her historic reign and this new generation of royals led by Prince William and his wife, Kate. Take a listen to that perspective.
I think the monarchy survives, but I think it largely survives because of what comes next after the Prince of Wales and Camilla. And that's of no disrespect to either of them, but King Charles now is an older man and he's of his generation. And frankly, there's no way on earth he can really fill the shoes that his mother has left.
And Lindsay, that's what's so interesting about the monarchy, right? It's a 1,000-year-old institution. It's part of Britain's constitutional framework, but it is also a family business. It passes from mother to son to son. And Prince Charles is likely to lean very heavily on Prince William when he becomes king to try to keep the monarchy feeling fresh and feeling vital. Lindsay?
All right, Raf Sanchez, thanks so much. A big scare in outer space. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station are being told to seek shelter. Russia blew up one of its own satellites, sending a cloud of debris into orbit around the Earth. NASA says hundreds of thousands of tiny shards of metal now pose a significant threat to spacecraft, satellites, and the space station. Here's NBC's Carrie Sanders.
I'm in the rocket garden at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, and there is high anxiety from NASA because that satellite that was blown up by the Russians created a debris field, and it's possible that a piece of debris about this size, maybe even the size of a dime, could strike the International Space Station, and if it did, it would hit at almost 10 times the speed of a speeding bullet.
Space may be infinite, but this morning, a debris field threatens the space station.
We were recently informed of a satellite breakup and need to have you guys start reviewing the safe haven procedure.
That call from ground control to the space station coming after Russia fired a missile at one of its own satellites, destroying it, launching hundreds of thousands of pieces of dangerous debris into orbit, and triggering a full-throated condemnation from the U.S. government.
It was dangerous, it was reckless, it was irresponsible.
The space station circles the Earth every 90 minutes, moving at more than 17,000 miles per hour. If it collides with even the smallest piece of debris, it would have the impact of almost 10 times the force of a bullet. NASA says the 7 astronauts on board retreated to their docked capsules Monday in case an emergency escape was needed. But later, all on board resumed normal operations. Those 7 astronauts, including 4 Americans, 1 German, and 2 Russian cosmonauts. NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei calmly signing off to Mission Control in Houston.
Thanks for a crazy but well-coordinated day. It was certainly a great way to bond as a crew, starting off our very first workday in space.
The three other Americans, Raja Kari, Kayla Barron, and Tom Marshburn, and German astronaut Matthias Maurer arrived just last week on SpaceX's Crew 3 flight. The U.S. State Department warning the U.S. will work with allies to respond to Russia's action. U.S. Space Command is now tracking the debris and says it could remain in orbit for years, possibly decades.
What the Russians did today with these 1,500 pieces of trackable orbital debris poses a risk not only to those astronauts, not only to those cosmonauts, but to satellites, to the interests of all nations.
Russia is now confirming that it did send a missile up to blow up that satellite, but is pushing back, saying it has put nobody in danger, including their own cosmonauts. Kerry Sanders, NBC News at the Kennedy Space Center.
A triple suicide bombing in Uganda and scorpions running rampant in Egypt. Let's go around the world now in 60 seconds. The United Kingdom, where authorities have identified the suspect behind the explosion outside of Liverpool's Women's Hospital. British police say 32-year-old Imad al-Swalmeen boarded a taxi to the hospital before killing himself and injuring the driver as the car approached its drop-off point.
It is a stark reminder of the need for us all to remain utterly vigilant.
Uganda, where a triple suicide bombing killed at least 3 people in the capital of Kampala today. 6 people in all were killed, including the 3 bombers, with another 33 injured in the hospital. Ugandan police say that the Allied Democratic Forces were responsible for the attack, a group aligned with the Islamic State. And Egypt, where flooding has rocked the southern province of Aswan, leaving 3 dead. The downpour also forced scorpions out of their hiding places and into homes where they wreaked havoc, leaving more than 500 people hospitalized with scorpion stings. And that's the world now. It has been 20 years since the first Harry Potter movie hit theaters. When we come back, we'll take it inside the studio that made all that magic come to life.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Blimey, Harry, didn't you ever wonder where your mum and dad learned it all?
What?
You're a wizard, Harry.
I'm a what?
A wizard. And a thumping good one, I'd wager, once you trade up a little.
Who could forget the moment Harry Potter began his epic adventure through the wizarding world? Today marks 20 years since the release of the very first film, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. That movie launched one of the biggest and most beloved franchises of all time. NBC's Matt Bradley shows us how fans are celebrating.
Yeah, Lindsay, so here in London, it feels like Harry Potter happened just yesterday. The magic is everywhere. And I'm actually here in Leadenhall Market in London. And, you know, the Potterheads, the true fanboys and fangirls, they're going to recognize this immediately as the place where Harry and Hagrid went shopping for wands in that first film 20 years ago.
Even if you believe in magic,
very curious.
You might not believe it's been 20 years since the first Harry Potter film brought it to life.
Happy birthday!
And convinced millions of muggles that they can be wizards too. On TikTok, hashtag Harry Potter has over 80 billion views. The franchise inspiring theme parks, plays, stores, and shows in the US. But here in Britain, the magic is rising again, like a phoenix. There's a wand installation in Leicester Square, a new behind-the-scenes photo exhibit, and a bar just for butterbeer. Cheers. So I went on my own quest, searching for the Chamber of Secrets and an exclusive look on set.
You know, it's been 20 years, but Diagon Alley looks just the same.
At the Warner Brothers studio tour, the magic looks real because it kind of is, including a real working train and 300 paintings made by hand.
So this is like legitimately scary, I think, this part right here.
Is the Forbidden Forest, where no student is really allowed to go.
Right, except Harry Potter when he's breaking the rules, obviously.
Rianne loves the series so much, she made wizarding her full-time work.
It's still a job for you, right? But the magic is still kind of there.
Yeah. And I still love the films. I go back and rewatch them. So let's head over to the dormitory.
Okay.
It's one of my personal favourites. They had to create this whole magical world. For these child actors, and the best way to get an authentic reaction and acting on screen is to make it as real as you possibly can.
That's why it seems like it lasts 20 years, because everything was so detail-oriented, made to last, essentially, it seems.
Yeah.
Details like the tiniest flick of the wrist.
And action! Okay, it was okay.
I decided to test my own magic with the film's official wand choreographer, Paul Harris.
Okay, ready? And position 1, action! Position 3, position 5, behind the back. Oh, that was pretty good, actually.
I feel like I nailed it. Now, after 20 years of wizarding wonder, the film's casting their spell on a new generation.
There you go. Expelliarmus.
So, Lindsay, I know you're super impressed with my wand skills, but there's a reason that I'm studying up on my wanding so much lately, and that's because, you know, there's actually rumors, they're just rumors, that there could be a 20th anniversary reunion with all the young actors. Not all of them are necessarily available, but I'm available. So I think I could probably set up an audition. What do you think?
I think that's a rough assignment. Matt Bradley, thanks. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Lindsay Reiser. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. 12 jurors randomly selected this morning are now deliberating in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. We're live at the courthouse. President Biden's in New Hampshire selling his infrastructure law, while back in D.C., the House is working on that social spending bill. So when will they vote? And did a woman cure herself of HIV? The amazing medical discovery that's giving hope to millions of patients around the world. All right, we start this evening in Kenosha, Wisconsin, with the jury deliberations in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Shaq Brewster is outside the courthouse. So, Shaq, those 12 jurors started deliberating this morning. Where are we at this stage of the day?
Well, we're just waiting. We're waiting as they go through those deliberations. And, you know, we did learn earlier today what the actual jury panel looks like. We know it's 7 women, 5 men. We do know that one of the members on the jury panel is a person of color. This is a community, a county that's about 87% white. So that's fairly representative of what you see in this county. But we also know that they have been going through and they have been asking for copies of those jury instructions. You and I talked about how extensive those instructions are. It's about 36 pages. And earlier this morning, they asked for just the first 6 pages of them. And then a little while ago, they came back and asked for 11 more copies of the rest of those instructions. Okay. So you can tell they're really going through this. Yeah. There's a lot of things that they have to work through, and you can tell they're doing their work back out in the courthouse behind me.
Yeah, Shaq, it sounds like they're taking their job very seriously and that you might be out there in the cold for a while. The 12 jurors selected this morning in a lottery system. Can you just tell us about how that happened and remind us about the charges that they're considering today?
Yeah, what you saw, and this is how court started this morning, you saw that tumbler, that lottery tumbler that we've been talking about. It was placed on the defense stand, and Kyle Rittenhouse, the defendant, actually went through and plucked out 6 pieces of paper from that tumbler representing the 6 jurors who are now the alternate jurors. Now, the judge did not dismiss them. They still are going to have to be in the courtroom. They're still, they're ready at the ready in case there needed to be an alternate, but they're not going to be part of those deliberations. So that's how things started. When you talk about the counts that they're going through, there are those 5 felony counts, starting with that first-degree reckless homicide, the first-degree reckless endangering of safety, and there's 2 counts of those. And then you go to count 4 and 5, and this is where it gets a little bit more complicated because you have that first-degree intentional homicide. In other states, that's essentially called first-degree murder, and you have that attempted first-degree intentional homicide. For both of those, the juries get to consider, or the jury will be able to consider both the first degree of the crime or the second degree element of that crime. There's step-down charges. So it's just more that they'll be able to consider, more that they'll be going through as they continue their deliberations, Allison.
Shaq, I understand that Kyle Rittenhouse's mom reportedly sent out an email today asking for donations to help with their legal fees. What do you know there?
Yeah, this is part of the Kyle Rittenhouse Defense Fund, essentially, and it's been established for some time, and she sent out an email blast to subscribers on there saying that she is extremely nervous right now. You see the email right there. She mentioned that the prosecution and the defense teams have finished up their closing arguments. She says that she's extremely nervous, and you see in that blue text there, she was asking for donations. She said that legal fees have been around, or well over, she said, $100,000 just last month alone. Wow. So she was soliciting some donations through that defense fund. You know, we did hear from her yesterday through that interview she did with our colleague Gabe Gutierrez, and she mentioned that she was nervous. She mentioned that she didn't believe that her son should, or she wouldn't have wanted her son to be in Kenosha, but she does believe that her son acted in self-defense. So that just gives you an idea that she does have support. Kyle Rittenhouse does have supporters, and we see them even on the steps of the courthouse behind me, and she's asking for those supporters to help with some of the legal funds in this fight.
All right, well, Shaq, I know you're on high alert there. You'll let us know as soon as we have a verdict in this case, and we'll check back in. Thanks for getting us up to speed.
No problem.
President Biden back on the road talking infrastructure. Now that the bipartisan bill is law, he's in New Hampshire today, kicking off a week-long tour. Back in Washington, the House could start debating the second part of the Build Back Better agenda tomorrow. We've got team coverage. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman's in Woodstock, New Hampshire. He's traveling with the president. And NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor's on Capitol Hill. So, Josh, President Biden speaking near an 81-year-old bridge that has been on New Hampshire's red list since 2013. How did the president say this new law will help that bridge and all of the other infrastructure issues they're dealing with there in the Granite State?
Allison, President Biden saying that the U.S. is getting moving again, using a phrase that we first heard him using yesterday when he actually signed that bill into law. And really the key mission for the president and top officials now is to try to break this down for individuals about what they're actually going to see in their communities that could benefit them, because this has been such a nebulous, talking about these massive amounts of money, people fighting in Washington, that they've been unable until now to really connect those dots. And so they want to localize it. Here in New Hampshire, for example, the state is going to receive more than $1 billion just for highways, along with hundreds of millions of more for things like broadband internet and public transportation and bridges like the one that President Biden saw today. $1 billion, that's a lot of money for a state. I was just looking, the whole budget for the state of New Hampshire last year was like $6 billion. So President Biden trying to show how states like New Hampshire will see their bridges and other infrastructure affected. Take a listen.
The state has already spent $250,000 on Band-Aid repairs on this bridge alone. And right now there are 215 bridges in your state, 215 bridges deemed structurally unsafe in New Hampshire alone. Many of them are less trafficked bridges. They're often overlooked when decisions are being made about where and how to invest and rebuild. Thanks to the infrastructure law, we're going to make the most significant investment to modernize our roads and our bridges in 70 years. The law is going to speed up replacement of bridges by at least a year and allow New Hampshire to invest in other critical infrastructure needs.
President Biden wanting to make the case about how this is actually going to help the economy. But Allison, as the snow comes down here, I'm reminded of the fact that here in New Hampshire, people are more reliant on home heating that comes from either propane or from natural gas than any other state in the country. So when you see those rising energy and gas costs that we're talking about all over the country, that hits people here really hard. And it's an example of the economic crosswinds that President Biden is up against, even as he's trying to make the case for how this bipartisan deal is really going to bolster the economy coming out of COVID.
So, Sahil, let's talk about what's going on back at home. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer saying lawmakers plan to debate the Build Back Better Act tomorrow and vote this week. What are you hearing around Capitol Hill? Do other Congress members share Leader Hoyer's confidence?
They actually do, Allison, which is strange because Democrats have been squabbling with each other so much for the last several months about procedure and what comes first, and there always seems to be some sticking point or another, but there's a lot of optimism that I've picked up in the last few days among Democrats, particularly in the House, about moving forward. I think there's a sense in the conference, based on my reporting, that all this fighting has not helped any of them, and they want to get the job done here on both the infrastructure bill, which is already now law, and Build Back Better, which looks likely to come up in the House later this week. Now, the CBO score, the Congressional Budget Office has yet to put out a final completed cost estimate, which it says is coming this week. And there is optimism that the House could vote pretty quickly and that Democrats could all but maybe one or two, essentially have the votes to pass this later this week. Let's have a listen to what Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, the #4 Democrat, had to say.
From a time frame perspective, let's see when the CBO score comes in. And then we can proceed from there. In terms of whether the votes will ultimately be in place, I'm absolutely 100% confident that that will be the case because everyone within the House Democratic Caucus understands that it is essential to bring this part of President Biden's Build Back Better agenda to life.
Now, the debate is likely to start in the House tomorrow, which is Wednesday, and a vote could come Thursday or Friday, depending on when that CBO estimate lands.
Sahil, you also have some new reporting on the Republican side of things. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy trying to tamp down Republican infighting over the infrastructure bill at a closed-door caucus meeting today. What do you know? What did he say to his colleagues there?
That's right. These are the first apparent remarks by Kevin McCarthy since some of his own members who voted for that infrastructure bill, most notably Fred Upton, have received death threats. And there's been a lot of animosity toward the Republicans who supported a bill that is so thoroughly bipartisan. It was crafted by a group of 10 senators. What McCarthy told Republicans behind closed doors is essentially stop attacking each other. The Republican Party needs to stay united in his view and focus their fire on the Democrats' Build Back Better plan. They want to defeat that, hope that it goes down, and they believe that Republicans attacking each other is unhelpful to that. That's according to two sources who are familiar with Kevin McCarthy's remarks in the meeting. Again, trying to keep a united front, avoid fractures on his side from getting in the way of their goal, which is just to keep the criticism on Democrats.
Josh, New Hampshire there, the first stop on a national infrastructure tour, and man, was it a picturesque first stop with those flurries coming down, setting the winter tone. Where's the administration heading next?
Well, wish I could say President Biden had warmer weather coming his way, but he's heading tomorrow to Detroit, which will be his next stop on this tour. He's planning to focus tomorrow on electric vehicles, the auto sector, and how transportation is really going to be remade as part of this bipartisan infrastructure deal. But over the rest of the next week or so, Allison, we're really going to see the Biden administration fanning out all over the country, with Kamala Harris, the vice president, top cabinet officials heading to states like California, Texas, Arizona, Georgia, and Tennessee. A lot of those states, as maybe is not a huge surprise, also pivotal battleground states that Democrats and Republicans will be competing in not only next year in the midterms, but also a few years after that in the next presidential election.
All right, let's talk about warmer places, Sahil. California. Congresswoman Jackie Speier announcing she won't run for re-election next year. She's the co-chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, a top ally of Speaker Pelosi. Why is she saying she's retiring now, and what could this mean for the Dems as they're trying to hang on to control of the House next year?
This is the latest of many retirements on the Democratic side, Congresswoman Speier. And there have been retirements within both parties, but the Democratic retirements are getting a closer look here because the political landscape has moved sharply in the direction of Republicans, and a number of Democrats are fearful for their seats. But Congresswoman Speier is not one of them. She's from a very safe blue district just south of San Francisco. She had no real threat to her seat. She served in the House for 13 years, had a public service career extending back before that. And she argued that it's time to step aside and let a new generation of leaders take the reins here. She is 71 years old, deciding to step aside. Let's have a listen to what Congresswoman Speier said on MSNBC a little earlier.
I have put 39 years into public office. I have a husband at home who is tired of a weekend spouse, and it's time for me to pass the torch to a new generation of leaders. It's been an extraordinary opportunity to serve. I'm still going to be active and involved. It's just not going to be here in Congress.
Now, this is the Democratic Party on the cusp of a generational shift. Their voters are increasingly younger. Their leadership has been pretty static on the older end. A lot of septuagenarians and octogenarians on Capitol Hill in the Democratic leadership. This is one example of someone stepping aside and saying it's time to let someone else take the wheel. Allison.
All right, Sahil, Josh, thanks to you both. The head of the EPA hitting the Deep South to hear from communities of color. Administrator Michael Regan visiting neighborhoods where the environmental hazards are making black and brown folks sick. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford is in St. John Parish in Louisiana. Morgan, that community is called Cancer Alley. If that doesn't tell you how bad the cancer risk there is, I don't know what does. What are you hearing from folks there about how the environment where they live is hurting their health?
They're saying it's dangerous. Simply put, Allison, I mean, it's called Cancer Alley because this has the highest death rate by virtue of cancer anywhere in the country. We're talking 150 chemical plants and oil refineries right in this stretch of area, roughly between New Orleans and Baton Rouge. And so when you talk to people here, they said, hold on, this is something that is killing us. It's something we know has been killing us, but it's also something that the government has known is killing us. In fact, the EPA acknowledged back in 2010 that one of the chemicals that comes from the chemical plants in this area is known as a likely carcinogen. So the people here are wondering what's going to change, when and how. Take a listen to something Mr. Robert Taylor, who was born and bred in this area, told me just recently.
We should not have to die here because they are allowed to operate in an unsafe manner. Nobody denies that that is unsafe. My own granddaughter, you know, with the respiratory thing, she grew up here and she's terribly afflicted by that. My daughter, she's been incapacitated totally. Her whole life as a nurse is gone by the time she was 40. She's got this very rare disease. Why would 5 little black girls right in Sisters Tract get a rare disease like that? That thing is not occurring, and they know it's because of their exposure to chloroprene.
So what you're hearing, Allison, is pain and a cry for accountability. In fact, Mr. Taylor says if you walk down the street here, there's no one in these homes who has not been directly affected in their personal lives or within their families by cancer. Allison.
Morgan, when you hear stories like that, I mean, it's no wonder that people there are skeptical that the federal government will keep its promises on environmental justice. Is the fact that the EPA administrator is now a person of color himself persuading them, convincing them anymore? And how is the EPA administrator hoping to change their skepticism, show them that they can have faith in the government?
Look, trust is trust, and that's something that you have to earn, no matter who you are, what color you are. And so the people here are skeptical. They're saying, look, we've seen government officials come through here. We've heard the promises the EPA made back in 2016. And so the question is, what are you going to do about it? Now, of course, when we spoke to Administrator Michael Regan, he said that, yeah, this is a professional issue, but it's also a personal one. These are people who look like my own family, so it's something that I certainly am empathetic to and understand from a visceral perspective. And when I asked him also about trust, take a listen to what he told me.
I understand the frustration. These communities have a right to be frustrated. They have a right to be angry, and they have a right not to trust us. But I'm here presenting myself as a willing partner to help solve some of these ills, and together we can do it. But they should keep close watch on us. They should hold us accountable. I expect them to, and it's my hope that we can earn their trust.
And in an attempt to earn that trust, that is why he has been here on the ground today in Louisiana, touring the places here and just really listening to the community members and hearing what they say that they need. And he says that he will promise solutions. He was in Mississippi yesterday, as we mentioned, Louisiana today. He heads to Texas soon. And so he says he is committed to making actual tactile changes that people in this community can count on, Allison.
So, Morgan, before I let you go, I know you've been spending time there as well. What else does the community there want the federal government to do? What have you been hearing?
They say they want them to listen. But more importantly, Allison, the question that I hear is people want to know where the money is. We already know that there's, $21 billion that has been allocated for certain environmental justice practices. But also the White House is noting the fact that when you look at 26% and 29% of Black and Latinos in that range actually live within 3 miles of basically what is considered an environmental disaster area. And so they're also pivoting and looking forward to the Build Back Better plan, saying that this is something where we can allocate roughly 40% of those funds to specifically focus on rebuilding those communities. So, of course, we press the administrator on how and what those solutions actually look like. And as the residents here say, only time will truly tell. Allison.
All right, Morgan Radford in Louisiana. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Jury selection starting today in Ghislaine Maxwell's sex trafficking trial. We've got a live report from the courthouse in Manhattan.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. What's up, Maya?
Hey, Allison, we start in Forks, Washington, where 10 people had to be rescued by the Coast Guard. Murky floodwaters slam parts of the state after days of record-breaking rainfall. The chairman of the Proud Boys is asking a D.C. judge for an early release from jail. He's serving a 5-month sentence for burning a stolen Black Lives Matter flag. A ruling is expected to come by the end of this week. Vanessa Bryant will have to turn over therapy files. She's seeking compensation for severe emotional distress over leaked photos of the deadly helicopter crash that killed her daughter and husband, Kobe Bryant. 2 explosions near Uganda's capital leave 3 civilians dead, and at least 33 people are being treated at the hospital. This is the latest in a string of almost 150 planned terrorist attacks there. And a 6-year-old golden doodle comforting kids getting their COVID vaccines. Ollie is one of 15 therapy dogs at a children's hospital in San Diego. The doggo spent the last 2 weeks helping kids there. Allison, back to you.
Oh, Maya, thank you so much. Jury selection started today in the sex trafficking trial for British socialite and longtime Jeffrey Epstein confidant Ghislaine Maxwell. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter outside the courthouse in Manhattan. So, Tom, how's jury selection going there so far? Has anyone made the cut yet?
Right, Allison. So people actually have made the cut to the next round. We started the day with 231 prospective people that would be interviewed by the judge today. So the judge asked the questions. Sometimes she asks questions on behalf of either the defense or the prosecution. But she's really trying to figure out whether people can put aside any pretrial publicity that they've heard. Obviously, it's a very high-profile case, very high-profile trial. Put that aside and be impartial. So a number of people made it to the next round. That'll be a pool of approximately 50 or so jurors. At that point, they'll go through and the sides can exercise their options to strike a juror. Other people can be dismissed for various reasons, and they'll eventually get to the 12+ that they'll need in order to seat this jury and begin opening statements, Allison.
So, Tom, I don't know if this is a premature question, but do you have a sense of what kind of a timeline we're looking at here? When you think that jury might be seated and those opening arguments could actually start?
Right, so the judges kind of laid this out on a pretty firm basis. So as soon as they get that 50, they've got enough to then decide and pick the jury. But either way, November 29th, we're going to have opening statements in this case on the charges that you're looking at there, the sex trafficking conspiracy charges, the conspiracy to entice minors to travel, the coercion of these female underage girls to get them to travel. So those are some of the things that will be addressed in the course of the proceedings. Opening statements, as I said, starting November 29th. That means if they get to November 29th and they're to that pool of 50 prospective jurors, they'll pick the jury that day. That's not really a big problem. That typically goes very fast, usually about 20 to 30 minutes. They can go through the strikes and get the jury seated, and they're ready to go as soon as they have the jury in.
So, Tom, let's go back for a second. We saw the charges there, but could you just remind us how Ghislaine Maxwell was connected to Jeffrey Epstein, what we know about her so far?
Right. So the indictment in the previous investigation all allege and all accuse her essentially of the same thing, that she was involved in helping Jeffrey Epstein recruit girls for the purposes of sex, specifically underage girls, as well as of age, more of a prostitution type relationship. But what she's charged with here is that these are underage girls, and she recruited them to cross state lines, as I said, a sex trafficking conspiracy. So that's what the focus of this is going to be. Unlike the Florida investigation, that we've heard so much about. This predates that. This is an earlier timetable that goes back to 1994 up till 2003. So that's the conduct that's been charged here, and that's what this case will center around.
I imagine, Tom, there is going to be some evidence in this case. Anything in particular you're watching for during this trial?
Well, quite a bit, obviously. We'll certainly hear from the 4 women that are mentioned here as the minor victims in the indictment. We'll hear their testimony. We'll hear testimony from law enforcement. We expect, based on what's been said in court already, that we'll get video from inside Jeffrey Epstein's house from the search that was conducted by local authorities in Florida. We also will get this. This is the black book, potentially, that could come in. Prosecutors are currently arguing to get this into court. This was something that was actually stolen from Jeffrey Epstein's house back in the early 2000s. The FBI was involved in that investigation of the theft of this. It's been in their control since then. The prosecutors here would like to enter it into evidence in this trial. It has to be authenticated. That's what the defense here is fighting about. But I think the important thing is this could be yet another piece of evidence potentially that could be harmful to Ghislaine Maxwell. According to prosecutors, there's information in it, names and phone numbers that help prove their case. I want to be clear, just in case anybody has any concerns about it, the document I just held up is redacted, obtained lawfully by NBC News through a Freedom of Information request. So there's no information there that we could have possibly shown to identify any of these girls. But prosecutors are looking at this, again, as another potential key piece of evidence if they can get it admitted. Allison?
All right, we had no doubts about you whatsoever, Tom. We know you'd only show redacted information. Thanks so much for your reporting out there today. Appreciate it.
Sure thing.
The fight over Donald Trump's tax returns landing in a federal courtroom today. Lawyers for the former president fighting to keep those documents from a House committee that's been after them since 2019. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joining me now. So, Pete, what happened in court today? Is that House committee any closer to getting Trump's taxes?
Well, I don't know yet because the hearing is still going on.
Okay.
This is before a federal district court judge. What has happened here is that originally the House sued the Treasury Department during the Trump administration, asking for Trump's taxes, saying that it wanted to look at them to see if the IRS was properly auditing former presidents. And the Treasury Department said, no, you don't have a legitimate purpose for this, so no, you can't have them. That's when the House sued the Treasury Department. And then the Biden administration changed its mind and said, yes, on second thought, you do have a legitimate purpose. We didn't take it seriously enough, so you can now have them. So the House said, OK, well, then let's dismiss this lawsuit and get on with it. That's when lawyers for President Trump stepped in and said, not so fast. We don't think that the House has a legitimate need for it. We want to try to block these returns from being turned over. And that's what the judge is considering right now. Now, Allison, this is not a full-up hearing on the merits because this is a motion to dismiss.
Got it.
And that is a higher standard. And so what the lawyers for Donald Trump are saying is you sort of have to give us some of the benefit of the doubt here. One of the questions is, what about all the statements that have been made by Democrats since the day President Trump was elected about how they wanted to get their mitts on his taxes? What the lawyers for Trump is saying is, you know, that undercuts the idea that there's some legitimate legislative purpose. They just want to get his taxes to try to embarrass him. What am I supposed to make of that, the judge asked today? And what the lawyers for Donald Trump are saying is, well, you should give us the benefit of the doubt on that because this is at the motion to dismiss level. So this hearing will wrap up here in the next half hour or so, I imagine, and then the judge will issue his ruling, I would think, within a couple of weeks.
Pete, I want to ask you, a panel of New York judges has already given the Manhattan District Attorney access to several years of Trump's tax returns. How is that case different, if you could remind our viewers?
In every way. This is a state grand jury, and that was fully litigated. You may remember that case went all the way up to the Supreme Court. President Trump's lawyers argued that state grand juries don't have the rights to get documents like this from a sitting president. The Supreme Court disagreed. So that was a grand jury, and the courts have generally said that when you're investigating a crime, that there is a great need for the best possible evidence. And so that's why the grand jury was able to get some of President Trump's former taxes. This is an entirely different request. This is a request from Congress. Initially, it raised separation of powers questions, the Congress versus the executive branch. And President Trump's lawyers are still trying to ride that horse. They're saying, well, he was president at the time they wanted the taxes. And this is all about auditing a president's returns. So some of those rules that limit the ability of Congress to get documents from a president should still apply. I will say that the judge who's hearing this case, Trevor McFadden, who is a Trump appointee, seemed skeptical of that argument.
All right, Pete Williams, thanks so much.
You bet.
I'm running for governor, and I want to tell you why. This past February, when the electricity grid failed and millions of our fellow Texans were without power, which meant that the lights wouldn't turn on, the heat wouldn't run, and pretty soon their pipes froze and the water stopped flowing, they were abandoned by those who were elected to serve and look out for them.
Beto O'Rourke now running to be the next governor of Texas, challenging Republican incumbent Greg Abbott. NBCNews.com senior reporter Jane Tim is here with me. Jane, I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. I'm so thrilled to have you on the show. Beto saying in his announcement there that the Texas power grid failure last February is a huge reason why he's running. What else is motivating him to get in there?
Yeah, he zeroed in on that. And this is something that's a real mobilizer in progressive circles in Texas. But he said it's not just that one-off incident. He described it as a symptom of a greater problem. Let's play a little bit more of that video.
Those in positions of public trust have stopped listening to, serving, and paying attention to, and trusting the people of Texas. And so they're not focused on the things that we really want them to do. They're focusing on the kind of extremist policies around abortion or permitless carry, or even in our schools, that really only divide us and keep us apart.
He goes on to argue that they need to be focusing on the things they can agree on, find some common ground. He pitches marijuana legalization as well as Medicaid expansion, trying to push some sort of popular progressive proposals in Texas. But we know it's going to be real hard. This is not an easy state for a Democrat to win.
So he became really a household name nationwide for the two big races he didn't win, Jane. A former congressman from El Paso, Beto, lost a close race to Senator Ted Cruz in 2018 before then launching an unsuccessful presidential campaign. Let's talk about what his chances looked like this time around.
Yeah, you know, back in 2018, it really did feel like sort of a lightning strike kind of candidacy where a Democrat suddenly was really popular in Texas. Nationally, he was really popular. But it's different now because he sort of seemed young and fresh back in 2018. And now he's lost two races, as you said. And that 2018 loss was by 200,000 votes in Texas. Very, very close for a Texas statewide Democrat race. But nonetheless, he's continued to be polarizing, especially on the right. There's a lot of, he's very unpopular on the right in times, but you know what? It's not going to be easy. And I think he's going to have to fight his national persona as much as he sort of revs up that local persona.
Jane, Governor Abbott's been governor of Texas since 2015. He's raised millions of dollars for his campaign. He's gotten endorsement from Donald Trump. Let's talk about his re-election bid, and any comment from him yet on Beto's run?
Yeah, you know, he did tweet quite early yesterday, bring it to Beto. But we should note that he's more popular than Ted Cruz. This is a guy who's pretty popular, and Ted Cruz was somebody who has struggled to be a polarizing candidate. But Abbott seems very eager to run a candidacy against O'Rourke. Let's play a little bit of an ad he's already running.
Would you take the wall down now? Here. Yes. Like you have a wall. Absolutely. Knock it down. Oh, yes. We're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. I agree that we need a single-payer system. Green New Deal. I haven't seen anything. So we face a crisis that could, at its worst, lead to extinction.
Beep, beep. As you can see, he's really trying to define him as a very radical candidate. Less of that middle ground that O'Rourke wants to pitch and more of those polarizing national Democratic issues like the Green New Deal. Allison?
All right, we'll see how this goes. Bring it, as they say, Jane. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
Coming up, California drivers paying through the nose at the pump, why gas prices in the Golden State are hitting record highs ahead of Thanksgiving.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. And yet another sign that consumers are spending more. Retail sales jumped 1.7% from September to October. So how is that consumer demand affecting the prices we're paying? Here's NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Rule.
Hey there, Allison. We've got new data out to help us understand what's really going on in the economy. And when we look at retail sales, it tells us prices are high, consumers are mad, but that is not stopping them from spending. Retail sales in October were up 1.7% higher from where they were the month before, over 16% from where they were last year. And what this really tells us is a tale of two American economies. For wealthier Americans, we have seen household savings hit a record high since the beginning of the pandemic. For those who own their homes, who are able to work from home and save on childcare costs, on commuting costs, they've saved a lot of money, and now this pent-up demand is here and people are out spending. So even though prices are higher, the demand is there. So those wealthier Americans are paying those higher prices. Unfortunately, for more economically vulnerable Americans, there aren't two sets of prices, and they are forced to pay these higher prices too. And they're in a much different economic situation. For people who are renters, the rent moratorium is over. Rents are going up across the country. For savers who don't have investments in the stock market, with rates at zero, saving is earning you nothing. And for low-wage workers who have been enthused to see their wages go up from things like $10 an hour to $15 and $16 an hour, those increased wages have been wiped out when you factor in the increased price at the pump, the grocery store, and anywhere else. So retail sales are a very good number. We got numbers from Walmart. Very good. We talk about supply chain issues. Their inventory is going to be up 11% heading into the holidays. And while we do have a labor shortage across the country, over the last few months, Walmart has hired 200,000 employees. So those big guys are getting bigger, like the wealthy are getting wealthier, but it leads to a complicated economic picture, a recovery, but not necessarily a great one for everyone.
Gas prices in California touching record highs. The average there now hovering around $4.68. That is higher than any other state, according to AAA. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent's in Los Angeles with a look at what drivers in California and around the country are paying for gas these days.
Hey, Allison, that's right. Gas prices here in LA are north of $5 a gallon, $6 a gallon for regular unleaded. And this is happening all across the country. Right now, Americans are spending $600 million more per day on gasoline. And that's really making all of us wonder, when is this going to end?
As Americans get ready to hit the road for the holidays, gas prices are hitting their wallets especially hard, reaching record levels in California.
The first time I seen it, my heart dropped. But it was like, I got to get gas, so I didn't question it.
Here in Los Angeles, filling up a large truck or SUV can easily cost you $100.
I get on average $105, $120. It's really expensive here in LA.
Similar scenes unfolding across the nation, where prices have gone up more than 60% since last year. AAA says the national average is $3.41, but prices in the West and in the Northeast are even higher, $4.68 on average in California and $3.56 in New York. Illinois now above $3.50 a gallon. Yet another symptom of the supply and demand issues currently affecting customers. And the pain at the pump comes on top of historically high prices facing consumers across the country, from groceries to clothes to toys, as inflation hits levels not seen in decades.
Filling up a whole tank would almost cost like $100, so I kind of have to hold back on certain purchases because this thing takes so much money just by gas alone.
High gas prices can be especially difficult for workers who tend to have older, less fuel-efficient vehicles and tight budgets.
Because I kind of do gig economy jobs, I'll do Instacart and stuff, it definitely does put a damper on how much I can earn.
Analysts say oil demand has returned to pre-COVID levels, but oil production has lagged behind.
It's hard to catch back up, and it's going to take time. And unfortunately, we may not see sizable relief in the price of oil until 2022.
That's when enough oil can be produced globally to ease the pressure. High prices hitting drivers hard as they gear up for the holiday driving season.
Lawmakers are now calling on President Biden to tap the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but that has historically been reserved for major natural disasters. And also, analysts tell us it will be a very short-term amount of relief, and it wouldn't make a huge difference in the price of gas that you're paying at the pump.
Did a woman's own immune system cure her of HIV? Researchers saying it sure looks like it. What that could mean for millions of people living with the virus.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
A 30-year-old mother from Argentina owes her immune system a huge thank you. Researchers say it may have cured her of HIV. They scanned 1 billion of her cells and could not find any signs of the virus in her body. Dr. Natalia Laufer at INBIR's Institute in Buenos Aires led this incredible research team. Dr. Laufer, thank you for being with us. Your patient was diagnosed with HIV 8 years ago, I understand. She told NBC News, I have a healthy family, I don't have to medicate, and I live as though nothing has happened. This is just unbelievable. She is only the second documented person whose immune system may have cured her of HIV. I got to ask the question I think all of us are asking, how on earth did this happen?
How this happened? Well, we believe, thank you first, for inviting us to present our work. We think that this happened because of her immune system that she was able not only to reactivate these cells where the virus is like silently persisting, and then her immune system was able to kill those cells, and in that way prevent for having any cell with virus integrated to her DNA. We have found some 7 copies of the virus, but all the copies were completely defective. So it was impossible to have a new infected virus from this DNA that we found.
This is so incredibly rare. 37.7 million people around the world are living with HIV, according to the latest statistics from UNAIDS. Last year, 1.5 million people were newly infected, 680,000 people died. So how can your findings help those millions of people with HIV? What can you learn from this? How can you help other people to maybe have the same incredible result?
Yes, as you mentioned, there are now 2 people. The first, it was the San Francisco patient, and now is the Esperanza patient. We believe that, as I told you, the immune system is the main trigger of this, the fact that they can control the infection. So if we can find the pattern that they have in common and translate that immune condition to other people, maybe we can give them a therapeutic vaccine that help them to control the infection by themselves without the need of antiretroviral therapy.
Let's talk about antiretroviral therapy. 73% of people living with HIV are using that therapy right now. That's according to the latest numbers from UNAIDS. How does this therapy work, and how successful is it in treating HIV?
There are different drugs that the action of the drugs are to prevent the virus to replicate. So there are no new viruses from the ones that the person has in their body. So the drugs are very effective, and if you take your medication every day, there are more than 90% of effective. So, but the problem is that the person has to take the medication every day and for all their life. So that's the main problem that we have with the antiretrovirals. Now there are new drugs that maybe we can give them with every 2 months, every 6 months, but they are in clinical trials.
Researchers, I understand, were also able to cure 2 men with stem cell transplants from donors whose immune systems are resistant to HIV. But similar attempts like that have failed. What makes that kind of a treatment so challenging in trying to fight HIV?
First, to be able to cure HIV by this mechanism, you have to make that disappear all the cells from the person who will receive the transplant. That not always possible, and also, as you know, the bone marrow transplant has many difficulties. You have to be immunosuppressed to do not reject the transplant, and also most of the time there is a lot of morbid mortality associated with this procedure. So it is not, and also it's very hard to find a donor with this condition that is compatible with the receptor and also who has this mechanism that prevent for HIV from getting inside the cells. So it's not possible. It's in most of the cases, we have these two amazing cases, the Berlin patient and the London patient, who achieved the cure, the sterilizing cure by this transplant.
Dr. Laufer, I can't thank you enough for coming on today to talk to us about your research. It is just incredible. Let's hope we can start hearing about more people having the same result. I know there's a lot of work to do to make that happen, but hopefully this is only the beginning. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
More than 2 million children are living with an injured military veteran, helping with their caregiving. Now a new initiative called Hidden Helpers is supporting those kids as they cope with their parents' mental and physical changes post-combat. Today, co-host Savannah Guthrie spent time with two sisters who are looking after their dad.
She can be very sneaky when she wants to. She got stole candy from my bedroom without me knowing and then got caught.
I have a big sugar tooth.
She's got a giant sweet tooth.
Something about Gabby is when I need her, she's always there for me. Thank you.
10-year-old Gabby Rodriguez and her 7-year-old sister Ava are thick as thieves, doing what most sisters like to do, giggling, playing, helping each other with chores, and of course, dreaming of owning a pony. You guys like horses?
I love horses. Mommy said if we move, I can get a horse. Oh!
That would be me. What about your horse? A pony and a horse. What do we think?
Her name would be Peppermint.
A seemingly carefree childhood, but they are also the daughters of one of our nation's wounded warriors.
Girls, if Daddy flops like a fish, what do you do?
Call 911 and then call you.
Right. Call 911 and call me, right?
Their dad, Jorge, a Navy corpsman attached to a Marine unit in Iraq in 2007. He was wounded from 2 IED explosions, which left him with a traumatic brain injury, seizures, and post-traumatic stress disorder. His wife, Jessica, quit her job as a hospice nurse to care for him full-time.
You try so hard to protect your kids from everything. You don't want them to see their dad any way other than a hero, or, you know, being able to walk and talk and play and dance with them.
Girls, how do you know if it's a good day or a bad day?
Daddy asked what's the weather like today. And if he said it's sunny, we know he's happy. But if he said it's stormy and rainy, we know he's not feeling really good.
So on a stormy day, you know to give him a little rest and space.
Yeah. And hugs.
And lots of love and hugs. It can be a heavy load for such young children to understand why their dad is sick, even when he doesn't look sick.
Gab, why don't you tell them what you say to your friends when you talk about Dad's boo-boo on his brain?
It's like a bruise. As soon as you get it, it's really hurts. Sometimes it leaves a scratch or a mark, but others, it just disappears. It's like it's not there. But you know you've had it. You know it's been there.
That explains it perfectly. You can have something hurt inside and it might not show on the outside. Gabby and Ava are 2 of over 2 million children living with a disabled veteran parent, helping with their caregiving.
They have to do the stuff Mom does, like, hey, Dad, did you take your meds? If we go out to eat, I'm like, did you bring your wallet? Did you bring your keys? Did you lock the door?
When we talk about military caregivers, a lot of times we're talking about the wife for good reason, but it's a family affair.
These kids need support. They need the ability to connect with other kids like them. They need to know that they're not alone.
The Rodriguezes have found help through Hidden Heroes, which provides information on resources to help the whole family.
It's very calming.
Like Gallup NYC in Queens, New York, which provides therapeutic horseback riding for veterans and their families. And doesn't it lighten your burden, Mom, a little bit when you know the kids are also being cared for, having that burden carried a little bit for you as well?
When your kids can tell you they're happy, when they can tell you that horse therapy is working for them, or they meet other military families and they can say, yeah, me too, and let me show you what can help. That's where the moment says to me that we have made it as a community.
You've come a long way, haven't you?
Yes. It wasn't just me, it was the family, you know. You have to let yourself know, you know what, we need help. I need help.
Reaching for help requires its own strength, a strength and pride his young daughters already possess.
What makes me proud of my dad is he doesn't take no for an answer, and if someone says no to us, he's like, excuse me, our girls can do anything.
I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of what happened. And that's what makes our family so different from the rest of the world. That's what makes us, us.
Someone new moving into the neighborhood. Sesame Street adding its first Asian American Muppet, and just wait till you see Ji Young rock out on her electric guitar.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Sesame Street introducing its first Korean-American Muppet, Ji Young. She'll join the gang just in time for their Thanksgiving special. NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson spoke to puppeteer Kathleen Kim about what makes Ji Young so special.
This morning, we are visiting with our old pal Elmo and his new buddy, Ji Young, making her television debut right here on
Ji Young is 7 years old. She lives with her parents, siblings, and grandma. She's confident, and she knows who she is.
And Chi means like smart or wise, and Young means like brave or courageous.
I'm excited to have that food shared with you.
Yeah, I bet you are. And I'm excited to share kimbap and tteokbokki and gogi and jjigaes and panchans and kimchi and japchae and all sorts of stuff.
Ji Young even plays in a band.
She loves to sing la 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 Ji Young song.
We want her to be like bold, and she loves to rock out. She's a lot more confident than I was as a kid.
Ji Young and the Best Friends Band will debut in a Thanksgiving special. The program will celebrate the diversity of Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. Puppeteer Kathleen Kim plays Ji Young. She says a lot of care went into creating this character.
It was very important to us that she was not generically pan-Asian, because that's something that I think all Asian Americans have experienced.
Another experience that has become far too common: discrimination and violence. According to Pew Research, 8 in 10 Asian Americans say violence against them is increasing. 45% of Asian adults say they have experienced at least one offensive incident since the COVID pandemic began.
To have Ji Young help teach, what racism is, help teach kids to be able to recognize it and then speak out against it. But then my other hope for Ji Young is that she just normalizes seeing different kinds of looking kids on TV.
In a way, normalization is a huge part of Sesame Street. The show has helped families guide their kids through tough topics like divorce, bullying, even death.
Big Bird, don't you remember we told you Mr. Hooper died? He's dead.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Well, I'll give it to him when he comes back.
Big Bird, Mr. Hooper's not coming back.
Sesame Street may be an ideal venue to talk about race, a show that welcomes everyone, even monsters. Ji Young carries on that mission of empowering all children to know and love who they are.
You know what's really cool about Sesame Street is that no matter what you look like or how you play or where you come from, you belong. And that's really cool.
It's not about me, and it's not even about Ji Young. It's about this message, and it's about bringing representation, inclusivity, and teaching tolerance and friendship and understanding.
everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Coronavirus cases spiking in New England. Pfizer asking the FDA to okay its COVID treatment pill. Dr. Azar is here to answer all of your questions. Nothing could save Ahmaud Arbery's life after he was shot in the torso. That testimony from the medical examiner today. In the trial for the 3 men charged with Arbery's death, we are live outside that courthouse in Georgia. Plus, social workers responding to 911 calls in Albuquerque, New Mexico. How this new approach could save lives. All right, we start with Pfizer and COVID, and there's a lot to get to today, so that's why NBC News medical contributor Dr. Azar is here. So, Dr. Azar, Pfizer saying its pill, Paxlovid? Do I have
Paxlovid? Yeah, that's
okay.
good.
These are tough, these medical names.
Did a good job.
Thank you. They're saying it demonstrated an 89% reduction in risk of COVID-19 related hospitalizations or deaths compared to a placebo in clinical trials. So tell us, what do you know about this pill? How does it work? Any potential side effects? What should people know about it?
So actually, I am really excited about this pill.
Okay.
But I do want to start off by saying that all we know is what we currently know, which is basically what you said, because again, it was just a press release. We don't have all of the granular data. But essentially, the pill works the same way a lot of other antivirals have worked in the past. A lot of HIV drugs work this way. Hepatitis C drugs work this way. You're essentially taking off the wheels of the virus. You're hijacking the virus's ability to replicate itself so it stops in its tracks. Okay, great. Side effect profile, at least preliminarily with the data we have, it looks pretty good.
Okay.
Pfizer's running 3 different trials in parallel. The one that they reported on was giving high-risk people who are unvaccinated the pill, and that's what showed 89% reduction in hospitalization, and by the way, 100% protection against death.
Wow.
They're also testing it in what you and I might be interested in. What if you're vaccinated and you're not at high risk for getting sick? If you take this pill, are you better off? We don't know the answer to that, but they're studying it. And then the third group is, let's say you get sick, but your husband doesn't get sick. Does your husband get to take Paxlovid to prevent severe disease? They're also studying that as what we call secondary prophylaxis. Lots in there. Don't have a price tag yet, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to run around the same price tag as the Merck drug, which is about $700 for a course of 5 days of an antiviral. Again, the drug is studied within, meaning that you start taking it within 3 to 5 days of getting a positive test, which means what? Testing needs to be available because you need to be able to test.
Now, right?
Yeah, you know, I just went on Amazon yesterday to get some rapid tests for home, and I was able to get it easily, but I know it's still kind of hard to go to a drugstore and get these tests, but that's going to be super important. But it's a great tool in the toolbox. No misunderstanding about that. But do I still think it's better to get vaccinated than rely on this? I do. The vaccines are free. Presumably, the treatment's going to be free. So far, all COVID treatment is free in this country, but you just don't want to get COVID.
So just to be very clear for people who are thinking, now I'm confused. We've got vaccines, we've got boosters, there's potentially pills. If the FDA approved this for emergency use authorization, when would you take it? Who would it be for?
Right now, it's only probably going to be for that high-risk group, meaning, or I should say this, unvaccinated and with at least one risk factor for severe disease. Right? Obesity, hypertension, age, whatever that is. 10 million doses the Biden administration has purchased. That's great. And the numbers really do look amazing. And I'm so happy that we have that. But I just would want to say, we don't know whether or not it prevents long COVID. We don't know, just because you don't end up in the hospital and you don't end up dying, which is a great outcome, doesn't mean that you may not get pretty sick from COVID-19. I mean, COVID-19 is no walk in the park for a lot of people. So it's wonderful that these severe outcomes seem to be reasonably well prevented. But I would if you're willing to take this drug, why wouldn't you get the vaccine?
Go get the vaccine.
Absolutely.
Got it. I got another Pfizer question for you because they made a whole lot of news today. They announced a licensing deal. It gives poorer countries access to a less expensive generic version of that same pill, but it did leave out some hard-hit nations. What do you make of this? Is it a good offer for some of these countries where folks aren't vaccinated at all?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's almost, in a sense, I mean, we always go back to models with HIV, post-exposure profile. anything that you can do to prevent people from ending up in the hospital or dying is a good thing. You know, all the drug companies are doing this. They're basically looking at a country's means and then, you know, staggering, giving a price tag, to those who can afford a full price tag. They're going to pay full boat. That's what we're doing in this country.
All right, I want to ask you about some upsetting news we're seeing here in the States. COVID cases are up in 29 states and U.S. territories. This is according to data we compiled here at NBC News. Cases up 60% in Vermont and 56% in New Hampshire in the last 2 weeks. What's behind this spike, especially up in North and New England?
It's not rocket science. You know, Vermont actually has really one of the highest vaccination rates in the country, but it's spotty. You know, in the areas of the country, and including areas in Vermont where there's pockets of unvaccinated people, that's where they're seeing it. So it's not really rocket science. We have 60 million eligible people over the age of 12 who haven't been vaccinated. We do have some waning immunity, right, from vaccination. That's why we're boosting, because our immunity is waning a little bit against getting infected. And people are moving indoors. And New England, it's, you know, we always say it's 10 degrees colder than it is here.
We saw it snowing there today.
Yeah, I went to school in Massachusetts. It was always 10 degrees colder. So people are moving indoors, and it's just a confluence of those factors that are leading to this bump in cases.
We're also seeing higher death rates, too. I'm guessing it's the same thing, but in Vermont, they're up 52% according to our data. But as you mentioned, Vermont's the most vaccinated state in the country. And I just want to run these stats because it's amazing. 92% of people there have had at least one shot. 72% are fully vaccinated. Is it the same thing with the deaths, though? It's among people who aren't vaccinated in more rural areas?
It is. And unless, you know, especially in the ICUs and stuff, unless or until we start to hear that what everyone is scared about, which is why Fauci and all these people, Dr. Fauci, are making the recommendation for boosters, we don't want to wait until we get into the situation we go, oh my goodness, that healthy 40-year-old just died, you know, who was vaccinated. We don't want to see that kind of outcome, but that's what's happening.
I want to ask you a booster question, because the first thing we chatted about before we went on air, I said, oh, boosters, I'm eligible now. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio announcing this week that basically pharmacies, if someone comes 18 and older, an adult, and they're eligible, meaning they've waited the amount of time between their last shots, don't turn them away, give them the shot. This obviously isn't the federal guideline yet. Is this a good thing because it's getting more people boosted, or are you nervous about states and cities making these kinds of decisions? What are your concerns, pros and cons here?
Yeah. So here's what I'm going to say. I would say from a public safety perspective, it's the right move. If you're thinking that we're heading into winter, the cases in New York are starting to percolate a little bit and going up, and we're seeing that sort of like plateauing of cases nationally and rising in certain areas, then from that perspective, it's the right thing to do. Get rid of the red tape. Don't make people have to sit there and say, am I at risk? Am I not at risk? Do I have to lie? Do I not have to lie? From a sort of regulatory and science perspective, I think it sets a pretty dangerous precedent, you know, that states and localities are just going to start doing things on their own.
Yeah.
What I will say in defense of the policy, Chokshi, the New York City health commissioner, right? You know, he said basically, he couched it this way. We are following guidance because the guidance says if you're 18 or older and you're at risk because of your occupation or your medical conditions, which, by the way, you can decide whether or not you're at risk.
Yeah.
Right? Somebody could be live with their grandmother. That puts them at risk. There's no line item for that particular scenario and under the current guidelines. Then you can go and get it. So in a sense, he's saying, make it easier for people. And by the way, if you want to get boosted, you can get boosted.
Yeah, I haven't heard of anyone who's gotten turned away.
Exactly. And I mean, people have been lying. You know, they've been sort of like squishing the truth a little bit because they just want to feel more protected. So I think allowing people you're not going to see suddenly like, you know, the gates are flooded open and all these 25-year-old healthy New Yorkers are getting boosted. I don't think you're going to see that. I think you're just going to see like the people who were wondering if they should or they shouldn't, you know, now they can just go and do it and they don't have to worry about like fudging the truth.
Yeah, those of us who are like, I'm a total rule follower, right? I'm like, I will get my booster as soon as I am permitted. Yesterday I was like, sign me up. If they say it's okay, I'll go for it.
And by the way, like to everyone out there, even if you're unsure still and you feel bad about, don't feel bad about it. We have enough boosters. Like they're going to get thrown away. You know, if you were taking a booster
so
away
you're not taking it from someone.
You're not taking it from someone. And for the 60 million people out there who haven't gotten their vaccine yet, please, please, please.
Dr. Azar is
treading water
nicely. She's saying please. Dr. Azar, thanks so much. We always love having you in.
You bet.
All right, as we just discussed with Dr. Azar, New York City bypassing federal guidelines, making COVID booster shots available for every adult, joining a growing list of cities and states that are basically doing the same. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock explains what that move could mean for the rest of the country.
Allison, good afternoon and good to be with you. Look, here's the bottom line. This really ramps up the pressure on the FDA and CDC to update their guidelines as more cities and states are expected to follow suit. Local officials right now are arguing that the federal government's position on this is that people can get vaccine boosters if they are in a high-risk population, but that theoretically everyone in their city or state is at high risk right now. The federal government choosing, for the moment, to look the other way.
With COVID cases once again on the rise, health leaders coast to coast are trying to pump the brakes on an upward trend.
Hi, it's Dr. Dave Choksi with an update about COVID-19 booster shots.
New Yorkers likely recognize these ads with the city's health commissioner, who's been encouraging boosters for those 65 and older or with underlying health conditions. But now, with backing from the mayor, Dr. David Choksi offering them to all fully vaccinated adults 6 months clear of Pfizer and Moderna or 2 months after the J&J jab, some 4.5 million people.
We've seen throughout the pandemic that we have to stay a step ahead of the virus, and the decision that New York City made was very much in that vein.
That proactive posture coming as Colorado, California, New Mexico, and Arkansas all issued the same guidance, taking a looser interpretation of federal guidelines that allow boosters for high-risk populations. In Minnesota, which has seen a nearly 70% increase in cases the last 2 weeks, the virus is flooding communities, big and small.
We are all full. This is not getting better.
This as Americans try and sort through mixed messaging on boosters.
I think the confusing message around the boosters may end up being one of the biggest missed opportunities in this pandemic.
States and cities are trying to take the lead. The CDC says adults with increased risk of exposure should get the booster, and some local officials say that can cover all adults.
How does New York City have the autonomy to make this decision?
The commissioner's advisory that I issued today is consistent with the FDA authorization and the CDC guidance. An important part of that guidance is about risk of exposure.
Choksi says we're learning from Europe, which tends to foreshadow what happens in the U.S. Cases there rising so precipitously. Austria has imposed a lockdown for unvaccinated people, and Germany is considering the same.
We feel much safer when I know that the people that walking around are vaccinated.
Even with all the talk about boosters, health officials emphasizing the most important shot is the first one.
Medical experts tell us supply here is not the issue. The cities and states and pharmacies have plenty of boosters. The question really is about liability and what happens if someone who is not federally authorized to receive a booster has complications. Who's responsible? Is it the city or state? Is it the healthcare provider? Allison, there are plenty of unanswered questions at the moment.
My message to the people of New Hampshire is simple. It's this. Because of this delegation, New Hampshire and America are moving again. Your life is going to change for the better, and that's literal.
President Biden selling his freshly signed infrastructure plan in New Hampshire this afternoon, talking about how it will directly affect folks there in the Granite State. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is in Woodstock, New Hampshire, traveling with the president. So, Josh, President Biden says his new law is all about keeping communities safer and more efficient. Just over 1,000 people live in Woodstock. So what did he say to that group of folks today?
You know, Allison, it was interesting to hear how President Biden made that safety and security argument because, you know, on its face, we kind of understand you've got these crumbling bridges that are in structural disrepair. This particular one here in Woodstock, more than 60 commercial and lumber trucks go over it every day. So you can see why there are safety considerations when we don't have those bridges up to par. But President Biden also pointing out the firehouse here is on the opposite side of that bridge from all kinds of homes and businesses, meaning if the restrictions get lowered because it's not safe enough to carry heavy loads anymore, people would be 10 miles farther from basic help in an emergency than they would be otherwise. You hear the president trying to impart to people all of the various ways that our crumbling infrastructure are causing problems and trying to break down what has been this massive bill in Congress that has been kind of hard to understand into what it's going to mean for specific communities. Take a listen.
This isn't esoteric. This isn't some gigantic bill it is, but it's about what happens to ordinary people. Conversations around those kitchen tables that are both profound as they are ordinary. How do I cross a bridge in a snowstorm? And despite the cynics, Democrats and Republicans, we can work together. We can deliver real results. We can deliver real people results that are going to affect their lives. And that we're taking a monumental step forward in building back better for this nation.
The flip side here, Allison, is that a lot of the projects that are in this infrastructure bill, unlike in the spending bill, for example, the child tax credit, are not going to kick in immediately. The spending is over multiple years. It takes a while to get this stuff off the ground. And so while the White House and President Biden are really intent on making sure that Americans understand how they are directly going to benefit from this, the reality is that it's not going to be the immediate punch to the economy that Democrats are so hoping for, particularly as they look forward to the midterm elections year and those sliding poll numbers for President Biden and other Democrats on the ballot.
Well, look, it's certainly going to make a difference for drivers, at least there in New Hampshire, right? There are 215 bridges there that are poor condition, including the one where President Biden was talking today. So what are you hearing from local leaders, Josh, about what this infrastructure spending will do for their state, even if it's not necessarily that overwhelming punch, immediate punch that Democrats are hoping for?
There's pretty broad bipartisan consensus that the stuff in this infrastructure bill is good stuff. You had here today pretty much all the top politicians in the state, both of the Democratic senators, including Maggie Hassan, who's on the ballot next year, one of the tougher re-election fights that Senate Democrats face. This was like a picture-perfect campaign moment for her with President Biden, who effusively praised her role in creating this. But we also saw the state's Republican governor, Sununu, greeting the president at the airport. He's someone Republicans had kind of wanted to run for Senate. He's not going to be doing that. And so you see that people here are pointing to the fact that, you know, in Washington, when we're talking about trillions and billions and it all kind of sounds like fake money, they're getting $1.1 billion just in New Hampshire for highways. If you look back at the entire state budget for New Hampshire is like $6.5 billion. So that is a whole lot of money. And when you really break it down, states are going to see specific projects funded that otherwise simply wouldn't happen. And that's why you're hearing lawmakers here in the state from both parties say this is a good move in the right direction.
Josh, before you go, President Biden heads to Detroit tomorrow. He's visiting a GM electric vehicle plant. What can you tell us about that stop on his tour, and what are the odds that he tries to drive one of those cars? I know he loves to do that.
Anytime there's a vehicle and Joe Biden, there's a pretty good chance he's going to try to get behind the wheel and give it a spin if the Secret Service lets him. Biden will be tomorrow at Factory Zero, which is going to be this all-electric GM facility that is really the linchpin in the plan by General Motors to go all-electric, to completely stop making cars with internal combustion engines by 2035. So right now they make the electric Hummer at this facility in Detroit area. And I think the other thing that's interesting is Biden says he's going there specifically to meet with union auto workers, because a big part of the push from the White House has been not just let's go electric, but let's go electric with companies that are actually hiring union workers. And so you see the White House trying to sort of put their thumb on the scale for companies like GM and Ford that are unionized and against, frankly, companies like Tesla that are not.
All right, Josh Letterman, wrapping things up in New Hampshire before the president heads to Detroit. Thank you so much for reporting today.
You got it.
They may not be the best of friends, but President Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping had a lot to talk about last night. They met virtually for 3.5 hours. The White House calling that conversation respectful and straightforward. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has reaction from Beijing.
Allison, there were modest expectations heading into this meeting. It lasted 3.5 hours, yielded no breakthroughs, but there is the sense the temperature has been lowered tonight. So in that sense, it's seen as a positive outcome. U.S.-China relations had hit new lows. Senior administration officials said that the main objective for the meeting was to reassure both sides that there could be dialogue at the highest levels to avoid conflict, to put in what President Biden calls common sense guardrails. It doesn't mean that the U.S.-China relationship is any less complicated. President Biden and Xi Jinping talked about a range of issues, issues, the economy, trade, human rights, and Taiwan. After the meeting, each side put out their own separate statements listing their positions, their grievances, and the stumbling blocks. Taiwan dominated the conversation. Xi Jinping stating that it's a red line issue for China, that anyone who supports independence is, quote, playing with fire. And it's probably why we're seeing most headlines here focusing on President Biden's comments on Taiwan, saying that the U.S. does not support Taiwan independence. That's what's being hashtagged all over social media, playing into this sense of Chinese strength on the position. But senior White House officials say that there really is no change in the U.S. position, that that's always been the case. This meeting was very much about managing this very stiff competition between China and the U.S., but there wasn't the combative air or the grandstanding that we saw with the Alaska summit. Consider the timing, President Biden coming off this big infrastructure bill, and Xi Jinping now enjoying unprecedented power, having rewritten Chinese Communist Party history last week to be elevated to the status of being the leader to carry the nation towards superpower status. That is bound to mean some friction with the U.S., but tonight there is the sense that there was the window for opportunity to reset relations.
We are on verdict watch tonight. The jury deliberating the Kyle Rittenhouse homicide trial. A live report from the courthouse in Kenosha coming up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It is time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison, we start with Nike delaying the release of its Travis Scott sneaker following the Astroworld tragedy. It's postponing the launch out of respect for those impacted by the concert that resulted in 10 deaths. Wall Street bankers and traders are in for the largest bonus increases since the Great Recession. According to a new report, some bankers could see a 20 to 35% jump from last year. Ohio's largest employee pension fund is suing Facebook, now known as Meta. The suit alleges the company misled the public about its negative effect on children. Drag queens are increasingly being swatted during live Twitch streams, according to a new report. Swatting is when someone makes a fake police report, resulting in officers being sent to a home. And outgoing New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio says people will be allowed to watch the Times Square ball drop in person again this year. Those over the age of 5 just need to show proof of vaccination. Allison?
All right, it's back. Maya, thank you. We are waiting on a verdict in the Kyle Rittenhouse homicide trial. The jury started deliberating this morning. The 18-year-old is facing 5 felony charges for shooting and killing 2 men and injuring a third last year at a protest in Kenosha, Wisconsin. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster outside the courthouse. Shaq, the jury asked for more instructions earlier today. They had pizza for lunch. What do you know about their day at this hour?
Well, Allison, we do know they are deliberating right now in the courthouse behind me, and we do know that within about a half hour or so, we will get some sort of update, and that's because the judge said that around 5 p.m. local time, if the jury has not delivered a verdict by that point, he'll pull them back into the courtroom and then poll them and ask if they want to keep deliberating through the night or at least later into the night, or if they want to come back in the morning. So that will be a sign, potentially, of how close they are to having that verdict. But you mentioned earlier today, we haven't gotten much notification, much notice from the jury. The court did get a note asking them for more, or asking for the court to print out more copies of those jury instructions. But outside of that, there haven't been any substantive questions that have come from the jury. As far as we know, they had that lunch, and aside from that, they've been deliberating since about 10 a.m. Eastern time this morning.
So, Shaq, the 12 people now serving on the jury were randomly selected this morning. What can you tell us about those jurors?
Yeah, we know that in terms of the composition of the jurors, there are 6 women on the jury panel. There are 5 men. One of the jurors identifies as a person of color in a county that is about 87% white. That is fairly representative of what you have in this county, the jury panel at least. And we do know, if you go back to some of the jury questioning, the voir dire process from a couple of weeks ago, we know that many of the jurors are college educated, for example. There was one juror who actually said in her questioning that she was looking forward to the idea of serving on a jury panel, just not this jury panel, but she is there, she's in the room, and she's part of the deliberations right now. Allison?
So, Shaq, what are you seeing outside the courthouse now that the jury is considering their verdict? We do see some folks behind you, though it doesn't seem like a really big crowd tonight.
That's right. A couple of dozen people in front of the courthouse that are on the steps of the courthouse. And that's been something that you've seen fairly consistently, although it's a few more people today than we've had over the course of the trial. One thing to note about the demonstrators in front of the courthouse, it is not just people who are protesting or demonstrating against Kyle Rittenhouse. You also have people there in support of him. People who say that he was exercising his Second Amendment right. He was exercising his right to self-defense, and one sign that said he was the victim. So you do have people on both sides of this issue, which kind of speaks to the cultural implications of this. The idea that despite what you're seeing inside of the courtroom and the arguments that we heard specific to this trial and the killing of 2 men, that are being deliberated about right now, there are many people watching this from the outside and kind of pulling whatever verdict will come, pulling that towards their political ideology. A lot of people are watching this not just here in Kenosha, but really all across the country, Allison.
All right, Shaq Brewster in Kenosha, thank you so much. To Georgia, in another case we are keeping a close eye on, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Ahmaud Arbery taking the stand today in the trial for the 3 men accused of killing Arbery last year. Take a look.
Dr. Donahue, I'm going to direct your attention specifically to February 24th of 2020. Did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on Ahmaud Arbery?
Yeah, yes, I did.
All right. And what was his cause of death?
His cause of death was multiple shotgun wounds.
NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in Brunswick, Georgia. So, Ron, jurors saw autopsy photos in court today. What else did you hear from the medical examiner about those photos? What else did he say today?
Well, the photos are very graphic, and we can't show them to the audience because they're just too upsetting. But they showed Arbery's body riddled with bullets, his blood-soaked clothes. The prosecutor's trying to show the jury exactly how he died. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of testimony about the number of shots fired, for example, 3 by the shotgun, and how they entered his body, and that the fatal wound was the wound to his chest. For their part, the defense tried to use this testimony to say that Arbery was the aggressor and that Travis McMichael was acting in self-defense when they came together, as we see in that video, where there's a scuffle that ended up with Arbery being shot dead. Here's a sample. Here's some of what the prosecutor and the defense had to say about the moment when the shots were fired, noting, for example, that the coroner said that Arbery's had a wound in his wrist and in his chest that happened at the same time. Take a listen.
Would that be consistent with someone pushing a shotgun away from them?
It could be, yes.
During the autopsy, what personal items were found in Mr. Arbery's clothing, if any?
No personal items were found. No phone, no wallet, no weapons.
You saw in the frame-by-frame that Mr. Arbery had his hand on the shotgun, correct?
Yes.
You saw in the video and in the frame-by-frame that even with the wound to the wrist, Mr. Arbery was able to swing punches and hit Travis McMichael.
Yes.
Again, the basis of this case is all about the defense arguing that McMichael acted in self-defense, and the prosecutors are arguing that Arbery was an innocent man out running through the neighborhood when he was hunted down, attacked, and killed by the defendants.
Ron, William Bryan, one of the 3 men charged with Arbery's killing, taking the stand today. What did he say?
Yeah, this was unexpected and somewhat extraordinary. It's the first time we've heard from any of the defendants in this case. He took the stand in a very limited way because he was trying to argue that the conditions that he's been confined under in the prison here, the Glenn County Jail, are hardship that are preventing him from getting a fair trial, a fair and speedy trial. Take a listen to some of what he said were the conditions of his confinement. Take a listen.
Mr. Bryan, where are you currently residing?
Glenn County Detention Center.
How long have you been there, sir?
I think about 18 months.
Would you describe your incarceration as oppressive?
I'm sorry?
Would you describe your incarceration as oppressive?
Yes, sir.
He said that he's in his cell for 23 hours a day. He complained about being worried about COVID. He said that he has had no contact visits with anyone from his family, only his attorney over this period of time, some 18 months that he's been in prison. The judge denied the motion. However, it was still extraordinary to hear any of the defendants speaking in court. Sure. This was a very limited moment where he could only talk about the conditions of his confinement because he was the attorney had filed a motion that said that his rights to a fair trial essentially were being violated. So that's all they talked about, and the state could not question him about the many things that, of course, the state wants to question him about. The state, by the way, rested its case today, and tomorrow we will hear from the defense for the first time their case.
Ron, the Arbery family in court today, how did they handle the testimony and the photos of Ahmaud Arbery, which you described as being incredibly graphic?
Well, Arbery's mother, for the most part, was in court with her head in her hands. She stayed there to listen to the testimony, but she didn't look at any of the pictures as best that we could determine. Again, we have a limited view of her in the courtroom. Mr. Arbery walked out at one point when the pictures were being shown. You know, it's hard to these are just very graphic pictures, and the point that the prosecution is trying to make is that this was a horrific death. Remember, the defendants are charged with murder with malice, which means that they intentionally and deliberately killed Arbery, that this was not an accident, and that this was certainly not self-defense on the part of the defendants, the prosecution would say. So that's the point of the photos, and it's also to show that how he died. The fatal wound was a shot to the chest as he and Travis McMichael were fighting over the shotgun. But this is at the end of a 5-minute or so long chase through a neighborhood that we've seen on videotape. And again, the prosecution trying to show the jury that Arbery was hunted down and shot and killed for no good reason.
Ron, Reverend Jesse Jackson was in court today. Yesterday, the defense tried to remove him. He addressed that today. What did you hear from the Reverend?
Well, this issue keeps coming up again and again. It came up again today at the end of court with the attorney, Kevin Goff, saying that he thinks that black pastors like Reverend Jackson, Reverend Sharpton, others who we did not name are only in the courtroom to influence the jury, that they have no connection to Arbery's family, and that the judge should, at the minimum, keep track of who's in the courtroom so that the defense has a basis for appeal if they should lose this case, is what Goff has been saying. The judge has said that he is not going to bar or restrict entrance into what is a public courtroom. I believe we have a little bit of Reverend Jackson talking about this issue. Take a listen. I'm sorry, apparently we don't have that. But the bottom line is that this issue about black pastors keeps coming up. And tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, there's going to be a prayer service out here, we are told by activists. And on Thursday morning, the plan that we are told is that there will be 100 black pastors here to try and an act of solidarity with the family, a prayer service. The family finds this, has said that they find this just, it's so insensitive, so insulting that the defense would try to limit who they can bring into court. It's become a really, really volatile issue here.
All right, Ron Allen in Georgia. Thank you. Parents protesting critical race theory, identifying another target, mental health programs. NBC News national reporter Tyler Kincaid writing, groups this year have voiced opposition to suicide prevention programs. Mental health coordinators and social emotional learning claiming they are being used to indoctrinate students. Tyler joins me now. So Tyler, you're reporting activists across the country are now targeting school initiatives that center on students' mental health, which sounds like they should be a good thing. Why are some parents up in arms over these programs?
Yeah, Allison, this has been simmering for a while, but it's becoming more widespread now because of surveys. As kids head back to campus this fall, schools are doing surveys, especially after the pandemic, to check in and ask questions like, how often do you feel sad? Do you feel like you're struggling? Do you have a trusted adult you can talk to? But they also ask students questions like whether they identify as LGBTQ. Schools say they want to know if particular groups are struggling or being bullied, but some of the activists are saying it's inappropriate and that they set children up for ideas that are progressive around race and gender.
So, Tyler, what are you hearing from the schools? What are they saying about these programs and attacks from parents and conservative groups who don't like them?
So in our reporting, we found many school leaders say they are doing this work because of rising youth suicide rates. And we have data showing not only are the number of kids struggling with suicidal ideation increasing, but even the elementary age kids are feeling this way. So it's a problem that's getting younger and younger. But really at this point, many of these vocal parents that have joined these activist groups simply just don't believe any explanation that schools are going to give them. So they're kind of in a really tough position at this point.
All right, Tyler, thanks for being with us. Thanks for your reporting.
Thank you.
A royal welcome for Prince Charles and his wife Camilla in Jordan. The spotlight on Charles as the Queen's health declines. We'll check out his first overseas tour since the start of the pandemic.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds.
That Larry, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The Cuban government cracking down on protests in the country before they could even start yesterday, even blocking activists from leaving their homes. NBC News freelance journalist Ed Augustin has the latest from Havana.
They are the chants demanding change and the crowds of solidarity. Over the weekend, a caravan of cars taking the streets of Miami in support of the activists who called on the Cuban people to rally against their government. But on the island today, authorities have so far managed to contain demonstrations, avoiding the huge protests witnessed this summer when fury over dire economic conditions gripped the island, while COVID infection rates were sky high. It was a summer of anger, fury over dire economic conditions that gripped the island during the COVID pandemic. That frustration continues to simmer. Dawn is just breaking, but already outside this supermarket, more than 100 people are standing in line. Many have been here since the day before.
Things have been like this ever since COVID. The pandemic made people's economic situation fall through the ground.
This young playwright has become the face of a new movement, trying to build on last summer's protests, demanding political and civic rights.
Cuba is not hell, but Cuba is not heaven. Cuba is very complicated. I think that we don't have democracy in Cuba, but the future for Cuba is our responsibility, without interference from anywhere in the world.
But the Cuban government denied Garcia the permits to hold today's protest, accusing him of being a pawn for US-backed regime change. State-run television ran videos of Garcia meeting with American diplomats and attending a foreign-run workshop on how to involve the Cuban military in political change.
Al contrario, es mi derecho humano y constitucional caminar como un ciudadano libre por una de las calles llevando solamente una rosa blanca.
Garcia had planned a one-man march on Sunday, but authorities prevented him from leaving his house. Instead, the Cuban government organized its own rally in Havana's Central Park. Sitting on the ground, Cuban President Miguel Díaz-Canel. COVID rates were through the roof, and lockdown was grueling. Today, 76% of the population has been fully vaccinated, and cases are more than 10 times lower, according to the Cuban Ministry of Public Health. People are returning to work. Schools reopened today, and tourists will be welcomed back for the first time in more than 18 months. There are people who think like law student Elizabeth Rodriguez. She wants more economic opportunities, but also fears US interference in Cuba's domestic affairs.
We need change, but we have to change it from inside the country, not being paid about an external government. You lose all credibility.
Then you meet others, like Adele Perez, one of the thousands who poured into the streets last summer. Even though this theatre actor was arrested, Perez plans to risk it all again.
If the police don't arrest me, yes, I am going to express my thinking about all this. I'm going to express my solidarity with the Cuban people.
Prince Charles and Camilla in Jordan today, kicking off their first foreign tour since the start of the pandemic. With Queen Elizabeth battling health issues, is this a glimpse of new royal duties to come for Charles? NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Amman.
Allison, Prince Charles is here in Jordan officially at the request of the British government. He's on the first major royal tour since the start of COVID. But the heir to the throne is more in the spotlight than ever because of the Queen's ongoing health issues. When Charles one day does become king, it will be in the wake of his mother's historic reign. She has been on the throne nearly 70 years, longer than any other British monarch. Charles is 73. He's at retirement age, but he is still waiting to start the job that he was born to do, to be king. Now, a poll that came out this week found the British public pretty evenly divided on the question of whether or not he'll be a good king. 1/3 said yes, he will. 1/3 said no, he won't. And 1/3 still making up their minds. They're not sure. When you speak to royal experts, some of them say Charles is likely to be a bridge king. He's obviously not going to be on the throne as long as his mother was, and he may be a bridge between her historic reign and this modern generation of royals led by his son, Prince William, and his wife, Kate. I want you to take a listen to that perspective.
I think the monarchy survives, but I think it largely survives because of what comes next after the Prince of Wales and Camilla, and that's of no disrespect to either of them, but King Charles now is an older man and he's of his generation, and frankly there's no way on earth he can really fill the shoes that his mother has left.
Now, this is what's so interesting about the monarchy. It is a 1,000-year-old institution. It is part of Britain's constitutional framework, but it is also a family business. And Prince Charles is likely to rely heavily on his son, William, when he's king, to help keep the monarchy feeling fresh, feeling youthful. Now, Charles is known to be more political than his mother. He's not afraid to speak out on issues he cares about, like religious tolerance, climate change. He addressed the COP26 summit, urging politicians to do more. People are divided on whether or not that's a good thing. Some will tell you the monarch needs to stay out of politics. They are not democratically elected, and that part of the Queen's success has been that she's been so apolitical. Others will say Charles is really speaking about the important issues of our time, the environment first and foremost. So what we do know is that the reign of King Charles will be quite different from the reign of Queen Elizabeth.
A shocking rescue caught on camera, how an emergency crew saved this man from his quickly sinking car.
This isn't about spending going forward. This is about spending that's already happened. Do you accept the idea that we have a crisis at the border? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work, or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now. It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A police reform experiment in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The city sending social workers instead of police officers on some 911 calls. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward checks it out.
Alicia Lucero was a generous, bubbly soul, her sister says.
She was the kind of person who put off her life for my dad, taking care of my dad while my dad was sick, and taking care of my uncle while my uncle was sick. And so that was just like Alicia. She was a very giving, selfless person.
But after surgery to remove a brain tumor, her family watched her mental health deteriorate.
For that year, she was seeking help. We were never pointed in the right direction.
And on the night of July 22nd, 2019, she grew increasingly agitated. Her family, not knowing what else to do, called 911, and sheriff's deputies arrived.
Unfortunately, that was one of the biggest mistakes that we made, because Alicia's not here today. That call resulted with my little sister, who only stood 4'11" tall with her shoes on, being shot 21 times by the men who were called to help her.
The Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office settled a lawsuit with Alicia's family in 2020 and said in a statement it responded legally and appropriately. Research suggests that anywhere from a quarter to half of Americans shot to death by police are in a mental health crisis. And New Mexico has one of the highest rates of fatal police shootings in the nation.
Unfortunately, what happened to Alicia has happened to many people here in Albuquerque. But now a new program hopes to take police out of mental illness responses entirely.
A new city department, Albuquerque Community Safety, operating alongside the fire and police departments, sends two-person behavioral health teams out into the streets each weekday.
So I'm not a police officer. We were just concerned and wanted to make sure you're all right.
Their mandate is to address fundamental problems, lack of shelter, mental illness, addiction, rather than crime. Director Mariela Ruiz-Angel says the agency is a dramatic change.
Somebody who might be stealing water from a business, the police are there potentially to cite that individual for theft. We are there to try to address the underlying issue of what was going on that you felt like you needed to steal that water. Having options for our community, again, such as a behavioral health responder, gives our community that self-choice.
We watched the team try to help several people.
This region can be pretty harsh on people with the winds and the dry, cold air.
And there's another challenge for this team, trying to speak with people in crisis who are squatting in empty homes.
You know, we try to use a soft voice, reassure them that we're not law enforcement.
How often does a call go sideways?
It doesn't. We haven't had a sideways call.
Albuquerque is one of several major cities across the country, including Denver, Portland, and San Francisco, that have adopted an alternative to traditional police response. Because traditionally, police are not trained for this sort of thing.
So when we, cite or arrest someone,
It's because we're trained to do that first. All the resources, all the transportation to the hospital, transportation to local providers, that's second. And sometimes you don't ever get out of that criminal role because that's your first you're trained to do that. That is what your job is to enforce the law. But I definitely think that ACS will assist us in reducing the number of people with behavioral health issues who are arrested.
Now, Albuquerque 911 dispatchers will shift these sorts of calls to specialists. For Alicia, this change came too late. But it's important, her sister says.
I know that if we would have had a different approach that night, instead of deputies, banging, demanding her to come out, telling her to act like an adult, like agitating the situation more than what it needed to be, she'd be here. This department is an answered prayer. It really is. That cross is actually a cross that Alicia brought home. I don't know where she found it, but she brought it home one day. Those are her shoes. Yeah.
She threw them up there.
Yeah, yeah, she took them off and threw them up there.
A reminder that anyone can fall prey to mental illness and that hopefully no one has to die that way again.
To Connecticut, where an emergency rescue crew was in the right place at the right time. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett shows us how they saved a man from his sinking car.
A shocking rescue, caught on camera in vivid detail. A local fire and EMS department was shooting a promotional video Sunday in Maryland when real-world disaster struck. An elderly man drove off the edge of the marina. All hands on deck. Captain Marty Walsh jumping in to save the man.
I mean, his eyes were wide. As soon as I got in the water and I'm looking at him through his door window, he was just in a state of shock.
But the vehicle was quickly sinking.
Hold on. Go ahead. I'm clear. Bust it.
Oh my God. Rescuers shattering the car window with an axe before pulling him onto the rescue boat and to safety. The firefighters' split-second reaction and being at the right place at the right time, saving this man's life.
If you guys weren't there, I mean, he probably would have died, no?
Probably. Fairly high probability of that.
It is the gift that keeps on giving. A teen donating his own Make-A-Wish gift to feed the homeless. His story up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.